hopes of all of their teammates are riding on their shoulders for the first 6 or 7 laps of this race. And now the safety car has gone. It's gone from the front of the field. We begin to hear the cars coming down towards us. And still they're holding back. Beautiful formation as the Audi R8 pulls to the right and the pole sitter gets on the throttle nice and early. Now hopefully the lights have gone out and we are racing in the 43rd Zurich ADAC 24 hours of the Nurburgring, and straight away it's 3-4 abreast heading down, and the BMW, the Huai, a BMW down the inside, but surely he can't hold on to it from that area. The Mercedes, the 2 car around the outside, that's a lovely run, but he can't hold on to that either. That's a rather ragged start from the front row, and it looked certainly to me as if the second row BMW Graham Goodwin got away the best, and yes, it will lead.
It does by a distance. In the Mark VDS car, they got rather mugged, and whilst watching the Mercedes to his left, what he wasn't watching was almost a team car, the fellow BMW to his right. Great start there from the number 20 car, is that? It is the 20 car, and that's now got some distance ahead of the field, John. This snarling pack of, what do you call them? It's wolves, isn't it? It looks like they're chasing this car down, but they're not going to get anywhere close by the time we get back round to the Nordschleife this time around. 30 plus GT3 cars, nose to tail, in just, well, I mean, it's just a train of power, isn't it?
Martin Tomczyk, he started the 20 car and he made the best of the start from the front row by a very long way indeed. The Glickenhaus car going through there in the middle of the top dozen or so. Everybody playing nicely at the moment. Certainly didn't see that in the World Touring cars earlier on in their first race, where they managed to run into each other before they'd got second gear from a standing start. But this is far more disciplined from a set of drivers that know that they have got to make these cars last another 24 hours.
That's touring cars. These are grand touring cars, John. This is a proper deal, and they're racing already, and everybody looking for space before we get out onto the rather narrower, tighter, twistier. And as they go now onto the Nordschleife, all looking for that space, looking to the getaway, looking for track position. And not too much bunker stuff, though, on that first lap of the Grand Prix loop.
I think if you can get to the front, it's worthwhile. Everybody else really needs to have a little bit of patience as the Raw Racing Mercedes-Benz number 23 goes down through the Hassenbach right in the wheel tracks of the Mark VDS Z4 ahead of it for Falcon Motorsports. They started in 19th position, and the 44 car was started by Martin Ragginger, who we have seen pull some tremendous laps at the early part of this event in the past. In the number 1 car, the Falcon Motorsports Audi, that's Christopher Haase in that car as he tries to stay. I think at the moment everyone's just trying to stay in contact. They're into the first of the speed zones, 200 kilometres an hour as they accelerate up towards the 2 right-handers at Flugplatz. Let's jump back to the second grid of cars, headed by the STI, the Subaru Technica International, the Works Subaru Impreza. On the inside has the Audi TT-RS to his left-hand side. And the pole sitter in this group's got a little better start and maybe able to defend. Yes, has done. Got some clear blue Subaru water between himself and the Audis behind him. But it's the Cayman coming round the outside. That's not one of the Black Falcon cars, actually. My apologies. As the Subaru did get the grip with the all-wheel drive, of course, off the rolling start.
And it was the Rotec Audi TT-RS that actually had the better run through that corner. That's going to emerge from that little group second in the pack in Group 2. The blue and black car, we'll see, I'm sure, an awful lot of during this race. But another closely contended group as they make their way safely and as quickly as they can round what is going to be the area where we see these cars closest together for some little while. Meanwhile, out on the Nordschleife, the cars in the first group, John, are very close together indeed. Very quick sector times are going to translate to very quick lap times. Of course, probably the only time before these cars will get a clear lap.
There will be into traffic, I think, Paul, by the time they come through, certainly halfway around their second lap. Yeah, they'll be catching.
That's kind of one of the features of having these three separate starting groups, and the clock actually starts ticking for each of those three groups, remember, when each of them crosses the line. So what you might get at some point during the race is a car seemingly moving up the field and then dropping down again, and that's purely as a result of it having started in one of the second starting groups, because it only starts its race at 3 minutes past 4 rather than at 4 o'clock when everybody else started.
The Rotec TTRS, the 109 car, goes around the outside of what was the pole sitter in the second group. The Subaru has gone down into second place as they went through the chicane before turning hard left onto Hatzenbach, the first part of the Nordschleife. And that again, I think, Graham, just a little bit of an imperative from the TTRS to try and get ahead, because, you know, at this stage, getting a small advantage, but what he's got now is clear track ahead of him.
Got a clear track ahead of him for his first round through the Nordschleife. To give you an idea of the scale of this race, John, we're watching pictures here in the booth of the second group. We've got two tightly spaced timing screens here. The second group aren't on them because we've not even got all the first group. There's that many cars here. 64 cars in that first group, 44 in the second, 44 in the third that will be passing us any moment now to really start their race. And now we're back out on the Nordschleife with the leading group, and it's still that BMW ahead.
The leaders are indeed heading up towards the carousel and dropping through it, and everybody holding position at the moment. The Phoenix Audi with the WRT car ahead of it. The 29 car is nipped up ahead of it.
Just one car coming into the pits at the end of that installation lap, the number 69 Porsche from the GT Cup, or the Porsche Cup section, number 69, pulling into the pits at the end of its installation lap, so its race hasn't even started yet.
I think we're seeing the number 84 Bentley move up through this field, because I think that car may be up into about the top 5, the 84 Bentley. And that car was started by, was that Lance David Arnold in the 84?
84 was Lance David Arnold, yep. Yes. 85 was Gary Smith.
Guy Smith. I like Gary Smith.
Gary Smith's better.
I'm going to call him that.
I used to work with.
Third group about to get underway, and it's the Opel Astra Cup cars that hold sway at the front of that, but the Kistling Motorsport at Manta is in there as well, so it looks like that's going to be eaten up by some of the Class 5 Cup BMW M235s. As they, oh dear, this could end horribly for teammates, as at least two cars from the same garage there heading towards the first corner. 3 OPC Astra Cup cars, then first, second and third in that group. There's the Black Falcon Cayman going through there, who got hit by the Aston earlier on. 152 is a Renault Clio Cup car that has been in the wars all weekend. I think we've called that name a few times.
Got tagged, I'm afraid, by the number 211 VW Scirocco. I was about to say it was all neat and tidy for all three groups for the first turn. Unfortunately, that VW Scirocco made a liar off. Mate rejoins now. It's
the 211 car, as Graham says, well down now. But at least we'll have a bit of room to catch everybody up.
That's von Lervis of Menard at the wheel of the Scirocco 211 there. Obviously not earning him as much respect as perhaps his name deserves.
It's his title.
Good to see the Opel Manta getting stuck in amongst its 21st century brethren there, actually going by two of those cars, and third in this group as they head round the Grand Prix loop. The Opel Manta actually having a pretty good lap of it here.
Meantime, the lead group are already on the Dottinger hole, so they are going to catch them up in pretty rapid time. And yes,
it was the Clio. Apologies,
the Clio pushed the Scirocco around.
It was the Clio that pushed the Scirocco around.
Yeah, and not the smartest of driving early on. Let's rejoin the lead pack as they come back down towards us. And now let's make sure that we pick up the right cars as they come through Tiergarten now.
Bentley's up to 5th, John, I believe.
That looks reasonable to me, Graham. Let's see what the lap times are as the BMW has held onto it from the second row of the grid, the 20 car. Martin Tomczyk goes through ahead of the 26 marked VDS car up into third, the 19 BMW. So that means the Mercedes-Benz, the number 2 car, is back down to 4th position. Then the 84 Lance David Arnold Bentley, then the 29, that's the WRT car, ahead of the 28. It's the second of the Phoenix cars, the 28 car, isn't it?
It's been one heck of a reshuffle in this pack.
I know.
Out on the first lap.
What's happened to the 25? Oh, there he is, down in 9th position, the Mark VDS car. And also the number 1 Phoenix car pushed all the way down to 13th.
That's 8:31.227. That's him around for Martin Tomczyk. And that the quickest lap of the race so far, as of course it would be. But looking to see any other...
8:31.2 from a slow rolling start. He's not hanging about.
That's absolutely not hanging about whatsoever. We've got 177 BMW in the gravel, and so therefore is the first car to be lapped by this pack.
That's had a dink in the side of the passenger door on the right hand side. Now that looks to me as though he might have been pushed there at the chicane, and he's buried deep in the kitty litter. Snatch tractor required.
So 20 leads 26.19, a BMW 123, but that number 2 Mercedes-Benz getting back on the terms with the BMW brothers at the moment. The Bentley trying to hang on in there, the number 84 car was the number 5 Mercedes-Benz.
This is the Black Falcon Mercedes, and the Opel Astra that was in the pits before has also come in, but it looks like a scheduled pit stop for Jelmer Berman. New set of tyres coming out, as I mentioned in the countdown to green. We do have a timed pit stop here, so whilst...
Is it still the rules about how many laps you've done?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, so depending on how many laps you've done, depends on how long the pit stop is. Basically, it doesn't... It means that you have time to change the tyres, so you might as well do so. And so that is what's happening on Jelmer Berman's car. No sign of Berman getting out, though. So
also in Paul, the number 11 Bentley, the Bruch-driven car.
23rd position as it came down pit lane for that car, John.
Yeah, the Jelmer Berman stayed in the 5, certainly. Taking on a full fill of fuel, which although these cars have got dry brake, of course, still has to be filled from the pistol grip. So there's effectively a churn with its top cut off, which is then plugged in. You pre-fill a little bit of it if you've got any sense, and then try and get that to dump in straight away whilst you're still filling. Brooks still waiting for the sign off. The tyres have been done for a long time. New set of Pirellis on that car. Still filling. That's taking a lot of fuel for that Bentley GT3. And we're still waiting for Jelmer Berman to go out in the number 2 Mercedes-Benz as well.
Now, interesting now, John, as we wait to see the lead cars come through around the next lap.
Berman's out.
Indeed he is we've now seen that Bentley catch the lead group, as we've got all the Audis in the world mugging a Cup Class Porsche at the moment.
That I think...
That's not the Cup Class Porsche, that's the 30 car, isn't it? No, it's not. That's the Vodafone liveried Cup Class car, the 75 car.
I think what you're looking at there is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, down to about 126th that have all come together in that line. There's a little bit of an ebb and flow going on as they go past some of the quicker bits of traffic that's there, but that is the Phoenix Audi at the head of a short group. I think that's its teammate ahead of it. No, that should be Mark Bassing in the 4 car.
Well, as they were coming through, it does rather seem as if the number 2 Mercedes-Benz is the cork in the bottle here, and indeed that does still lead this group, and into and through traffic seems to be able to maintain that lead, but over a full lap, I think those Audis are potentially rather quicker.
So that is the Simonson-driven Mercedes-Benz in 5th, having just lost 4th to the Bentley at the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit last time around. Behind that, the WRT Audi number 29. Behind that, the 28. Behind that, the 4 Phoenix car. Then the number 1 Phoenix car. Then the 23. Then the 8 with Uwe Alsen, the Haribo Mercedes-Benz. Then the 25 BMW Mark VDS car. And I think the 27's on the end of that as well.
Car, that's now caught that group.
Yeah, that's the Mobil 1 car.
Yep, that's the car that was looking to actually cover a little bit of ground between the two chasing groups. Behind that car, that's the number 30 Porsche, right behind the Zaxby, the Mobil 1 backed Mercedes-Benz. Then it's the Falcon Porsche, little way back. That's where the gap is now. So the group that we've been talking about, John, goes all the way down from 5th to 14th at the moment, 15th at the moment.
Amazing stuff. Meantime, the 35 Schultz Nissan.
That's the RGN.
The RGN GT Academy car is up to 33rd position in the black and red striped car. And now the Mercedes-Benz is bottled up. This is the number 2 car that we're talking about in 5th position, bottled up between 2 cars that are having a bit of a battle. And that's the problem, of course, when you hit a slightly quicker car that's going past slower cars. They're heading up from Bergwerk up the hill, and this is all should be flat out, and it's not at the moment because people are getting in the way. The 28 WRT car is right there, and then the 4 Phoenix car, and then the 1 Phoenix car. Oh dear, this could all end in a very expensive accident if these guys don't hold their nerve.
28 and 29 have exchanged positions here, John. They crossed the line.
You're right.
The other.
Good point. Well spotted.
So 28 up to 6th position, and that's now the forward gunner, if you like, for Audi as they try to get their way back. That's past that number 2 Mercedes-Benz.
I don't know what else anybody can do other than what they are doing, of course.
Very sensible stuff at the moment here. It's not overly aggressive, just aggressive enough to stick with this battle, but no elbows being used just yet. Of course, there's the double challenge here of not only maintaining your position in that group and trying to get by the faster car ahead, but it's, yes, you can use the traffic to your advantage, but not stumble. You don't want to go off the track here.
But you see what happens, Graham, if you have to lift off or just touch the brakes, immediately you lose a couple or 3 cars lengths. You've just got to hope that you can make that up again when you get a bit of clear road, or at least the same fate will befall someone ahead of you and back them up towards you. That battle is going down from 5th to pretty much 20th now, isn't it? Because it's the 20th position car is the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, which was, he says, looking at a different piece of paper, started by
5 that's on its outlet, remember, because that's a
car so that's a lap back.
It's on the same lap, but it has pitted.
Right, okay.
That was Yuma Berman's car.
Yes, so it was.
Meanwhile, the car that was pushed off the grid, the 107 car, this is the BMW 1 Series with the Motorhead vinyls along the side, has come in and been pushed into the garage.
And wasn't that the car that failed to get off the grid?
It was indeed,
yes.
Yeah. So, rapid headlight flashing then by the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. Simonson at the wheel of that car.
Seems to work this time because he's pulled out quite a gap now to this chasing, snapping, snarling pack of Audis behind. 3 of the 4 2015 spec cars nose to tail.
The BMW that just went into the pits, the Motorhead sponsored car, 174, Graham, apparently has been hit by another car and need to change some bodywork on that car.
Right. John, I think we may have got, out of our sight, the 29 Audi may have gone ahead here of the number 2 Mercedes-Benz, because that should be 4 Audis in a row, and it isn't,
right.
It's 3.
You're right.
I think out of our sight, the 29 car has gone up to 5th position.
Well, let's see for the end of the lap. They're heading under the Bilstein Bridge now.
There's Mercedes, then 1, 2, and 3 Audis. Where's the 4th? He must be ahead.
And a change of leader as they come through there.
Ah, good point. And up in the second,
because of pit stops.
Pit stops. So the leading car into the pits.
But the 26 car pitted in front of the 20, so that change had already taken place.
Correct.
26 and 20 on pit lane. 19 now leads with the Bentley having dropped back a little there, back to it's up into second position, but 5 seconds back from the leader after a slower lap that time around from Lance David Arnold.
That's very odd how that is now showing on the screen, because the 19 is shown crossing the line, the lead, with the Bentley second and the 26 third.
Yeah, 29 had passed the number 2 Mercedes-Benz. This is going to shake up the order for just a little wee while, of course.
So everybody's going to work in the pit lane. This is at the end of lap number 6. So exactly on target as Paul thought.
Yeah, the number 1 Audi on pit lane as well. No, it's the 4. Apologies. Plus the Aribo Mercedes. The number 9, the Glickenhaus, the SCG 003 is in, and the number 17 car, that's the Vulcanhurst with Dunlop BMW, also on pit lane from the top 21 runners at the moment. So the pit crews go to work. Driver's still out there though. The lead group now composes 2 cars, but the number 19 car, the Schubert BMW, now about 6 seconds to the good from the 84 Bentley, running second position at the moment. On track, third in the running at the moment is the number 29 Audi on the WRT cars. Then it's the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes, then the 28 car, the second of the WRT cars. The 1 Audi Phoenix, the 23 Row Racing Mercedes-Benz, the 25 Mark VDS BMW, the 27 Mercedes-Benz, that is the Zaxbyter car, of course. Then the 30 Frickadelli Porsche will be your first 10 cars around next time around, with 2 cars at the moment scored ahead of them but on pit road, those being the Mark VDS 26 and the Schubert 20 BMWs.
So this is the first of many milestones that will pass between now and the end of the race. The first pit stop, and multiple car teams, as you've already seen and heard, will be splitting their strategies, not because they're trying to do something odd, it's just to try and keep their pit area a little bit clearer. Now that is the second of the WRT cars, isn't it? It's going out. Audi customer racing cars.
At some point, I think, during this broadcast, John, we're going to have to stir up some intermark rivalry. Not that they need much between the Aston Martins and the Bentleys. Approaching this race, by the way, in very different ways at the moment. Bentley driving a very attacking race just now, whereas the Aston Martins aren't. They're just pacing themselves through this. So it remains to be seen whether or not that might have an effect on things like fuel and tyres. Be keen to see what Wizard of Woking to my left has on that front a little later.
Let me just put that right. That was, of course, the 4 Phoenix car that was just coming out of the pits. Slightly different shade of red. Interesting conversation going on between the 2 Phoenix crews, as if something Marshall hasn't gone quite right. No, I think that's their crew chief.
I just saw the 4 rings on his pit lane helmet.
I think the jacks weren't working on the car, because I've just realised I saw the trolley jack on the right hand side, and they shouldn't have been doing that. Thank you, David Richards.
Yep, well, that's going to cost them at each pit stop. Not a lot.
It just means they've got to, it's one more thing they've got to worry about when the car's coming in. They've got to have a couple of trolley jacks. Well, at the completion of the first hour of racing, I will give you a rundown of all of the class leaders to that point, and then on the half hour we will give you a rundown of part of the class structure, and then the next bottom of the hour, if you like, it'll be the other half, and that's how it'll work round. It'll be the same on the odds and the evens. We'll split it through, otherwise it tends to get a little bit long, and we'll give you a rundown of the top 10 or so as well at the top of the hour. But what it will do is at the end of the first hour we'll give you a rundown of all the class leaders, which Jim Roller is preparing at the moment.
Yeah, already noted the comment I've made there by the Bentley Motors communications team.
Really?
Do you think we need stoking up? Yeah, I don't think you're trying hard enough at the moment. No. I think that needs to be just a bit more of an effort, really, from the boys up at Crewe. And I'm sure, I think we might start to see some of the best cultured smack talk we've ever seen on Twitter as a result of this battle between Aston Martin and Bentley developing over the next 23 hours and 3 minutes.
The best of British have come here to take on the hardest that the Bundesrepublik can throw at it, because this is a challenge like no other. And at the moment it's BMW and Bentley that are leading out at the moment. the 71 Porsche. This was the car with the puncture earlier on, remember? Has got back to the pits.
Yeah, but stopped a quarter around the circuit. We can see the damage there from the tyre, but it's clearly something more than that arrived with that car.
Paul?
Frank Stippler has now got into the number 4 Phoenix Audi. You mentioned that one. No news of any driver change, though, for the number 26 BMW. So I'm assuming that one is still... which Muller is it in that one? That's Jörg Muller, isn't it?
Jörg Muller, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I would expect it'll be interesting to see how far the Audis go, but I wouldn't expect everybody to be coming in on this lap. Although we've already had pit stops on these laps, I would be expecting at least one of the leaders, and probably the Bentley as well, staying out until lap 8. So we're currently on the 7th lap, so not everybody will come in at the end of this one.
I'm being told that number 007 Aston Martin will be in this time around, and that Darren Turner will be vacating his seat. The 6 car will be coming out, and Darren Turner won't be vacating his seat because he's not in that car.
No,
yeah, so
it'll be Richie Stanaway who brings that car in and see if he
and a driver change.
Okay, so Richie will jump out,
and that would kind of stick with the principle that you bring in the number 006 car on 7 laps and then the 008 car on 8 laps. Thereafter, Dave Richards won't give anything away, I'm sure, but I would expect the Aston Martin to do 9 laps.
Right. David Richards sitting alongside us.
Just to keep an eye.
I think yeah.
It's about the brand.
No pressure at all here. Sitting with David World Championship Rally co-driver sitting on my shoulder. Absolutely. Here. I'm waiting for him to start shouting notes at me.
Don't cut.
There'll be no cutting, don't worry.
I'm not in any way intimidated by the close proximity of David Richards, I tell you.
We're
lying.
We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge. Hello there, if you're just joining us. We've had an hour's worth of racing already, 23 still to come, and it's all live and exclusive here on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So let's have a look at how it stands at the end of the first hour, with pit stops started but not completed by everybody. The 19 Schubert BMW due across the line any second now will peel off right-handed into the pits, which will leave the Bentley number 84 to go through and assume the lead. Slippery surface flag in the entrance to the pit lane, by the way, as there's some oil dry down on driver's left from one of the cars that came in. So going through and into second place, I think will be the 29 Audi as the
Bentley pits. The Bentley does not take the lead at pits.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's a bit of a shocker. So who is actually going to go through in the lead? It's the 28 WRT Audi that goes through into the lead. As a whole host of cars, this is not the time to do the rundown, is it? Let's be honest.
28 from 23 from 25. 29 Audi has just pitted, John. So the Crimson Audi has pitted of the WRT car. So the 28 Audi leads the race as the crews go to work on the latest batch of pit stoppers.
So let's go through some of the class leaders while the front of the field is rather in disarray. 2 Bentleys in together there.
That might be a strategic error there because they do appear to have fuel lines for both.
Well, they've managed to claim both of them. I think they were pitted in adjoining pits rather than the same pits, actually. I wondered why they'd done that. Let's go down through the other classes. The Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus SC003C leads in SPX. The SP Pro category is the number 22 Wochenspiegel Team Manthey. This is the GTE version, the GT Le Mans version of the Porsche 911. SP8 is led by the number 50 in 44th position. That's the Aston Martin Test Centre GT12. I was expecting a little cheer there from where we are. The SP8T in 81st position is Volkenhorst Motorsport with their M235 racing car. The 911 GT Cup MR for Manthey Racing is leading SP7 in 30th position. Now, on the even hours after this rundown, we'll do the following. SP3T currently being led by Subaru Technica International in the 55th place 114 Subaru. The Porsche Cayman S of Team Manthol Racing AV is the V6 leader in 56th place. That's the 164 car. Rotec Racing's 109 Audi TT RS is 41st and leading SP4T. In Cup 5, the Team Securitas Zorg Rennsport M235 racing car, the 301 car, is leading Cup 5 in 62nd position. In 58th position, it's the Pro Sport Performance GmbH BMW GTR M3 in the SP6 class. That's 70. That is 58th overall. 88th overall, an Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the Team Mathol Racing AV 87 car. That's leading the GT4 SP10 category. In SP5 for BMW Cup cars and others, BMW 1 Series Coupe, the MSC Roan V1 ADAC 106 car is leading that. Now, in the odd hours at the half hour, normally, after this update, we'll do the following. SP3, Kisling Motorsports Opel Manta is 89th and leading in that class. In 85th, the 13 Chrysler Viper is leading the AT Alternative Fuels category in 85th overall. The Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport Z4SI, despite its problems, the 175 car in 103rd position leads V5. In Cup 1, the Team Sherma Opel Astra OPC Cup car, the 250 car, in place 100 leads. In the 111th place, 185, Team Auto Arena Motorsport Mercedes-Benz 230 leads V4. V2T is Matilda Racing's VW Scirocco GTRS. That's the 201 car, 101st place overall. The Toyota GT86, the Schick Sherman Bohr-Naumann car, the 196 car, is in 131st position overall and leads V3. And finally, Hyundai Motors Deutschland in the number 131 car, 101st position overall with their i30 Turbo Coupe, leads the SP2T category. And now what we need is a full lap so that we get everybody at the front of the field back together again. Thanks to Jim Roller for compiling the other 20-odd classes.
Yes, we do, and we're going to get that in probably about 10 minutes' time, John, but then again there'll be another small batch to come in, but we've still got some close racing out in the circuits. It's the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes currently running. Where is the number 2 running? Looking a little further down the order, 9th position, but of course having pitted whilst others haven't, and that is being harassed from directly behind by a couple of the cars on their out laps. And it's a pair of the 2015 spec Audis. So this is going to pan out, we need another lap really, don't we? Another 10 minutes before we see these cars back together.
I suspect what will happen is that the number 2 Mercedes will end up back in 5th place at the front. You pay your money and take your choice whether you get the number 20 or the 19 BMW will come out more quickly. What I don't get at this stage is the pit stop times, but as I say, largely they are dictated by what the regulations say. But we'll need to wait till the end of the lap, and then we'll be able to bring you up to date with whereabouts they are. About not even halfway around the lap at the moment, so a good way to wait yet.
Trouble, meanwhile, on the circuit with the number 78 BMW, I think that is. By the look of that, that's got a flat right rear.
That is the Juan Angel Cusano car. It's one of the all-Argentinian crewed machines. Stefano Cambria, Sergio Zasbrick and Jose Balbiani.
Few penalties already arising.
Not necessarily a surprise, I don't think.
No. First of all, there's going to be a time penalty for the number 5 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car. Didn't do the minimum pit stop time. I was talking about that pit stop, and they didn't stay in the pits for their minimum pit stop time. So number 5 will be getting a time penalty for that. And also the number 51 BMW 335i is getting a black flag, although I don't know quite what the penalty will be for not observing a code 60 phase.
Well, it depends how
much over it was. On this screen doesn't tell me how much over it was, just that it didn't observe the code 60
It starts at 1 minute 32 for anything up to 10 clear over, and then starts going up in rather large chunks.
Yes. Now, Paul, the time penalty for the number 5 car, is that served at the next stop?
Yes. It doesn't have to make an extra stop.
Correct.
The 28 car, meanwhile, which leads the race on track at the moment, but still owes us a pit stop, and one would presume would do that next time around, is going very quickly indeed, and is still involved in a pretty close battle with the 2 cars straight behind it, 28 from 23, the Road Racing Mercedes-Benz, and the 25 Mark VDS BMW. So those 3 cars did not pit last time around. They run 1, 2, 3 on track, not on timing at the moment, because we had the 2 lead cars stop after they completed the last lap. But as they come round, we'll complete the lap in the lead.
Yeah, but by the end of this lap, I would have expected all of the leading GT3 cars to have made a stop. I don't think anybody's going to go beyond 8 laps on this first in the GT3 class, although in SP7 we could be getting at least 1, possibly 2 more laps.
Yep, that's a fair clump of cars we're expecting back down pit lane, or rather down pit lane for the first time this time around. They include the leading 3 on track at the moment, 28, 23 and 25. Also still to stop are the number 27 Mercedes-Benz Zaxby car, the Mobil 1 back car, and the number 30 Fricadelli Porsche. The number 007 Aston Martin went through last time, having not stopped, and therefore is running 6th on track at the moment. Neither have we yet seen the 53, the Lexus, that's non-SP9 car, of course, that running around the top 10 at the moment. The 33 car, the number 10 Porsche, that's the other multi car. 35, the Nissan hasn't yet pitted, and neither yet has that's the first Cup car, number 92, running in 22nd position overall at the moment.
The leaders have gone through the second group that started, so they've gone all the way through. As into the pit lane comes that group of cars we were expecting, Graham, and it's at least half a dozen or more. This is going to get pretty hectic in the pit lane. The BMW Mark VDS car, courtesy of the fact it's further up the pit lane, gets its driver's door open first. The 20, now that's interesting. The 28 Audi's come in at an angle there. That suggests perhaps there's another car coming in at the same spot. Maybe he's just claiming his piece of road. But it just looks untidy to me,
that lead group, John, as well. Compressed remarkably there, and compressed remarkably on that lap. We didn't get much by way of pictures of that group lapping together, but they came in together rather closer than I expected. This is going to be frenetic stuff for the next 10 or 20 minutes again.
I like the idea of having timed pit stops, though, because in a place like this you don't need finger trouble to add to the driver's woes. There's time there to get everything done before the fuelling is finished.
The other aspect is that it encourages tyre changes.
Oh, and the 28 car has spilled a little bit of that fuel, and there's a flash flyer to the right rear. The guys are there very quickly with the extinguishers. Driver out of the car extremely quickly, helped out by the outgoing driver, and immediately they want to refill that car again, and the quick fill goes in on the 28 car, and immediately the driver is being buckled back in again by who started the 28 car, Paul, can you remember?
No, but I've got it written.
It's Christopher Meese.
It was Christopher Meese, well done. The WRT team there were very quick indeed. It was, I think, just a little bit of fuel spillage onto something hot.
Doesn't need much, does it? It doesn't need much.
But they responded very, very quickly. This was the car we mentioned that was had come in at an angle, and they spun it around whilst it was up on the jacks. It's a single jack at the front and 2 at the back. That's an interesting design as well.
Weight saving?
Absolutely, yeah. Paul?
Out on the track, meanwhile, the car that's come through in the lead is the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes, but that is going to have a penalty. So that's not a real lead, as it were. Meanwhile, on the track,
this is one of the C-Class Mercedes. I think it's is it the 185 or the 155? Can't quite see there, Grim. You're right.
This is the C-Class car, isn't it? As we see a Porsche go by, smoking heavily as well. But that is doing grave damage to the front end of that Mercedes-Benz C-Class.
It's the 185, I think. Yes, it is. Team Auto Arena Motorsport. and he's lost his left front, and it's taken out a lot of the bodywork and dumped that on the circuit.
Also trouble for the number 79 Porsche Cayman. That's the second place car in SP6, 58th position overall, and was smoking pretty heavily as it came past that Mercedes-Benz.
My guess is, by the way, the WRT car still hasn't gone. Now it gets the rest of its fuel in, and with a little bit of extinguishing still on the side of the car, rejoins the freight. Gazoo Racing's 53 X-Cord machine. You see, they're doing the same thing. They've brought the car in, then put it on its dolly wheels and turn it around so that it's an angle ready to go out. And I wonder if it was in turning it round that something slipped off the back of that WRT Audi and just caused that little flash fire.
Could well be. As you said, John, it doesn't take much fuel to have a significant fire there. So we get a little bit of calm as these cars sort themselves out from the now completed, as Paul quite rightly predicted, pit stop round for the lead class.
Can give you a couple of driver changes information. Wolf Hensler has taken over the Falcon Tyres Porsche number 44 from Martin Ragginger. So Hensler now at the wheel of the Falcon Tyres car. And Florian Strauss has taken over at the wheel of the number 21 Schultz Motorsport Nissan GTR. And in the number 19 BMW, which did lead the race for a couple of laps through the pit stop cycle, Dirk Muller has taken that car over from Dirk Werner.
Big red light on the last time we saw the Fulton car, which I presume was the fuel light. Looks like there was a fuel. Looks like there was a fire. That fire was on one of the crew members' gloves. When we've seen that again, as the GT4 and other versions of the cars are coming into pit lane now. That'll be something that will be looked at though, Graham, because the WRT team will not want that to happen again. In comes the number 88 dark blue Aston Martin. This is one of the Mathol Racing cars.
Very, very good looking car, that colour scheme. Stadavita backing on the number 88.
5 studs on those wheels, getting attention for a new set of Michelins. The car was well up in its class as well, Graham, I think, from memory when I was reading them down. There's a Stadavita racing team with Scott Preacher, Rob Thompson, well known to us here, Garth Duffy, a couple of the Antipodean contingent, and Marcus Lungstrass from just up the road about an hour or so at Cologne. The Lexus ISF out on the circuit as well. So
that car up to second in class, by the way, has gone by the second of the Aston Martin GT12s in the early running. The number 50 car still running at the head of that class, 46th position overall, has just pitted in fact. And I suspect we might have a slightly warm Aston Martin driver up in the lounge in a little wee while. With tales of daring do out there on the Nordschleife.
Nice controlled pit stop down at the Stadvita Aston Martin pit. Almost coming together as one of the TTRS. That's the Rotec car, isn't it, that was heading off at the lead of the second group, coming in for its car. Yep, the 109 dark blue Rotec TTRS, as the OPC 250 Astra comes in as well. That was one of the cars at the head of the second group that we let off, an hour and 16 minutes ago. Delighted to say the dark blue Aston has rejoined, looking as pristine as ever it was. So, gentlemen, we've had the first run through. Let's, Graham, give us a rundown, if you would, please, after the pit stops now, of what's happening and how it's shaking up Hang on a second.
We're not going to know that for a little wee while yet, John. We've got to wait for another 5 minutes or so. It is this reprogramming, isn't it, we have to do for ourselves and everybody else. That, yes, everybody's been through a pit stop cycle, but it's another 10 minutes before we know exactly where these cars are running on track. We get a fair idea now with this excellent timing system that we've got for the first time this year, which you can log on to yourself, can you not, at
www.tracktime.info.
And I strongly recommend you do that, because it's by far the best we've got anywhere worldwide.
And if you are used to following us on the Creventing events, you will be very familiar with this. Meantime, the dark red 29 WRT car heading down towards the bottom of the carousel has got the 25 Mark VDS BMW right on his tail at the moment, and amazing to see just how much these cars move around. And there's water on the windscreen going up to the carousel. It's raining on the far side of the circuit from us, and that's up at the carousel, and that's more than just a few spits and spots. Paul?
Yes, just going back to the timing system for a moment, I am told that next year, this equivalent race, we will have driver IDs in place. So there's something we can look forward to. As far as I can tell from the tracking, the two leaders of the race are sitting on top of each other in the nicest possible way, and that is the Black Falcon Mercedes number 5 and the number 26 BMW. Jörg Müller still at the wheel of that car, except that the number 5 Mercedes has to take a time penalty for having a pit stop that was too short on the last round of pit stop. So although the Mercedes is there, it is going to have to take a penalty.
That, of course, will not necessarily. That doesn't have to come in and do that right now. That'll be assessed at the next stop. So that is a little while away at the moment. And where are the leaders on the circuit, Paul, did you say?
Coming down the Dottinger Höhe at the moment.
Excellent. That means we'll start to get some proper times.
In our sight within the next 25 seconds.
Well, we're about to see then who's got the best of the run here. The number 5 car will have to take that time penalty at the next stop. But I think, Paul, you're expecting that car to be first by us any time now.
Yes, I think it will come through just ahead of the BMW. Here he comes now, craning my neck to the left.
And he does.
The window. There he goes, and the BMW is right on his tail.
Half a second is the gap. It's 0.452 of a second. The number 5 Mercedes-Benz from the number 26 Mark VDS car. Wait for the third place car to come through. There's quite a gap between those two and the rest. It's a 27 car. The Zaxby car is off the circuit. Now, where has that happened? Is that at Tiergarten? I don't know if you can pick that up on tracking, Paul, with the number 27. On its outlap. But meantime, if I complete the running order, Paul has a look at that. And then the number 4, Audi, the Phoenix Audi through into third position. Then the number 8, the Aribo Mercedes-Benz. 19's Schubert BMW. And the number 11 Bentley is the next to come through. That's your top 6. And still the 27 car struggling to get off, well, by the look of it, wet grass. What happened here? We're not going to see that again, I'm afraid. But the 27 Zaxby car, no apparent damage, bodywork damage to that car, but struggling to get back underway. So whether or not it's got a drive issue.
Well, if he's banged one side or another, he might have pulled the drive shaft out, Graham.
Quite possibly.
And with the way these cars are built, the beautiful amount of machining on the back, it's normally around about that area. You can easily break an aluminium part. Now, there is definitely rain in the air now at various parts of the circuit. Here's how it stands then.
Sorry, just to finish the thought, it's at Brunchen, Graham, where the number 27 car has stopped, just at the end of the spectator enclosure at Brunchen.
Okay.
Which is about 2/3 of the way around. Now, do we reckon this timing screen is up to date now, Graham?
It's getting that way, John, and what it shows us is we've got both the Aston Martins together, just inside the top 20, 0.15 a second between them, and that is courtesy of the number 006 car, having just gone by the 007. For the lead of the race, though, meantime, it's nose to tail stuff between the number 5 car and the 26. Wow. Mark VDS BMW looking for a way by, but in traffic.
Yeah, Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. The 5 car, not the traditional Black Falcon colours. This is a dark green car, which looks absolutely stunning, and heads into the 250 km/h speed limited zone up through Flugplatz. Behind them, in the battle for 13th and 14th position, the 29 WRT Audi is coming back up the field and is now in front of the 44. So that's interesting. So that is 13th and 14th position. And there's not the Bentley in there. It is. It's the 85 car.
It's the 85 cars there. Just to give you an idea how close this race is out there, John, at the moment. In the top 27 positions, there are 10 positions being fought within a second at the moment. So right up and down, in effect, the top 30, there are battles underway with 2 or 3 cars at the moment.
27 on its way again and is up to speed, coming through past the pits any moment now.
The 85 Bentley then latching onto the back of this 13th, 14th and 15th position battle. Already the windscreens of the cars absolutely covered in wildlife, or what's left of the bugs that were airborne not so very long ago. Speed limited area, the cars show it in different ways. Some of them flash the rear fog lamps, some of them flash the four-way flashes. Bentley has a red light right in the middle of its rear bumper, and then going up towards Nurburgring, there's the rain, and it's bad enough to have wipers on here, and this is going to cause all kinds of consternation, because that then is the rain sweeping in from the west, as it often does here. And down from Nurburgring through the foxhole now, the 44 Falcon Porsche sitting in behind the WRT Audi, the 29 car, as they're heading up towards Adenauer first. The spectators have backed away from the fences a little bit. They're seeking a little bit of shelter from the precipitation.
David Richards offering the information that most, if not all, of the lead teams at the moment on the medium tyre, and perhaps the softer tyre in these conditions, changeable conditions, of course, around this massive lap might be the better option. But the problem, of course, is they've all just stopped.
And there's a limited amount of soft tyres to use here as well. Down through the hairpin at Kellenhart and dropping down the hill now at a rate of knots through the sinuous part of the track that clings to the edge of the hillside into the hairpin.
27 Zaxby car, by the way, John, has made it back to pit road after that off at Brunchen. Cause unknown, but the car has made it back to pit lane.
Down across the bridge at Adenauer, there used to be an access point there on driver's right that you can come on to do your tourist laps. I don't think that's used very often now.
Astonishing to see the difference that those pit stops has actually made to this race and to the gaps between the cars. We had that 1, 2, 3 course from the BMWs lapping within a second of each other. Well, okay, one of those is still involved in a battle for the lead, the number 26 car, but the next one up is now down to 5th and is 29 seconds off the leader, and that would have, for the most part, been done in the pit lane, John. So the team game aspect here of this race coming very much into full focus. But back to the lead gap, and it's still that number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz, still to get that time penalty, of course, that's next pit stop, fending off the very close attentions of the number 26 BMW Sports Trophy Mark VDS BMW.
Well, we've had David Richards here next to us for the first hour and a half or so. David, fantastic racing going on here all the way through the field, and great to see Aston with more cars than ever here.
No, it's a game of cat and mouse. This race is never won in the first 12 hours. It's you've got to stay out of trouble. You've got to come into tomorrow morning in daylight hours with a car that's sort of really fighting fit, and that's less and less so these days as it becomes more of a sprint. But nonetheless, that's the sort of tactics that our guys are taking.
This race has been a part of Aston Martin and Aston Martin racing for the better part of a decade now. The Performance Centre. The technical centre is just down the road behind us, and with a massive amount of change coming into Aston Martin, new models, and for Aston Martin Racing too. You guys have just moved into new premises at Pro Drive. This is a good time to be involved in sports cars and sports car racing.
I think sports car racing is the category that's on the up at the moment. You've got to look at the what's going on with the ACO and Le Mans, and the interest in the World Championship, the World Endurance Championship is just fantastic, and new manufacturers coming all the time and extremely competitive. And this GT3 category here in Nurburgring is another example of the sort of the excitement of sports cars.
You're racing here cars that Aston Martin sells. We've got the GT12 out there, which was a extreme road and track version, a homage, if you like, to the cars that we've seen racing around the world. That is effectively the core of Aston Martin's racing policy now, cars that race the cars you sell?
Very much so. It's around the GT cars. This race we've got three categories. We've got the GT4 car, which is I suppose you go to the GT12 car first, which is actually a car that you can buy for the streets. There's 100 of them being built, and all 100 sold already, unfortunately, so too late to get one. But and then you've got the GT4 car, which we built over 100 of those cars. They're sort of dominant in lots of long distance races in private hands, and the Mate people here, Mate, have done a great job with it. They're sort of Manta rather, sorry, doing a great job with it here in Nurburgring. And then of course you've got the GT3 cars, which the factory Aston Martin Racing are running here, and won that British Championship, and Andrew Howard with that car, and other championships all over the world. So it's a great lineup these days.
It's been a time of change in all forms of motor racing, particularly with the ACO. The coming together of the GT regulations didn't happen as expected, but what that has given us, rather unexpectedly, is a little more consistency for another year or so. In terms of the Le Mans side of things, the GTE cars, is that going the right way, and the way that Aston Martin would like to see? You've been a staunch supporter of that down the years.
Well, we've got 5 cars at Le Mans this year, so that's a pretty good indication of how much we support the series, and how much we think it's working.
And the World Championship now as well. How much difference does that make as a manufacturer to be able to say that we are FIA World Champions?
Well, it's clearly a World Championship, sort of what everyone chases, and as we stand today, we're 1 point ahead of Ferrari, who are 1 point ahead of Porsche. That's going into Le Mans in less than a month's time, so it couldn't be closer.
For double points as well. David, thank you for allowing us to broadcast from the lounge and for being with us. David Richards here with us in the Aston Martin lounge. We're live from the 43rd running of the ADAC Zurich 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, and this battle at the head of the field refuses to be put out, even by the slight dampness on the Nurburgring. As they come through traffic, it is still the dark green Black Falcon car that leads it, thank you, from the 26 Mark VDS. Further back down the field, the Haribo Mercedes has also got a BMW in its wheel tracks at the moment, Graham, and battles all the way down through the top 20.
It was a deja vu moment there, wasn't it? You weren't quite sure which Mercedes and which BMW you were looking at the same moment.
2 quick cuts on the screen to confuse a stupid person very easily.
Yep, we have to just remember metallic green is Black Falcon, gummy bear isn't. So,
yes. The gummy bear on the back of the Black Falcon car, which
bit
is
of a giveaway.
I thought was as a bit of an odd one. Into where the rain is starting to come in as they head up towards Arenberg. Do you know what? I'm going to be optimistic and say it's clearing in the distance, but with the wipers on both the leading cars at the moment, and the number 5 car really looking slightly unhappy under braking for Arenberg before they drop down into the foxhole there. That is getting more and more difficult on the far side of the circuit. Just after past, let's take a look at our class leaders in the odd hours update. So this is 5:30, so we do SP3, AT, V5, Cup 1, V4, V2T, V3 and SP2T, and that is Kistley Motorsports Manta that leads in position number 79. In 81st position, the 135D diesel BMW, the 208 car, has assumed the lead from the Viper in the AT class. In V5, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport Z4 3-litre SI is in position 100. That's the 175 car. Cup 1, it's the 250 Team Sherma Opel Astra OPC Cup car, 89. That's done its pit stop as well. It's a double because in V4, it's the second of the Pixum Teen Adrenaline Motorsport cars. This is a rather older BMW, an E90 325i. That's in position 105. In position 145, we find our V2T leader, the 201 Matilda Racing VW Scirocco GT-RS. Then it's the Toyota GT86 of the 196 squad in 124th position in V3 that leads, and Hyundai Motor Deutschland's i30 Coupe Turbo still leads in SP2T, 76th position overall. That's our odd hours class update, and still at the head of the field, but only just, is the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Graham Goodwin, along with the guests of Aston Martin, broadcasting live from their lounge at the moment. Still overcast and chilly outside, judging by the amount of clothing that the cameramen and the spectators have that we can see out of the window, but the racing is certainly enough to keep us interested at the front of the field. Graham?
Absolutely, John, and it's as close as we've ever seen it in the first, what is this, an hour and a half of this race. We've called it police chase type stuff in the opening minutes of the race before now, but this has been pretty sustained stuff, and not just with individual battle at the bit at the front of the grid, but all the way through the top 30 we've got this sustained pressure with groups of cars. Perhaps, John and Paul, the kind of the speed restrictions are playing their part in this.
I think that's a fair comment, and the one thing that nobody would answer is how much the speed restrictions will actually help fuel consumption as well, because undoubtedly if you're not going flat out, you will save a little bit of fuel, last year the Aston had a problem. Actually, it wasn't to do with fuel consumption as much as the car not picking up the last bit of fuel in its tank, but it couldn't run quite as far as some of the competition in last year's race, and so what might happen is that if the conditions, I think, as I say, 9 laps is going to be the kind of rule of thumb for how many laps you can do on a tank full of fuel. But if conditions get a little bit worse, then that might mean you just have to lift a little bit more, and that might just give you a little bit of extra consumption to be able to go the extra lap. But we'll have to really see how that one plays out over the long run of the race, John.
And if you want to follow along, it's www.tracktime.info for all of the information that we are talking about, and a little off for the Falcon Motorsports Porsche at Nurburgring. Now that's where the rain starts, and it probably is still the heaviest, just heading down into the Fuchsruhe as that car regained the track and gets back on. Just had a quick word with Matthias Lauder as he was leaving the lounge, having watched the first hour or so of the race. He's next in his car, and just talking about, he said, it's crazy, only 2 laps before I get in, but that's still 20 minutes away.
Yes, that's again just yet another kind of reprogramming required. One lap more, I've got 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Time for tea. Meantime,
dear.
That's another of those. It's
one of the Cup cars. It's the
73 car.
73
that
Porsche
team
Cup
has
car.
not a good start, has it, with the troubles for the 71 car and the sister 73.
It's the Race Union Teichmann Racing 997 Cup car in SP7.
Clangs the barrier there.
That was just as you go over the rise before you dive down in towards Brunchen. That's at the ice pack. It's called ice pack because that's what happens there. It gets icy.
Mark VDS looked to be getting ready for a pit stop there, Paul.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Looked to be getting ready for a pit stop quite quickly.
And that seems a bit early, so the only reason to do it, for my money, is
Tyres.
to get it onto a different set of tyres, or a
I
different
agree.
type of tyre.
It looks like quite heavy rain on the Dortiger Hohe now, with visibility becoming an issue as well. And the Performance Centre Nurburgring, the Get Speed car, the 75 Porsche GT3 Cup car out there at the moment, just heading down towards Brunchen. And let's see what the weather looks like there. The slippery surface flags are out all the way around that area of the circuit as he's just been passed by the 29 WRT Audi. That is the car that is in 14th position. Dirk Adolf about to climb aboard the BMW of Mark VDS, and the steely eyes of someone who knows he's going into conditions that are not optimum.
indeed. But I think I was
fancy that. You first go in the race, and you've got to get onto a car probably on cut slicks, possibly on wets, without really knowing what the grip levels are going to be like, and immediately you've got to push.
Not nice.
That's why racing drivers are a different breed. Leaders then coming through the Tiergarten at the end of their 11th lap. Who pits? Well, not the leader, neither. They've both stayed out. So they've made a liar out of us as through goes the 5 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. And what I have to say, Graham, is a bone dry start-finish straight.
It is indeed, and still no sign of anything other than warm weather clothing from the still very large crowd in the grandstands here. So what's that all about? Unless they've got the message from the driver still aboard the car that it's not time yet to make that move.
The problem is, of course, if you drop it out on the Nurburgring, on the Nordschleife, you're not likely to have a small accident, and that could be your race done. The other side of that is, if you put a set of wets on, they're going to be gone in 2 laps.
They are indeed. Changes, meanwhile, in the order behind that car, because the number 19 BMW. Oh, trouble for the number 20
Oh, this
BMW.
was the early leader. This is the Claudia Hurtgen car, remember. This was the Team Schubert BMW with Huawei mobile phone sponsorship. Took the lead at the start, and the right front has had damage, sitting down in 10th position. Was started by Martin Tomczyk, that car, and trying to see if it's still Tomczyk in it, but there's been a severe off. The right front is completely locked, and he's going to do
off
well
again
to keep it on the road at the Tiergarten. He's gone off in front of the 75 Pro Speed Performance Centre car as they both head into the pit lane. Not smart driving, I'm afraid, by whoever it is that's in that BMW.
I think it's still Tomczyk. I don't hear anything about them having changed drivers at the last pit
I'll
stop.
buy that one, yeah.
Unfortunately for the 75 car, that forced him over the tyre debris that was just off the
racing
racing
line. I think
line.
they're on their way in anyway. Low cloud and rain on the Dottinger is affecting visibility as the weather is beginning to close in a couple of parts of the circuit. Paul did say just before we came on air, if we could get to 6 o'clock without it raining, we probably won't have any rain at all. We haven't. It is, and it's starting to take its toll as the Schubert number 20 BMW will go back in. It's very localised damage to the right front of that car. There's nothing down the right-hand side. Has he run up the back of someone rather than hitting the scenery?
I'm not sure.
No, there's grass. He's been off.
Yeah.
He's been off. It's the right front of the Valence, but the right front wheel is locked solid.
Yeah, and that's not going to be work of a moment, is it? That effectively, for the moment at least, drops the 20 car right out of contention. What the process of saying as that drama unfolded, John, was that the number 19 BMW, the sister car in fact, had got by the Aribo Mercedes and up into 4th position. So the order at the moment, as we watch the BMW being disassembled and the pre-assembled front end of the car being readied, is 5 from 26, 4, 19, 8, 11 and 84. So 2 Bentleys now in the top 7.
Just getting some news from Indianapolis. It is practice and qualifying weekend, of course, the Indy 500, which is next weekend, the 99th running of that historic race. We'll keep an eye on that with Marshall Pruitt from Racer.com. Our eyes and ears there. The running with a tour, 19 cars over 230 miles an hour, but running on their own. Will Power with 2:31.9, the best time out there. This is speeds 2:31.4 for Pagenaud. Helio Castroneves 2:30.9, 2:30.6 for Tony Kanaan. They're all Chevy runners. Best of the Honda runners in 5th for 2:30.4 miles an hour. Ryan Hunter-Reay. And we get a look at what happened to the BMW. Lost it just coming down towards Flansgaard, through Flansgaard and down towards the Stefan Beloff S's.
And drivers right and clattered the barrier pretty hard. It looked to me like a double impact front and rear. The rear just taking a glancing blow as the driver tried to recover the car. But, that car's going to lose a lot of time with this repair.
Also into the pits for the second time, the number 15 Audi, the Audi Race Experience car, which Alex Young has brought in. He was the only one to actually make I'll say deliberate pit stop, but an unforced second pit stop. So everybody else, despite there being an element of readiness, deciding that they were going to stay out and either hope they're going to be able to deal with the conditions or hope that the conditions improve, or a bit of both.
Just watching the guys down in the Schubert pit trying to put the front back on. There's one large piece of BMW front valance about to go on. It just looked to me as though Martin Tomczyk, we believe who it was, just turning in for the right-hander at the start of the Stefan Beloff S's, just lost the back end for a moment. Just see two black lines on the surface.
Overcorrected.
And I don't think it was even that. I just think he went straight off. He'd started to lose it, and there was no way it was coming back. And then there was a bit of grip, and he went straight onto the grass. And that's a very bad look. It's super quick through there, and there is nowhere to make mistakes. Driving the track, courtesy of Aston Martin and David King, about an hour before the start of this race, I was reminded how tight that was there, and both David and I said that we love and hate that part of the track in equal measure. In dry conditions, that is flat. That is absolutely flat through there.
But it clearly wasn't dry conditions.
No,
and I just wonder how close to flat Tomczyk was.
And there's your issue, Paul, because 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes ago, it would have been a different set of conditions entirely at that corner.
Changing on to wet tyres, rain tyres, is the Audi R8 of the number 16 Bush twins. So the brightly coloured red Audi R8 has gone on to rain tyres. Haven't heard of any other pit stoppers, but I can be pretty confident that the number 15 Audi will also have gone on to rain tyres.
Yep, that number 16 car, by the way, down in 28th position, courtesy of, that will be its second pit stop, of course, won't it?
Yes.
But the battle up front, still under a second between the number 5 Mercedes-Benz, number 26 Mark VDS BMW. Almost 30 seconds to the good now. The chasing pack was closing that gap, but with the deteriorating conditions, it appears not to be the case at the moment. 30 seconds back now, the train, and that train is 3 cars long, the 4, 19 and 8. The number 4 Phoenix Audi from the 19, the undelayed Schubert car, and the Ariba Mercedes.
Claudia Hurtgen being interviewed down in the BMW pit lane. I don't think it was her that was in the Schubert car, unless they changed from Tomczyk.
She does look...
She looks like she's been in the car. Been in the car.
It may have been a driver change. I was not informed of a driver change. I wasn't told that it was no driver change.
Well, I just wonder that if we may have done Martin Tomczyk a slight disservice, and that would have been an early lap then, if it was, because they only pitted, a lap or two before that?
It was its 1, 2, 3rd lap of the stint. Oh, no, in fact, it was more than that, wasn't it? Because that was the first pit stop of the number 20. So 1, Correct. 2, 3, 4, 5th lap of the stint.
Almost 2 World Touring Car races then.
Yes, 3 laps apiece for the 2 World Touring Car races this morning, which were
fun, though.
A bit of a spectacle. Yep. I did enjoy commentating on the first one, and Jim and Joe did a great job on the second one while I was out to do my lap on the Nordschleife. Can't turn that one down, really, can you? Just before the race. Now, traffic again playing a part as the number 2 Mercedes-Benz has got close company, and it's the 30 Fricadelli car who's gone by the number 1 Phoenix car and is now setting about the Mercedes-Benz ahead of it. Or has the
Porsche's gone by the Mercedes-Benz as well.
Mercedes, and there is the 29 car.
The 2 car is in some trouble here.
Yeah, on the wrong tyres or just not feeling comfortable. The driver of the Black Falcon number 2. I think the number 1 Phoenix car's gone by as well, Graham, if I'm honest.
And the Glickenhaus has gone by too, and is about to be the 85 Bentley by.
And there was a little bit of side-to-side contact between the Glickenhaus and the 2 Mercedes just coming down to the Stefan Beloff S's, and that's quick, even in the wet, and the Glickenhaus goes underneath.
The Audi.
The Audi tries it at least at the Kleiner carousel, doesn't quite make it. And they're all struggling for grip there. That is tippy-toe stuff. As further back down the top 20, it's a big battle. And it is still going on out there. It is remarkable. Interesting to see who's got the grip and who hasn't, Graham.
Confirmed, by the way, it was Claudia Hurtgen aboard that BMW during that rather unfortunate incident. And now we've got that train of cars coming down the Dottinger again, John, in deteriorating conditions. And a long queue of cars. I think we've got a rather significant studio guest, have we not?
We do indeed. I'm delighted to welcome... I better turn my mic on, otherwise nobody will hear me. I'm delighted to welcome Wolfgang Derheimer into our salubrious area here, the man at the head of Bentley Motors. First of all, welcome to RadioLeMans.com. Thank you for taking some of your very busy afternoon, and welcome to the Nurburgring 24 Hours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and welcome and hello to all the fans on the radio and on the TV.
First thing I've got to tell you, the 85, that is the Bentley livery of all time Bentley liveries. It has had so much social media attention. The 85 on the grille, the dark green, even the green neon around the grille. That is fantastic. Can we have that all the time, please?
I don't think so. It's a heritage car. We say this is what made Bentley famous in the past and also was the last Le Mans victory. But nowadays times move on, colors move on, and we try to keep the base color a little bit more bright than only dark green.
I think you've got some orders coming in for just like that. HTP in the pit lane at the moment, one of your most significant customers, from 7th position overall in this race, and of course they've taken some cars to go and race in the Blancpain series as well. You must be delighted at how the GT3 car has been received.
Well, it's a very young program, and it's not so long time ago that we started this program. We did a lot of homework. I think we developed a quite competitive package, and we are happy to see that our cars are also competitive at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We will give our best to have a good track position for the next 22 hours and 15 minutes.
We're talking about racing cars here, but the reality is that out in the big wide world, the reason that you can come racing is because that you sell road cars. It's a very exciting time for all of British the motoring industry. Aston Martin, Bentley, Jaguar, Land Rover, all the guys at the top seem to be doing pretty well, and also seem to be going through a similar sort of change of their product lines with an expansion, massive expansion in British quality brands. This is very exciting for Britain and particularly for Bentley.
Yeah, I think it's a very good message and good news for Great Britain. We are really on the way to bring Bentley back to big sales successes. We are in the preparation of our first SUV ever. We have very good perception around the world. We will mark the leading SUV in terms of luxury and performance. And in order,
the Bentayga, is that right?
Bentayga. We say Bentayga.
Thank you.
And it's our approach to underline this new segment that we are opening up with good performance in motorsport, because we think to be competitive, to have a car that is really fast and reliable is the best advertising you can get for your serial products.
And I have to say I've been very fortunate enough to drive some of your product with this 4-litre V8 engine, which is a technical tour de force. The kind of mileage figures that you're getting out of that, as well as the power, would have been, well, people wouldn't have believed it maybe even just 10 years ago.
Yes, I think our lineup in serial products is the best we ever had. We have a very strong Continental line, guided by the Continental GT Speed with 635 horsepower. Luckily, here in Germany, we are able to go full throttle and to experience this high speed now and then. I enjoy it very much on the weekends. And with the Flying Spur, it's our leading product also in... From now, we will do the first hot laps with our SUV.
I would like to see that. As I said, at a time of big change, we know that there's a new platform from the group, which will include the new Panamera. We hear that there's a potential for a new Bentley product on that. Indeed, there's a mule that's been running around in that. What can you tell us about that? Presumably a new two-door product that will fit where in the Bentley range?
Well, at present, our priority is to bring the Bentayga to the market, to enlarge our portfolio with an SUV. We are a fairly small company. Last year we produced 11,000 cars, so we are still very exclusive and a small team. So we need to focus with all our activities onto the main fields of interest. We have this motorsport that also absorbs quite some energy around the world, racing in the US, racing in China, racing in Europe. So it's a competitive time, and our next product was an idea that we tested at the motor show in Geneva. I think the world liked it.
Yes.
This EXP10 Speed 6, as we call it, a fantastic looking car. I would appreciate very much to do it. Hopefully it makes it to the series, but right now we have in the sequence some other more important projects that need to be delivered to the market, and once we did this, we have an open mind again to understand what we do next.
Well, we're talking about motorsport here, and you mentioned the United States there. You're racing there in the World Challenge at the moment with some of your customers in GT3. There's been a big shake-up of motorsport over there. The opportunity is to take the Bentley name into IMSA and the Tudor United Sports Cars in GT3, perhaps even into GTLM. We hear there's an idea you might be able to homologate the Continental into the GTLM category and race for the GT Championship in IMSA. How would that work out, sir?
Well, at present, it's our objective to win overall victories.
Okay.
This is why we are here. We think Bentley race car deserves to be the champion if it's a good car, and we try to make the best cars possible, and we very much appreciate to go for overalls. When we can apply for class wins, we shouldn't say no, but this is more a role we think can be done by our future customer teams.
Still getting lots of tweets about your dark green livery, by the way. We may have to try and persuade you to keep that on later on. I've also seen talk about prototypes potentially, as we hear the HTP Bentley's gone on to rain tyres. Thank you, Paul. In the United States, the top class of racing currently is a mixture of LMP2 and DPs, Daytona prototypes. Daytona prototypes are phased out in 2 years' time. You can't build a chassis for that because they're closed, but you could put an engine and an aero kit on one of those, or would you look more at a LMP2 car?
No, I think the Daytona prototypes, as I analyze it for now, will live on. There will be a new
beyond 17.
Yes, I think there will be a new pack of Daytona prototypes in the future. I don't think that the organizers are ready to drop this idea, and for this reason, this is my main focus for the US program.
To persuade IMSA to keep Daytona prototypes and open up the chassis regulations,
yes,
so that you could build a bespoke Bentley package with that 4-litre engine.
Exactly, and the engine is already in this car, so we have a competitive engine.
Yes.
We have the powertrain for it, and if the rules are appropriate for us, we are going to race in Tudor United Sports Car.
And that would give you the opportunity again to underline what you said, to race for outright victories at places like the Rolex 24,
exactly,
at places like Sebring, Petit Le Mans, Watkins Glen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bold statement, and it's not what people are expecting to hear in terms of the planning for the sports car world a few years ahead. Do you think you have a compelling argument to IMSA to get them to change their mind on the future?
We are in constant discussion. I think we are good friends for many years. I am around for a couple years already, also in the US motorsports, and my feeling is this idea has a future.
We like the sound of that. You'll keep us, I hope, informed on that. And everyone will expect me to ask about Le Mans, so I will. It's a little more difficult with the regulations as they are at the moment, because the front of the field is dominated by very large investments from large OEMs. You already have 2 group members in LMP1. Is there something in the future? Do you still look at Le Mans with Bentley and say there's something that you could do there, perhaps?
Well, first of all, we had great motorsport successes with Bentley in Le Mans, and it always will be a memorable place for us. We have even some villages and chicanes that are named by Bentley products, what we enjoy very much, and we will give it a close thought, but for the time being, Le Mans is not on our list.
No, and I understand why that would be the case. But races like this, and there are actually, I should say, the Nurburgring Nordschleife, the 24 hours, like this, and these are the cars based on the cars that you race. Is there a better GT challenge in the world than this event?
No, I think it's outstanding. Of course, Bathurst is also a fantastic racetrack, but the Nurburgring Nordschleife is the icon in the 24-hour racing in our Western Hemisphere, I would say. To be competitive and maybe to make a victory at the Nürburgring Nordschleife will bring you into the heritage books like a win in Le Mans.
Yeah, I agree.
And the drivers need to be brave. We need to have the best teams, and there is no track around the world with this length and with this type of asphalt challenges, weather challenges. So it's great to be here. We are extremely happy, and hopefully we can retain the track position we see right now for the Bentley team.
You mentioned Bathurst. You had a mixed time at Bathurst earlier this year. I sense some unfinished business there.
Yeah, this is correct, but you need to accept that we are the new kid in town. We need to learn our lessons. We need to stay humble, especially here at the Nürburgring. You need to be experienced. You need to know the track. Your drivers need to be experienced what's happening at the nights and learn your lessons, but stay competitive. Don't forget to push hard, and sometimes you can make it to the very top, and this is why we are here. We are not here to, let's say, push the field in front of us. We are here to show our competitiveness and the possibility to win with Bentley Motors.
Just seeing the Mark VDS 25 car in 16th position, getting a set of Michelin rain tyres. Final question about Bentley Motors as a group in the UK. Part of the success that you guys are having is investment for the future. Always has been since Bentley changed hands a few years ago. The investment in the future, not just of the facilities but also in the people. You have taken on all through the years an incredible number of what we in the UK would call apprentices, young people who are coming on to make their careers in the automotive industry. That continues to this day, and it's something that I think you should be rightly proud of.
It definitely continues. We take on board another 100 apprentices for this year. We will have carpenters, we will have saddlers, we will have automotive electronic specialists. We are in the process of building up a UTC, a University Technical College in Crewe. So we invest in young people in the next generation. And concerning the racing project, I'm very proud to say that this car has been purely developed in the UK with the brain of our people, with the dedication of Brian Gush and his team. And I think everybody who has some green blood in his body will be happy to see this car racing and remembering that this is a true British project.
How important is motorsport for Bentley now? You came back in the early 2000s, won Le Mans in 2003 after a very long gap. Now with this GT3 format and racing the cars that your customers can buy, this seems now to be almost an integral part of what you guys do at Crewe.
Exactly. We are competitive. We have a clientele that purchases our cars. Those are achievers in life. Those people are winners themselves. And it's no better argument to sell a new car to a person that is a winner when you can tell the person, you buy into a winning team and you buy into a winning car. And we had this argument with the little kid in Paul Ricard last year when the Bentley finished first, and the little boy said to his father, "Daddy, how cool is that? We are going home with the same car that just won the race."
Yeah, and that is an amazing feeling for anyone who can do that. Good-natured rivalry as well between two great British brands. We're here in Aston Martin's suite. You guys are just a little bit further down. There's some good-natured banter that goes backwards and forwards. But to see these two great British brands competing against each other is actually fantastic for everybody concerned.
Yes, we like competition. In Volkswagen Group, we have in total 12 brands. 9 are involved in racing. So for us, it's great to be here. We hope that we can have a great race, and we very much value and appreciate what Aston Martin has done in the last years. I think great achievements, great teams, great racing cars, and they are here. I would say our British example of success, of course. Here is our car.
Oh dear, and this is the 85 car.
Doesn't look good.
And that car looks like it's been off.
That car just got back into the top 10, John, after the pit stop, was in close contention with a group of other cars and is off the track, driver's left.
Now, we haven't been told just yet where that is, but Paul is flicking through. There looks to be a bit of damage to the left front of that car. The normally beautiful panel gaps are looking a little less than perfect, certainly not as they came out of either Crewe or Cockermouth as the team car goes by, and we'll wait to hear some confirmation. Paul, do we know where that is?
Yeah, it's just on the way out of Hoch-Eichen down towards Quidbacher Höhe.
Oh, right, that's not a good place to have any kind of incidents.
Yeah, it's a long way around from there.
Pulled off to the side of the circuit. Derhamit, thank you very much indeed for coming to talk to us. You'll want to go and find out what's happening there. Sadly, not the greatest of pictures for you to leave us with, but we appreciate the effort that Bentley's put in, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much to you, and keep the fingers crossed that we don't have any obstacles like the 85 anymore. We push hard with the rest that's still in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. So that is something we will have to follow up, and that is bad news, I'm afraid, for the 85 car, much beloved of everybody out there tweeting in about the livery. Well, that car is at the side. The sister car, by the way, in third position at the moment, and we'll try and get some more information for you about that 84 car. It's just after 6 o'clock, and it is RadioLeMond.com live from the Aston Martin Lounge. Drama then for the first of the big hitters. We saw, by the way, a moment or two ago, it looked like a new engine and gearbox ready to go into the Frickadelli car. We'll update you with that in a few moments when we come back. It's the Nurburgring 24 Hours for 2015 live on RadioLeMond.com.
The Nurburgring 24 Hours on RadioLeMond.com.
Well, Graham Goodwin, we're watching scenes now that are, well, going to bring a tear to the eye of many British supporters supporters of British interests here, and there are many of them, whatever their country of origin. It looks like
that was
Guy Smith who got out of the car and is helping the DMSB safety vehicle to recover that car. Now, unfortunately, we have foliage between the camera and the front left of the car, which is where we think the damage might be. Just go back quickly to the Frickadelli car, Graham, and pick up what was going on there. Sabine Schmidt's in the pit lane, but that looked like a whole engine and gearbox unit that was being readied, and that was something that kind of surprised me.
Are you sure that's a Frickadelli car?
Well, they were talking to Sabine, unless it was somebody else in their pit, of course.
The 30
and it
car,
was a flat.
The
was
30
a flat
car
six.
is running in fifth. They've got a cup car, of course.
Oh, they do. Well remembered.
So it's quite possible it's their cup car that's actually in trouble. But well, the Bentley team's down ready. But I think that's for the 11 car. Number of cars, meanwhile, by the way, have gone out on rain tyres, including the number 11 car. And we've had trouble on the track as well while we just catch up, as this looks like it might be the second VDS car. The 25 car changed to rain tyres last time around.
Yeah, the 25 car has now gone out onto the circuit again, having had a very long pit stop. Sorry, that's the 25. Sorry, the 20 car is still in the pits, I was going to say. The Claudio Hurtgen BMW Z4 is still in the pits being worked on.
26 in the pits right now, as is the number 5. Now remember, this is the car that will take an extra 5 seconds in this pit stop as a result of that penalty levied earlier.
And only 8 laps for both 26 and 5. I would have expected them to have been able to go one more than that. No, sorry, 9 laps.
Third place 5. Car in the pits, Paul.
And the 12 car.
Right, so
that's the Bentley. That's the 84 Bentley. I'm going to pick up a couple of points from the interview with Wolfgang Derheimer, the CEO of Bentley, a few moments ago. We've got some questions to be answered from the listener and viewership around the world, but we'll just keep an eye on this. Hello to Dario Franchitti, by the way, who is in Indianapolis at the moment, waiting for the qualifying to start. I know he's tuned in. D, good to know that you're listening and watching, and solid work with the Master Road to Indy recently, sir. About time we had you down for a cup of tea and a bit of cake as well. It's Kidabacha that is the car has gone off, and we're getting ready to get an update from Bentley Motors, and we'll do a rundown of the top of the field very quickly as we start this pit stop schedule. It is the BMW 26 that came into the pits in the lead from the 5 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz and the 84 Bentley. They were the top 3. Graham, a couple of things I just want to pick up on now that we heard from Wolfgang Durheimer. Very interesting to hear that he wants to put Bentley back at the front. He's still standing behind you, so be careful, he'll slap you on the back of the head.
That's perfectly fine.
Very interesting, his comments about DP and extending DP forward. And in all honesty, with only a couple of full season LMP2s, that might not be the worst thing to do for IMSA.
Well, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but the last time I sat down with Mr. Durheimer was actually when he was looking after the Audi efforts. And if I remember correctly, the potential there was for Audi to look at a potential DP program before we heard about the 2017, and let's face it, much criticised 2017 global prototype proposals that have been coming forward. It will be very interesting to see how that's received by IMSA and what their public position might be on that one, but that certainly marks a change from what we are being told publicly about the discussions behind closed doors. But you know what?
Well, the good news is in a couple of weeks' time I'm in Detroit, so we'll sit down with a recorder in front of someone. Paul?
Yeah, I mean, what impressed me about that interview was just the enthusiasm for the sport. I mean, there was a passion, there was interest, there was knowledge. It wasn't just a manufacturer PR speak. That was genuine passion for motorsport, and that at a high level in a motor manufacturer is just what we want to hear.
I'll say this as well, there has been some reaction on social media to the DP format. This is a manufacturer wanting to win races overall.
Correct.
What on earth's wrong with that?
No, agreed. And I think, and I've said this, with GT LM in the States, perhaps not in the rudest of health, we wait to see what Ford's decision are with the Ganassi team and where they will go, whether it'll be a full season of WEC in the longer races in America, or whether it'll be something in IMSA and perhaps cherry picking some races in Europe. And the 23 Raw Racing Mercedes-Benz, by the way, is getting some remedial work to its nose after what looks like accident damage.
That car was running in very close contention with that 85 Bentley.
Right.
Now, okay, cause effect maybe.
CSI.
But let's wait and see what actually we hear back from the teams as these things emerge. The 23 car comes out with its sticking plaster on the nose, as does the Valkenhurst BMW, the number 30 car, so another gaggle of cars in and out of the pits.
The Valkenhurst BMW was actually between the two of them when they came past on the previous lap, between the Bentley and the number 23 BMW, 23 Mercedes, Graham. So not casting aspersions on the CSI.
No.
But it's certainly not case proven.
Okay,
let's quickly just round off a couple of things. The tweets are coming in quicker than I can keep up with them, as you might imagine, after what Wolfgang Durheimer was talking to us about. Universal praise and acclaim for pretty much everything that Durheimer said, particularly about going back to Bathurst, where they didn't have a great time last time.
No.
They didn't feel they were dealt a reasonable hand by the officials on a couple of occasions, but it seems like they want to go back there, and why wouldn't you? Finishing up on this IMSA thing, and the point I was going to make is with no BMW, and BMW potentially looking at an LMP1 programme is what we're hearing from very good sources. GT3 and downover for BMW there, and the LMGTE in the States is not looking as healthy as it might once have. It might be down to 4 or 5 cars next year, particularly if the Falcon Tyres sponsorship, as we know, going away, can't be replaced by Derek Walker. And then you're down to 2 Works Porsches, 2 Works Corvettes, and a non-contributing in terms of, and I don't mean this in a bad way, to Risi Competizione, but non-contributing in terms of OEM activation money, a Ferrari.
Well, yeah, and you might well consider in those circumstances that IMSA might be looking at a plan 1A or indeed a plan 2.
Yep.
And maybe what we've just been hearing from Wolfgang Durheimer is a part of that consideration. You know what? It's always good to have more stories out there in the pot, isn't it? I think Detroit, John, is going to be extremely interesting for you. I'll just to run down where we currently stand. Cars in and out of the pits. 26 led 5 before that flurry of pit stops. But I think at the moment, Paul, it's probably the 30 car leading on the road. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. And what I'm interested in is the fact that those cars that just came in were, with the exception of the number 5 car, all ahead of schedule by my reckoning, in the sense that they did 8 or in some cases only 7 laps on the stint. Now, the only reason for that, I think, is because of other problems.
Paul, just to interrupt you there, as John Wickham is heading out onto the pit lane down in the HTP Bentley Motorsport pit, just seen, and we do get TV pictures here, and if you're watching the stream you'll have seen it too, the 84 car, which came in 3rd position and it's on its out lap at the moment, having an issue out on the circuit and shedding fuel, showering up liquid of some description out the back of the car. It almost looks like it may have spun on its own liquid there, and that car has just been in and fueled to the brim. It didn't look very healthy at all, Graham.
That looked terrifying. If that was fuel, that's a lot of fuel spilling out from that tank. That did not look like just a leaky brim. It looked like a leaky tank. There was a lot of fuel coming from the boot area of that car.
Hello to Brad Mace, who's just tuned in. Time to hear his CEO on RadioLeMans.com. Hello, Brad. Welcome to the party. 6:15 here, local time. So we've still got 21 3/4 hours of the motor race to go. And the 85 Bentley is under tow, but with damage to the front. The front end has been deranged. And then a moment or two ago, coming onto the Hatzenbach off the Grand Prix circuit, you can already see behind the car as it turns into the first of the left-handers that the rear end has broken traction. Now, was that cause or effect? Because immediately there is spillage from the back of the car above the rear bumper line, and there's at least a couple of goes of showers of fluid coming out of the back near the exhaust areas. That is, whatever it is, that's not healthy.
That's potentially terrifying. Let's wait and see just exactly what that fluid is.
That car may have to come, in fact, I'm sure that car will have to come back in at the end. Now, what we need to see is another picture of the 85 car under tow and see what damage Guy Smith's car has taken whilst it was just fighting its way back into the top 10. Seeing John Wickham stalking around. John Wickham, a stalwart of a number of Volkswagen Audi Group racing programs, was right at the very start of the Audi touring car program in the UK. Started off the Bentley EXP, or the Speed 8 run to victory at Le Mans in 2003, and has been part of this program with M Sport and Malcolm Wilson's team, as well as Brian Gush for a long time as well. Paul?
Information coming through that the number 84 Bentley had just changed onto slicks.
Right.
So quite how it had got onto the wets, I'm not sure, but or if it had been on wets, only that they changed tyres and they put slicks onto the tyre.
It may not have ever been onto wet.
It may not have ever been onto wets, of course, exactly right.
It was just shedding a lot of wet behind it.
The other information is that the race leader, or the erstwhile race leader, the number 26 BMW, has now changed from Dirk Muller to Dirk Adolf. So that car having changed drivers on both of its stops thus far. No, it didn't. It started with Muller, and then Muller did a double stint, so it's now gone from Muller to Adolf.
Graham Goodwin.
Interesting little snippet from David Richards here. He says there's a steady queue of people at race control who believe there might be a fault with the pit stop timing system. That a number of people are being told they may have penalties for this, but they believe there may be a fault with that system, including the number 5 that may just have served it.
Right, okay. Well, that's again something to keep an eye on.
Yes, I suppose the number 5 did have a shorter pit stop because it came in earlier, and the amount of time it would have had to have spent in the pits was less as a result of having spent less time on the track, which is why it got itself into the lead based on the pit stop cycle. Meanwhile, into the lead of the race, we now have our 6th leader of the race in the shape of the number 30 Porsche. So we've had a good smattering of different cars at the front of the race. We've had BMW leading, we've had Audi leading, we've had Mercedes leading, and now a Porsche leading, purely because that number 30 car hasn't yet come into the pits.
And by the way, I apologise for panicking anyone who's following Frickadelli. The engine was about to go into the ClickVers.de team, the 69 car in the 30 pit. It was just a weird bit of televisual cutting that caught me out as Sabine Schmitz was being interviewed. They showed a picture of an engine which I presume to be in her pit before they come back to her. It wasn't, but a keen-eyed viewer or someone here at the track, I'm not sure, but thank you.
Pit stops as well. Up into the top 10 for the 007 car, 9th position at the moment for the 007 car. The 6 car just outside the top 10, 12th position just at the moment.
Don't forget, if you want to join in the conversation, at Radio Le Mans on Twitter or at Specutainment, use the hashtag N24HR, and we'll see that up here in the booth. Paul, weather seems to have got a bit better. Your point?
I certainly hope it does. Weather get better, that is. Point I was going to make, just that only 25 cars left on the lead lap with less than 2.5 hours gone. So within 2.5 hours, we've really nailed the top half of the grid with mainly SP9 GT3 cars.
Is that down to the fact that some guys are off strategy, or is that genuinely on pace?
Genuinely on pace.
Right.
That Bentley we saw dropping industrial quantities of fluid a little earlier seems to be continuing at pace. So whether or not there's some kind of overfill system, or it just looked a remarkable amount of fluid for that car to be lapping untroubled.
Well, I mean, whatever fluid it was, it can't be good to drop that. If it was water, then where's it come from? If it's fuel, oops. And, I just can't imagine unless there's some kind of catheter bag in there that we don't know about. But I don't even want to think about that now that I've mentioned it. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. But really, that was quite a remarkable looking thing to see on the early part of the Nordschleife at the Hatson back.
It's hearing that the 85 car, Guy Smith, is telling you was hit hard from behind. Front suspension is damaged from contact with the barrier.
Right.
So I think our supposition, we don't know which car it was, but our supposition that perhaps Guy was assisted.
Yeah, is there any green paint on the 23 Raw Racing Mercedes-Benz? That would be the thing to have a look at. AMG Mercedes-Benz number 2 in the pit lane, getting a driver change there. Now, that was Simonson that started it. I was trying to see if that was Adam Christodoulou that was jumping in. Meantime, also in the pit lane, the number 1 Audi has a Mamaro Rast and Winkelhock.
Pedro Lamy, meanwhile, will continue around for one more lap.
31 Mercedes-Benz car collection car. That's in
right.
The pit lane as well, as the pit stop at Phoenix looks less than routine, and one of the guys is looking under the front of that car. The dolly wheels are out. That car, well, they've just spun it round. That's why. That's something we've got to keep an eye on for later, Graham, because when the dolly wheels go underneath...
We usually get excited, don't we, in other racing, but not necessarily here.
Well, because they're pulling it round to 45 degrees so it can pull out the pit lane easier. In fact, those jacks, the tyre change is done, and that car goes back down on the ground and waiting for the fuel being the deciding factor, as well as the mandatory pit stop.
In the Falcon Tyres Porsche number 44, which is down in the bottom half of the top 20, 17th place at the moment. Peter Dumbreck now at the wheel of that one, having taken the car over from Wolf Hensler at the last pit stop. So Dumbreck at the wheel of the Falcon Tyres car.
And a confirmed retirement, I'm afraid, gentlemen. It is that Zack Speed Mercedes. The suspension damage is too much to repair, and it's Vittorius saying that he was hit by somebody. So it's suspension damage for the 27 car. We saw that car struggling to rejoin, if you recall.
That's the Mobile One sponsor's car, is
that
it
car
not?
is, I'm afraid, gone. Meantime, Aston
Martin... Have we got the marker pen of doom?
We should have a marker pen of doom, shouldn't we? That and it would appear to be Wolf Hensler that was the culprit for the 85 contact.
Oh, really?
He's in the 44, isn't he? He's in the Falcon car.
He was. He is no longer.
It's Dumbreck has just got into that car. That's very interesting then. So that That's two good drivers. And again, one without video evidence, one doesn't really know what's happening. Also in the pit now, the number 6 Aston Martin racing car.
Can I just pick up on that point, because Wolf Hensler in the Falcon tyres said that they came together, not that he hit the Bentley. So there may be a different story to get from the two of them.
Highly likely.
And, well, no.
There would be a different story from both of them.
Agreed, but Hensler says, luckily my car wasn't hit.
Interesting.
So it may have been a three-way battle between Porsche, Mercedes, because it was the road racing Mercedes which we initially suspected, wasn't it? Which did have some front-end damage. Yep.
Meanwhile, Aston Martin's softly catchy Bentley approach is working at the moment, so albeit that we've got the 006 car on pit lane at the moment from 9th, 007 on one more lap before we see Pedro Lamy back down pit lane in the 007 car, 5th at the moment, going very quickly, and as quick as he's been on this lap, as you might well expect, light on fuel at this stage.
Yep.
But with the Bentleys at the moment running 8th for the number 11 car, so inside the top 10. The 84 car, the car we saw dropping that fluid, has gone back through and it has not pitted again, so that must have been just a temporary glitch, guys, and that car running in 11th position. The 85 car, of course, recovered under tow. John?
Just before we do our class updates, just a quick recap perhaps for people just coming in and joining us on this Saturday afternoon here in Europe. There's been a lot going on sports-wise, of course, coming to the end of the football season in the UK, so many of you may be returning from football matches or just tuning in, having been at the matches in the UK. A fairly decent start that saw the Schubert BMW jump everybody else and pull off into the lead. Sadly then, after the first pit stops, Martin Tomczyk got that car in the lead, and then we believe it was taken over by Claudia Hurtgen, and then that car came in with right front, confirmed, thank you, came in with right front damage. It was a BMW show at the head of the field for the first 45 minutes or so, but then things got shaken up as we went into the pit stops. Not everybody pitting on the same lap here, of course. The first big retirements that we've seen, Graham, are the Zaxby car, just confirmed, and the issue that we've just seen for Guy Smith in the 85, Bentley having just got back into the top 10.
But not confirmed retirement, should make clear.
No,
the 27 car definitely out. The 85 car we've seen under tow, but no further reports. But we know front suspension damage for the 85 and under tow and being recovered to the pits.
So it's 52 seconds at the head of the field for the number 30, the lead for the number 30 Fricatelli Porsche. We've had a number of different lead changes already. Couple of cars that are still on their outlaps. We'll give you a rundown on the hour, but at the even hour, go ahead, Paul.
Just say 5 changes of lead.
Thank you. At the bottom of this hour, being an even hour, 6:30, we do SP3T, V6, SP4T, Cup 5, SP6, SP10 and SP5. And it is then the Subaru Technica International WRX STI car, number 114, in 39th position that leads SP3T. 46th position for the V6 leader, which is the Porsche Cayman S of Team Mathol Racing AV. That's in 46th position, as I say, 164. 38th position overall for the SP4T leader, the Audi TT-RS 109 of Rotec Racing. In Cup 5, the BMW M235i Racing category, that's Team Securtal Sorg Rennsport with their 301 car in 48th position overall. In SP6, 59th position overall, the leader is the Black Falcon Team TMD Friction Porsche 911 Carrera, the 161 car. The Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT4 of Team Mathol Racing EV, the 87 car, leads SP10 for GT4 specification car in 57th position. And rounding up the bottom of this even hour class update, the SP5 leader is in 89th position overall. It is the BMW 1M Coupe of MSC Hron VI ADAC 1, and that's the 106 car. Thank you very much to Jim Roller for putting all of that together. That's working well. I like that. Yeah, splitting them up a little bit. And at the head of the field then, the Porsche still holding sway, and we've said all week
just pitted, John,
that we should never count out those cars. That car's just come into the pit lane. Will it hold on to its lead, Paul, in the pit lane?
It should.
It should do, provided it's a scheduled stop and nothing goes wrong. Although it will have to stop for slightly longer because it's a later. Is it? No, it's not. No, it should stay in the lead. Yep, I'm happy with your instinctive reaction there, Graham. Yes, it should stay out in the lead. And then the two Audis in second and third places. So following qualifying that, according to the Wochenspiegel magazine, was dominated by BMW, the top BMW is now only 5th place.
Well, they dominated qualifying. They dominated the first laps of the race, Paul. It looked like the speed across the ground of those Z4s was going to be too much for anyone to live with. But once again, the curse of the Nordschleife, for the Z4 at least, has struck again. And this time it seems to have struck early, Graham. We normally see them disappear in the hours of darkness.
Early and repeatedly. And part of that damage, of course, done by the problem for the 20 cars. Part of it by different tyre strategy being shown by Mark VDS. And that may well swing back and help them a little later. But at the moment, they've certainly lost ground on the competition they were leading. And
remarkable to me that a car that has been so dominant in other forms of GT3 racing, being the BMW Z4 GT, you know, the class was made for that car. They've changed the engine from the straight 6 to the V8. They built that car around the fact that they had technical freedoms with that car, and it's never won here.
It hasn't. Just looking, by the way, guys, was the 28 car in second position? It's just pitted again. I think that was its outlap.
No, that's it. It stayed out until the lap that it's just gone through to complete, and it's completed the lap and come into the pits at the end of the lap.
Right, okay.
So it's come through, broken the beam, come in second place.
And it's Jörg Bergmeister, by the way, who is in the Fricatelli Porsche.
Not Patrick Pilet.
Not Patrick Pilet, that's what I am being told by...
Oh, maybe as a result of that last pit stop. If
yes.
That last pit stop was Pilet to Bergmeister.
Yep. It's a measure, though, of how much more interest Porsche have got in this race, that Patrick Pilet, Jörg Bergmeister et al., i.e. factory drivers, are back in this race with their Porsche overalls on and racing, and there is the 30 car, in fact, just going through.
I think it lost the lead. I think it has just lost the lead. I think it may be running third at this stage.
Well, he's got the 11 car right with them at the moment, and that will be a battle for position. And that 11 HTP Bentley. Falcon tyres in the pit lane. No, it's not, is it? Sorry, that's me being confused with what's over the top of the wheel arch. And that is a battle for position that has gone the HTP Bentley's way.
Right, that puts, I believe, the number 30 car down to 4th position, because the 26 and 5 cars have gone through. The 11 has just gone by the previous leader, the number 30 car, just out from pit lane. Also seen onto pit road the number 007 car, which pitted from 5th at that stage. So steadily making progress as this race progresses, the 007 Aston Martin. The sister car 006 on its outlap at the moment, and is sniffing around the bottom of the top 10 just now, back into the teens as it progresses.
I think 26 will actually end up being in the lead from what you've just described.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what you said.
26 and 5 have gone through pretty close together. 2 seconds now, the gap between the 26 BMW and the number 5. This, of course, is the metallic green Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. Then it will be the number 11 Bentley, I believe, and then followed through by the number 30 Porsche, the Fricatelli car.
Drivers now reporting that the circuit is clear for its entire 25-kilometre length. Certainly that's what's coming in from the Audi Sport drivers.
Clear as well as dry?
Dry.
Oh, okay. So not clear of any incident, because very often there's little incidents around.
Yeah, dry, sorry, excuse me. And we'll expect to see the lap times drop down again, and they have done. They went out to just over 9. Automatically works because they don't build a lot of sports cars, but they do some development here. And Hyundai Deutschland have been a staunch supporter of this race down through the years, Graham, with a variety of their models. The Veloster's been here for a few years now, but this is the first time we've seen the little mid-sized hatchback.
Absolutely great to see manufacturer involvement. Paul was just talking about another, the Subaru. That's a fantastic performance at this stage of the race by that car. Up inside the top 30, but the Hyundai, regular supporters, as you say, John, with an interesting selection of cars down through the years. from South Korean Mark.
I wonder how long it is before they decide to put some money into a GT3 or an LMP programme.
Long overdue. We know they've sniffed around it. We know that Wolf have been courting them in the past. If you look at Racecar Engineering's website and their roundup of things we haven't seen, you'll see a LMP2 car there with Hyundai branding on it. That didn't happen. But my guess would be that we shouldn't have too much longer to wait. If they're seeing benefits from this kind of input, John, that can only lead in one direction, can't it, surely?
Yeah. This from Rethmore Racer, and a decent question to @Specutainment and @DSC Editor using the hashtag N24HR. Why is Robin Freinsch not driving for WRT? Has he got other duties this week?
I don't know, but perhaps Robin Freinsch doesn't have a great deal of experience here, of course. Does he?
Not sure that he's ever raced here before. It doesn't stop him from going through the procedure,
the process,
of course,
yeah.
but it might be that he's not been able to go through the process because of his other commitments.
Correct, because he's a full season Blancpain GT driver, I think, for WRT this year.
Yes.
Which is a busy old year for them. And it might be that they've decided that it's a newbie to the GT racing scene. And that's one challenge. That's one challenge too many, is to add the Nurburgring to his CV this year. They're not short of very good drivers, of course. The Audi partner teams. So I don't think there's a particular reason to slap across the face to Robin Freinsch. Saw him drive it for WRT just a week ago at Brands Hatch, and he was very, very spectacular indeed.
Just on the Twitter feed of Bentley Motors, the 85 is being towed off the circuit. It will be brought back on a flatbed, but effectively the race is over for Guy Smith and the rest of the 85 team. Sorry to have to report that.
Yes, that's already 5 laps ago, so multiply that up and that's talking about 45 minutes, so by the time they get it back it's going to be an hour, and then they've got to repair it, as Graham was intimating.
Just after quarter to 7, and powered by Aston Martin, coverage continues live from the Nurburgring with the gap at the front of the field back down to just seconds again, and it is the Black Falcon car that has sneaked ahead of the 26 again.
On the track, yes, it has, hasn't it?
It has,
yeah. Through Arnberg. Just done that on the first part of the track.
Because certainly it was the other way round as they last time I saw them there. He's done it. He's done it as they go
into the chicane to head out onto the Nordschleife, I think that is.
And just highlighting the closeness here, because you've got Mercedes therefore leading the way. BMW Z4 in second place. Bentley is in third place. Porsche in fourth place, another BMW in fifth, and an Audi in sixth place. So you only have to go down 6 places and you get 5 different manufacturers.
A former class leader in the Clio 152. That car's been in the wars this week, but when it's gone very quickly indeed. But a little spin for that car on the Grand Prix loop. The Gazoo Racing 187 Lexus.
That's the new Lexus RC. This is to the team this year.
Yeah, and we should stress this is not the much talked about GT3 version of this car.
No, we're going to see what effectively is a GT3 car in the hands of 2 teams in the VLN later this year, the RCF GT3. We're going to see that in the hands of Farnbacher Racing and Emma Fry Racing, but it will not be running in the GT3, the SP9 class. The car felt not to be ready for that yet, so it will be running in effect an EXP class for the remainder of the VLN post this race. Car already racing in GT300 in Super GT. So it has had a troubled genesis, that RCF GT3.
Slow zone as the Bentley is being
still under tow,
towed back still, that car. Now that is the bridge at Arnberg, I think.
Did it even get down? Yes, no, absolutely right, yeah.
And I think they'll probably pull that off to the right there. There's an access road.
That's just before the end of Sector 3.
Yeah. That is not
still
good.
A pacey track out there. The number 19 car, currently running in 5th position, has just gone through and put the fastest Sector 2 time into the race so far.
Although the overall fastest lap of the race still standing to Lucas Luhr on lap 4. So although we've had fast sections, we haven't yet had a fastest lap.
Trouble for the number 80 car, that's the 60th position car, the Porsche Cayman, third in SP6.
This is the Pro Sport Performance Porsche Cayman, and that has just come to a dead stop. And the driver pushing every button he can.
No, that's the wipers, that's the lights.
That was the lights that he turned off and on. So he found the master switch, but could not get that one restarted.
Just a bit while we're just taking note here, I wasn't quite listening, John, when you were around through the classes, but have we noted that Aston Martin leading 2 separate classes?
It was only time for one of them on the even hour, but yes, I did notice.
SP8 and the GT4 class SP10. In fact, I think it's a 1-2 in SP10 at the moment. 87 Aston Martin leading the GT4 class, and as it has from the very start of the race, the number 50 Aston Martin GT12 leads SP8 and is getting close to the top 40 overall.
Which is kind of what we've expected, haven't we?
We have.
Down through the years. Just watching that lead battle, and it looks to me as though the Black Faulted car is able to put a little bit of space between itself and the chasing cars.
The number 11 car, John and Graham, in third place, did we not put that onto wet tyres?
We did.
And it's not been in since, and it's now been out for, this will be the 7th lap by the time it gets round, on a set of either wets or intermediates. So I don't know quite how much longer it's going to be able to do that.
I don't think it can do that in those wets. Surely not at this kind of pace for that long a lap. You'd have thought with what we have had described now more than once as a more or less full dry track, that car would have torn those things to ribbons by now.
So I'm just thinking that might be, how do I put it, a flattering position for it on the timing screens up there in third place. So the Porsche that was leading may well be in a position, because it's only 4 seconds, no, it's not even that, is it? It's
2 seconds.
2 seconds behind the Bentley, be in a position to improve.
But the Bentley is matching or bettering those times at the moment, so
interesting.
That does tend to lend itself to the fact that it's likely we've not got a Bentley on wets out there.
The Team Schubert 19 car all of a sudden has found a bit of pace. Well, it did certainly in Sector 2, fastest Sector 2 of the race, the 5th position BMW. But then it put a long sector in Sector 3.
That car was behind the one car a lap or so ago, so I think that's a change of position within the last lap. But then a longer, a much slower Sector 3 for the BMW, lost 12 seconds to the chasing Audi. So I think these two are going to come through pretty close together here, John.
The number 21, this is the Schulze Motorsport Nissan GTR Nismo, came in for a pit stop on lap 15 out of 18th place, and is now, you'll tell me, Graham, is in 40-something, 41st place.
It has been dropping down the order, and I did spot that and wondered what was going on. That car was up inside the top 10 briefly.
Yes, exactly, and apparently it's been given a tow over at Breitscheid, which is Adenauer Bridge area.
So another GT3 car in trouble.
Into the pit lane comes the 11 car that we've just been talking about. Let's see if we can spot what tyres come off and what goes back on. HTP Motorsport waiting for their charge. The car goes up on 4 air jacks. A bit of a loose LED light at the front. Fuel going in. They're taking their time about doing the tyres. It's a fairly leisurely rise up on the jacks as well by the big coupe.
It's one of 5 Bentleys that have been obtained by the HTP team for a multi-championship run this year in Blancpain, in ADEC, GT Masters, and of course here.
Meantime, the head of the field is as it ever was. to quote Talking Heads. Same as it ever was, with BMW still chasing Mercedes-Benz. 5 from 26 as they went across the line. It was half a second.
And this is practically 3 hours into the race. I mean,
yeah.
You know, and there's not been a safety car or anything. I mean, this is 3 hours of nose to tail. I mean, this is a Blancpain endurance race. We're just coming up to the checkered flag, aren't we?
Yeah.
And then nose to tail.
Are we getting complacent about this, gentlemen? Serious question. Are we getting complacent about the fact that our endurance racing now has actually become a set of, 45, 50, whatever it is on a tank of fuel sprints, and at the very top of our sport, Formula One has become an endurance race in miniature with people who haven't got tyres that can last and are trying to save fuel and energy. It seems to have turned around.
Okay, well, I'm not going to talk about Formula One because I think there's no relevance to this race.
What
I'm going to talk about is this racing. What I'll say about this racing is, with the technology we've now got available, with improved production of these kind of cars, with all the development that goes into it, you expect these things to be reliable. They are performance balanced, so over a stint, a race, an hour, a lap, you'd expect them to be reasonably close together. There's nothing to say that we shouldn't be looking at this. If the drivers are of reasonable ability, reasonably similar ability, we should be seeing this every time.
But are we getting blasé about the fact that our ACO FIA World Championship, our endurance racing for GT cars, because you and I have longer memories than most, Paul, and a race that finished with the cars 2 or 3 laps apart somewhere like here or Le Mans or wherever, we would have thought was a closest race a few years ago.
Absolutely. I mean, a lap of separation, I mean, not at the Nurburgring, but at an ordinary track, a lap of separation after 3 hours wouldn't be completely unheard of. I don't think we're getting blasé about it, and that's why I'm kind of drawing attention to it, because I don't think we can afford to get blasé about it. But I'd like to pick up on what Graham just said, because it is performance balanced, and so to an extent, yes, it might be a little bit artificial, but it does show how much the organisers, the rule makers, understand what it is that they're doing. Because if you can take 5 different manufacturer cars and balance their performance, then, I mean, that's not easy. I mean, if you'd have tried to have done it, John, I'd have tried to have done it, with our technical ability, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So you've got to be able to have that technical working group, or whatever it is that makes the rules, in order to make it happen.
And in a way, actually, it does mirror what the ACO have done. Oh, that's a little dink on the Haribo car, trying really a pass that was a bit of a low percentage lunge on the 64 Porsche Cup car. In a way, GT3 has done it with a different set of tools, not a dissimilar job, Graham, to what the ACO and the FIA have done in LMP1. In LMP1, they've given a nice open set of regulations that people can build a car to. There's a lot of technical in there that balances energy, whereas what you've got in GT3 is a nice open set of rules that has no technical data in there, other than heights of roof and things like that. The minimum amount brought everything together so that people with a wide difference of product line can compete with their road-based cars and then BOP'd them.
Sports car racing fans, GT racing fans, have always loved several aspects of it. They love the teamwork aspect, they love the strategy aspect, they love the variety. Variety is what drew me to this part of the sport in the first place, and GT3 provides that absolutely in spades. There are, I think, some legitimate concerns about the pace of development at the sharp end of this, but that is being addressed now through the way in which the regulations are kind of voiced and developed. But I don't think there's ever been a better time to be a sports car racing fan, ever. With the variety of cars and the variety of races that we've got, the variety of formats of races that we've actually got, the fact that you can actually commercially sustain a business case for building these cars as a manufacturer, as a tuner aligned to a manufacturer, I think is absolutely brilliant news. And we've got new cars coming at a pace, and hearing from Audi today that they reckon they've sold 50 already of the car was in effect seeing debuted here in a 24-hour race at least. Clearly the market seems to be in rude health. Meantime, I think that number 8 car, Paul, that we saw rather roughhousing one of the Porsche Cup cars, it had just taken 8th position from the number 4 car before completing the lap. I think that had also gone by the number 2 car ahead of it I think.
Correct.
That's right. It has, isn't it? Because now what we've got a further battle with so there's the Haribo car had taken 2 positions before trying to get quickly out of the Nordschleife and having that a bit of a problem.
Battle for the lead, gentlemen, with traffic again playing a part. That's the GT12, I think, that they're going by there. The white car with the red accents as they come back towards us here on the start-finish line. And again, traffic has played its part, and the 5 Mercedes-Benz is closed on for a moment. The Mark VDS BMW flashing headlights madly as it gets into the eye line of the Mercedes-Benz ahead of it through the very green forest as it is. There's clearly been no shortage of rain here in the last few months. The guys are already on their 20th 2-0 lap. We're heading towards 7 o'clock, which is when I will step away, and Graham Goodwin as well. We'll have a quick changeover here in the booth. So let's leave you just for a moment or two with the news that we have just half a second at the line. The gap after 3 hours of racing here at the Nurburgring for the 43rd running of the 24 hours, the Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring, and continued coverage is live and exclusive here on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So with 7 o'clock here in Germany and 19 laps completed in the first 3 hours of the race, the gap just half a second separating the Black Falcon Mercedes number 5 from the BMW number 26, which is the Mark VDS car. Dirk Adolf currently at the wheel of the Mark VDS car, and in the number 5 car we've currently got Abdulaziz Al Faisal. So Abdulaziz Al Faisal at the wheel of the number 5, and Dirk Adolf at the wheel of the number 26 car, having a great battle for the race lead. The pair of them lapping more quickly than anybody else and gently pulling away from the rest of the field, despite being embroiled in this very close battle. And everything's suddenly gone quiet as Jim Roller sat down. So I'm not quite sure whether a cable was pulled as that happened. I don't know. But we'll keep talking nevertheless. Behind the battle of Mercedes and BMW is the number 30 Porsche, the Fricadelli racing team, which Jörg Bergmeister is currently at the wheel of. And then after that, we're going to get a change of position, because that is the number 19 car coming through, the Team Schubert black and yellow BMW, which I've got a feeling we've got probably Alexander Sims behind the wheel of at the moment, that one not being vouchsafed to us just at the moment. And so that's the top 4, and then in 5th place is the first of the Audi. So Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, BMW, Audi is the top 5, and then another Mercedes going through in 6th place will be the Bernd Schneider Black Falcon Mercedes number 2, just crossing the line now and completing its 20th lap. And that allows me to take a breath and say good evening, Jim. Good evening, Martin. Jim Roller and Martin Haven.
Thank you. So, Martin, we are 3 hours into this slugfest, and we've had a little bit of everything. We've had weather, we've had great battling at the front.
And a significant number of casualties. So, I mean, we've broken the back of this race. Really, now it's just a cruise to the flag. But what I noticed most from the first corner was just how aggressive the racing has been among the front runners. I mean, the GT3 cars, and John was just touching on this at the end of the final hour, they're very close in terms of performance. That means there is no margin for error on a track where there is no margin for error anyway. Top speed advantages have been negated by the speed limit zones, and that has brought GT3 racing, in my mind now, at this race almost the stage where prototype racing is at Le Mans, where it's 100% of the time, and if you're a fraction off, you're out of it. And so, you know, we've seen 3 hours into the race, 2 hours into the race, attempts to pass on the grass, four wheels off track, because it is so tough to make a difference here, and that's the big challenge now, and that's why.
Paul, we haven't had an update. How many cars on the lead lap? We just had a class update. Let's update our fans with how many cars are still
17.
17 cars still on the lead lap. So
both leaders.
That really hasn't changed much since you and I came on duty, has it?
When did you come on duty?
7 o'clock.
Wednesday.
Was that 7 o'clock was 3 hours into the race, wasn't it?
Yes.
3 hours into the race, we had 22 cars on the lead lap.
So 5.
So it's been nailed away. What has happened is because the leaders have both just had pit stops, then it's gone out a little bit more than I think over the next stint it'll reduce a little bit. Good news for Black Falcon fans. The Mercedes number 2 has 4 wheels and it's rolling. Apparently the driver from Matol Racing gave a little bit of assistance. It seems that's allowed. And so the car is rolling out. I don't think it's actually got back to the pits yet.
Well, it's so many pages down. I'm not sure I've got the finger power to circle through. But who is in the pits is the second place car, the pole sitter, the number 26 Mark VDS BMW. That car has come in for what we believe should be regular service.
8 laps, so that's almost getting consistent now.
Regular for them, isn't it?
It's I mean, the last 2 stints have been 8, so I think we can just about call that a pattern now. But as I say, over the course of time, it is going to lose out if it continues to do 8.
Well, it's going to lose out anyway for possibly other reasons. Lots of examination of front and rear discs with torches, which at 5 hours and a half in, I would have 6 and a half in, I would have thought
seems a bit early.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't just a cursory glance. They were having a really good look around the rear wheel arch. I wonder whether they were complaining about a vibration. It might just have been pick up on the tyres and some clump of rubbish attached to the rim, but it's not maybe just fuel that's their worry on that BMW.
Due to the magic of livetiming.tracktime.info, the 2 cars in 68th place.
Okay.
And tumble.
But is it shown as moving on the circuit?
It's still shown as a question mark.
So it hasn't yet hit the pit lane?
Right.
Yeah. Well, this will not be its fastest lap, but it might be its most important lap of the race, the one that gets it back to command center and hopefully to some sort of life support system.
Also, the 250 car, which we had in our update as leading the Cup 1 class, has also now got a question mark. So in our next update, we may have a new leader in that class.
I didn't realize that going through the classes could allow you to curse a commentator on a car. Oh, yeah?
Yep.
That was a sub-clause I was not aware of. I have to be aware of that one.
That's the Radio Le Mans sub-clause.
Ah, okay. So we are 37 laps into the race and fast approaching 20 to 10 local time. And still darkness is taking its while to fall. You know, we've had some fairly dark days with the clouds and the rain over the last couple of days, or parts of the day, but it's been a relatively cool and clear evening. We've had a few sprinkles of rain. Nothing that's going to dissuade the campers from a bit more beer and quite a lot more Wurst.
But that's all part of it, though, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A little bit of rain here, a little bit of rain there, and that's what it is here at the Nurburgring. When you get a 15-mile lap, you're going to get a little rain over in Adenau, then you might get a little rain over in the Brunchen, then you might get some rain on the front straightaway.
Well, listen, as I always say, but never in the hearing of Paul Truswell, it never doesn't rain at night at Le Mans. You know, that's just a fact. We know that's the case. Paul will obviously prove 17 times out of the last 20 it has not rained at night, but it always seems to rain at night at Le Mans, at least for some stage. And you can barely even countenance going to Belgium and to Spa without taking some sort of weather protection, and this place is no different at all.
Well, Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was just going to say, you'll not be surprised to know, Martin, that one of my notebooks at home has details of weather conditions at Le Mans over the last 25, in fact longer than that, 37 years I think it is now, and I don't honestly remember what it says, I'm afraid. But when I get home, I'll dig out the notebook and I'll send you an email. How about that?
I don't doubt that you have a notebook. I am desperately disappointed that it doesn't exist in digital form yet.
Is Robin listening? Can you have him go look it up?
Yeah.
Hasn't been inputted yet. There you are. There's a job for an idle 12 weeks.
Yes,
there you go. Out on the racetrack, the 28 car still laying down some speed, a 1:22.558 in the first sector. That's the fastest first sector of the race. We have got that Audi TT that was in the pits earlier having some trouble.
That's the 109 car, isn't it? Rob Holland's car. That's the Rotec Racing car. Rob Holland's, Tony Richards, David Tilanius, and Tom Chilton, who raced in the World Touring Car Championship earlier today.
And that was another of our class leaders.
Yeah.
We didn't jinx that one because we didn't
mention it this time.
But that was the class leader.
Somebody has jinxed it into the barrier.
SP4T.
Yeah. Can't see who is there. In fact, it's steaming heavily and sort of parked beside the track. Don't seem to be any ripples in the barrier there. I was just about to add... I can add... No, I can't now. The Audi that clattered the barriers, the number 14 car, I gather it was Rod Salmon who was at the wheel of that car. The Audi Race Experience number 14 R8 LMS Ultra. So he shares with Nicky Meyer-Melnhof and Mika Olsson of Sweden and Ronnie Surman of Switzerland. So Rod Salmon from Australia.
Seems the 8 car was not hit, but spun into the wall when Seidler lost traction on the wet surface.
Yeah, I think he did say that at Hoa Acht.
On his outlap?
Yeah, he didn't actually say that.
But it was his outlap because he'd only just been in the pits when he came back in, hadn't he?
Yeah.
And we had another Mercedes spitter rear wheel off.
Have we?
Number 2.
Earlier.
Yeah. Okay, I'm none. Just saying.
Yeah, well, it's been put back on now, and we're waiting.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying,
Oh, you're saying the 8 car.
Norbert Seidler.
Oh, I see.
Outlap. I know it's and everything, and people do make mistakes, but
it was under acceleration. He did say that, but further information we don't have. One piece of information I was going to give you, though, which is that the number 26 car, which has just been in for its pit stop, the driver was Farfus, Augusto Farfus, and he stayed behind the wheel of the car through the pit stop.
Okay. So, night time and double stinting. So that'll be the Nurburgring 24 equivalent of quadruple stinting at Le Mans, I guess, because, this is like going 6 rounds with Mike Tyson in terms of driving a car. Now I'm being informed by Andrew on Twitter that the reason Tom Chilton's car has stopped is clearly because I didn't get to mention him enough on the World Touring Car coverage. Oh dear, that's a little unfair. I'm not saying it was Tom Chilton at the wheel. We're not sure who was at the wheel at the 109. Just was suggested there might have been suggestion perhaps of fire extinguisher powder around the car, and it certainly seemed to be steaming at the back rather than necessarily any sign of flame. However, again, it's all slightly conjecture because we couldn't really get a good look at it. And in terms of outside assistance, pretty much everybody on any nearby campsite was helping Ricky Christodoulou get that number 2 Mercedes back together, because who doesn't like fixing a car on a Saturday night when you've had a few beers and plenty of bratwurst?
All hands on deck.
Absolutely.
And feet, for that matter.
Yeah.
Adam,
yeah. Oh, sorry, Adam Christodoulou, yeah.
Sorry,
but he's the one that does it.
Adam
was the car.
Adam was just I think you didn't. You knew what you were talking about. You just misspoke, Martin.
Yeah. If I knew what I was talking about, that would have been a first. I may need to write that down. Even my diary, please. Responsible adult will make a note.
We're coming up to...
He keeps a notebook on that as well.
Aha.
I'll do my best.
All pages empty so far, the things that Martin
Now, this
got
is
right.
something you don't often see at a racetrack. It is a gigantic bonfire with a bunch of people standing around keeping warm, and it almost looks like that could be somewhere in the paddock.
That is in the paddock. That is down by the support race paddocks, the World Touring Cars and the Porsche Carrera Cup. What I particularly like is this elevated dining room that is hanging from a crane, because nothing could possibly go wrong with that. I tell you what, though, it's going to take you forever to get your bill when you finish your meal.
And you don't get a second helping.
Yeah. Drop your fork, it stays dropped. It's about 60 feet up in the air, dangling from a crane, a dining table with chairs. That'll be the only meal you ever have where you have to belt yourself in onto your chair.
Okay, the 30 car is now 13 seconds late. And because it's come into the pits.
Okay. I was going to say there's a couple of cars that have been a little bit late, but I just wonder whether that was perhaps due to a little bit of extra rain around the circuit.
That's what I thought too, but then it's come into the pits. Now, did that car stop recently, or no?
30. Yes, it did. It stopped 3 laps ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, so that is not a scheduled pit stop for the Fricadelli Porsche.
Changing tyres.
We surmised it was going to be Sabina Schmitz getting into it.
Changing tyres or tyre? It's left rear only, isn't it?
No, they changed the left front as well.
Oh, okay. Again, big picture of a Fricadellen on the back of the wheel arch there. But, so it was left sides only?
I don't know. They didn't show. It looks like there might be right sides going on.
Yeah. I wonder if after that shorter stint, whether they complained about either vibration, that is Sabine Schmitz at the wheel, or whether they have gone for a softer compound Michelin tyre.
But you wouldn't do that in the middle of a stint. As I say, it came in on lap 35, to come in after just 3 laps. You wouldn't just do that to change compounds.
Unless she felt it was absolutely undrivable on what she had. And as you say, it's certainly less than ideal, particularly for a car that is right in the midst of the action. Lights on Schloss Nurburg, giving it a very beautiful red glow, looking down on this Nurburgring circuit. Lights on the cars, barbecues blazing in the campsites. And we are now into the nitty-gritty of this race. This is where you have to grind it out now until lunchtime tomorrow. From getting on for 10 o'clock at night, there's this 14-hour period where you have just got to keep on doing what you do. No heroics, no messing around, and just take it all the way into lunchtime and then start to look at where you might be in the overall standings.
Go as fast and as safe as you can. Don't take any risks. Don't put anything in danger. Don't make any mistakes.
A 14-hour witching hour. It's a long, long race and getting longer by the minute for some of these teams. And the GT3 car coming very slowly down the straight from Dottinger Hurt.
I think they're in a slow zone because of that Audi that was...
Are we seeing red? Just a very brief flash of a red light there, and I'm not sure quite why. It looks like the 109 Audi TT. Oh no, that's not. That's the number 2 Mercedes under tow.
Yeah, these are highlights.
Well, this has all happened recently because this is all darkness footage. So the last few minutes.
Another pit stop for the number 25 BMW from the Mark VDS team. That car coming in, kind of lost track of where they are on their driver rotation, but I think Richard Westbrook should be in that car by now. And the Porsche, the Fricadelli Porsche, is back on its way again, but as I say, that's lost it some ground. So we've just had a scheduled pit stop from the number 26 BMW, and as we said, Augusto Farfus stayed behind the wheel, but an unscheduled pit stop from the Fricadelli Porsche, and that will leave the number 1 Audi with certainly not an unassailable lead, Martin, but it will leave him with a bigger lead than he's had before, and of course a good long time to be in the lead because he's not due in for his next pit stop until lap 43.
Yeah, so he's got another good well, he's halfway through his stint, really, 40 minutes in, 40 to go. And as you say, with that unexpected stop for the number 30 car, and with fuel seeming to be a bit of an issue for some of its rivals, again, you're not in any position yet where you're going, okay, we've got this made, all you need to do is what plan A was, which is exactly what Jim said 2 minutes ago, which is hit nothing, stay out of the pits, keep going on till dawn.
Your eyes did not deceive you. The little bit of flame that you saw in the highlights was from the Audi TT. The marshals did have to put that out, so it wasn't a live bit of fire. But
no, I was worrying that when just as the camera pulled away from that really long shot on the straight from Dottinger Hurt, that there was some red lights showing, and I wasn't quite sure what that was all about. The track is not red lighted. There's no red lights, red flags, so the race continues. And inspection of tyres going on in the garages just to make sure that the wear is as it should be, because of course when you look at a used tyre coming off a race car, it can give all sorts of hints and tips about what might be happening underneath the car, and then you've got to try and correspond with what the driver is or isn't saying, what he is or isn't driving around.
Almost like taking a human's blood pressure.
Almost.
You can tell a lot about what's going on with the race car based on tread wear, heat.
So with that, as I say, a bit of an advantage given to the number one Audi. I reckon he's going to be sitting on about a 1 minute lead, Jim, by the time this shakes itself out. In fact, possibly a little bit longer. The lap times themselves coming through very much more slowly at the moment. And yet, in some sectors, they're very quick. So I don't think it's weather-related, these slower lap times. I think it's caution-related. I think there is an incident out on the racetrack, and we'll try and get to the bottom of what it is, and then be able to tell you about it. Martin.
I'm going to link up two former comments. The TV pictures showing us fireworks going off left, right and centre. That's down at Vipperman, I think, judging by the structures that I was stood under yesterday. And also, coming through on the Twitter machine, is a message.
You have a Twitter machine
from Andreas Michaels, which says number 20 ist now retired. So number 20 gets the black Pentel pen of disappointment. So we will take that now that the number 20 Team Schubert car, which they spent an hour and 45 minutes repairing, has now been retired because it is undrivable and by extraction therefore unsafe, especially as the track now heads into full darkness, and by darkness we mean properly nighttime in the deep dark forest. Still the number 2 Christodoulou Mercedes is being manoeuvred and towed and dragged and pulled, and we have yet to hear it or see it on pit road, but we are hoping. In fact, we might need to go down 36 timing screens just to check to see whether it has actually arrived on pit road. He is on it
position,
like a bonnet.
88th position, still with a question mark, so he is not. No Arrivi yet.
Well, if he's outside the circuit on a flatbed truck, which you have to hope, then he will be driven round and eventually will find his way in. But you've got to pass the half-metre Bratwurst stand to get in, and what truck driver can do that? I'm saying it's tough, man.
Yeah, and I think, Martin, that's going to be, it's 8 laps now that it's lost, and that's more than an hour. Yeah. So I suspect, I don't know, if it would be a team of plucky amateurs who were out to enjoy themselves driving around the Nurburgring, then it might be a different story. But with Black Falcon, they may just say, look, we're in no fit state to do anything here, let's just withdraw the car.
Yeah, all you're going to do is beat your mechanics senseless, and your remaining car might need them when they're really at their lowest ebb. So you're absolutely right. It's an hour in. Okay, boys, you did your best. Well done for trying to get the car back, but this year we're on a hiding to nothing with this. You go get some sleep, and hopefully we'll have the number 5 car in a position where we can challenge to get it on the podium. And one of your biggest assets might be an alert team of mechanics.
Quite right.
Of the pits on RadioLeMans.com.
Live from the Eiffel Mountains, this is RadioLeMans.com.
So just on 10 o'clock then, and we continue our live broadcast through the evening. I remember the lovely days when we used to knock it on the head about now and go down to a guest house somewhere and have a beer. Trussers would disappear into the forest and have a tramp. Yep. And then the tramp complained, and that all had to stop. Of course, that was one of the major issues. Graham Goodwin, John Hindhaugh, and Paul Trussera, well, with you for the next few hours, having just completed our stint on the telly. So those of you who have followed us across, hello, welcome along.
Those of you who didn't want to come across, we're really sorry about that.
Yeah,
we're back.
We're here anyway. You can't keep us away. What drama then in the last few hours?
The word of the day is trouble, and there's been plenty of it. And well, I think Paul, I overheard you guys discussing why it was the lap times had come out. We seem to have got incidents all around the circuit over the last hour or so. In fact, for the last all the hours so far. Quite an extraordinary race here so far.
The funny thing is that blessed as we are with a lot of sector times now, you see incredibly slow sector times in some sectors and incredibly quick ones in others, as the slow zones have their effect, and of course teams just try and make up the time in other zones whilst they're clear. So I think the weather is okay out there. There has been some drizzle as in the earlier parts of the race, and that has undoubtedly affected things. But now we're into the night time, it's fully dark, then I think we're going to be all right, and certainly my weather forecast was suggesting that it's going to remain dry for the rest of the race, although I'm touching wood as I say that. But hopefully it can, and that will enable us to get into this kind of stable part of the race. What does concern me, and I think both of you, John and Graham, will have been outside, is how cold it is out there. It is predicted to be quite a cold night, and getting the tyres up to temperature is going to be a problem.
And there is still a little bit of dampness in the air, but it's that kind of horrible drizzle that only gets you wet.
Damp.
You kind of feel it on your clothes without really feeling it anywhere else, if you see what I mean. If you run your hand across a woolly jumper, it's that kind of dampness. But even that has lightened up a little bit. But it is chilly out there. I mean, I'm wearing shorts. It's not that cold. I've managed to survive the walk back so far. All good.
Yeah, you heard it correctly, ladies. Hindhaugh is in shorts, form and orderly queue.
I've not had long trousers on since we started the journey on Tuesday.
No.
And
I think that may continue.
I've not worn shorts since we've got here.
That's so between us.
We should make clear, by the way, for our American audience that John is talking about overwear, as indeed is Paul.
Yeah, that's true.
Paul Trustwell is not going commando.
Certainly
well, we don't know that. So that's a question you don't want to ask, though, isn't it?
I'm going to stick well clear of that one.
You know me, chaps.
So did I overhear that we have definitely lost the number 20 car?
Yes.
That one's gone. We saw, I think, the number 2 car. Did I see that car making its way back to the paddock?
You probably did. It was reported to have received some help to get the wheel on. One of the Mattol
we saw
drivers,
that. We watched that happening.
Helped put the wheel on. The car then drove back, but we haven't heard whether or not it has come back. It hasn't hit the timing beacon at the entrance to the pit lane.
It's not in the garage, I can tell you that.
Right. I think that's probably all we need to know. It's lost now more than an hour, so
it's basically as far as the force of this race is done.
Indeed.
And there have been a remarkable number of cars that, for one reason or another, we can put into that particular compartment. The 85 Bentley, with whatever happened there, which certainly would appear to have been at least a 2-car incident involving the 85 and the 44. 44 has continued on competitively and is still inside the top 10 as I speak. We seem to have had a delay that neither John nor I can recall, Paul, for the 29 car, which dropped out of the top 30. The second of the WRT Audis, which was lapping obviously well up in the early hours of the race, but all of a sudden seemed to lose a big chunk of time. But that must have happened a couple of hours ago now.
Was that the one that had the fire in the pits?
Yes, it was.
And was that the one, therefore, that had a longer pit stop than it needed to?
Yes, it was.
Is that perhaps the explanation?
No, because it's lost too much ground. It's lost a lap.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it's suffering from some fire damage. Don't know the answer.
We've had this drama for the 54 Lexus that is presumably the same drama and not another drama?
No.
Or is that the car being allowed to reverse
I think it's
with the assistance of an intervention vehicle?
Quite exactly
Yes.
right.
I think that's exactly right.
It was pointing in the wrong direction. It doesn't seem to have been
Cars all over
alone.
the place.
It doesn't seem to have been alone in its incident, though. We saw it pointing the wrong way. Now we see the things that it's going
There
past.
is a fire intervention vehicle actually to the left there. That was an extinguisher being played onto the rear of the car.
I think that might have been the Porsche. No, it wasn't the
And
Porsche.
there's another car here on the right.
That's an Aston.
Aston Martin.
Is that the?
That was the 50 car.
I don't think it was. Don't panic at me. Let me just go through the numbers. Oh, there's another one here. That's a BMW. So this is the onboard from the Porsche GT3 Cup that we're seeing at the moment. And how does he see anything with those headlights? They appear to be lighting up the rear axle from where he is. That is someone who is very committed around the back third of the circuit and must know it like the back of his hand through the twisties as he comes down through Flansgarden and heading down towards the second of the carousels, using 17% of his brain function at the moment and 141 beats a minute. I don't think that was the Aston, that 50 Aston.
Hope not.
Well, that was the class leader, wasn't it?
Just looking, and it wasn't, because it's gone through the first sector untroubled.
There you
so
go.
my apologies for Aston Martin fans who may have taken a sharp intake of breath there. It wasn't the 50 Aston Martin. I just can't see properly.
Right, let me have a look and
Similar
see.
coloured car, though.
The 54, which was the car that stopped.
I know which one it was.
I don't trust the GPS anymore, I'm afraid, but it was on its way up to Callanhard, and it is being shown moving, albeit slowly, on its way up to Callanhard. What I'm looking for is some stationary traffic behind it, which might explain which other cars it went past. And the number 79, no, that's moving all right. No, can't explain any other cars that might be stationary, I'm afraid.
I think that was the 250 that you saw, one of the OPC cars.
Now, the 250 ran out of fuel a little while ago. I didn't mention it to anybody else because...
Nobody was asking.
Nobody
That's
was
Volta
asking about
Stride Check's second car, and it has led the class for the OPCs.
That was 15 minutes ago. It was reported as stopped on the circuit with no fuel.
Oh.
Right. The 54 car here making its way back on the grass.
To do more off-track, and we're partners on that programme. In fact, he wrote to me and all of the LMP1 drivers this week asking for our support of that, and could we attend various functions and days to show the importance of that to our LMP1 project. And I think the FIA on that subject do a brilliant job in that respect. And in fact, there is a number of things going on behind the scenes after the accident to make sure that everybody learns from what happened.
Final question about that, and then I want to move on because that's not what we're here to talk about, but you'll understand why we've had to ask the question. How's John?
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, obviously absolutely massively shocked when it happened, and he's actually a very thoughtful young man, and but we've tried to look after him as best we could, and people like Alan McNish, who obviously had a similar incident in their junior career, has been in touch with him, and he's working through it, and
and he's carried on racing, of course, as well. And he's had some very good results.
In some ways, maybe it's made him more steely and realised that it was another opportunity to push on and go and make the most of what he's got.
Right, okay, let's put all that to one side. The LMP1 programme is also something very dear to everybody's heart who'll be listening here, and we'll catch up with what's going on in the track at the moment. There has been an incident out on the track which is slowing the lap times down just a wee bit at the moment. We've now got the spec for the car for Le Mans. There will be 3 cars at test day. There will be 3 cars at Le Mans, so we can put all those ridiculous rumours to bed that people, I don't know why people won't put anybody's programme down actually, but it seems to be a particular joy for some people. They take such pleasure in doing it, which I frankly don't understand.
Nor do I.
It's odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's you or somebody else. I'm not particularly saying it's just you, because I don't think it is, but people do seem to take a joy in trying to run things down. The spec of the car is out. We've seen that there's a flywheel system employed for your hybrid. The only thing that we haven't seen on there is what megajoule class. Up to 2, up to 4, up to 6, or up to 8?
Yeah, I'll get told off probably by telling you, but we'll be in the 2 megajoule class.
There you go. Thank you.
Heard it first.
Yeah.
Heard it first.
Exclusive. Breaking
Sorry,
news.
Lindsay.
She did text me earlier and said, "Can we announce the 2 megajoule class yet?"
Yes, you can.
Yeah, and it's done.
Yeah, there we are. Write that press release now. Yeah.
Now, if we're being brutally honest, is that where you wanted to be, Darren?
Well, no. I mean, we said at the beginning, didn't we? We were going for 8 megajoules deployed at the rear, and I mean that's the point of. I think there's a massive advantage and some massive disadvantages to our approach of being open and honest about what we're doing. The advantage is when we announced that Mark's not going to be racing at Le Mans.
Mark Genet, yeah.
Mark Genet.
And Mark is going to be racing at Le Mans, which is Mark Schulzitsky.
Mark with a K and not Mark with a C. Everyone, 98% of people believe us because we've been open on everything else.
Yeah.
But when we say we want to be 8 megajoules and deploy through the rear right from the beginning, where we could have just kept quiet, and we don't do that, then people take us to task for that. But we're just showing that this isn't easy. Look at Porsche last year. The 9 months more testing than we had, significantly stronger funds, I would suggest, and yet they finished 11th and DNF. So this isn't easy, and if it was, everyone would be doing it. But we're just, showing people behind the scenes how difficult it is. So our original plan was 8 megajoules deploying through the rear. That's not happened. But of course, what we know is that the platform we built in 2015, we already know what the advantages are we've got for 2016, and I would say we will make a step forward at least as big as Porsche have done from 14 to 15 because of those things that we didn't do in this year.
But you're still going to learn because you're learning about the package, so I understand exactly where you want to do it. The car was built, designed, conceived for the Le Mans 24 hours, and you did get to race the rest of the season. You've already talked about an upgrade, or at least not an upgrade, excuse me, that's the wrong word, a different aero package that will give you more of a competitive edge on the tracks where you need more downforce for after Le Mans. So can you just make this point again so that everybody hears it from your mouth that this is a real racing car program that's going to be out there really racing this year?
Yeah, and I'm still confused about why anyone would think anything different. Maybe it's because we did Garage 56, which wasn't that. But I mean, I'm up here talking about this program. We're not comfortable that we're 18th at the moment in this race. We're racers, but for various reasons, that's where we are in this race. But we go out to win. We'll be in the Blancpain next weekend. With a good chance, I think, in that. We had 2 podiums in Australia today or yesterday, whatever day we're on. So we're racers, and yes, we did Garage 56, which wasn't racing, but that was important steps towards getting us to an MP1. It is a racing program that happens to have very good marketing. And everyone says, it's a marketing program. Is that because the other 3 aren't doing any marketing? I don't know. I mean, I'm being maybe a little bit challenging there, but the other thing, I gave some examples to the press who came out on Tuesday and Wednesday for our preview events in London and Paris. And again, we're doing that. I'm not sure if the others are doing that to try and promote the championship and Le Mans. And I gave lots of examples of sporting decisions that overtook the marketing decision. The worst garages at Le Mans for a marketing approach would be 54, 55 and 56. There are no suites above them. It looks scruffy down that end of the pits. You don't get the right paddock space for your hospitality unit. Sorry, not hospitality unit, your team catering unit. And it's a compromise. But where do you want to be? You want to be pit in or pit out any race circuit. And for me, in an endurance race, you want to be at pit out. So you've got 30 seconds, or someone will tell me how many seconds it is down the pit lane from pit in to there to see if it's raining, which bit of your car's fallen off, what your competitors are doing or whatever. and we are in 54, 55 and 56, and that was my decision because that is the right thing to do from a sporting point of view, not a marketing point of view. And there are 10 million other examples of what we've made decisions in a sporting point of view rather than marketing. So yes, it happens to be that I did some marketing in the past, so it's seen as a marketing approach, but you know me well enough, John. I'm a racer at heart, and we are going there to try and race. And the people involved in the project, people talk about Ben Bowlby and his big eyebrows and all the Garage 56 projects. Scrape the surface. We added up the amount of races that his cars had won in the past, whether it be Formula 3000, IndyCar, NASCAR. He's won the Indy 500, the Daytona 500, the Daytona 24 Hours as an engineer and a designer. So, this is not a science project. Although sometimes it does feel like that when we're trying some crazy stuff out.
I'm sure it does.
This is a racing program, and we're not going to win in the first year. That's obvious, of course. And but we are here to learn as much as we can in 2015, and be there to challenge it in 2016, in the way that Porsche has.
I just wanted you to say that live on this show, so that when I say on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, when somebody will inevitably text in that's what you said, we can refer them back to this hour, because it happens. It's a big year for you guys, clearly, going to Le Mans with these 3 cars. It's about learning. I like the fact that you've mentioned the 2 Garage 56 projects, which in some ways did bring you to where you are. With,
we wouldn't
with
be doing P1. We wouldn't be doing P1 without them.
Is it as simple as that?
Yeah. I mean, you've got to build.
Is that on a technical level? Is that on
not on a technical
internal level?
Internal level and partners. We had made great partnership with Michelin. We had good partners with the ACO. You've got to have good. When you're going to do something as crazy as put the engine in the wrong end of the car, you've got to have good relationships with the organisers, so that when questions come up on the rules, you can look them in the eye and you know that you've been through 2 other projects with them together, and then they trust you. If you just come in, cold, that relationship isn't there. So, absolutely, internally and with the organisers and partners and drivers to a certain extent, we have had to add Garage 56 and LMP2, to be quite honest. Those have been stepping stones, and that's why. And this could be a subject that could go on for hours, and I know we're watching a race here, so I'm sure that Paul or Graham want to talk about the race.
It's the perfect time before pit stops come around again.
And this is why, the fact that a manufacturer hasn't done another Garage 56, and we won't have manufacturers with LMP2 engines in the future, the ability to make a stepping stone into LMP1 is a shame, in my opinion.
Well, let's hope that
Can of worms opened?
Yes, indeed. Let's hope that's not the case. Hello to Craig Alderson. He asks a direct question to you. You wanted 8 at the rear, so does that mean that the 2 that you've got is going into the front in terms of your megajoule energy?
Yeah.
There you go, Craig. Aston answered. And a number of people are picking up on what you've said and tweeting that on. LMP2, we've got a few minutes to talk about it. And you guys have become pretty much the default engine with the Nissan engine, but there's still Judd engines out there, there's HPD engines out there, that it is an open category. It will not be an open category in the future, although we're hearing that a bespoke race engine will be commissioned, and then you can brand it anything you want. I understand. I believe this to be true, not with a car brand. So with a tuner brand.
No. If you wanted to call it let's look at what we've got here: a Hewlett-Packard engine, or a Castrol engine, or a Tag engine. Yeah. You can, but no manufacturer name on it. That's what I was told. So
we could call it a Hindhaugh-Cox engine, but we couldn't call it a Nismo engine.
Yeah, as a marketeer, I wouldn't use those names, but we could do it.
Can I strongly advise you not to?
Okay. There was the car that won Bathurst with a Hindhaugh-Garmin engine.
I know.
But never mind.
But still going to strongly advise you not to.
Okay. But so as then someone who represents a major world force in automotive OEMs, that leaves you nothing to support in LMP2.
We can put our name on the side of a car that's not.
So you hasn't got an error.
Yeah, we haven't got our technology in. As I guess.
Stop with that point. I knew where you were going.
As Caterham did a couple of years ago. I was going to mention the other name, but I won't because they're part of our group.
I've got a question for Darren on this one. Moving away from Nissan, completely forget Nissan.
Am I?
Breaking news. You are, at heart, someone who understands the marketing around this sport. I'm struggling to understand the reasoning behind the move they're making in what has been a successful class. In marketing terms, from their point of view, from anybody's point of view, can you see an area where it makes sense?
No.
You deal with teams as well, because obviously they are running your engines, and many of them run your engines.
But the teams are fine because they've been promised that the engine or the whole cost structure is going to be reduced, so they're all happy. But then, maybe they won't have, I don't know, Hyundai decide to come into LMP2 as stepping stone to LMP1, they want to put their drivers in it. Maybe they won't. I mean, anyway, maybe I'm just trying to replicate what we've done successfully over the last few years and put it forward to, other, future years. Maybe I've got it wrong, but I just think not to have an engine brand on an engine. I mean, it's the same in GP3 and GP2, and we stick our name on the side of a GP3 car, but it doesn't feel right. I mean, it's actually got our engine in, by the way. That is a 350Z engine in the back of a GP3 car. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have had the official answer back, which is if you started to have engine manufacturers going against each other, they wouldn't be able to get down to the cost level that they needed to, and that's why bespoke racing engines needed. And if there was competition, then prices would go up. So I get that.
Please say hello very quickly to the collective.
Hello, collective.
Yeah, very good. We do the leader in the next lap around. We're coming up to half past the hour.
I've got 2 hours 27 seconds to
2 minutes 20. No, you can stay. You don't have to go anywhere. You're very welcome here, as always.
In the Aston Martin lounge with my Nissan jacket on.
The security are looking at him rather suspiciously.
I just told him I was Andy Palmer.
Sad thing was he believed you. Andy is here, of course. Came in with David Richards earlier on today. I had a long chat with him this morning. Thoroughly enjoying not being your boss anymore, I think, really.
The stress has been reduced.
I'm only kidding, you know I am. We're talking about you being a racer at heart, but Nissan is still a racer at heart. All the other programmes continue to go on. You've got the GT3 car. Some other big changes in GT3 coming, particularly in the States, where you guys have been involved with IMSA taking on GT3 regulations. That means that potentially Bob Neville or Schulzer or anybody who's running one of your GT3 cars could be at the Rolex and Sebring and all of those other great events next year. Now that is a good move.
Oh, absolutely, and
let's talk about something positive.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's great. Well, let's talk about something positive. We do all this racing around the world, as you say, GT3 in America, in Europe, LMP2, LMP3, of course, which is a brand new category, and just last week we had the official launch of Micro Cup Canada, which we're all very excited about.
Yes, which is about 10 grand for
it's
UK for a season.
Cheap. It's ridiculously
I would
cheap.
spend more going across in airfares than I would racing there.
And you know what? One of the races supports the Grand Prix.
I've got to get it. How do I get a drive in that?
Speak to the bloke in charge.
Who's that then?
No, it's not me actually, it's Nissan Canada. But we've actually got as well, which we haven't talked much about yet, we've got 2 GT Academy winners racing over there, a guy from Thailand and a guy from India, who are their national winners, who then got beaten in the international final by the Mexican Ricardo Sanchez, who's now in Blancpain. But they showed such good promise that we sent them over there. So yeah, we've got 2 GT Academy racers racing in the Micro Cup.
Darren Cox from Nismo Global is with us. Paul Trustwell's been gathering information on that incident on the circuit. We haven't been ignoring it. We've just been waiting to get some news of the cars involved and what might have been happening. Paul, what's the update?
Well, what seems to have happened was that the Lexus number 54 had a puncture or a tyre failure of some sort around the Fuchsröhre, the foxhole.
That's fast.
As it spun out, some consequences occurred, and the Manthey Porsche number 90, the Rent to Drive BMW number 304, and Team Coach BMW number 46 were all involved in the incident that happened as a result of the Lexus's puncture. The Lexus then got going again, as we saw, and eventually pulled off the circuit at Breitscheid. then there is further news about David Ackerman, who is driving the number 304 car, the BMW. He has light burns and has been taken for a check-up in the medical centre.
Ooh. So that was indeed a fire truck that we saw there, and well, we wish him well, and we'll get some more information in a wee moment. As into the pit lane comes our race leader.
And that is Christopher Haase at the wheel at the moment, and I wouldn't be at all surprised.
So they've gone all the way through now, haven't they, their drivers?
They've gone all the way through and come out the other end, yes, because Haase was the driver who started that car.
Correct.
And he's, as I say, come out the other end. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Haase doing a double stint, though, so we are seeing double stints being done by some of the other teams, so sort of, as I say, it would be my expectation they'll leave him in the car to do a double.
The pace, Darren Cox is still with us. The pace of development in all forms of motorsport always leaves me slightly slack-jawed. But we've seen the new Audi, which is for the first time in this race, or it's done a couple of VLN races. We've seen the new Porsche this weekend for the first time, which was similarly Starship-like. The new BMW M6 is allegedly here this weekend as well, and has been seen by a couple of people. This time next year, with the new AMG GT, the car that is leading this race will be the oldest of the German manufacturers, being a year old. What do you guys do? How far ahead are you planning? And is there an upgrade, an update, anything that you can do with the current GTR GT3 that will... I mean, these guys are not doing the development for fun, but they're looking less and less like GT3 cars and more like GT500 cars.
You were talking about the brain capacity of the drivers on that excellent graphic that we've got there. Do you know what? I haven't had time to think about it, and so I could come up with something off the top of my head. But I think, having seen that Audi for the first time in the flesh this weekend, clearly the game's been moved on. The implications of that are significant, I think, and yeah, you know, I just hope that it isn't a step too far. You know, we've seen many categories extend themselves, manufacturers outspending each other, and in the end, it's you know, something that can't continue, and we go into you know, a downward spiral. At the moment, GT3 is an upward spiral, and long may that continue.
In point of fact, we've got a race here that is a little bit different. Well, it's a lot different in a lot of ways, but it's one of the big differences here is that we actually get manufacturer teams in GT3, which most of the rest of the world, all right, they'll lend a driver here, there'll be some customer support from Audi or from Porsche or from BMW, but this is one of the few places we actually see full house factory entries. So how do you make a case then to update a GT3 version of your GTR to sell to your customers?
Well, you know, I mean, obviously balance of performance is one thing, but you know, you can only balance certain parts of the performance out, and that's then the difficult bit is, you know, you can't balance tyre wear over a stint, and obviously these cars are, you know, with the downforce they've got, means that the tyre wear should be less because they're not scrabbling around as much, and so or you know, they get the weight out of the car in a certain place to be able to ballast it up where they need the weight. So it is, you know, it's an arms race again, isn't it? In GT3, and GT3's become so important that you know, people are willing to spend that money because GT3 is the GT category in a way around the world. I know people will shoot me down and say GT is, but you know, in terms of
numbers,
in terms of numbers,
Audi have taken 50 orders for that new car this weekend,
which is impressive. And you know, but I think one of the beauties of GT3 is the variety of manufacturers, and you know, if you've got two or three that suddenly you've got to have one of those two or three cars, we lose something from the championship and from the category.
Yes, variety being the spice of life. We're back to the LMP2
well, I guess
conversation
that's
as well.
the point from Darren's point of view, isn't it? Because you're building not just the Nissan brand, but particularly the Nismo brand, and the Nismo brand is going to be competing in the marketplace against those cars on the road. And
that's a good point, because Nismo, although it's been around for quite a few years, it's still
31
years this year. It's still hasn't, in terms of its road cars, it's developing the road car side of things. It's still looking to establish itself alongside your AMGs and your Alpinas and people like that. And there's no reason why it can't, Darren, is there?
Well, we're making a good, good start. Yeah. The first, 3 years really outside of Japan have gone very well. We sold out the first version of the Duke in the UK, in Europe, and in America. And we've got other cars coming. We've got some really interesting products outside of Europe and America over the next few years. So yeah, it's a big opportunity for us in terms of having a performance brand, but it has to be backed up by credible performance on track. So yes, GT3s racing all around the world. One development cost for various different championships is perfect, but I'm sure, like all the other manufacturers as well, there needs to be a payback somewhere along the line, whether that is through sales, as you've highlighted for Audi, or through us of having good results, because generally the BOP in all areas is correct. Then that's what it needs to be.
Jonathan Main says, can you ask Darren Cox how we can get hold of one of those great-looking Nismo jackets?
What, the one that I'm wearing now?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Literally wants the shirt off your back.
I'm not sure this one's a good-looking one. At Le Mans, we will have team kit available to buy. So
you can have a shop area there.
We will have a shop area there in the village.
Excellent stuff with the LMGT, the GTR LM branding on it, will it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Proper team kit, not replica stuff, same as the team have got, and then some other.
Effect has happened, and that means that number 30, the Ficadeli Porsche, has taken over the lead of the race again. Patrick Pilet is at the wheel of that. He will be in probably at the end of the lap that he is currently on. No, he won't, because he had an extra pit stop, didn't he? So he can go through to lap 46. So he's got 3 laps in the lead. However, one of those kind of dumb questions that kind of happens at this point in the night, of the leading 10 the cars in the top 10 places, there is one which has done consistently 9 laps on every stint. That is if you count the formation lap as a lap, which you do have to. It's going to use fuel going around there. 9 laps on every stint without fail, no glitches, and it's an Aston Martin. The number 007 Aston Martin has been boringly predictable, like a watch from another country, and has just reeled off the 9 laps, coming to the pits, and it's due in at the end of this lap. So, but as I say, quite aside from the fact that it's doing it, is the fact that nobody else has managed to do it.
The 87 Avia Racing Aston Martin has had an incident with the local wildlife, has hit a hare.
The Silverstone hare come to the Nurburgring.
Yes.
Holidays.
I think it was kind of trying to get some homework in ahead of the Blancpain next weekend.
Is it a male hare? So it's therefore hare. Sorry.
Apparently there's 6,000 people watching a static camera and listening to us at the moment on the RadioLeMans.com website in sound and vision. So
Good
something
evening.
is going well at the moment. Hello everybody. We will be going all the way through the night with whatever pictures that are available will be available on RadioLeMans.com, but the audio, if you haven't got the bandwidth or you're moving around, I appreciate different time zones all around the world. RadioLeMans.com, or find us on TuneIn. And don't forget RSL Extra tomorrow if you want to listen to the 4 hours of Imola. It is an overlap race, I'm afraid, so we fire up RSL Extra for the second stream tomorrow with Johnny and Bruce.
The really big news is...
The really big news
is that the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes is underway again.
Excellent.
So the wheel has been found, it's been reattached, whatever needed doing to the rear axle.
That was very odd.
There was a fantastic bulletin.
It was described, because I think you missed out, it was described as a diff lock problem, which was what stopped it. What actually caused the wheel to fall off was very odd, because, I mean, you saw the pictures as well as I did. And we described it at the time.
No wheel nut, but the locking pins were still there and still in the out position. How does the wheel nut disappear?
Well, and the actual incident that happened when it caused it, it had got ahead of the BMW under a yellow zone, realised its error, had slowed down in order to allow the BMW.
It was already ahead of the BMW.
No, it was already ahead of the BMW. The BMW
Yeah,
overtook it and then dropped behind and then re-overtook it.
That's because it started going slowly again. But there was an overtake in the slow zone, which, as they came out of the slow zone, the BMW went when the green flag went,
and the Mercedes didn't.
The Mercedes, having swapped itself back, didn't.
I wondered if it was something to do with the limiter or something like that.
That was our instant reaction, and then Martin.
And then the wheel fell off.
I think, Martin looked at the wheel hard enough, and it fell off.
It was very, very odd. Did we decide who the driver was for that? Was that Adam Christodoulou?
It was Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, I thought
he
it was.
Did a fine job.
He tried everything. And he knew exactly. The first thing was he knew exactly where the toolkit was.
He did, and he also wins the prize for the best body language of the day as well, because you could see him geared up to do the job. He knew where the toolkit was. He knew what he had to do. He got the car, and what he was trying to do was to actually beach it on the curb so that the wheel stuck up in the air.
Yeah, that's good point.
And that was what he was trying to get. That's why he rolled backwards, was to try to pop the wheel up in the air by beaching it on the curb. And then he realised he couldn't do what he wanted to do. But anyway, it is back rolling. It is
amazing.
We might see if we can find Adam actually and get him up here for a quick
I
chat.
think that's a great idea.
What I might do in a little wee while you're to David King in a moment is pop down and see if I can find Adam at Black Falcon.
Go on, that'd be good.
I may just have spoken too soon because this timing screen isn't actually showing him as circulating yet. It's just the ticker feed.
I'll pop down.
Says that he's going round, so that would be great if you can, Graham. Thank you very much for that.
In the meantime, we have, standing just over my right shoulder, I'll beckon him to come and sit on my left here.
Left shoulder.
And sit him down next to me, David King from Aston Martin.
Good
Place
evening,
that
Bill.
in your hand. How are you?
Very, very well, thanks. Yeah.
I'm not sure how much I want to say about this, but at the moment it's all going very well.
Yeah, it's a nice, steady strategy that sees us slowly climbing the leaderboard, hopefully through the night.
And the fuel mileage, very good indeed.
Yeah.
9 laps every stint.
Yes.
And was that a deliberate strategy from the start of the race?
It's the desirable strategy. And it's working out quite nicely. Conditions are allowing it, and just keep on going like that.
Getting into the cooler part of the evening now.
Well, it hasn't been warm all day, John.
Well, you and I both had shorts on this morning. We were
did.
bucking the trend, in fairness, David. We got some strange looks. Getting into the even cooler part of the evening now. A couple of other teams are double stinting drivers, but they're still changing tyres. Is there any point that you get to be able to double stint tyres around here?
It depends what tyres you're running on, really. Certainly on our a bit further down the field, our GT12s are double stinting tyres quite comfortably. I mean, it's the pit stop time is purely dictated by the length of time to put the fuel in. So, it's just the cost of tyres really that it comes down to, rather than any time taken.
There's no advantage in leaving a set of tyres on in time-wise stopped in the pit, and you get the performance advantage, I presume, of putting a new set of rubber on the car.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about filling up from basically a standard fuel pump, which everybody has to do here. It's a long fill.
7 has just completed its 5th pit stop, which is getting further and further off the end of everyone else. Any moment now, the 26th then will come in for its 6th pit stop. That's the meter of the race. The Mark V DS BMW, a lap or so after the 7 car's done its pit stop on one schedule, starts the next schedule off. The 6 car just dropped back a little bit earlier on. That had a problem with a door, was it?
I'm not quite sure of all the details on the 6 car actually, but it dropped back a little bit, and it took a pit lane speeding penalty as well.
Ah, right.
Which is, I think, the main issue that's dropped it back a bit.
1 or 2 incidents out there, but what are the drivers saying to you? And it looks like it might be raining again out there. If there's the water on the lens of the camera car, we're looking at the 2-litre TDI Scirocco at the moment. What are the drivers saying to you about the conditions?
It is quite wet. Damn. Yeah, it's been a bit. These little showers have been quite stressful actually, because it just puts it into that marginal territory where the drivers don't know whether they should come in or not. But I don't think there's any serious rain forecast. They just have to tough it out, I think, during the slippery bits.
But this is a track where you can't just say, oh, it's raining, I'll put a set of wets on, because it's such a long track that if it's only raining in even a third or a half of the track, you would burn a set of wets in a lap or a couple of laps if it's dry everywhere else.
You certainly would, yeah. And so we saw a few people coming in and taking some cut slicks, some inters in the early rain, just as an insurance policy, really, because it's you don't want to throw it away on a wet patch unnecessarily either.
And who's making those decisions, David? Do you have to leave that to the drivers and have some communication with them?
You just have to keep talking to them, because the drivers are desperate for information about how it is on the rest of the circuit.
Yeah.
And they, more than anything, more than a normal circuit, they need feedback from other drivers via their engineer.
I guess you can help them in the daytime when we have TV pictures, because you get a chance to see what's going on at the other parts of the circuit, some onboards. But once it gets to this time of night, there's no real assistance that you can give them from the wall.
Well, apart from if another engineer hears their driver saying it's raining at Brunchen, then you relay that to the other engineers.
Or it's born dry from so-and-so to so-and-so, yeah.
And the great thing about the GPS apps now is we can see exactly where all our cars are on the track, and so you can make use of that data quite well and only give it to the drivers that might need it.
And you can swap data between different cars, even different classes, of course, in terms of that information coming through.
Indeed, yeah.
It was great to see Rose, the car that started it all off in the parade today. Dr. Betts was driving that rather spiritedly through a whole bunch of rather startled Hyundais that were half a minute or two behind us, and then through the Aston parade as well. That really was the car that started it all off. 10 years ago now?
It was, yeah. It's our 10th year coming back here, and that was that car was a veteran of 4 24-hour races, and then it's had a graceful semi-retirement, but. She actually got driven out here on the road all the way from Gaydon on Friday, and did the parade lap today.
And the car that Dr. Betts is driving this weekend is in the replica livery, Rose 2, as we're Rose by any other name perhaps. We're calling that one, and has got Malrose in the car extraordinarily, which is a nice full circle run. What of the future of you guys at this race? You've established yourself now with the performance centre, technical centre just down the road. This seems to be now the real one of the real epicentres that you guys have got of your performance testing and development.
It is very much a second home to Aston Martin, with a permanent staff in headquarters just next to the track. It's an important part of developing our road cars, and it's a great base to go racing from. And we have become part of the scenery around here, really. And I think that, small though we are, I think we do add a certain splash of glamour to the proceedings in this race.
I take there's a lot of criticism from some parts of the motoring press about obsession with times around the Knowledge Lifer, and I do take that at the face value that it's given. But what I don't accept is that there's no point in being here. There is a point in being here, and you guys are the poster children for doing that, because things like gearboxes and ABS and traction control for your road cars have all learned something. All those systems have been improved and developed down through the years from what you've learned racing.
Of course, from racing, and also the industry pool testing that we do along with most of the other high performance
with absolutely standard street cars.
Yeah, it's where we come to do 12 to 16 weeks of the year, Monday to Friday. The track's open only for industry, and we're here pounding around in road cars, developing cars and doing durability testing, and it's a very, very important part.
And that's not just a bit of fun for the people driving round, that's systems testing and development.
Yeah, systems testing, whole vehicle testing, and setting the car up to work well on the track, and it's a great endurance test for a car.
And why here then rather than anywhere else?
Well, we test in other places in the world as well, but there is something unique about the circuit, and having the facilities around us and being able to relate our road car testing to racing on exactly the same track is something we can't really do elsewhere.
And you've got by now a huge amount of data that you put that to. It is effectively like the world's best country road that goes just round in a big circle, isn't it?
Well, you and I drove around it this morning, didn't we, John? It's just it's extraordinary. And when you watch some of those helicopter pictures today from the start of the race, and you see the scale of the place and the elevation and the forests, and it's like tarmac rally stage that just happens to connect back up
to
again
loop back on itself. Yes, the never-ending tarmac rally stage. As I say, I do understand when people criticise obsession with lap times around here, but I don't hold that there's no point.
The whole industry is about benchmark times, 0 to 60s, maximum speeds.
True.
These are figures that people love to know, and a Nordschleife benchmark lap is a very good indicator. All right, it gets skewed a little bit by the way some people record it, but it's a very good benchmark of a high-performance car.
And there are people who come here blatantly with special vehicles that are tuned specifically for the circuit. The information that you're talking about, Geary, is either on racing cars that will race here in VLN in the 24 hours, or more specifically would be fairly standard road cars that you guys are trying to improve for your next batch of customers.
Yeah, and the ultimate test of any new road car of ours is the Nurburgring durability test, which is 10,000 kilometres around the track.
Wow! So every new iteration of an Aston Martin has to do that.
Yep, it does. Yeah, at a above a certain target time or below a certain target time.
Yes.
So you set a benchmark time, and then you have to be within a certain percentage of that for every lap. So it's kind of 8/10, 9/10 driving for.
So you're not asking anybody to risk anything, but you are asking them to go around at a decent clip. Oh, we've had another fire in the pit lane, and this is not the first one this evening, but this time it's the 26 Mark VDS BMW that is covered in extinguishing at the moment. Graham?
Quite a lot of extinguishing at that. We saw the dramatic pictures of the number 29 Audi. That cost time of that car. But Paul?
In any case, it was a much longer stop than it was ought to have been. I was going to wait until we finished talking with Dave, because it's a much longer stop. It came in on schedule, but it was a much longer stop than it ought to have been, and then it caught fire. So it's not as if the fire caused the delay. There was a longer stop, and then the fire.
This is the third place car.
Which was the third place car. It would have moved up into second place, because we've had 2 unscheduled pit stops as well for the number 1 Audi, and that's the first time that has stopped out of schedule, and also an unscheduled stop for the number 28 WRT Audi. And I just wondered whether perhaps there was some rain, and I was waiting for a message as well to tell me there was rain on the circuit and people were changing onto wet weather tyres, and they weren't scheduled stops for either of those two. The 26 was a scheduled stop, but it's turned into an unscheduled one because it's only just now got going again, having had a much longer than it should do pit stop. So all of this is kind of playing into the hands of anybody who's
7
got
minutes.
a nice, easy strategy.
You're listening to live coverage of the Nurburgring. It's the 43rd edition of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours here in the Eifel Mountains. David King from Aston Martin is with us, and we'll ask him a few more questions in a few moments when our live coverage continues exclusively here on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So then, we've got the number 30 Frickadelli Porsche now scored at the head of the field and due any time now across the start-finish line with unscheduled stops then for 2 of the leading cars. The 1, the 26, the 28 in 4th position on an outlap, the 19 in 5th position. It's a very different look at the top of the field. Graham Goodwin is looking rather incredible.
The 30 car's late. The 30 car is a minute late.
I think there's rain out on the circuit and people are having to slow down. Look at the lap times.
The 30 car hasn't gone through sector 3 yet. That's a 3-minute sector, and it's already a minute late. That's more than rain.
Right, okay. So
the leading car is definitely late, John.
Right, you're right. We have that on the screen now, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. It could just be bad weather or an incident on the far side of the circuit. We don't have cameras at this time.
Could be a timing glitch, but at the moment the timing screen that gives us a predicted time for that car to cross the line says that the leading car is now 90 seconds late and has still not cleared sector 4 of 5 sectors.
David, I will ask you a quick final question before we let you get away. Yes, indeed, the question mark has come up in the ETA now. One of the great factors about this track is its length and its the scale we were talking about. It can be frustrating though when you can't get information from the other side of the track, and I guess the guys down at Fricatelli at the moment will be tearing their hair out if they can't get some kind of radio communication. Can you talk to the drivers all the way around the track?
Usually, yes.
Right.
There's parts where it's not great, but we do a radio check all the way around, and yeah, it's not too bad.
There's an accident just past the carousel, I gather.
Yeah, and rain on the far side of the circuit. I think we better let you get back, David.
Yeah, go and have a look.
Thank you. David King joining us there. He's heading back down to the pit wall. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, the pit stops that I was fretting about that were non-scheduled have now been confirmed as being tyre stops to change onto rain tyres. That was to all three Audis, in fact, number 1, number 4 and number 28, all making non-scheduled pit stops to get onto rain tyres. Another good bit of news comes from Bentley, because it says that the Bentley has been repaired and is going again. That's the number 85
Excellent.
car. So, again, sometimes things happen on that screen before they happen in reality.
Can I give you a bit of bad news, though?
Which is
the number 2 car will not be going back out again. I spoke to Jean-Paul Breslin down in the Black Falcon pit, and he said really at this stage there is little point. The answer, by the way, Adam Christodoulo will come up if he gets an opportunity. He's actually having a chat with the race director at the moment. I've been rather summoned to see the race director because he's not allowed to reverse on track. So he's been called to the race director's office. The issue was that it broke all the drive pins on that axle, which was what the problem was. So despite a heroic effort,
why did the wheel fall off?
That couldn't be explained. I think we need to speak to Adam and find out exactly what he found.
I'd be very disappointed if Adam's going to get sanctioned for the fact that he rolled the car off the track onto the side of the circuit to take it. I got that wrong, so I'll swap it round the next time round.
Some pretty wild differences in Sector 4 times coming through, and lots of cars very late, but having cleared that sector. Was worried for a little wee while about the number 50 Aston Martin, but that's come through in a 6:42. To give a comparative time, the LTT TRS has done a 5:54, so a minute's difference with cars within the last 10 minutes. And broadly speaking, the same kind of area in the timing and scoring screen between Sector 4 times, which means presumably that's where the worst weather is, and/or that's where there are incidents. We've had times as slow as 8 minutes through that sector, clearing in the last 60 seconds. So something like 2 minutes plus worth of difference in one sector time.
At Radio Le Mans, at Specutainment, at DSC Editor, use the hashtag N24HR. Joining the conversation. Many of you are. We've got pictures, we've got information coming in. It's 11:15 here in Central Europe. We're getting into the meat of the evening. This is when things go bump in the night, and out in the forest things get really nasty. Lots of rain on the track being reported by all the teams, including Audi Sport, who are tweeting from here this evening. And we say this every time, Graham, but it is just amazing how much information we can get from social media from the teams nowadays.
It just adds another dimension to what was already an improving picture for people like us that love endurance racing. The number 50 Audi, Aston Martin, by the way, has made it back to the pits, I've no doubt, for rain tyres after a slower lap.
I think the only one of the leading group who hasn't yet stopped for rain tyres, Graham, is the number 19 BMW, the Schubert car.
10:25 last time around against 11:45.
Has not cleared Sector 4 yet.
But that was a very quick lap. That was it. Relative to its others, and as Graham says, I think it's just that it hasn't actually arrived at the place where all the rain is.
Yeah, the GPS track map at the moment, as pointed out by Sean Pivick, suggests half the field are currently missing 95 cars. That's because they are so over time in that fourth sector. It's a predictive tracker working on timing loops, not exactly giving the spot on areas for every car, and that's why that happens once in a while. The 11 car is late now as well, the Bentley in 14th position.
There is a real GPS tracker out on the web, and I don't want to tell you where it is because the performance is appalling, and it'll get worse if I tell everybody where it is.
Now you've said that, somebody will find it.
Yes, quite. But that's the one that I'm using, as I say, and it will pinpoint the position, although it doesn't pinpoint relative positions very well because it works on a different time for each individual car. But as I say, there is no doubt at all that the 30 is stationary according to this the real GPS tracker.
Martin Webster says, for the newbies out here, why do some of the cars have blue flashing lights? Top 30 cars, in terms of their qualifying performance, had a top 30 shootout to work out where they were, but most importantly, they were all given a blue flashing light to allow cars further up the field, further up the road rather, to see that in the rear view mirror. And I don't care what driver you are, if you see a flashing blue light in your mirror, it gives you that metallic taste in your mouth and the instant lift off the throttle.
Oops, yes.
You just know it does. Martin Havens standing beside
You have to be a
gun.
special sort of driver to put your foot down.
Yeah. Yeah. In a different career path than any of us have certainly taken. But
there's a damaged car that's come into the
Joe
pit.
Bradley might be an exception to that. Yes, that's a fair problem. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
There's a damaged car that's come into the pits. So number 302, one of the BMW 235i's, which is reported as coming in with damage to the front right wheel, been pushed back into the garage. And the driver, Philip Leisen, says in the up at Kesselchen it was suddenly wet and somebody hit me. I hope that the mechanics can get us on the way again.
Just a couple of things. Sport 1, our TV colleagues here at the circuit, confirming what we thought, that the number 30, the Frickadelli Porsche, is stationary between the carousel and Haut Act on the far side of the circuit, and the rain in Sector 4 has certainly arrived. Lap times going out to 8 minutes for some of the cars, and 5 minutes 20 in that sector.
Sector times.
Sorry, excuse me, in that sector. 7:16 for the 15 car. Last time around in that sector. 5:20 for the leader. He has come through. He survived it though.
I'm still waiting for that 19 BMW to clear the problematic sector. That car is now late through that sector without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, but if you're adding 2 and a bit minutes onto that sector, then basically it's
exactly
going to be a wee
right.
while.
So we just need to be kind of reasonably calm. Porsche Motorsport, by the way, now confirming an accident for the leading 30 Porsche,
as it was at the time. Yeah.
That timer, though, that you're commenting on, Graham, that
6:11. 6:11 for the 19 car. It's through.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
And remember, that car's still on slick tyres.
That's my concern, yes. It's obviously been
possibly not for much longer.
No,
he should be in the pit lane about a minute.
50 seconds.
Yes. The issue is, though, is it wet on the front straight there? It's not, is it? It's drizzling in the pit, says Haven. Well, he's taller than most people, so it hits him first.
Absolutely. We've got Dirk Werner at the wheel of that number 19 car, and if you're going to have anybody in the car...
Well, by comparison, Paul, the 28 car, which we know did go on to wet tyres, cleared the same sector in 4 minutes and 47 seconds.
But then you don't know what accidents there are that they're having to push out of the way.
They were about 20 or 30 seconds apart, so you'd have thought they're going to be going through in similar circumstances. So almost a minute and a half quicker on the wet weather tyres. Sabina Schmitz tells German television, by the way, that it was a big accident for the number 30, but the driver is okay. So Sabina Schmitz, who, of course, was the team leader for the Frickadelli Racing team, telling German television that it was a big accident. The driver is okay for the number 30 car.
And I'm pretty sure we had Patrick Pilet at the wheel of that car.
We did earlier.
He'd had change from Bergmeister to Patrick Pilet.
Well,
this is typical Nurburgring. You know, this is typical Nurburgring. When you've got a track that's 16 miles around, all but a quarter of a mile, you know, it is like driving down a country road, and it is an area of topographical interest. You're on one side of the hill for part of the lap, the other side of the hill for the other, in a valley for another bit. It has its own weather system.
With the further update about that number 9, hang on, which car?
19. It's coming to the pits. This is the small moment where it comes into the pits and then disappears off the screen.
It's gone back up to third. Apologies. Yes,
it has. Because of the way that the timing beams are located, it
And it's got to decide whether you're really in the pits or whether you've come round from the back and dropped into the pits or whatever.
What we do have for the first time in the race, though, is an Audi 1-2. We've had an Audi at the front before, but we now have an Audi 1-2 because the WRT Audi number 28 of Christopher Meese. So we've got Christopher's first and second, Haase and Meese first and second, and then the third place car in the pits, as Graham was just saying, and that's having rain tyres presumably fitted to that car. And then the next one due through is going to be the Porsche of the Falcon Racing team, which is now leading the way for Porsche, of course. And in fact, it's pretty much the only Porsche left in the class.
Indeed, it's just cleared the tricky Sector 4 and on its way back towards us now, the number 44 car. So very bad news in the last few minutes, of course, for the Piccadilly Racing team. That car had been a very convincing front runner from the off, make its way up through the, for the most part, the other German factory-backed teams to lead the race, and then caught out by the look of it in wet conditions.
We've got an onboard now that we haven't had before from
22.
the 22 Raw Mercedes-Benz.
This, of course, John, was the first car to have any significant delay, and that's made its way back up now into the top 20. It's on its outlap at the moment, 16th position for that car.
I love the idea that brain function is being measured by the Performance Centre, the Get Speed Performance Centre.
I just see that as an intellectual judgment being levied on people.
I voiced the highlights of this last year. There was a piece on these guys and how they're monitoring people pre-frontal cortex and all that sort of stuff. It's really interesting science, and just seeing how people's heart rate and brain function changes at different parts of the track. We did have one driver who was using no brain function at all earlier on, and that was it was a bit of a worry for his team manager.
We could probably take a few guesses as to who that one might have been.
In fairness, he was going through a very slow zone at the time, but he went up to 85% when he was going down through the Fox.
Would also just mention, even before we had the issue for the number 30 car, that continuing its steady progress up the order with its remarkable frugality in fuel is the number 7 car.
Well, I was about to mention that actually, Graham, because it has not made a pit stop.
It's still not cleared that sector.
It changed to Pedro Lamy on lap 44 and hasn't had another change, as far as I know. Sorry, hasn't been into the pits again since then, unless I've missed it. But there's been quite a lot going on, so I might have done. But I'm pretty sure that its last pit stop was that pit stop when they changed on lap 44. Mm-hmm. Which was around about half an hour ago, so that would kind of fit with the stint time that is being shown to us. And as you say, Graham, it is stuck in that sector.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of activity. Where's the 75 car at the moment? See if we can pick them up on the tracker, because I tell you, I cannot tell where he is on the track from what we're seeing from the front of his car.
Certainly several intervention vehicles off to driver's right. At that point,
he's at Kesselchen, says Joe Bradley, who's picked that up on one of the screens that we've got. So even when our team aren't working, they're still working and watching this race develop. Martin Haven due back with us at midnight, as we'll rotate the team out and give everybody a little bit of rest. But this one is still interesting enough to keep our attention. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com live from the Aston Martin Lounge as our coverage of the Nurburgring 24 Hours for 2015 continues.
I've got 75 just going over the bridge at Ardenau, John.
Yeah, carousel right now. I think it was further back down the track when we were talking. It would appear to me that the issue then is going to be in the first part of the lap, first half of the lap. So it's either somewhere sort of Exmühl, Bergwerk area, or possibly even a little further back up the track. Because when I shouted across to Joe, he had them at Kesselchen. Right, there's some cars stopped just at Kesselchen, then after Bergwerk.
We've got some intervention vehicles at the carousel.
Right, okay, that's on driver's left. That's a different side of the circuit to where we saw earlier. I think there's more than one incident out there, chaps.
There certainly is more than one incident.
I think we've got heavy rain and incidents.
Double yellows now as we watch from on board the number 75 car.
I think we've got heavy rain and incidents certainly in Sector 4, and I think we've got...
Definitely Sector 4.
And we've got incidents probably in Sector 2, Sector 3 as well, because we're seeing a lot of people out on the circuit, marshals brushing
and the other one,
gravel off the road.
The other car which hasn't made a pit stop of the leading group is the Bentley number 84, which is the one we all like, the one with the dark green colours.
No, it's 85.
Oh, it's 85 with the dark green colours,
yes.
Isn't it? Sorry.
Oh, yes.
Our favourite, fan favourite.
That's right, 84 was the one with the door that kept on...
That's the one we didn't like.
Blocking open. Which I've lost track of. I think it's Christian Menzel who's
that's running 12th at the moment and approaching the end of a lap, which I thought we might see the 007 Aston Martin pit after what was quite a long lap, a 13-minute lap from that car, but it's not pitted. The 84 Bentley, though, has.
Okay, well, at least they both come round.
They did. It was a long Sector 4 for both cars, over 6 minutes for the Aston Martin, and then lost a further 20 seconds in the final sector.
Yeah. I think the rain is spreading across the circuit now. Yeah. Where is the 75 car in terms of on the timing and scoring? It's in the GT Cup class for
it's 32nd. It's fifth in
SP7.
Yeah. So a competitive car in that class on its outlap at the moment.
And intervention cars
another
in many places around the circuit at the moment. And the car being towed back is the 31 Car Collection Motorsport. We've picked that one up.
That one is under tow and was lacking a rear wing, John.
That's the yellow and green Mercedes-Benz. So we'll pick up as many as we can. We think the 14 may have stopped as well in that area at Exmühl. On the way to Bergwerk, there's an awful lot of cars that are either moving slowly or being recovered from that area.
14 is the Audi Race Experience R8. The other, by the other way, the other detail I completely forgot to add to the number 2 car story was that it was hit by Pierre Caffer in the Audi, allegedly.
Just Pierre Caffer, not in a car?
He wasn't in the car.
No,
he just
ran up to it and hit it.
Yeah.
Punched it in the nose like a shark.
The number 19 car, which came into the pits, we thought just to change tyres, has spent longer in the pits than it takes to change tyres, in a nutshell. It's been in there for practically a lap, even in these slow conditions. So there is something going on with the Schubert Motorsport BMW number 19.
Now in the pits.
Well, that's it. It came into the pits, we said, just to change onto wet tyres.
This question, what time is it?
It's been there 9 minutes now. It's just coming up to midnight.
And what happens at midnight to
BMW stop going.
Well, more of them have caught fire before now rather than just now. So that car has definitely been in the pits for longer than it ought to have done. As far as I can work out, unless they put Pedro Lamy onto wet tyres by some inspired move from the Aston Martin team, which he was just about. The rain wasn't as intense there. So as far as I can tell, that Aston is still on dry tyres and is the only one to be on dry tyres.
There's a question at the moment, which is it slow because it's raining, or is that rain stopped and clearing, and the issue now is simply multiple incidents?
I think it's still a bit of both rain and incidents. It still looks pretty horrible over there.
I'm perplexed as to why they didn't pull that Aston Martin in, because it didn't stop in the pits after the end of that very slow lap.
If it doesn't need to, if the guys are saying I don't need to, then I don't need to. There's no point in bringing it in and costing it time when it could be out on the circuit.
Fair enough.
It's Lamy behind the wheel at the moment.
It's coming up to half past, so let me do some of the classes. I think I got them the wrong way around last time, so I'm going to do them all this time. I'll rattle through the bottom of the odd hour classes first, because it's the odd hour at the moment. SP3, Schlappy Race Tech, Renault Clio, the 142 car leads SP3. AT, still the Audi A4 Quattro, the diesel powered four-wheel drive A4, and a fine looking car that is. V5, Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW Z4 continues to lead the 175 car. They're in 66th position. In 52nd position, the Lubna Motorsport Opel Astra OPC Cup car in Cup 1 class is the leader. That's the 253 car. In V4, 73rd position overall, another Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW, this time the 325i of E90 vintage. Matilda Racing lead V2T in their 201 numbered VW Scirocco. They're just on the outskirts of the top 100 at 110. GT86 193 leads V3 in 132nd position, and the i30 of Hyundai Motor Deutschland is still in 89th position, and that 131 car leads SP2T. Now I think I missed out a wee while ago, and I apologise, the other classes, but I'll rattle through them now, the even ones. I got them the wrong way around because I was too excited about what had been going on. In overall position 31, and loving the wet weather out there, and can we please get rid of all the yellow flags so I can make up even more time on the rest of the cars. The SP3T leader is the Subaru Technica WRX XTI. In fact, that's already gone up to 30th position. V6 is the 162 Black Falcon Team TMD Friction Porsche 911 Carrera. SP4T is the number 110 AC 1927 MEM EV Im AD AC VW Golf Mark V. The Cup 5 BMW M235 Racing Class Team Scheidhonner Motorsport now lead with the 301 car. There's another BMW leading SP6, this time in 45th position overall for the 77 numbered MSC Rhone EVL ADAC2 car, or team should I say. The Aston Martin number 89 still leads SP10, and that car is in 53rd position. The BMW 1M Coupe has led from the beginning in SP5, 103 position for the 106 car. SP8, by the way, still being led by the Aston Martin Test Centre GT12, the number 50 car, sitting inside the top 50, as are Volkenhorst Motorsport, who lead the SP8T in the 235i car, and Manthey Racing in the top 20 in the best of the SP7 cars, the 92 911 GT Cup MR. Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus, the SCG 03C in SPX, are up to 14th position the last time we looked. Well, they've just dropped down to 16th. And in SP Pro, the 10 Porsche 911 GT3 RSR, that's basically that is a GTE car, and that is inside the top 30. The number 10 car, excuse me, has dropped out.
We've lost that.
That car's dropped out.
That was the car we saw with front and rear damage a while ago.
Correct. So it may well still be leading its class, but I don't think it's circulating at the moment.
Can I explain the number 19's woes? Has told Dirk Werner has told German TV he lost the car on the Dottinger. So that car clearly is in receipt of some close attention. Martin Haven tells me the 30 car is at rest where it crashed on the lead, on the run down to the carousel. Is where that accident site is.
Yes, Patrick Pile has reported to the Chief Engineer Eric Meyer that the car seems to be badly damaged, and Meyer is assuming that they're not going to be able to drive any further. That's basically what you were just saying. Yep. The problem on the way into the carousel.
One update and an important one following on for some more information that Martin brought us earlier with that rather dramatic fire at Mark VDS Racing. The team are tweeting that one mechanic was taken to medical centre after the fire with superficial burns, but he is okay, and thanks for everybody's well wishes. Quite right too.
Number 19, you said, Dirk Werner's had a heavy collision, damage done to the car. Number 19 doesn't.
Laps, yeah.
He's on his 4th lap, isn't he? Because he's on his 48th lap now. So, as I say, that is the only car that has been reliably doing 9 laps on every stint.
And if that's your strategy and the driver feels safe,
then why not stick with it? Although if you're losing a lot on the lap time, then you have to overrule your driver, I suppose.
Well, to give you for instance, the leader's lap last time through was 10 minutes and 20 seconds. The number 7 car, which has pitted, did a 13 minutes 18. It's losing too much time to sustain that.
Yeah, so they brought it in. They brought that car in.
Coming this time round, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Pits in 10th position.
He's losing a minute in that sector alone and half a minute in the previous sector, in sector 3. So, in just 2 sectors, he's losing 2.5 minutes. And in fact, he's losing half a minute in the early sectors as well to some of the guys, 20 seconds certainly.
Certainly getting to the stage there where if he's having to tippy-toe that far, the risk must be beyond the point where it's worth the risk.
And in coming into the pits at that point, he's also going to drop off the lead lap, isn't he? So we're now down to just 10 cars on
9.
The lead lap. 9, you reckon?
I think.
Yes, because he's off the lead lap, isn't he? The number 10 car, sorry.
The number 7 car has gone up to 10th because it's overhauled now the stationary 19 car. It was in 11th position. 19 has now dropped out of the top 10. They've been stationary for over 20 minutes after that incident for Dirk Werner on the Dottingerher. Being caught out by the weather, as multiple drivers appear to have done tonight.
Dirk Müller being interviewed down in the pit lane by our TV colleagues on Sport 1.
Be interesting to see the front of that car.
There's a lot of people in that pit. There are no full, even in daylight, there aren't cameras all the way around the circuit. That's why we rely on the onboards and the helicopter shots. And the Schubert team mechanics are going to work on that car, but the front end of that car has been comprehensively damaged.
Aston Martin on its way again, having changed the tyres.
Ed Wilson asking, when does the sun start to come up? A bit early to be asking that at the moment. It's not midnight yet, Ed. But no, I see what you want. And Eve says, official sunrise is 0540. What's the 04?
Oh my God, it's early.
Yeah,
it's
well done.
Alan Partridge levels of early.
Adrian Cronauer originally, that one. Well, at least Robin Williams' incarnation. The daylight will be, of course, still with 11 hours to go or thereabouts in the race. 11 and a half hours to go in the race, running through till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we are into that time now where things tend to start happening, and with a bit of weather as well, Paul, it just exacerbates the situation.
Yes, it's I've kind of gone quiet because there's a lot of pit stops and things to catch up on, which I'm trying to kind of keep track on. What is interesting is that pit stop from Pedro Lamy in the Aston has also dropped it behind the number 84 Bentley, which came in on the previous lap for its rain tyres, because remember the previous time round we said that neither the Aston nor the Bentley had been in. The Aston stayed out, the Bentley came in, and by virtue of stopping a lap early, the Bentley moves ahead, or will move ahead when they come round at the end of this lap. And this is for the unofficial RadioLeMans.com trophy for the first non-German car. Nice that it's battle of British cars to be the first non-German car, I suppose.
At the moment, the other car that, with 2 Aston Martins and 2 Bentleys now in covering the positions between 10th and 14th, with the BMW in the middle of them. The next one down is the Glickenhaus. It's the SCG 003C, running quietly but effectively in 16th position. A quiet race for that car. A good sort of race in this company at the moment.
It's exactly what you want, a quiet race.
It is.
And I'm just keeping my fingers crossed for that 007 car, because they might have just taken one one lap too long to come in and lost a couple of minutes, but the car is still circulating. Obviously being changed on to wet weather tyres now. You can't keep losing a couple of minutes a lap. That doesn't take too long before you are in deep trouble. But what it has done, of course, is meant that all of that fuel efficiency has rather gone by the board. What they need now is a good solid 9 laps from whoever's on board with the rain tyres, and they've got to hope now that it doesn't dry up and they lose performance towards the end of it. Although everybody else ahead of them, I think, Graham, are on rain tyres.
I'm sure that's right now. The lap times would seem to indicate that they're all covered, with the exception at the moment of the number 17 Valkenhurst car for between 10.5 and 11.5 minutes, as against the 13 minutes 20 we saw from the Aston Martin.
I've got to venture as well that the issues that we've had up there are gradually being cleared, and that the speeds in those section 3 and 4 are beginning to go up to normal rain speeds rather than rain and lots of people on the track being cleared up type of speeds.
Exactly right, yes, and confirmation coming through as well that you said the car collection Mercedes number 31 was also involved, and the clarification, if I've got this right, is that the accident was a collision between the number 30 Porsche and the number 31 car collection Mercedes, although whether it was a collision that then went into the barrier or whether the Mercedes went off first and then the Porsche went off and then hit the Mercedes isn't clear from what it says here.
Disappointing night for very many, I'm afraid, up and down the pit lane. But lots of cars still circulating.
As Hugh Chamberlain used to say, if you're going to fall out of a 24-hour race, you might as well do it before the pubs close on the first night. There's no point in getting to 23 hours. And
fair point, well made by you.
It's a lot of wasted effort to get it that far, and then for the mechanical gods or the racing spirits to take that away. The number 30 car has now been spotted by a number of our listeners and viewers on a flatbed with damage to the rear. Not the flatbed with damage to the rear, the 30 car's got damage to the rear.
That would be unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Was it here that a car fell off the flatbed when it was being recovered and suffered more damage than it had when it was picked up?
I can't believe it. They're normally very careful here.
There's a race that I have commentated on when a car was going back, and most of the races I commentate on have in the past, at least before Coventry came along, if you were on a flatbed you were out, but it was being taken back to the pitch to rejoin and it fell off the back of the flatbed whilst it was being recovered.
I can recall a race when the team went to collect their car from the ports and found it in rather more pieces than they packed into the container when it left the UK. But yes.
Now beginning to get a little more eyewitness testimony on the 30. It appears that the 31 car collection motorsport was involved in that as well, and a number of people tweeting that in, Paul, that before the 30 hit the barriers there was definitely a contact with the 31 car.
Yes, as I say, it's just not quite clear whether they hit each other before they hit the barriers or whether number 31 went off into the barriers and then the 30 went off into the barriers in sympathy.
It would seem, from what I'm seeing now from a number of correspondents, including Tobias Kirch, thank you, sir, Kevin Ernst as well, a collision. The 30 accident was caused by a collision with a 31 car collection SLS, and before hitting the barriers there was contact with the 31.
It's now an Audi, by the way, Audi 123. We talked about it being the first time of the race. It's an Audi 1.2. It's now an Audi 123, courtesy of...
They're all the new cars as well.
They tumble down the order from yet another BMW, I'm afraid.
It's the BMW, this is the time of night that BMW hit. They're the opposite, aren't they, of Vampires in the Daylight.
Yeah, absolutely.
They really don't like the darkness here.
And it's the two surviving BMWs. In fact, 3 in the top 10. We shouldn't discount the Valkenhurst car, of course. But the 25 and 26 Mark VDS cars in 4th and 6th position, split by the number 44 Porsche. So 3 Audis then the 25 BMW, 44 Porsche, 26 BMW. Then it's the first the Mercedes-Benz, it's the Row Racing car, the 23 car, the one that suffered damage to the bonnet. Then the 5 Black Falcon car, 17 Valkenhurst BMW, then the 007, the number 7 on the timing screen, Aston Martin.
Yeah, and that don't count that car. And also look at the lap time last time around of the leader compared to everybody else. A 10:15.5 as opposed to 10:30s, 10:20s, 10:30s. That's a considerable amount of time, half a minute on some of those cars, and 15-20 seconds on the others, Graham, that's been taken out of the field by the leader.
Absolutely right. It's herring ahead at the moment. So
Having said that, of course, he might well be the first one to hit the zones that are clear.
He's been consistently quicker.
I was going to say, it's not just on this one lap. It's, as you say, now at 2 minutes 24. 2 laps ago, it was at 1 minute 50. So he's really taking chunks off on every lap at the moment.
Still, by the way, the 19 Schubert car shown in the pits now been in there for 31 minutes.
And that was clearly quite a big job we saw underway there. That's going to be some little while.
And if everything is to be believed on the ticker, the number 21 Nissan, the Schulze Motorsport car, has just come into the pits to change onto slicks.
Really? Well, that's 20th position for that car.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the sector times.
I think we're going to have to on that one. And as I say, if the ticker can be believed, I'm not quite sure where they're getting the information from, but presumably they have runners in the pits who are checking what's going on.
Alan Prosser says, I think you might be thinking of an N24 where a Porsche fell off the back of its own transporter's top deck.
I do remember that. Now, was that the N24?
I think it was, but that's not. I definitely have a recollection of a car being recovered, and I had the idea in my head that it was going on a public road to get back to the pit, so that's why I thought it was here. And it fell off the back of a transporter and caused an incident with another car.
Oops.
Sorry, I'm laughing. I can laugh because no one was hurt, but it's just not the thing you want to hear. What's happened? Oh, I've got such and such. Can it be fixed? Yeah. We were on the back of a flap. Oh, hang on. It was on the back of a flatbed. Now it's somewhere down the road. Whoops. Yeah. So the Audis now holding sway. They've both gone through. 2 minutes and 20 seconds between first and second. The Phoenix car and the 28 is the WRT car, isn't it, in second position?
And those lap times are coming down without showing.
Yeah, 10:10 for the second place car. So all of a sudden 5 seconds taken out of the lead. So what's happening now, of course, is the leader was the first car to get the benefit of the troubles, the travails that were running from all that way on the far side of the northern side of the circuit, and that's now cleared up. The other guys coming through are getting that, and it would appear that the wet weather is clearing as well. Need to keep an eye on the 21, the Schulze BMW.
4 Audi in the pits.
Nissan, excuse me.
The Phoenix Audi running in third position on pit lane now.
Now we could do with knowing what tyres they take. Is that about right for that car, Paul? The full car?
No. I mean, it's far too early for a scheduled pit stop, so it's. I would suggest it's a pure tyre stop. They came in, they've only been out on that set of tyres 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps.
How cheesed off for the 7 Aston Martin crew right now.
Yeah.
Pedro saying, I told you I was okay. We wanted you in.
Let's have a quick word with Chris Harris, who's just joined us in the Aston Martin lounge and is peering at timing screens. Chris, come and sit down to my left if you wouldn't mind, and tell us. Managed to get that around everything there, haven't I? Sorry about that. That's my part. Get yourself settled down. Welcome to Radio Le Mans for 2015 at the Nurburgring. Nice to have you back. That looked tricky out there for a wee while.
Yeah, I've just woken up, so I've been asleep for the last hour and a half. It's lovely. I went out early. I was in the car second, and it went into that awful thing where it rained and you're on slick tyres. But it didn't rain enough to really do much. So I came in and put some cut slicks on, and we wobbled around fine. the strategy has been always to try and let the GT3 cars go a bit loopy and crash each other off, and then we'll usurp their positions. But there's a dismaying level of maturity being shown by them, and our strategy is not flawed. It's not quite working out. Perhaps
whilst you've been dozing,
the 50 cars just gain a position.
Whilst you've been dozing, there has been a moderate level of carnage out on the northern side of the circuit that has pushed and another
way on God's green earth that I could have attached the steering wheel to the column. Never mind anything else. I mean, and that's without a racing suit or a helmet or anything else. So, Ben Bowlby rebelled at anybody above 5'5" being hired for the car until he found out A, how nice they were, and B, how quick they were, and then he went, okay, right, we'll work it out somehow.
And is that part of the reason why they're delaying the programme, because they've had to cut one of the monocoques in half to get you out?
No, it was actually because they had to reattach Harry Tinknell's legs on a 4-inch shorter tib and fib, and that's taken a little while to adjust his balance, in fact. Number 88, BMW in the gravel on the Grand Prix circuit, right at the very end of it, just as you hoy a left instead of hoying a right.
86. Sorry, it's the 86.
86, I'm sorry, there's a little bit of wire in the way that made it look like an 88.
Which is the second place car in GT4.
The Tank Tape Special, as I'm sure it is referred to by its rivals.
That has less than a lap's advantage over, no pun intended, the Aston Martin Vantage, number 88, which stands to profit from the misfortune of the 86.
So there I had an 88 somewhere, it was entirely wrong. We are looking now at the number 25 BMW, giving chase to the number 28 Audi. This is our lead battle on screen, 1.395 seconds separating them. The Audi is back in front of the BMW, having exited the pit lane. The BMW in front of the Audi after the most recent set of stops. I will...
Thank you very much. Had Dave King up here trying to locate his cars, and
he came to us.
I was hoping he might be able to help us, but the number 50 certainly had stopped, and it would seem now to be moving again.
Oh, right.
So it was over at Bergwerk, and it's chugging along now, going up the hill towards Kesselchen and Klostertal. So about, halfway around, a little bit over halfway around. The 25 kilometres of the full circuit.
It has a long gap to the next place.
Well, exactly so. So hats off to whoever's at the wheel of it at the moment, and could be Peter Kay. Is it Peter at the wheel at the moment? Who's driving it at the moment, Dave? It is Goulden, okay. So Goulden's at the wheel of it at the moment. He's probably the guy you want to have in it to bring it home if anybody can. And he is, as I say, coming home, and not quite as quickly as the cars immediately around him, but the good news, the car is moving. The number 006, however, we don't have any further news of. That car would still seem to be stationary on the way down to Arenberg.
Leaders in traffic, nose to tail. They are separated by
a number plate.
2 meters, maybe a little less, as they've just gone by the 48 Aston Martin, which currently lies second in the SP8 class, behind the number 50 car. Third. The 49 car had a longer stop. I thought they had moved. I'd assumed that because the 49 was in the garage for quite a while. I'd assumed that might have changed that. However, the Aston Martin still first, second and third in that SP8 class. But the leaders, again, inches apart, not really feet apart, the top two. And the number 44 Falcon Porsche is
about 2 minutes behind, and now in the hands of Alexander Imperatori at the wheel of the 44 Falcon tyres, Porsche 911 or 997 GT3R. So that car is going round the Grand Prix loop at the moment, whilst the race leaders are, where are they? They're kind of a quarter or a third of the way around the Nordschleife, heading down towards Metzgersfeld at the moment. Meanwhile, of interest to Aston Martin fans is that the number 50 seems to have stopped again, or slowed down a lot. Hard to say whether it's actually moving or not, but it would seem not to be moving very fast if it is.
If it's in Sector 4, there's an awful lot of climbing and falling to do, and if you're... trolling along with very little in the way of speed, then and there
trouble for
again. That is Vipperman.
Which car is that?
Yellow BMW. Is that 186? Does that say that on the side? Would that be? Am I just sort of taking a wild stab in the dark?
It's 106.
There.
106?
There is a 186.
It's 106.
No, 106, a 1M coupe. So
this is Riker, Nuri and Percha in that car. And
okay, guess the team from that. It's the MSC Rern EVI ADAC 1 SP5 car. Was that the SP5 leader?
106 is not shown on my timing screen, I'm afraid.
And we can't change our one over as well. We're going to have to refer back to the Oracle. Our SP5 leader, is that car 105?
Car
106 rather.
Sorry, 106 is the SP5.
I thought I recognised it, yes.
And it's on an out lap at the moment.
That's very smoky.
Doesn't say it's on a smoky out lap, but it does say it's on an out lap.
Now, bearing in mind that the engine is at the front, there is an awful lot of smoke coming out from. Is that actually coming from the exhaust?
It's the exhaust.
Yeah, it is actually, isn't it?
Oh, that's
yikes! I'm not sure that M-Series coupes generally do that on start-up. It is basically laid smoke like the battleship Potemkin. It's all white smoke, and that means head gasket, doesn't it?
Or, possibly, they've elected a new pope. So there is a possibility.
Darn it! I hadn't thought of that.
It's possible.
Yeah. So either it's done a head gasket, or the Papal Conference has elected a new pope. So exactly so. So change then imminent in the lead of the SP5 class, because again I'm saying the only way that is moving is on the end of a rope. Again, one more slow zone for the leaders to contend with. There goes the 49 Aston Martin past it, and Anne marked VDS BMW, and another yay for Jeep fans everywhere, because another XJ Jeep Cherokee mention comes up on screen as they go to rescue that. Just seeing the replay of the BMW, and it went bang in a way that you rarely see engines since the 1980 turbo era, and he went all the way round.
That would have been deeply unpleasant for anybody following him.
And there was somebody
there
going pretty quickly behind, and
that
was
Falcon.
Fourth place Black Falcon Motorsport Mercedes.
And the 21 Schulze Nissan in that little group as well.
Okay, so that was at, is that ish back up to Brunchen? I'm not sure where that is. That's just a little stab. It has a feeling that that's sort of where it might be. Rescue vehicle number 3 suggests that it might be a lot earlier in the lap than that, though.
Remind me what number that car was?
106.
106.
106. Meantime, while Paul's having a look for that, the lead gap down under 1.4 seconds again, and that is swaying to and fro with every single sector just at the moment.
And of course, as they come across the yellow zones, that's where you have to be so careful, because there's time to be made up on yellow zones if you happen to be in the right place at the right time, and just as easily time lost. So they will be eager to make sure that they neither of them do lose time to each other.
The car that's actually making an impact is the third place car at the moment, because that in the first 3 sectors that's taken, is that 11 seconds out the lead.
Point being made on Twitter, are we sure that 106 isn't a new Bond car? Just testing out.
No, they've dropped the BMW deal.
Yeah, I thought so. I think they're back with proper cars. Map 1 on the Bentley steering wheel presumably is God Save the Queen. I imagine so.
But I don't think you're allowed God Save the Queen, because of course.
Well, it's only to be used in times of victory.
In times of victory, but the problem is, if you're a proper Bentley boy, you have to stand to attention while you're playing it, which is impossible whilst driving the car.
Well, when she sent you victorious, you're presumably standing in park firm
You'd
A.
be happy
And before you
victorious.
switch it off, you switched it on to map 1.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you indeed for that, Bentley Motor. I do like the way that people are getting quite silly.
My GPS is showing me that 106 is moving, so the GPS is either unreliable Or that wasn't 106.
I know it was 106,
So
and it might be on the end of a
106.
tow rope.
Ah, yes, it could well be by now, couldn't it?
By now, definitely, yes.
In which case, it was coming out of Schwalbenschwanz, going down now to Galgenkopf. Now, it is entirely plausible for it to be actually towed from there all the way back to the pit lane and paddock area.
In which case, I wasn't far away with my guess. So when he laid smoke around the corner, what the smoke was obscuring was the mini carousel.
Yes.
Aha! So I was only about 3 corners out, so it's only 4 or 5 miles away from where I thought he actually was, but okay. So 106 is imminently going to at least lose the lead of the SP5 class.
And the number 50, although we reported that car as moving, this is the lead SP8 car. It certainly was moving, but it seems to have stopped moving again. And as Dave King identified, the bit of the circuit where it stopped moving on is quite a steep uphill section. So if it is having some kind of powertrain difficulty, then it is going to have to use all its motive power to get it to go forward around the track.
That's previously evidenced by young Master Christodoulou in his car. Yes, there. Mind you, saying it's on a steep uphill section doesn't really narrow it down much. That's about 50% of the track. The other 50% is on a steep downhill section. So, yeah, it's not in those. It's just in the others. Catch up with number 9. It's dropped off page 1 and is still in the pit lane, dropping down into the 30s now. 33rd place for our SPX leader. Might need to actually go and have a meander down and catch up with Marino Franchitti and find out what happened. Girls Talk Racing on Twitter, are there any suggestions of who we can start supporting now?
At the end of this race? All of them.
Do we even dare suggest that it might be boiling down to a 3-horse race? I think that's just cursing the lead 3, isn't it?
I sense a late race charge by the Subaru. Actually. I'd love to see that.
It's going to have to get by the Lexus first, isn't it? And I think that is going to be a battle for Japanese supremacy.
And then after that, they've got to deal with the Nissans ahead. It could be a Japanese win.
It'll be a very polite battle for supremacy as well. They'll be far too busy being polite to each other. The leaders still not just within contact visually with each other, but barely a car length apart as they whistle through traffic at unabated speed.
The second dead.
Well, that was at the beginning of the lap.
As
we see them here, and if that's a second, then my name is Henk van Gemmering.
And I know it not to be the case.
Yes, indeed. As you know, it's Martin von Hoffen.
It's around about a second.
I'm sorry, I've just read another Bentley communication. I think more coffee required at Bentley and less sleep, definitely, pointing out, obviously, that Stephen Kane is actually short enough to stand up while Map 1, God Save the Queen, is being played, so he has to be the man that takes the car across the checkered flag. So proper form is maintained. Very, very fine tweetage. At Bentley Motors Comms, that's an exceptionally funny piece of twittering.
Coming up to the completion of the 100th lap, and 15 hours and 3/4 are very nearly elapsed in the race, and still we have the battle for the lead continuing. We left Maxime Martin in the BMW for a double stint, didn't we? And I think we had Nico Müller as a result in the number 28 car. The 28 car is going to be due in for its routine pit stop in 2 laps at the end of this one, so another 15 minutes to go.
I thought I saw Nico Müller being interviewed in the pit lane.
That was Nico Bastian.
What, with all the standing up hair? I thought that was Nico Müller.
Nico Müller, when I popped down before I came on air, was certainly in the pit garage.
And he was in a race. I had the feeling he had just come out of the car, but again, it was only my inkling, and nobody gives one iota of my inklings. The Dunlop liveried and sponsored number 17 BMW going back out, and that may win the award for most gaffer tape replacing bodywork or holding together bodywork in the top 10. However, question in from across the Welsh marshes, I'm not quite sure that we should allow that. However, Lanzarote Camel wants to know what the difference is between the Falcon Tyre Porsches in the Nurburgring 24 Hour and the one in the United Sports Car. I can tell you clearly, just look on screen. It's gaffer. There is more gaffer on the N24 car.
But he can't see that. So the answer is that the car in this race is a Porsche 911 GT3R. It's a GT3 spec car. The car in the Duty United Sports Car Championship is a GTLM car. And is a Porsche 911 RSR, exactly the same kind of car as you'll see in the WEC with the factory team.
Now, to be fair, you've described the difference in name. What you haven't described is the difference in the car.
There's lots of differences in the car.
That's because we've only got 8 hours and 15 minutes remaining.
There's lots of differences in the car. I'm going to stick with my original answer.
I can't tempt you to double up.
You could try. I don't think my brain will work quick enough to do that.
In a nutshell, though, I'm just trying to get something out of you, Graham. The LM car is a much quicker car than the GT3 car.
It is a much more aerodynamically and electronically advanced car. It has fewer driver aids because a GT3 car is designed very specifically to be a custom racing car and therefore needs to take into account the fact that you are inevitably going to have drivers of mixed ability driving them, so it does feature things like ABS, traction control, etc. The GTLM car in theory is an awful lot quicker. In some stages of some races and in some weather conditions could well prove to be slower. The GTLM car, despite the fact that it is almost inevitably quicker around a given circuit, is actually less powerful.
Yeah. Perfect answer now. I think whoever it was,
Lanzarote Camel.
Lanzarote Camel. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that answer, Graham, and well explained.
Elefanti Camelos. Being mentioned that 2 drivers have had their licences withdrawn for not respecting code 60 speeds. We know of one, Paul Ferret.
I'm going to look at the Opel entries because I'm going to bet you that is the guilty party.
Oh, are you? Okay. Being suggested as well that if Bentley plays God Save the Queen and Rule Britannia rules ways clear, that's the wet weather map, that it's the Aston Martin that plays the Bond theme. But which map would that be on? Map 7, presumably?
007?
Yeah, I would think so. That was cleared up nicely.
Christopher Meese, the driver of the 28 Audi at the moment, the car that leads the race, so we sorted that one out in the end. So Christopher Meese due in at the end of 2 more laps at the completion of this one, and I must admit I'm surprised that he's been able to hang on, because the way that Maxime Martin was lapping more quickly than him earlier on in the stint, I expected him to be able to push past, but he's either not been able to or chosen not to. The Audi still leads the BMW and has done for the whole of this little stint. And as I mentioned a little bit while ago, if any of these 3 is going to be able to skip a pit stop before the end of the race, it's actually more likely to be the number 44 car than it is going to be the 28. So maybe the Falcon Tyres car is the one that actually has a slightly better chance of, as I say, skipping a pit stop and therefore possibly gaining the advantage that way.
Could you spell the surname of the second driver for me, Martin?
No, it didn't name either driver, so I'm waiting to see if there's a nomination list or.
When you said Paul Ferret, was that an instruction to Paul Ferret? I was looking for a Paul Ferret.
He's Belgian, Paul Ferret.
Yeah.
Famous journalist as well.
I found a Paul Follett.
The first one was Frank Cheng, because we told you that a long time ago.
Yep.
And
now, was Frankie Cheng in that Audi that followed the Opel through?
Oh, possibly.
I think he might have been. He was the one that threaded the needle.
Yeah, it was an OPC Opel on the grass, wasn't it?
It was.
He was first on the scene.
And it was one of the race experience Audis that followed it through. And Frankie Cheng was in one of those cars.
Okay, well, Frankie Cheng is on either the naughty boy step or B, the bus home, without his packed lunch.
Well, that one is for definite. I've not noticed another message with the same information on as the one that registered the Frankie Cheng, but it will take me a little while to check.
Okay, final word on engine mapping Presumably there's a Hillman Avenger Tiger somewhere in a campsite, which is an engine playing Scotland Brave.
No,
Thank you, rotation up.
No, there's no way there's a Hillman Avenger Tiger with an engine that's still running anywhere.
Not true. I've seen one very recently indeed. Looking at the number 26 Mark VDS BMW, car lies in 5th position. That's the lowest it's been for a while. It's slipped behind the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes. Not too far behind the Black Falcon Mercedes, and still potentially in contention for a top 3 spot, because, as we never tire of saying, once we're tired of everything else, with 8 hours and 10 minutes to go, there's a very long way still to go. That's the first use of that phrase, and maybe the last from me, I think, for the rest of the race. But the Black Falcon Mercedes up to 4th position, and is that the highest that car has been? It hasn't been in the lead. Lap 100 has been completed now by the race leader, the number 28 car, and just in front of the battle for the lead as they come up to the Vidal chicane, an intervention car scampered with all 4 wheels fully lit and the lights on out onto the Nordschleife.
So the gap as they cross the line, 0.84 of a second between the leading 28 car and the 25 Mark VDS BMW. Audi leads BMW with the Porsche, the 44 car, the Falcon car, white flags flying, presumably for that intervention vehicle that's not been that far ahead of these cars. Now there it is. We can see on our screens here, but the Falcon Porsche, the 44 car, trying all they can to close that gap.
And succeeding to an extent, Graham, because it's down to 2 minutes 9.
That was all done on one lap, Paul, for
last lap
2:20.
it was 2.
We're waiting for the car to come through to complete its next lap. Now,
yes, it's just on its way down into the Tiergarten at the moment. It's the Falcon Tyres car. As I say, that's so we've got Christopher Mies against Maxime Martin against Alexander Imperatori in the top 3 cars. Jelmer Berman in the Mercedes-Benz number 5.
Unfortunately, all the gain they made in the previous lap has been lost and more, because the gap is now 2 minutes 26 seconds.
Now, what did they run into that nobody else did?
Most of that was lost in sector 4.
Yellow flag zone, yes.
Yeah. Well, the leaders are battling away. The number 25 car in 2nd place, they are preparing, big pardon, the number 26 car in 5th place, they are preparing to unleash the Vantour. King Lawrence's seat insert features a very entertaining picture of him, his face.
It's meant to be a coat of arms.
No, it's his face attached to, what's his name from...
Oh, is it Barney, the friendly dinosaur?
No, it's with the penguins and the lions and Madagascar, King, what's his name?
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
Anyway, moving on. Useful reference. Very slow now. This is a code 60 zone the leaders have got to.
Can we see why?
We may see why, because if they're not out of it, they have yet to approach what the danger zone is. Into the pits has come the number 11 Bentley from... It was in 8th, wasn't it? And remains in 8th, probably, I think. Number 6 yet to return to the pits, the 006 car for Aston Martin.
They've passed through that zone now.
They have.
So we've not seen what's actually caused the delay there.
White flag. So there is an ambulance on the course. Or a delivery van. Looking down, I have to assume that it is an ambulance. It is an ambulance on its way to, rather than from somewhere. So we haven't seen an incident requiring an ambulance. However, we now have onboard pictures with the number 25 car that lies in 2nd place. It's tyre marks in the middle of the road. There's been several looping spins here. This is all the way down towards the foxhole, I think. And car off on driver's left. Barrier repairs on driver's left.
Immaculately respected by the lead pair.
Well, punishment should be punitive for infringements of entirely safety-related speed restrictions, and rightly so.
I have to say, I'm delighted to see that if it is that incident we talked about overnight, that if that's what's resulted in 2 drivers losing their permit to race, presumably in this race, I think that's entirely appropriate.
It's actually to race on the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
So whether it's this race or future VLN races, they have to reapply and go through the driver training for
entirely appropriate
for the Nordschleife.
Don't think there's any doubt that anybody saw that incident live or on TV that put that marshal's life at risk.
Yeah.
No
good news from the Klaus Abelin team, the Fricadelli Porsche team. Patrick Pilet is already home in Paris. He went to the medical centre to be inspected. Perfectly okay though. He's been released from hospital and is apparently already back home in Paris.
He got a good late night flight then. Congratulations to him, and glad to hear that he is okay. Unfortunately for the team, they are out. Now again, the number 25 car, the battle for the lead, has just passed the ambulance, which is working its way round through Wippum and Brunchen. So, in fact, dropping down, the lead is now into Wipperman, so the ambulance hasn't quite got there. What are we seeing here? This is a Mark VDS BMW having a little narrow miss in.
That's the debris from the 60 shunts from earlier. Throwing up a little bit of bodywork there.
A lot of mud and bits of debris on the track.
The good times we were seeing earlier on from the Valkenhorst BMW, number 17, we can now assert were being set by John Edwards, for he has now vacated the car and handed it over to Daniel Keilditz. Edwards saying he's having a lot of fun out there, lots of grip, especially in the high-speed sections of the circuit. But he was setting the fastest laps for that car, the number 17 Valkenhorst BMW, a lap off the lead lap, but going strongly as the third BMW and in 7th place overall.
Top half doesn't finish for that car, definitely a realistic possibility. They won't beat the leaders on pace, but then the leaders seem to have been beating themselves during the night. Or Lawrence Van Tour, as he's otherwise known officially, according to his belt, is in. Left rear wheel is not going on, is going on, is not going on, is going on. Well, make your mind up, guys. I think there was a little question about whether maybe they were going to look at the rear end of the number 28 Audi. The front cover is up. I'm not sure if we call that a bonnet, bearing in mind it hasn't got an engine underneath it. However, there is investigative work and men running into the back of the garage. Another twist in the tail. Also, just while we document what is and isn't happening, number 9 is back out on track after dropping... oh my lord, where have they dropped down to? Are they off page 2? They are off page 2. Oh no, they're not. They are 38th position. The Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus.
Brake fluid?
Yes.
They didn't add it. They didn't add oil. They opted not to add whatever was brought out.
Interestingly, by the way, there's obviously a degree of different helmetage required, because when they had the pit fire on the Mark VDS BMW, one of their guys came in one of the sort of cycle helmets and ran back out in a more racing full face, and I'm assuming you have to use a particular type of helmet if you're one of the refueling guys. He was replacing the refueling guy that had those slight burns.
Joe Bradley offers the opinion that he thinks they were bleeding the rear left.
Bleeding brakes?
Bleeding brakes.
Well, they weren't, because they looked at the rear left and then they put the wheel on. If they're bleeding it with the wheel on, very well done indeed to them.
The car itself still being held under the time limit for the pit stop itself. So again, no time lost, even though looking at the pit stop you might think the time was just ticking away whilst the car was sitting there. We are coming up to the completion of the 16th hour of the 24 hours of the Nurburgring for 2015. This is RadioLeMans.com, with thanks to Martin Haven and Graham Goodwin. This is Paul Truswell saying see you in a moment.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So, with a fraction under 8 hours still to play in this race, it's still 6.5 seconds is the gap just between the race-leading BMW from the Mark VDS team, piloted by Maxime Martin, ahead of the newly pit-stopped, the car having its pit stop, the number 28 Audi R8 LMS from the WRT team, and Christopher Mies out of the number 28 car, and handing that car over then to Laurens van Tour, and he has all the chasing to do now, of Maxime Martin at the head of the field, but also to ensure that the gap between himself and the Falcon Tyres Porsche doesn't increase too much either, because we got a real three-way battle between the three of them. In fourth place still is the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes, Jelmer Berman at the wheel of that car. It too is just 2 minutes behind the Falcon Tyres Porsche up ahead of it. And the fifth car on the same lap as the leader is the second of the Mark VDS BMW Z4s. I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that one, though. That's the number 26 car that was started by Jörg Müller, and as a result of the pit stops, that car has now moved up into fourth. No, it is still in fifth place, because into the pits has come the car that was in fourth place, the Black Falcon Mercedes number 5, Jelmer Berman, coming to the end of his stint, just as coming to the beginning of his stint is Jim Roller.
Well, thank you. That wasn't exactly the smoothest pit stop we've had, as Joe Bradley joins me here, along with the venerable Paul Trustwell.
We're going to have to work on that.
Yeah, just a little bit. Well,
couldn't get your seat in, could you?
No, I couldn't get the drivers out that were in there already.
Couldn't get your seat insert. But hey, good morning, everyone. And Paul has another crew to work with. You've got to be able to integrate with all sorts of personalities and nuances, haven't you, mate?
It's what I do.
Yes.
Somebody called me the glue. Somebody else said that if
you're the straw that stirs the drink, my friend. You're the straw that stirs the drink.
The other one I enjoyed was, and I can't quite remember who they were referring to, but if you liken Radio Le Mans to some Cadbury's fruit and nut, I'm the chocolate.
You don't taste like chocolate.
Yeah.
Leave that out of it.
Moving right along.
Jaap Van Lagen is getting into the Black Falcon Mercedes number 5.
The car that still looks like it's just come off the showroom.
Has that non-dirty paintwork, doesn't it?
Still my car.
It's
still having it.
Certainly looking in good condition, and away it goes. Oh no, it's not that one. It's gone. It's already gone. Has the number 5? Has it?
Let's see, Paul. When I left you about 2 hours ago, give or take, the 25 and the 28 were having a battle. They were about 5 seconds apart. I see you haven't messed that up.
I've kept that one rolling.
Good job.
What I've now tried to do, apart from have a bite to eat for breakfast, is to try and schedule these things forward, because we're looking to there being, I reckon, 4 more pit stops for the number 44 Porsche, and the probability of 5 more pit stops for the number 28 Audi, and 6 more pit stops for the number 25 BMW. So,
is this the point, Paul, where you're looking at where you want to be at the last stint? Already with 8 hours to go.
You don't really have a choice. This is the problem. You can't say, oh, well, we want to be here, so this is what we're going to do now.
No.
You don't have the choice. You have to go as many laps as you can on your tank full of fuel, go as fast as you can for as long as you can, and just make sure that everything else stays the way it is. So there's nothing clever about the strategy. You just have to work out, if we do what we can, where's that going to leave us?
It's a little bit different, though, because we don't get things like a full course yellow. We're still dealing with areas of the track that are just slow.
Yeah.
So it's at those points where you would save a little bit of fuel and stretch your window a little bit. But even then, like I've always said, you could do an 8.9 lap stint.
Doesn't help.
But if you need to get
9
laps,
doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
0.9 here.
That's right. 0.9 of a lap is a lot of fuel, but not enough.
Exactly right. And all you can really do is say to your driver, don't worry about the fact that so-and-so is ahead of you. This is the lap time I want you to do. Because of the way that the pit stops are going to pan out, you're going to be all right. So all you can do is to say to your driver, you don't need to push because you're going to be all right, because you're ahead on the way the pit stops are going to land out.
Yeah, because here we are. We came back after breakfast, and we had a gap of less than a second. After 100 laps, the gap between our leaders, 25 and 28, was less than a second. Now we've had the Audi, the 28 Audis, come into the pits, and if this was 2 laps to go and the Audi had to pit for fuel, he's just kind of handed the lead to the BMW. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to ask in a very complex way. Was, are we able to, as the crew chief, adjust this so that we're the one that's left out there?
I mean,
2 laps to go.
You can, but you haven't got much breathing space. You kind of have to live with what you've got.
Like you said, you don't have that full course caution.
Yeah,
it's going to give you 2 or 3 laps.
That's right.
Well, 6 or 7 miles to figure it out.
And usually with a full course caution, what you do is you're just going to play it to your window all the time, because you know within 8 hours we're going to get a full course yellow.
You also have to bear in mind the law of unintended consequences. That's just happened with the number 5 Mercedes. I was watching out of the window to our left as we look behind the pit lane, so garage 27 or so, and the car stopped. Jaap van Lagen ran up out from a garage. A couple of team members helped him strap in. He got into the car, and I thought, right, that's their pit stop done. Then 2 minutes later, I see the car pulling away from the very final pit garage where it has just refueled. Now, when the Mercedes came in, there were already 2 Black Falcon cars in, 2 of their 911s. So 2 of their fuel pumps, both their fuel pumps they have access to, were already in use. So to try and mitigate against the lost time, they started their pit stop somewhere else in somebody else's empty pit apron by putting Jaap van Lagen in, and then they're counting down the minimum time that they must remain in the pit lane as they wait to queue for the fuel pump. You know, when you're back timing this race, it's not just the length of the lap, it's the confusion in the pit lane that is going to trip you up if you try and become too clever.
And let's just remind everyone, it's not quick fill fueling this.
No.
This is regular petrol station, service station, like you would fill your road car. That's how quickly. And what they're using is quick fill churns with a brake into the filler, and then the regular service station fuel pump into the tub, and just churning away, taking absolutely ages to do this.
That's right, and the whole thing is very close indeed, and is remaining close as they head out around the Nordschleife with the number 25 car still in the hands of Maxime Martin, but he doesn't have so much fuel left. He's going to be coming in on lap 104, and they're currently on lap 103, so he'll finish this lap that they're on, and then Maxime Martin will be finishing what has been a very, very good double stint for him, but the car is going to come in, as I say, on lap 104, and then it's including that pit stop, has 6 more stops to make. Just to repeat the little calculation that I gave you a minute ago, the number 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche, I reckon, has only 4 more stops to make, and the car number 28, the WRT Audi, has 5 more stops to make. And at some point, if you give me just 10 minutes to do the final calculations, I can go back to Joe and answer all the questions that he's just posed, and we'll then be able to project the race forward.
Calculate away.
And as I say, we'll then be able to say, if that's going to change, then there'll be an amount by which one car or another car has to increase its lap times or reduce its lap times, because ultimately it's all going to boil down to lap times, because everything else is given.
Doesn't it always? Stint time or lap time? Yep.
Yeah, what you can't do is do anything clever, because the pit stop time is set for you. There's nothing you can do about that. Your stints lengths are set for you. There's nothing you can do about that. The thing that's going to dictate who wins the race is ultimately going to be done on lap times and how drivers are able to negotiate the traffic. And any yellow zones that may come up.
What is the pit stop time?
It's different depending how long your stint was, and I'm not going to go through those at the moment. But
is that what your slide rules for there, Paul?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's a moving target.
So it's not like
it's not like a British GT race where it's a 30-second or a 90-second pit stop.
60-second static with an entry time and an exit time.
If you've done 7 laps, it's one length of pit stop time. If you've done 8 laps, it's another length of pit stop time. And if you've done 9, the longer the stint you've done, the longer you have to spend in the pits.
Right. So that kind of negates doing longer stints then.
Well, you've got to put more fuel in. You've got to put more fuel in.
So we're seeing out on the racetrack more guardrail repair. That has made a slow zone for the leader in section 4.
Do we know where that is? That's up at Bergwerk.
Yeah.
Right on the corner at Bergwerk.
No, it's got to be further on because he's in. It is Bergwerk.
Look.
Well, but he's already completed through. Oh yeah, you're right. It is Bergwerk.
This my little app wouldn't let me down.
I know.
It's never lied
I think
to me
we
yet.
got a lot of people that want to be on here.
Yeah.
So that is going to. We just had a moment. You may have heard me gasp audibly because on the racetrack, the number 29 car was chasing down the leader, number 25, not for position, obviously, because number 29 is ninth, a couple laps down, about 4 laps down. But now we have yet another slow zone as one of the BMWs has got his wanted up. And here's more repair. So this is a huge amount of. So there are 2 spots now where they're going to be repairing guardrail. That's one of the Lexus LFAs on the left side. No, that may have been the 006. I think that was the 006. Is that right?
I don't think so.
No?
I think the 006 is tidied away out of the way now because it's been gone for a good,
longer than that.
A good half an hour. The reason I'm wanting to attract your attention is that there's a penalty being handed out for failure to observe the flag signals for the number 35 Nissan GTR Nismo, and it's a big one. It's a 3 minutes and 32 second time penalty at its next pit stop for the number 35 Nissan then for failing to observe flag signals. We've already had one driver, I'm not quite sure if you were here when we were telling you, Frankie Cheng has had his license revoked for not observing flag signals, going more than 50 kilometres an hour over the required speed limit, and so his license has been revoked. And we've heard that there was another driver as well, but that's not been advised to us as to who it is, who's also suffered from the same penalty of license.
That was in one of the speed limit zones, not from.
No, that's failure to observe flag signals,
Okay.
and in slow zones. And I suspect it might have come as a result of the shots that we saw on the TV picture of earlier in the race when, I'm not sure if you were here or not at the time, but there was a man, a marshal, holding a flag and cars were having to take to the grass.
Oh, yeah, I was here when that
I thought it was you, yes.
Yeah, I was here when that happened.
And so I think it was probably that happened because it was Frankie Cheng, or at least it was one of the Audi Race Experience cars which had to take very quick avoiding action.
It's a shame for the 35 Nissan GTR though. It's currently in 10th, so that's going to drop that car well out of the top 10. Yeah, it is. It's going to drop him down to about 12th, I would estimate. And he's going to soak up a pit stop at the same time. That we're still with that one, Paul, where with regards to the penalties that you have to take can be taken at the end of your pit stop, so they just add the time on to your pit stop time.
That's correct.
It's not like you're being brought in out of sequence with your pit stop. You take the penalty when you pit.
You just add it to whatever your pit time is.
It's going to be they could have a little tea party with that amount of time.
Well, but they can also, they don't have to just sit there and not work on the car. As long as they're in the pits that long, they can
Is that true? Or are they allowed to work on the car given that?
I'm not honestly sure.
Yeah, I think they are, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's a little fact-finding mission we'll get right at the end of this race.
Yeah, really.
We'll just find that out.
Now the 50 car, Paul, that's got a question mark next to it in 34th position.
That's because and we'll bring everybody else up to date who's maybe been missing. Both of the Aston Martins went missing at exactly I say both of them, that's Aston Martins, two Aston Martins, number 006 and number 50, both went missing in separate incidents at almost exactly the same time. The number 006, we believe, went missing on the run down towards Arenberg, somewhere in the kind of long sweeping straight from Flugplatz down towards Arenberg. That, as far as we know, has pulled off on a service road on the right-hand side of the circuit. And at exactly the same time, the number 50 had some kind of problem around Bergwerk. We don't believe it was an accident. We believe it simply stopped. It tried to get going again, but as you know, that was that part of the circuit. It goes uphill quite steeply, and it just wasn't able to get up the hill. And as far as we know,
been the car that was on driver's left, maybe, that we saw, because it was a white car?
Could have been, yeah. But as I say, it has been there for so long that I would have thought they'd have pulled it behind a barrier by now, because it's easily 40 minutes when that happened. But it was an absolute disastrous situation for both Aston Martins, and such was the lead of the number 50 car that it actually still leads its class in the SP8 car. This is the Chris Harris, Peter Kate and Andy Goulden car. Andy Goulden was at the wheel a bit. It still leads its class. If he can get it home, they might be able to get it out, and it'll be able to continue on its way. But let's say it was just one of those moments when we noticed two Aston Martins missing at the same time. Dave King came up here actually to see if he could find out from us what was going on, and we were almost as much in the dark as he was. But as I say, if they can get the Aston back, at least they know where it is now. As I say, it's kind of stuck on the run up the hill past Kesselchen towards Klostertal. And then they will be able to get it back out, and it will still be in the lead of its class.
I'm just keeping an eye on the second place 44 Porsche, who is about to come through and complete 103 laps. Now the gap last time through was at 2.5 minutes to the leader, and he was lapping considerably quicker, and he's lapped another considerably quicker. It's down to 1 minute and 48, so he's taken 30, nearly 40 seconds out of that lead.
It's Alexander Imperatori at the wheel of the number 44 car at the moment. He's just taken that car, well, I say just taken it over. He took it over at the last stop from Peter Dumbreck. And he will be coming into the pits, I reckon, at the end of lap 105. Number 25, the race leader, Maxime Martin, will be coming in at the end of what has been an excellent double stint for him at the end of the lap that he is currently on. So stand by for pit stops in the first two cars. Number 25 due in at the end of this lap that it's currently on, and that should be the end of his stint for Maxime Martin. And for Alexander Imperatori, he will be coming in at the end of the following lap.
Joe, I think this Maxime Martin is made for this race. This is a couple years in a row now. He has been the star of this 25 car. In the mixed conditions a couple years ago, he put that car on his shoulders and brought it from mid-pack up into a near podium position. And here in this race, he has done this double stint that is just kept a wonderful battle with the 28 and the 44 for the last 3 hours.
And if you look at the team that he's been teamed with, Lucas Lowe, say no more, Marcus Baltala, Richard Westbrook,
right?
That, you know, there isn't an Achilles heel in there at all, and you know you're plugging the best in there every time. And so we've got the first of our the first and second place cars due a pit stop. The second place car, which will effectively be third after the pit stops, and the Audi number 28 will resume at the front of the field. The way that we trip around and the way that we leapfrog each other when it comes to the pit stop time. We've got, is that a Hyundai having a bit of a moment? It's going very, very slowly, or is that in slow-mo? Is that a replay?
No, that's a replay. That's a replay. Right. And it is the class leader of the SP2T class. So he may be having a bit of an issue. That may end up being the class of the last man standing.
So 20 minutes away would be our estimation as to when we will see the 25 BMW and the 44 Porsche take to the pits.
That 25 should be due in this lap, so he should be in about 4 minutes.
I thought you said 105.
No, that's for the 44 car.
All right. So the 44 car is going to lead, if only by...
Well, it didn't quite lead across the line last time around, if you remember, because I don't quite sure if you were here actually, Joe, but no. So what happened was the number 25 came in, and then by the time the number 44 came round on its next lap, the number 28 had got ahead of it. But it might lead for a lap this time, because the number 44 can go for 9 laps, so it'll get an extra lap out of its tank full of fuel. So we'll see what happens at the end of the lap. The leaders are about halfway round, a little bit over halfway round at the moment.
Paul, Martin has just shown me a note that said the 50 car crashed at Bergwerk, and that the 006 was a mechanical issue.
Okay, thank you for that, Martin. So in that case, that half explains the barrier repair work that we saw. I say the car did seem to be moving again under its own steam for a little while, but then it stopped moving again. So maybe having clouted the barrier, the driver managed to get it going and then decided that all the dials were off the clock, so called it a day. As I say, it was Andy Goulden at the wheel of the number 50, and so presumably, Martin, that car is out for the day then, the 50, yes. So after having a phenomenal lead, it now has to, it won't be any more.
So as the number 25 BMW just going through the slow zone there into the Bergwerk area of the Nordschleife. No, in fact, it's further round. He's already into Brunchen.
He's coming. I was going to say, you should recognise that bit, Joe, because that's where you were in practice.
That's exactly what happened there, Paul. I thought, that looks familiar. That's not where I thought he was. He's coming towards the end of the lap there. He's got a few more corners to...
Yeah, just to come through the Skulls Head, Galgenkopf, and then it'll be onto the Dottinger Höhe and back into our site. And as I say, at the end of lap 104, therefore, will be coming in for his 14th stop. And the way I reckon is that he'll actually make it to 19 pit stops altogether by the end of the race.
As we see, the number 50 car is now on the back of the flatbed and going to be coming towards the paddock. And Joe Bradley, there's a lot of damage on the left side of that car.
Yeah, that's all the suspension that's been rearranged, and it looks like it's been T-boned as well. Heavy frontal.
Yeah, that was frontal damage. There was no T-bone there, Joe.
It's always very, very scary.
Put your glasses on.
When I see, yeah, but it had gone into the barrier as well, and both front and back, front and rear suspension rearranged on that car. The BMW stays out for another lap before it will take its pit stop, according to our very own Mr. Truswell. We've got another code 60 appear, and that is just after Wipperman towards Brunchen. So there's a car slow. Looks like that's where. In fact, that is where the.
That's where you just saw the pictures of the Aston Martin number 50 being recovered from.
I would imagine that there's a gate down at the Plantsgarten. I would imagine that's where they're going to take the car out of the.
Yeah, I mean it's taken them an awful long time, having crashed the car at Bergwerk, and to be honest, that feels like an hour ago, to get it to that position there. So I think really, but even if they were to get it back to the garage, they won't bother trying to get going again after this. Although there's a class win at stake, so maybe they will. They're made of stern stuff at Aston, if indeed it can be repaired. Meanwhile, the other Mark VDS, I hate to put the commentator's curse on these two Mark VDS BMWs, but they've clearly been able to run strongly for very nearly 16 and a half hours of this race, and there were naysayers even up here in this booth saying that come midnight they'd all be gone, or come the early hours they'd all be gone, and here we are 8:30 in the morning very nearly, and although we've lost both the Schubert entries, the Mark VDS cars, say no more, are still running strongly in the top 5. Into the pits comes the other one, the 25 car, Joe, in the pits for a routine pit stop and driver change. Maxime Martin out of the car.
Lucas Law getting in, and routine it is, in out of the lead. Then the 25 Mark VDS BMW Z4 is having what looks pretty much like a full service. Now this car has got the quick fill churn with the regular service station fuel pump going into the top of the. It's basically you cut the bottom off a quick fill churn, and that allows you to just offer the service station pump and just pump the fuel in. Some of the lower classes have got just regular filler caps, just like you would have on your road car, and when they refuel, it's just like being at the service station, and just the nozzle of the fuel pump going into the.
And of course, part of the reason why they have this fixed time for the refueling is to take away any inconsistencies between the individual fuel pumps, because in some other classes they do complain sometimes that different fuel pumps refuel at different rates, and of course by fixing the fuel stop to a certain length of time, then you take away all of those arguments.
The 44 Porsche in as well, Jim.
Yes, as well as the number 23 Row Racing Mercedes SLS. So the 44 car in the pit for its pit stop on lap 104. Is that a lap early, Paul?
It's an 8-lap stint rather than a 9-lap stint. Now, the number 44 car has done 9-lap stints fairly consistently up until that one. So that was its first 8-lap stint since its, funny enough, its 8th stint. He's done 4 9-lap stints in a row, and even with the yellow flag zones, I would have thought he would have been able to stay out. Now that's possibly compromising his ability to get to the end of the race. They've still got the ability, if they go back to 9-lap stints, to finish the race on 1, 2, 3 more stops. Assuming this one goes and is out of the way, 3 more stops will see that Porsche get to the end of the race if they can go back to 9-lap stints. If they go back to 8-lap stints, they won't be able to get to the end of the race. So this is where, Joe, it gets a bit crucial. You've got to be saying to your driver, make sure you save the fuel.
We're getting towards that fourth quarter, aren't we? Where, previously in this race, this has all been, we've raced for the last 16 hours, and it's now going to be all about the last 8, and then it becomes the last 4, and then it becomes the last 1, and it all comes down to when is that last fuel window, when is your last stint going to be. We've got the 44 Porsche has just come into the pits right on the tail of the 25 BMW. That's allowed the 28 Audi back into the lead of this race, and that car's already gone through and is about to leave the Grand Prix circuit section of this track and head out onto the Nordschleife. We had a bit of repair going on in that Mercedes, the Rowe Mercedes, I thought.
It looked like they were looking at the brakes as everybody has been this morning. The 44 car has almost completed his pit stop. The final bit of fuel is going in. The 25 car has left the pits. The 44 car now is just waiting for the time as the crewman stands in front of the car and awaits the signal from the pit wall for the car to be able to go. And the crewman in the back pushing the car, and he should be heading back out onto the racetrack any moment.
You can see by the body language of that crew, they know they're in a proper fist fight here. They know they're in a race. They've been taking chunks of time out of that 25 BMW, and they were ready. They are shaving seconds off that pit stop. They don't want to be in there any longer than they have to.
So yeah, and we've got the pit stop for.
No,
you were pointing at something.
Sorry, yeah, I was trying to point that it's time in the pits for this Nissan. It's already been in the pits for 4.
No, that's the 23 car you were pointing at.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Been in 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's the 35. It says he's been in 5 minutes, but
that's right, because they take the penalty further up the.
Oh, they do. Oh, okay.
So I think
they don't do it in their pit box.
I've got a feeling they take the penalty at the beginning of the pit lane, and so what we're seeing is the remainder of the pit stop after he's taken his 3.5 minute penalty.
I prefer that because that would be unfair if you're given a penalty and you've got little jobs to do on that car, that's kind of advantaging you. You know,
exactly.
I've taken a penalty. All right, let's get this done. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. So the time in the pits is longer than the time we saw it on the TV screen there, because we saw it actually arrive and stop, didn't we?
Right. We saw it pull up.
That confused me because I'd already written that down for when Jim had finished the update, the bottom of the hour update, and then the car rolled onto it, and I thought, hang on, that car went into the pits ages ago, and that's
up at the penalty box at the pit in. So as you say, we've cleared that one up. Yep. Right. We've got.
Need a pit lane reporter.
You've said that before. Purple times showing that Sector 3 is clear of yellow flags and slow zones and everything else, because purple illuminated time on the screen means that nobody has gone faster than that in the race thus far in Sector 3, which is the Sector 3, Jim. That's the kind of section that goes through Ardenauer, isn't it? Across the Ardenauer Bridge.
Yep.
And a 158.729 across that section for the WRT Audi. So who did we put into that car?
About 6:45 for the 35 car. He was on pit road for about 6 minutes and 45 seconds, counting his men.
I think we've got a course car on the track at Klostertal, because we've got a concertina of cars going very, very slowly through that. They're going towards the right-hander before the carousel. And
Lawrence,
some of the cars just clearing it now and picking up speed.
Lawrence Van Tour it is at the wheel of the number 28 car. He's lucky in that he's not in that region of the track, Joe. So although he's
just come through, just past the start-finish line, working his way around some slower traffic, and he goes into turn 1 on the Grand Prix circuit, and we'll try to see what kind of a lead he has over the 25 car, who is due. He's on his outlap. He's due pretty much any moment now.
And that was, by going through into the lead there, the WRT Audi makes it the 25th change of lead in 16 hours. So it's not quite 2 an hour, as you noticed earlier on, Jim, but it's only 1.5 an hour for the number of changes of lead. And so lap 105, starting lap 105, we have yet another leader, and the number of cars in the lead, we're still again working between 9 different cars that have led this race at different stages during its length. So again, just phenomenal balance that we've got here.
And on that previous lap, the 28 car went purple in Sector 3 with a 158. So he was making hay while the other cars were on their outlap or in the pits. And the 25 car has come through. Joe Bradley, 59.9 seconds behind our race leader, the number 28.
Yeah, and it's the thing is though
and he's just gone. Pardon the interruption. He's just gone green in Sector 1. So the 28's on it.
Yeah, the 28's
happy hour.
28's the fastest car. Jim, I'm monitoring the progress of the 44 Porsche that on my GPS here has been going very, very slowly, and it's everything on the track is overtaking it. And the 44 Porsche, that is our third place car, just gone out of the pits. Remember, you were describing how the 23 Mercedes was on its tail. That car's still moving very, very slowly now. Maybe just a GPS glitch. So we'll
remember, this isn't real GPS.
Yes, I know that. I know that. That's why I'm a bit dubious of mentioning it. But it's been going very slowly for such a long time. Usually it speeds up.
His Sector 4 time, he just went through the end of Sector 4 and it was over 4 minutes. So that's obviously, that's that section of the racetrack where there's so much work being done on the guardrail. It could be that he was held up with those kind of caution zones as the 28 car now carries on, goes through Sector 2 and goes purple in Sector 2.
So the 28 Audi, as you said, Jim, right on it, personal best in Sector 1, overall out of everyone, that is purple.
Best section of the race.
Yeah. he's on line for a fastest lap of the race so far.
Could well be. Just to put Falcon Tyres fans, Porsche fans at hearts at rest, that car's gone through,
Yes.
still with the Row Racing Mercedes right on its tail. So obviously just obeying the speed limits, respecting the safety rules, and as soon as they get out of the speed limits, then right up to speed again. So that car's gone through in full flow. Lawrence Vantour it is who's at the wheel of that number 28 WRT Audi, and of course he's the king of the Blancpain Sprint Series. So who else would you rather have in the Nurburgring 24 hours but somebody who's good at doing sprint racing? So that's absolutely ideal, but phenomenal pace being shown by Vantour, and he knows this race is on the line. It's going to be a real dogfight, and between him and the BMW it's going to be flat out from here right the way through to the flag.
And in fact, the number 44 car went through 3 minutes behind our leader and 2 minutes and 7 seconds behind the number 25 car. So
it's about right.
Yeah,
it's about right. It's where they were before the pit stops. We'll keep an eye on that, because the 44 Porsche was quicker over the laps preceding its pit stop. It was quicker than the 25 BMW. However, like we've described, though, the number 28 Audi is quicker than everyone at 2 minutes straight for sector 3. Not a personal best, but still a very quick time. So we're still on course for a pretty good lap here to just extend that lead.
And that's the way it's going to have to be. Every lap's going to have to be pretty good in order to make this race go to the flag.
We're in trouble for the 91 car coming onto the pits. Going in, that looked like he was going in the back entrance in the pits with a left rear tire that had totally come off the rim.
That's the Manthey Racing Porsche.
Second place in SP7 came into the pits 20th overall.
And some bad news from Aston Martin, I'm afraid. The 006 car, which we knew had stopped over an hour ago now, has been officially retired by the team with drivetrain issues. So that car coming to a halt on the way down toward Arenberg, say about an hour ago now, and has been retired with drivetrain issues. So two of the Aston Martins out of the race now, with the number 50 SP8 car also having to be forced to retire. The number 007, you don't kill 007 as easy as that, because that's still going in 22nd place overall.
In the movies or at the Nurburgring?
Despite, that car had lost pretty much an hour, I think we worked it out in the end.
A little bit more than that, yeah.
Going off the circuit on some unmarked oil, landing on top of a Phoenix Audi and on top of the barrier. By the time they'd extricated it all, got it back to the pits, it took another half an hour to fix the damage, but the car's out again, and as I say, 22nd place overall and in 17th place in the SP9 GT3 category.
We've got a clean racetrack, gentlemen. We've got no slow zones other than our limited speed areas. So all the clear-up jobs have been completed, it appears.
Stand by for fireworks from Lawrence Vantour then.
Yeah.
The car that currently holds the fastest lap is the number 29 WRT car, 8:21.6. So that's the mark that the 28 car has to better.
With the demise of the two Aston Martins, that leaves the number 11 Bentley in 8th place as the highest surviving English entrant.
Non-German car.
Yep.
I've got a feeling, actually, that the existing fastest lap set by the number 29 car was set by Lawrence Vantour, and I've just called Martin over because I think he was there when it happened. So we've got Vantour in the number 28 car trying to go faster and beat his own fastest lap that he set in the number 29 car at the moment. Go figure that one if you can. Vantour in both the WRT Audis. And
that takes us back in time, doesn't it? The fact that drivers are jumping into different cars and sharing cars.
Yeah, Well, it's something that you're allowed to do. You're only allowed to do it in 2 different cars, but you can choose which cars you do it in. I think they might have to be in the same class, but no, it's certainly something you're not allowed to do in WEC racing. Not allowed to do that at Le Mans anymore. If you want to tweet us the answer to the last time somebody drove 2 cars in the Le Mans 24 hours, then I'm sure you can.
I know Derek Daly did it at Sebring. He ended up 1st and 3rd on the podium.
Oh, well, we've had it at Dubai as well, haven't we? We've had Ben Schneider finishing, I think, 2nd and 3rd on the podium, or 1st and 3rd, can't remember now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the question was specifically set to Le Mans, where, as I say, that's not allowed anymore. And in fact, I think the time it was done was the last year that it was actually allowed to be done.
That'd be Jackie X when he was.
Let's let the public tweet first, and we'll let that one run for a little while.
Got a lot of data to analyse here, as well as searching through the encyclopedias.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm kind of leaving it, because I've got to stay on top of this as well, and I don't want to get distracted, although Martin Haven is attempting to distract me by giving me some good news for Aston Martin, because there's an Asian Le Mans race at I've forgotten where it is now. Yeah,
Korea.
It was in Korea, wasn't it? That's right. It's just finished, and Darrell Young and Jonathan Venter won that race for Craft Bamboo in the Aston Martin Vantage. So I think there's actually 2 races, aren't there? There's one... Oh, that was the first race, yes. There's another race later on today. Meanwhile...
You done? Okay.
Meanwhile...
Yes, that's why I pointed at you.
Yeah, I know that.
Meanwhile, back at the Nurburgring, we've got, we were talking about the 28 car having the potential to do such a fast lap. He does it 8:26.2, and the 25 car came through it at 8:26.012. So it was even faster. So he didn't go purple in any of the sections. The 25 car actually came through just a few hundredths faster than the 28 car, and is now 59 seconds still behind the race leader. So
4 tenths shy of a minute.
It's a long bungee cord, but they're bungee corded together.
0.2 of a second per lap, with 7 hours and 13 minutes to go. Well, if they maintain that kind of pace, we may have a bit of a finish. I can't say that. That was a very, very almost identical lap from our 2 leaders.
Well, my point was the 28 looked like he was going to have such a special time, and very quietly the 25 car actually beat his ultimate time. So,
and let's not forget that Porsche just adding another mark into the mix in 3rd place,
waiting for that car to come through in about another 30 seconds, and then let's see just what the gap is between the top 3.
This is his first flying lap out of the pits, so we'll get an idea of just what his pace is going to be. Now, he was catching the 25 hand over fist, 30 seconds, not just 2 tenths. He was catching them 30 seconds a lap. So let's see if that is going to continue, because if that is going to continue, right now the gap, let's call that 2 minutes. And if it's 30 seconds a lap, that's 4 laps.
Now he's 3 minutes and 17 seconds behind the leader, and 2 minutes, and he's lost 10 seconds on that lap. He's 2:17 behind the 25 car, and the 25 car is still trying very hard, clouding the curbs. And in fact, a couple of times on this lap, I've actually seen the rear wheels off the ground, and that's a rear-wheel drive car. So he is bouncing the curves and really pushing hard with 7 hours and 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, still a lot of racing.
I still think you got to be careful. I think that's clouting the curves like that is not.
Oh, we've still got more than a WEC round.
That's right.
You know, we've still got a whole lifetime of racing stories that are going to take place, without a doubt. Faster personal best, sector 2 time there for Lucas Law in the 25 BMW, and so the BMW is on it. He's taking the race to the Audi, and in so doing, the difference in lap time between the 2nd place BMW and the 3rd place Porsche was 10 seconds.
And in fact, now going through Sector 2, Joe, and Sector 1, the BMW is 2 seconds faster about a second and a half faster in segment 1, and another full second and a half. So he's got about 3 seconds faster so far in this lap than he was last lap.
So if he keeps that up, he's going to be better than 2/10 quicker.
Yep.
He's going to start giving us a bit of a race. But you know what? This is when we talk about maintaining the discipline, isn't it? And if you're on the pit wall there looking after that Audi, and you're talking about, you know, just racing your pace and your strategy, I think the strategy now is to drive flat out, push without risk, as Paul called it. And I think that was a Lena Gade quote.
Yeah.
And we know exactly what that is. Is there a battle for position?
Yes, there is. We've been talking about how the 23 car was pushing the 44 car so hard, and that's not a battle for position, but now we know why, because the 17 car has caught up and is probably about 0.2 of a second back now. Those 3 cars are nose to tail. The 44 car in 3rd position, the 23 car in 6th position, and then less than half a second behind him is that very kind of garish yellow and red spotted number 17 BMW Z4 GT3 car.
If you're the 44 Porsche, do you let these guys through? Because they are battling literally wheel to wheel. The 44 Porsche, who's ahead of them on the road by a couple of car lengths. It looks like a right old battle. Unfortunately for us, the 44 Porsche is way ahead by a lap. They're on different laps.
Well, he's going faster. He was faster in both sectors so far. So I don't think you'll let him by.
The number 7, Pierre Caffer, by the way, in the 29 WRT car, who's the one who's just set the fastest lap of the race. I mean, yeah, I talk about 6-hour sprint racing. If you hadn't had 16 and a half, very nearly 17 hours of this race already, you'd be thinking, oh yeah, this is a pretty close race, but it's phenomenal.
So Lucas is in the 25 and Radiger's in the 44.
Yeah, and Lawrence Vantour is in the 28. The number 5 is currently with Jaap van Lagen, and I don't know who's in 26.
Boy, the 44 car and the 23 car were just bucked badly, as now the 17 car comes into the pits, so that's going to take the pressure off the 23, but the 23 is still pressuring the 44 very hard, trying to get his lap back.
He's just wanting to stay there, isn't he? He doesn't want to lose any more time to that 44 car. He doesn't want to put another car ahead of him by a lap, so he is going to just sit there. They are lapping pretty much in the same kind of region, and the 23 Mercedes doesn't quite have enough performance to get past the 44 Porsche, and it's going to be a case of waiting to see if the Porsche, the Falcon Tyres Porsche, gets held up by traffic. But they are absolutely nose to tail, and that, you know what, the level of concentration that takes. I'm saying that it's probably, you know, I always like to chase rather than be the chased.
It would seem to me that it would be easier to concentrate if you have got, whether you're the rabbit or the hound, it seems like it would be easier to concentrate if you're in a competitive situation than if you're just out there running by yourself.
Yes. And you know, the guy in the 44 car, it's a
Radinger, yep.
Yeah, he's going to just put himself in the zone and not be thinking about his mirrors whatsoever, and he's going to have complete and utter trust in the 23 Mercedes. Do we know who's in the 23 Mercedes?
No, I don't at the moment, I'm afraid. It's not Nico Bastian. Quite possibly either Klaus Graf or Christian Hohenadel.
Right.
Well, whoever it is just about overcooked it going up into the Nordschleife. As it had to take a full handful of right opposite lock to keep the 23 car from pirouetting as he made the right-hander up onto the Nordschleife.
Jim, just as I was about to say, putting complete trust in the driver of the 23, I look at the screen and there's the 23 car squirming behind the rear end of the Porsche. I'm thinking, oh my God, he's going to make contact. You know, just when I said that, you know, Raginger is going to have complete trust in the guy in the 23 car. He's been lapping after lap after lap with him on his tail.
He almost
and
throws it
just
away.
Forget him, you know, forget looking in your mirrors. And yet the 23 car is bouncing between the left and right hand mirror, just showing him that he wants to be by. He does actually want to unlap himself from that 44 car.
Down through Hudson-Bach, and now they'll be entering the speed zone area of the racetrack through the Flutplatz and up towards Arenberg. That's where they can go 200 kilometers an hour, and then once they've cleared Flutplatz, up to 250 kilometers an hour as the 23 closes right in and then backs off just a little bit. Wow, this is just as he looks underneath the... now see, there you go. Radiger takes the proper line through the corner, and that almost looked like he was opening the door for the 23, but he took the proper line. The 23 tried to squeeze in underneath him, and that was not the correct line, and now he's fallen off probably about half a second.
Just coming up to 9 a.m. and with about 7 hours, in fact, not about, but 7 hours remaining in this 2015 Nurburgring 24 hours. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, Jim Roller, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley. And we will continue towards the finish of this 24-hour race on RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So it's 9 a.m. Central European time, and here at the 43rd running of the Zurich ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, we have got a fantastic three-way battle at the front. We have got great class battles going on all the time, and we've got on the entrance to the Nordschleife before Hotzenbach, we have the, oh no, that's on the,
just coming
on Tiergarten,
yeah,
coming onto the front straightaway. It's the number 73 Race Union Tickman Racing Porsche 997 Cup car in the SP7 class.
He was off the track, Jim, and then he's pulled himself back on the track, almost blocking the track. Car 15 is the Audi, and that's the Alex Young or Frankie Cheng. Well, Frankie Cheng's out of this race now, did I?
He's not allowed to drive at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, so that number 50. So we've got, all of a sudden, we've got a screen full of cars off the track at very dodgy looking angles. That's the Audi Race Experience car of Alex Young, Marchie Lee and Sean Thong now. Frankie Cheng incurring the wrath of the stewards and being asked to leave. No trainers allowed, son. Out you go.
One little note, we talked earlier about the 35 car having to take that 3-minute penalty, and Alex Buncombe got in the car. Then Alex has gone out and put in a personal best for that car at 8:33.060 on his last lap. So he is out there trying hard and has pulled that car back up to 11th position. That's the number 35 Nissan GTR.
Pierre Caffer in the 29 Audi is certainly on a charge, Jim. He's put the fastest lap of the race in previous lap. Well, in Sector 4, he's put the fastest the fastest sector time overall with a 3:02. That is a long sector, that Sector 4. We mentioned that again. So I'm not sure whether he's on target to take another fastest lap because his 3 previous sectors, 1, 2 and 3, haven't been green, so they're not personal best.
We'll know in about 15 seconds.
Yes, we'll know in about... Absolutely, yes. There he is. He's about to come through. So,
meanwhile, I'm pleased to say that the 28 car has managed to put a lap on 26 without being too rudely interrupted along his way. So fair play to Mark VDS. They have allowed the race leader to go through. I don't suppose there's going to be very much of a battle between 25 and 26 when Lucas Luhr comes up to lap the 26 car. But it does mean that we're down to just 4 cars on the lead lap now. Another personal best fastest lap for the race leader, number 28, Lawrence Van Tour, continuing to go as quickly as he can possibly go, and he's due into the pits possibly at the end of this lap. And the reason I say possibly is that this Audi hasn't gone as fast as this before, so rather than going the 9 laps that it has been going, they may well find that the fuel starts being eaten up because of the rate that they're because of the pace that they're driving it. So if they comes in at the end of this lap, then it'll be an 8-lap stint. If you can get it out to another lap, then it'll be a 9-lap stint. In any case, they're going to have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more stops. So in a way, stretching it by an extra lap The only advantage that's going to give you is it's going to give you a shorter pit stop as your last stop.
Well, he's responded as well. He's responded with a personal best lap time, and that the gap between that Audi and the 25 BMW with Lucas Law at the wheel is kind of stagnated around about just on 53 seconds. It was about 52 seconds the previous lap. So
yeah, it's come down from 59 in the last 4 laps. So you're right.
That came down in 1 lap,
yeah.
Paul. He took 8 seconds. Put him just on about 52. Now it's 53, so we'll keep an eye on that as we are.
Well, as I say, what will happen is that the car will be in the pits, and of course that will hand the advantage straight back to the BMW. Whether it comes in this lap or the next lap, we'll have to wait and see.
And this is, you know what, if we go to the end of this race, and this is, you know, where we get the toing and froing and the leapfrogging, and if your pit stop is timed, just say for instance we've got 3 laps left in this race, and that Audi has to pit now. That's going to give the race to the BMW, and vice versa, of course.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as a short fill.
No.
Because you're in there for a definitive length of time, so you can't play that game that, well, I just need a splash.
Well, there's no such thing as a splash and dash.
Right.
There is to an extent, because if your stint is shorter, then your stop is shorter.
Right.
So it's not a fixed stop no matter what, it's a fixed stop depending on how long your stint was. Yeah?
Yes.
So if you have a short...
But I think that's true, but the chances of anybody doing a 4-lap stint and then having to stop isn't gonna. That's not gonna happen.
Well,
if you can't make it to the finish and you have to do a splash, what we would call a splash at the end, you will have run your full stint. You wouldn't have done a half stint to get to that point. If you do, then you'd be able to make it all the way to the end of the race.
Okay, here's the projection then. We're going to go to 151 laps. Okay, and each of the 25 and the 28 are both going to have to do 5 more stops. So there's no difference in the number of stops. The difference is that the number 28 is going to come in with 4 laps to spare to get to the end of the race. The number 25 is going to come in with 6 laps to spare to come into the end of the race. So there's 2 laps difference. So the pit stop for the number 28 can be that 2-lap shorter pit stop.
Well, no, because isn't the time based on the stint you've just done?
Yeah.
Well,
so you come in 2 laps early.
Okay, come in 2 laps early to get the shorter.
to get the shorter stop.
I got you. I'm following you now. Yep, you're absolutely right.
So you can have a shorter pit stop for that last.
Boy,
pit
but
stop.
you've really got to plan it right. I mean, oh yeah, that's wow. So the 44 still has its mirrors full of the 23. When they were coming down the Donegal last time, it looked like the 23 had given him a little bit of room, but they've just completed a lap of the Grand Prix circuit, and they're heading down through Hotzenbach, and he's right on his...
But this is the Audi trying to put a lap on the Mark VDS car, whose driver I still haven't managed to work out, but it's not really worth Lawrence Van Tour putting his neck on the line here, because even though it's a 25-kilometre circuit, he's in at the end of this lap, so there's no point in throwing it away. The rule must be for Audi to minimise risk, and just going back to finish off that point that I was just discussing with you, Jim, I've pulled out the relevant page in the regulation. The pit stop for the Audi, should it be able to save 2 laps, and I think it can, on the fact that it has a longer stint, the length of time of its pit stop will be 30 seconds shorter.
Ooh, so that is significant.
And that'll be a significant amount of time that'll be just enough. I mean, say just enough, it's already ahead, and it'll add 30 seconds to the 1 minute that it's already got.
So how much would you charge then? Hey, I'm putting this together now. I'm writing the proposal now.
There are some things money just can't buy, Joe.
I've got a spreadsheet. I'm going to add you to the spreadsheet, okay, Paul? So have a think about it.
There better be a couple comments.
Count Vega timing in as well, because I'll need their cooperation.
The gap between our leaders, the 28 Audi and the 25 BMW, was actually gone out by 3 seconds. So we saw that the number 28 Audi was held up slightly and was a little bit off his pace by maybe 2 or 3 seconds, lap time wise. Well, the same has happened for the Lucas Lowe-driven BMW, and the gap has gone out to 56 seconds. It was 53 seconds the previous lap. So nothing developing there, and these cars lapping in and around the same kind of lap time. So still a bit of a race to consider there and monitor there. We'll keep an eye on that. Still in third is the 44 Porsche, who is due by any moment now. So we'll keep an eye and see if that gap's reduced.
About 30
seconds out. So the gap there, 2.5 minutes. We did see the 44 Porsche just before the last round of pit stops. He was gaining hand over fist on the 25 BMW. And for some reason now they've kind of equalised, and we're not seeing that kind of gap reduction in any way, shape or form, and it's been about 2.5 minutes for this whole stint.
Well, remember, Maxime Martin was ending a second stint, and Lucas Lowe has got in the car fresh and stomped on the go pedal.
Yes, I have to say that Lawrence Vantour has done a sterling job at the wheel of this as well, because when Edward Sandstrom was behind the wheel of that number 28 Audi, and this is not against Sandstrom, because I'm a big fan of his. I think he's very quick. I was very impressed with him in Dubai a couple of years ago. He's a very quick driver, but he wasn't quite wringing the neck of the Audi in the same way that Vantour is doing here. And I think it's purely the approach. You have to be so aggressive around the Nurburgring to get the best out of the car, and you have to show a level of commitment. There is a benefit, of course, as the race wears on, that the amount of traffic is reducing, and of course with the various retirements that we've had, we haven't actually been able to compile a list of retirements, but with the various retirements that we've had, the track has become more and more empty, and that of course enables drivers with commitment to really show that commitment.
Here's one car that's good to see still out there running. It's still just a long test session now for the 85 car. We had Guy Smith in here earlier, and they said that they were going to continue to run because you always learn when you're at the ring.
Absolutely, and albeit that they are 36 laps off the leader, which around any track is a considerable distance. Around the Nordschleife, that's kind of like to Christmas, isn't it? It's
97th they are.
97th. But like you say, guys, why not? That's what they've come here to do. They've come here to race, and if indeed they can gather a lot of information and data and experience of running this race and running around the Nordschleife, then so be it, and they'll come back stronger next year.
It's like the WEC teams that used to come and run at Sebring, because there isn't a place that you can race before Le Mans that's going to punish your car as much as the 12 hours of Sebring. And if there's anything going to break on it, it'll break at Sebring. And the same holds true here. I mean, when you push this hard for this long, anything that's going to is going to be glaring.
And I said at the time, it was immensely refreshing to hear Guy Smith saying how he still has a lot to learn, and how he really did want to use this as a test session, just doing things like setting out the pit garage, working out whose job it is to do what, and for him as a driver to recognise that, I found that tremendously refreshing and very wise as well. In comes the 44th place it is now, isn't it? The Black Falcon Mercedes. It will lose 4th place as a result of this pit stop, because whilst we have Jaap van Lagen, who has only done a single stint in that car, but he's already out of the car and getting into the number 5 car could well be Abdulaziz Al Faisal. It'll either be Al Faisal or Hubert Haupt. I think that is Al Faisal who is about to get in.
Yes, it is.
And
tell by the Saudi flag on his overall.
So Abdulaziz Al Faisal then getting himself strapped into the SLS AMG. And as I say, this car having managed to stay on the lead lap and has kept its nose as well as the bodywork very clean, and managed to stay out of a little bit of trouble. Had an extra pit stop to have the door fixed at one point, I remember, in the middle of the night, and also to have the brakes changed, but they were able to do that within the time that the car was mandatorily stationary anyway for its pit stop. Fuel still going into that Mercedes, and very soon it'll be on its way again, and very soon as well will be into the pits, Jim, the race leader, number 28, the WRT Mercedes.
And that will be very interesting pit stop. He's doing about 8 or 10 seconds, so it will be interesting to see if he does peel off. Yes, indeed, the 28 car has come on to pit road, so this will be his 16th. No, I'm sorry, this will be his 14th pit stop.
And after this,
the 16th pit stop for the 5 car.
Yep. And after this, you'll need just 4 more stops. The Audi, number 28. By my quick calculation, as I say, he'll be able to use that last stop. The other one who may be able to gain an advantage, but I don't think it's going to be enough of an advantage, is the Vulcan Tyres Porsche. Now, if they can get a bit more of an advantage from somewhere, and they might need a bit of luck to get the extra advantage, but the number 44, by my reckoning, could get by on just 4 more stops. It's going to be very close indeed, and they're going to have to go back to 9 lap stints, because remember last time they came in after just 8. But if they can stick to 9s, then they'll be in excellent shape to be able to skip a pit stop altogether before the end of the race.
Well, and maybe that's another reason to let the 23 go, so you can just run your own pace. You're not being pushed by
there's no reason for them to race with the road racing Mercedes. You're absolutely right, Jim. So Al Faisal has rejoined the circuit. The fuel is going into the race leader's car, who we never seem to get shown for some reason.
You've noticed that as well.
One wonders what they've done wrong.
Yeah, they piss off.
So I'm going to take a wild guess and say that Lawrence Vantour is staying in the car to do a double steer. Oh, there it is. Thank you very much. So I'm pretty sure Lawrence Vantour will be staying behind the wheel of that car as the fuel goes into it. And so this a perfectly routine looking stop for the race leading car number 28, except it's not leading the race anymore, of course, because 25, the BMW, has already gone through, and in fact is going to be pretty much going on to the Grand Prix loop by the time the R8 gets moving again.
I noticed that the gap had gone up, though, Paul, by a couple of seconds again. 55 seconds this time through.
Probably because the pit lane entrance is slightly slower than going around on the track. So doing that comparison doesn't quite work. The car being held. There's the Mark VDS BMW going out onto the Hatson back and down through those fast sweeping S's, hot on the tails of another Audi R8. That's the Audi Race Experience car that it's just behind. Sure that the Audis are that well organised that they're going to cause any trouble for Lucas Luhr. As back out onto the circuit and rejoining goes the Audi R8, and Lawrence Vantour coming straight back out into a whole hatful of traffic.
How long was that stop, Paul? Did you notice?
No, I didn't, I'm afraid.
Just missed it by 10 seconds.
It would have been, because it was a 9-lap stint, 194 seconds, 3 minutes and 14 seconds, because that's what the minimum pit stop time is.
Right.
That's good to know. No, I mean that's handy. I mean,
that must be an absolute nightmare. You would have a chart, wouldn't you, on your pit wall, with exactly what, and you would have exactly what you've got. That's why, Paul, you need to think about this seriously.
I don't think I'm the one that needs to think about it.
Yeah, maybe in 3 years' time. Maybe in 3 years' time.
Oh, I'll be old by then.
We're all old, mate.
Yeah, it's only a number, Paul. It's only a number.
Right, we've got...
I keep telling myself.
We've got another lap and a half for the Mark VDS BMW. Lucas Luhr is behind the wheel, and Lucas is still on the beginning of his stint, isn't it? Yes, this is his first stint for Lucas Luhr. He took the car over from Maxime Martin at the last stop. But Lucas will be in at the end, not of this lap, but of his next lap. So, as I say, the time in the sun for Lucas will be limited, at least in the sense of him being in the lead. Pleased to say, if you're in a position where you're just listening to us and you don't have access to any pictures, the Nurburgring bathed in sunshine at the moment, and all of a sudden, for the first time in many hours, I now feel actually warm.
I was just noticing the sun coming through our big glass windows here. We come to you from the Aston Martin suite. As John likes to say, our salubrious accommodations here, where they take great care of us. We have a nice view of the front straightaway and the pit lane. Hot and cold running coffee.
Gosh,
and
most fantastic
water.
coffee. As I put the cup to my mouth.
Yummy fruit and snacks. All the things that you would need to keep us going for 24 hours is right here. And for the first time, it's feeling kind of a little toasty. It's nice. I'll start to get sleepy if I'm not careful.
I was going to say that it's the warmest we've been for a good 2 or 3 days, actually. We got here earlier in the week, and the weather was beautiful, warm, sunny weather, and then it turned a bit nasty, and it got rain. It was rain. I mean, when I had my foray into the forest, it was absolutely scorching hot. And then when I got back at around tea time, then the weather changed, and it's been horrendous ever since. It's been raining. It's been bitterly cold. It's been jacket weather
and chilly wind as well. Quite a brisk wind yesterday.
And I'm from the north, so Paul, I've been feeling for you, mate, being from the south.
Yeah, that's why I've kept my pullover on.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, certainly the wind has dropped a lot, and I think that possibly has helped performance as well, because it was pretty much in the face down the Dottinger Höhe. Although, of course, with the speed limit on the Dottinger Höhe, it doesn't actually matter if there's a headwind. You just use more power getting down it. So it's an interesting aspect I hadn't actually thought about before.
If we're talking minute elements here, then your acceleration zone up to your 250 will be slightly reduced with the headwind.
The leading BMW is taking its time getting past this Audi, and
this is the 29 car. This is the red Audi.
That's right. It's the other WRT car, isn't it? I misidentified that. I thought it was one of the Audi Race Experience cars, but it's the other WRT car. So we had the situation where the other Mark VDS car was in a position to hold up the 28 Audi. Now we've got the situation where the tables are turned. So we'll see what exactly Maxime Martin is able to do, Jim.
Right up on the tailpipes of the number 29 as they work their way around a BMW. My heavens. If this doesn't get your heart racing, then you're probably you're probably clinically dead. Yeah.
But it's important, if you are beside the track or watching that on the screen, this is not a battle for position. This is merely a battle for... in fact, it's 3 laps behind the 29. The Audi is 3 laps behind the BMW. But the BMW, of course, doesn't want to get held up because he's got the teammate to this car behind him.
And they've just gone by the 5 car, so it looks like the 5 car is indeed now a lap down. So that means we will only have 4 cars on the lead lap, as the 25 car has put our race leader, the number 25, has put the number 5 car a lap down.
That's my Mercedes as well.
That's Abdelaziz Al Faisal going a lap down, and probably right enough for him. He'll be still getting himself dialed into the car. He did a stint during the night, but as I say, he hasn't had that much time behind the wheel of the car, and so he'll just be getting himself dialed in and not wanting to make any mistakes. 250 kilometres an hour down the Duttinger Her. That's the speed limit.
You were talking about the shoe being on the other foot with the Audi in front of the BMW, Paul. The Team VDS just tweeted out that the 29 car, which was so blindingly fast earlier in the race, doesn't seem to be quite as quick now. Just an observation on their part.
Are they making an observation on their part, are they?
Down through the Tiergarten and onto the front straightaway to complete another lap. And the one Manthey Racing Porsche is leading the SP7 category. SP Pro is still controlled by the LFA, the Lexus LFA Codex number 53. And in SPX, it continues to be the number 9 car, who has climbed back up to 31st position overall after having power steering and alternator issues and all kinds of fun stuff.
We've just seen a very slow-moving car number 252, which is the Bliss Autosport Opel Astra. That car limping back to the pits and hopefully not going to cause too much of fuss and bother. But we're already seeing fuss and bother with our leader being held up.
So I've got a question for you, Joe.
Go ahead.
You've managed teams. You've gone on the radio to your driver. What are you saying here to Pierre Caffer on the radio? You're managing the WRT team. What are you saying to him? Are you saying you've got the leader behind you, let him go? Or are you saying, look, our teammate car needs to catch as much as he can up on this BMW, make life difficult for him? What do you do? What's the morally right thing to do? You're a racer as well.
No, wait, whoa. You asked him what he was going to do, and then you asked him what the morally right thing was going to do.
That were two questions.
He's a crew chief. He has 2 questions.
And a retired police officer, so you know what my answer's going to be.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean,
if you're not going to commit to my team that I'm putting together, then I'm not committing to a question like that.
Fair enough.
He wants to know. No. I'm going to referee this. He wants to know what kind of person he's going to be working for, Joe. This could be a very important answer for you. This could make or break your operation. So think about it. I'll give you a little while to think about it.
I'm going to say that is the lead BMW behind you. Race your race.
I've asked the same question.
Leave it up to the driver.
You're going to leave it up to the driver.
But I would instruct him, do not do anything to take him out. I would make that clear. That don't do anything stupid.
You've got Pierre Caffer in that car, and to be giving him specific instructions like don't take him out, I think is a little patronising to someone of that experience.
Yeah.
All I'm going to do
those knuckleheads in Formula One tell Kimi Raikkonen and tell those guys.
Yeah,
push,
exactly.
Push.
And what does Kimi Raikkonen say? And what does Lewis Hamilton say? You say, shut up! I'm trying to do my job. Pierre. That's the leader behind you.
You said you're a frustrated race car driver. You guys would be telling the drivers what to do all the time.
No, we're not going to do that, though. We're going to do this properly, and we're going to say that's the lead BMW behind you. Your sister team car is behind it by, 36 seconds, is it?
See, if you do that, you are hinting that he should throw a block.
I think you have to make it clear to the driver.
So you might as well just tell him.
Yeah.
Hold him up. If you're going to hint, now you're just playing games, and now you're going to, now you're putting it in the driver's lap. Well, I didn't tell him to block the guy. Well, no, come on.
No.
Either you're going to tell him to block, or you're going to tell him.
You're not going to tell him to block.
Don't take him out.
You're not going to tell him to block deliberately.
No, exactly. I mean, it's a very difficult question, but there are ways and means of doing these things, and what you've got to be very careful is that you don't interrupt the flow of the race.
You're going to be discreet.
Yep, not arguing with that.
I'm not. Well, you're not going to be blatantly, obviously blocking the guy. You're going to do what you're going to. He's doing what you would hope he's going to do.
But bingo, I think because he is reducing the lap times. If you look at the lap times that are being done now, 8:28 is the last lap time for Lucas, and if you compare that lap time, we haven't got a lap time yet, have we, for the Audi?
It comes down to how competitive it is. I can remember in the 80s in the American Trans Am series, Charlie Felix getting on the radio to his driver, telling the driver it was. The driver's name escapes me right now, but it was a Chevrolet Ford battle. It was Charlie Felix's team, which Doug Feehan was involved with, against Jack Roush's Ford Mercurs back in the Trans Am days. And the Chevy driver got told, the leader's coming, don't let him by.
Mm-hmm. They didn't have 6 hours to run, though, Jim.
Well, I know that.
it's a very competitive event, and it's very important to both the WRT and the Mark VDS teams, but also to the respective folk in the Audi and BMW hierarchy as well. So
I think what you tell your driver may be determined by who's standing in your pit lane in what kind of jacket.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of thing, it is a very, very difficult one to call, and I've had conversations with people, and you really do find out how they operate. Anyway, the point being that the last lap for Lucas Luhr was an 8 minutes 28, whereas the last lap that was achieved by the number 26, the team Mark VDS car, was 2.5 seconds quicker at an 8. Last one was actually 8:29, so it might just be traffic. Who knows? Anyway, whatever the situation is,
or the 29 car.
Yes, indeed. We're expecting the number 25 car into the pits at the end of this lap. They're just coming out onto the Duttinger Höhe at the moment, so we'll be seeing number 25 coming in, and as I said, I think it should be a no driver change for the BMW. Paul. Go on.
The 313 BMW right in front of the 8th place number 11 Bentley, having a tank slapper on the last right-hander of the Grand Prix circuit before the left-hander that takes you up onto the Nordschleife, and the 11 car had to go full-on brakes, or he'd have punched him right in the door.
There was a huge amount of gravel on the outside of that track section there. It's out of the Vidal chicane, and the BMW went down the inside of a...
he got tagged.
He got tagged by a car in its...
by a Mercedes, number 135,
Mercedes
I think. Yep.
BMW taxi gets tagged by Mercedes taxi, I think is the slogan there. And right in amongst it was the 11 Bentley, who was coming up to... and it was really a tank slapper. It put the Bentley right out on the gravel. Didn't actually go off the track, though. Remained on the track. He's picked up a lot of dirt and rubbish on those tyres, though. And that'll not be nice. That'll not be a nice feel when that car goes back out. And Pierre Caffer, is that in the pit?
Yes, that was the number 29 car, has come into the pit. So now the 25 is free and clear.
No, the number 25 is in as well.
Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Way in the back there.
And
I couldn't see him because the 313 was blocking our view of him. He's limped around into the pits.
He's also, Jim, blocking the exit for the 25. So if that 313 has got more, he's going to be static longer than the 25, which is the leader. Let's not forget.
He might have enough room to get by.
Yeah, hopefully.
To
yeah.
see.
It amazes me, this event, how the teams cooperate with one another. And it's again, that's an alien environment, having to consider the teams around you. Certainly in the short endurance races that I've been involved with, you will always talk to the guys next door to you and say, when are you bringing, especially if they're in the lead class, and you'll always say, when are you going to pit your guy, and you try and pit at different times. But here, with 4 teams per garage, that's
or
even
5.
Or 5, 4 cars on and they're parking side by side on the pit apron and pit stopping on the pit apron
and
now,
sharing fueling hoses.
That's right.
Yeah.
And now they have in fact pushed the BMW back and pointed it out from behind the 313, so it will be able to make a clean exit when they are done with the pit stop, as here comes the number 28 car and to retake the lead.
Yeah, the lead change, Jim. He's coming through there and just going down the inside of the 35 Nissan GTR into turn 1.
28 changes of leader now in 17 and a half hours.
Oh, and fastest lap of the race there. 8 minutes 19 for the 28 Audi. That just snuck underneath us, and that was brought about by Sector 4. Fastest Sector 4 time of the whole race.
And that is an important time to do that, because the BMW is parked, and that is the most valuable time. Is if you can make hay while your opponent is parked, and he did with an 8:19.728, fastest lap of the race. As now the 25 car is down off the jacks, the fueling is done, the requisite time has been met, and he is back out onto the racetrack. Lucas Luhr double stinting, and we can see in the background the number 44 car has also come into the pits out of 3rd position.
Yeah, so he's resigned himself now to making that extra pit stop. I think by virtue of the fact that the track is pretty clear, the pace has gone up, fuel consumption is therefore gone up, number of laps that the race is going to be over has gone up, and so they've resigned themselves to the fact that they're going to have to make that extra stop. There was a point at which they could have possibly squeaked it with one less stop, but they're going to be having what will be a very short stop towards the end of the race or at some point in order to balance that final stint. But the Falcon Tyres car at the moment only being capable of doing, or only choosing to do 8 lap rather than 9 lap stints.
And did we also see the 25 BMW leapfrog that Audi of Pierre Caffer, the 29 Audi? Did we also see him leave the pits before the Audi? So he's been stalled, remember, the moral and ethical situation that we found ourselves in there.
Yes, he did, because he's been out. He beat him out by about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
so he's not going to be held up any longer.
That's the advantage of the BMW having shorter stints, because its pit stop's shorter.
Right.
There you go.
So it can get out more quickly, and so it's no longer being held up by the other WRT Audi.
I want the gaff tape
contract
for this race, for this just this race. I could live for the year. The reason I'm saying that, folks, is because the 44 car is completely, the front of it is completely held together by aqua and blue gaff tape in various thicknesses, and he's not the only one. Up and down the pit lane, these cars are at this point 6 hours and 18 minutes to go. These cars are pretty much held together by chewing gum, gaff tape, paper clip or two,
papier-mâché.
That'd be too heavy.
Bit remodelling. You're not allowed to pre-fill the churns, are you, Paul? The quick fill churns. You're not allowed to put any, a few litres of. So that'll just, blast into the tank through the.
I've got a feeling.
How Tom Watkins showed you.
I've got a feeling if you filled it from the previous. If you filled it from the previous filling, then you can put in what was in it from the previous one. Okay, but you're not allowed to pre-fill it whilst.
Is that safe? I mean, you're going to have it's basically the top of the churn is cut off, so it's a massive open.
No, it's not. It's not that open.
It should have a valve at the top.
So the nozzle goes in a valve at the top, and then they can seal that off.
Yep.
And whatever hasn't gone in the car, goes in the car next time.
I think you can. I'm not sure of the exact technical regulation.
That would make sense as well, because where are you going to put that excess fuel?
Yeah.
So that would make sense.
You can put it in your team car like Tom Watkins shows.
Oh, you mean share it?
Yeah. But there's no fuel limits here, so that's right.
So I'm going to say the dice aren't exactly rolled yet, but the tension is still there, and I think I'm trying to work out some way in which we can make this into a proper 3-horse race. But the Falcon Tyres Porsche, I can't quite get it to catch up this 2.5 minutes disadvantage that it has. Because at the moment it's got the same refueling strategy as the BMW, but it doesn't quite have the same speed as either the BMW or the Audi.
And at some point, doesn't it just come down to speed?
It does, exactly so. And as I say, it's now, because its refueling schedule seems to have fallen into line with that of the BMW, it can't catch up enough.
Well, we're getting towards a WEC round here, aren't we, with 6 hours and 16 minutes remaining. We're coming up to that 6-hour mark, and Paul mentioned the 3-horse race. That'll do, really, with something to focus on, and it's been very entertaining up to now, and the way that it's panned out with regards to the 25 BMW swapping the lead back and forth for the last few hours with the number 28 Audi. Lucas Law is in the 25 BMW, and we've already seen the Audi put in what will be the fastest lap of the race so far. He's already put a purple sector in at sector 2, so he's on target for maybe a challenge to that fastest lap again.
We'll see what he does in Sector 4. That seems to be the key one for that car.
That's what clinched it the last time. That's the longest sector we've got. It's about a 3-minute sector, and that's very roughly. It's just over 3 minutes. And if you can gain a lot of time, that's the very technical section. It's a very long section. It's all the way from Bergwerk all the way through the carousel, Hoeracht, and then into the Brunchen sweeps and turns and
the baby carousel.
The baby carousel, very, very technical, where you can easily roll off a bit of speed by being a little bit overly cautious, and it can just, you can just lose the lap in that Sector 4.
Or hit the wrong curve.
Or just a tiny section of Sector 4. 35 Nissan in.
This should be a scheduled stop, Paul?
Yes, it is. I think we put Alex Buncombe in the car last time, didn't we?
He just got out.
I saw a driver get out, and I'm not sure who that is that's got in. I was just trying to work out whether they can, and they've just got into the top 10, but of course this pit stop will drop them out of the top 10 again. I was trying to work out whether they had a chance of getting into the top 10 properly. And I think their best bet is going to be to try and challenge the Bentley Continental of the HTP team, which is quite a way up ahead of it. It's almost a lap clear, but there's enough time left for them to possibly catch that back over the course of the remainder of the race, because the Bentley is going to have to stop, I think, once more than the Nissan. So there are interesting battles around the bottom of the top 10 that I think we can sort of kind of eke something out of, tease something out of, because there's plenty of interest there. I mean, you've got the great differences in marks. You've got the Bentley, the other WRT Audi, which is obviously very quick when it needs to be, the Nissan, and then the number 33 Mercedes, which is the kind of like all the Rob Huff car, the gaily painted blue, and it's a two-tone blue colour, isn't it, with Philip Fromweiler and Kenneth Heyer doing the driving of that number 33 car. So there's a nice bit of variety there, and I think that could be a place for interest, bottom half of the top 10.
The 28 car goes through at an 8:23, and he was on pace, Joe, and then Sector 4 got him. He was 5 seconds slower than he was the previous lap in that sector, and that proved to be the difference again.
Just what I was saying, Jim, just what I was saying. It's such a long sector, and we're perhaps being a bit harsh there, saying he's lost 5 seconds in that one sector, but that one sector is like 9 kilometres long.
When I say he lost 5 seconds from his previous trip through, because his previous trip through was a 3:02. This time it was a 3:07. So
yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's kind of, as we've been saying all week, recalibrating your mind as to what we're talking about here. And 5 seconds in that booby trap laden section of this circuit, it could be so easily done. Easily done. The 35 Nissan has seen Alex Buncombe get out of it. Not quite sure. I couldn't tell who it was getting in. I think it could have been Hoshino, because it was kind of small framed, whereas Michael Crum's really tall.
And also, most of the other guys, we recognize their helmets, Ordnance and Crum, and I didn't recognize that helmet. So by process of elimination, I'm thinking that might be who it is now.
It's never really been.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure by any stretch of the imagination.
It's never helped us before, our processes of elimination.
No.
Well, we're just into the lap, and the gap between first and second is just over a minute. So we will see the 25 BMW just on its first lap past, and it's now onto what will be effectively its first flying lap after its pit stop. So we'll get to see exactly what the pace of that car is now in this stint. Remember, tank full of fuel, so it's not going to be on its optimum kind of race setup. It's going to be a bit of a heavy car to brake and accelerate through, but we did see these cars.
Lucas Luhr, his first couple laps out, when he jumped in, sure did, even with the fuel tank of fuel, sure
the fresh tires
put his foot down.
The fresh tires kind of negate that.
And it was cool air, and it was kind of perfect timing.
Talking of cool air, it's certainly not cool air, is it anymore? The sun's beating down and pull Paulie's back.
I've no idea what the temperature is outside. Looking at some of the folks walking around outside, they're not in t-shirts and shorts yet, but we're in the lucky position here that we've got a large glass window behind us, and it's warming up the air very nicely indeed here. But as I say, I think it's still fairly cool out there. The real fast laps have kind of gone off the boil a little bit, which makes me think that the temperature is beginning to rise outside. So we've finally kind of got out of the happy hour. But in some ways, there's no surprise in that. It's 10 to 10 on a Sunday morning here in Germany, with very nearly 3/4 of the race done, coming up towards 18 hours completed. So as you've been saying, Joe, just 6 hours to go, and it's been a quiet kind of last 4 hours, but that's been nice because it's enabled me to kind of plot out the strategy now, and I have to say that the advantage is leaning away from the BMW and leaning back towards the Audi. Some very fast times in that last stint from Lawrence Vantour. He's still behind the wheel of that WRT Audi number 28, and he's got a minute of an advantage over the BMW. The BMW has very nearly 3 minutes of an advantage over the Falcon Tyres Porsche. All three of them have 4 stops to do, and by my reckoning, the Audi's pit stops will be 30 seconds shorter. So the Audi not only has the advantage of a minute that it has on the road, but it's got a 30-second time that it has to spend in the pits less than the other two.
Almost 30 seconds in hand, if you want. Almost like a game in hand.
Quite demoralising if you're in a BMW.
It's 90 seconds, Joe. That's not what you're going to tell your driver, is it? You're going to tell your driver, look, you've got 90 seconds and 40 laps, so I need you to go out and do 2 seconds a lap. If Lucas Luhr or whoever gets in the car next, probably be Marcus Paltala, if they can take 2 seconds a lap, that's the key number. If they can take 2 seconds a lap out of the Audi, then we really do have a race on our hands, Jim.
Or if the Audi comes a crapper of someone else's problem or has an issue on the racetrack, we still have 6 hours and 7 minutes to go. That's a full round of the WEC to go yet. And these cars have already been thrashed for the last 18 hours.
Absolutely. We don't know what weaknesses there are in those cars. We don't know where the gearboxes are a little bit sticky, where there might be a little crack forming in a bit of suspension somewhere. There might be a puncture. We already saw in the middle of the night, I can't remember who was with me. That's the trouble about, I just have these two people next to me. I think it could have been you that was with me. There was a situation in the middle of the night where we had a caution area, not a full course yellow, but a yellow zone, and this very Audi, the number 28 Audi, lost 2 minutes just because it got caught up behind some slow traffic in the caution period.
And we were very concerned as to where he was.
Yeah.
That's right.
And all you've got, if we have a vehicle being towed back in by a course vehicle and you get behind it, you can't just blast by it. You've got to be very cautious.
Exactly.
And do 60 k's by it.
And as I say, with 90 seconds is basically all that there is separating the cars at the front of the field here. That could so easily just be gone in a flash.
Into the pits from fourth position is the 26 BMW Z4. And it was, I think were we saying that Jörg Müller was in that car?
I had no clue, I'm afraid. I've lost track.
Well, let's not forget that was our pole position car, the car that started and got absolutely, totally and utterly robbed into the first turn of this 24-hour race.
Got beaten like an old mule.
It really did. I think he came through out onto the Grand Prix track on the first time out the north side. He was down into 6th or 7th. He's in 4th at the moment, though, and that is a scheduled stop. He is the last of the cars on the lead lap, as the car behind him in 5th is a lap down off that lead lap, and that's the number 5 Mercedes-Benz of the Black Falcon team, and that car just gone through past us. So that's what you're saying. You're going to help him out here. You're going to be looking at the strategy and when to put it.
There's no strategy in it.
There isn't. It's flat out. It's flat out to the fuel window. And
strategy's almost out the window at this point.
That we're getting towards the fourth quarter, aren't we?
Strategery.
We literally are in the fourth quarter.
Not in 4 minutes we will be.
Yeah, we literally are in that fourth quarter, and I know we talk metaphorically about it being down to the fourth quarter in a kind of an analogy of a game of basketball, or
honest to God,
we're getting to that part of the race where everything that has gone before, you just throw out the window, you forget it, and you start looking towards those final pit stops, those final stints, and you're where you want to be, you're where you hoped you would be, and this is what this is where we're seeing the 28 Audi, the 25 BMW, and the 44 Porsche, because that car's not out of it.
No.
Like we said, all we need is a 60 zone.
Those are your three contenders, and then after that, you've got 3 or 4 long shots. You've got the 26 car, which is the other of the VDS BMW car, the black number 4. And then you've got the other Mercedes, the number 23 row car, which is another of the gaff tape specials that's out there. And then the number 17 BMW, which is that kind of garish yellow and with the red dots, with the dots paint scheme. Now, those 4 are long shots. They've got to have help.
Yeah, they've got to have an act of God.
Right. Now 25 and 44 may also be in that same position, but they at least have the opportunity to do it on outright speed if they can find the outright speed. Those other 4 cars that we mentioned have got to have help.
Yeah.
From a problem or a caution or something to help them.
And it kind of looks fairly secure in 8th place, that car, doesn't it? With kind of 4 minutes of a gap, 5 minutes of a gap very nearly to the car behind it, and a whole lap separating it from the car in front. So it's kind of difficult to see how that car, although it's got to keep going, and I suppose that's the difference, isn't it, between a 6-hour race and the last 6 hours of a 24-hour race, is that you've kind of got what you've got, and in many cases it's just a matter of protecting what you've got and taking it through to the finish. If you're in a position and you've got a bit of a cushion behind you, a bit of a cushion in front of you, then it makes a lot of sense just to leave things the way they are and just keep going as consistently as you can. At least for those cars that are in the lucky position of having a little bit of a cushion behind and a cushion ahead of them. As far as the leading 3 cars are concerned, then there really can't be any letting up. You've really just got to push as hard as you possibly can.
Well, we're not seeing that 2 seconds from the 25 BMW, Paul. That's for sure, and the gap has gone out between the leaders to 1 minute and 7 seconds. So there's a chunk of time there going to be needed there. Last lap through, the lead Audi was a full 6 seconds quicker than the second place BMW, and whether or not the performance of that BMW can improve, like we did see towards the end of the stint, as we are coming up to 6 hours remaining in this 24 hours of the Nurburgring. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com. Jim Roller, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley will be taking you through for what is effectively a WEC round, length of race time left, and you're listening to RadioLeMans.com.
The Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
10 o'clock here in Central Europe. We have 6 hours to go. Basically, Joe Bradley, a WEC race to go, but we've already been thrashing these cars for 18 hours.
Yeah, we'll be mentioning a Tudor sports car length. We'll be mentioning an ELMS race length to go. We've still got
Grand Prix, all the cliches.
We've still got a lot of racing. Yeah, we've still got a lot of racing. No doubt about it. And just being shown some of the highlights of the event so far and the occurrences that took place during the night, but let's get us straight back up to speed and tell you what we're looking for. We're about coming towards the end of the lap for the leader, the 28 Audi, the Audi R8. Did we see who was in the car? Did we see who took the car over?
Lawrence Vantour stayed behind the wheel.
Vantour is remained in there, and that will be his second stint.
Correct.
At the wheel of the lead car. He's 40 minutes into his driving stint, and he's a couple of minutes away from coming through. The gap to the second place Lucas Law-driven BMW, and Lucas has shown some really quick pace towards the end of his previous stint. We've yet to see that pace occur again. He's a little bit off the pace of the lead Audi, but we'll keep monitoring that. 1 minute and 7 seconds was the gap last time through. We've speculated as to just what's needed for the BMW to get on terms with the Audi, and that is to be 2 seconds faster. Well, that is a very, very tough call at the moment, and he's not quite been able to get the performance of that car. The 44 Porsche remains in third, and we've got 12 World Touring Car races. 12 around here, yeah, because there were 3 laps, weren't there? Is there anything else we can?
I was just trying to put it in context.
Right.
And that's for FRA points, 50 the World Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, so 12 rounds of that left.
Yeah, I mean, I think the right way for Mark VDS to look at it is to say, look, we've got to worry that WRT Audi. We've got to make them think we've got something here. We've got to push them. We've got to get them to make a mistake. I mean, there's plenty of things that can go wrong. I mean, the Bentley, for example, is in the pits at the moment, having a disc change. Here we are, 6 hours to go. We're talking about getting into the last quarter of the race, but the number 11, this is the HTP Bentley I was just talking about. It's got this cushion. No, not that many cars behind it, not that many ahead, but they're doing a brake change. Anything can go wrong while you're doing a brake change. You can all sorts of things.
It doesn't matter when you do the brake change, though, Paul. If there's a brake change got to come within the first 18 hours or 20 hours or whatever, you could change the brakes after 5 hours. It doesn't really, you're going to have, the brakes coming to the end of their life towards the end of the race, or what we're seeing here is the brakes coming towards the end of their life after 18 hours, and you're going to be finishing the race on, a relatively new set of pads and discs. And I think that's a good call, because like you just mentioned there, they've got a huge cushion to the car behind them, and they can lose a bit of time there. That is their first brake disc and pad change, is it?
Don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they've not done another one in the night somehow.
Yeah, because that's a heavy car. It's a big, heavy car, isn't it?
Yeah.
In comparative terms to like the likes of the Audi R8 and the Z4 BMW.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that has happened. It's still there in 8th place, and indeed the car behind it hasn't yet gone through, has it, to even get onto the same lap. So it's done that stop without losing any position at all.
Yeah, as we thought it wouldn't. We are due the leader has just gone through, and going through now is the BMW car number 25. Now let's have a look at lap time wise.
Minute 10 behind.
Minute and 10. That's gone out. It's gone out by 3 seconds. We've got that Audi R8 in quite a sort of a strong position, because not only is he leading, but he's extending his lead.
Yep,
but there's 6 hours to
go,
Joe.
Things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. In terms of things...
Building tension.
No, you're not. You're saying he's got it in hand.
No, well, yeah. Well, what happens then? Commentator's curse, isn't it?
It is going to be the Audi that pits first, though. As I say, the little strategy plan I've got here will see the Audi coming in on lap 119, so in 4 laps' time, and then the BMW and Porsche will come in each at the end of their 120th lap. And as I say, I think what we'll see is these cars coming closer and closer together on strategy, because obviously they're all aiming for the same 6-hour target mark. But for this next round of pit stops, it'll be the Audi stopping first, and then the BMW and Porsche stopping second. So whilst the Audi stops, the BMW will certainly go through. The Porsche will probably just go through as well. So all of a sudden the Audi will be right behind. That's a point at which things can start to go wrong, because all of a sudden they'll see themselves third on the leaderboard. They just have to be patient and wait for the cars ahead to go into the pits, and then they'll be back into the lead again. But of course, every pit stop, something can go wrong, finger trouble.
How is that pit stop leapfrogging process? How is that looking towards the final hour then? How are we looking? We could effectively have that Audi having to pit.
Well, I've given you what the schedule will be, and that's where the 2 seconds a lap came from. So if the lap times that we're seeing at the moment continue to be set, which is that the Audi already has a lead, it's lapping more quickly, and its last pit stop will be shorter, that means that it will end up with something like a 2-minute lead by the end of the race. The only way that anybody can do anything about that is by lapping more quickly.
Yeah.
Unless something goes wrong, unless they have a puncture, unless they drive into the wall.
Unless they come upon a 60 zone, a code 60 zone, which we've just seen now. We've got a car that is that has gone very, very slowly, and all the field. No, that's not off the track. That's the drift zone out in the infield and the fan zone area. They pulled you in there, though, didn't
they?
Not
my demographic, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, we've just seen. I didn't see what car was going slowly there. It's one of the lower classes, or the slower classes, we should say. And that's just the kind of occurrence that could put the cat amongst the pigeons, as we were saying, with the leader being held up slightly, and then the code 60 being revoked, and allowing the second and third place cars to have caught that gap. And the gap's not that great. It's only 1 minute and 10.
No, it's all to play for here yet, with 5 hours, 51 minutes remaining in this race. There is a lot of miles that have to be covered around this very serpentine, very unforgiving ribbon of asphalt that runs through the Eifel Mountains and is, without a doubt, the toughest, most demanding racetrack in the world.
Focus and concentration-wise, it's phenomenal, isn't it? The focus and concentration level that is needed just to drive this circuit is phenomenal. But then just add in the variation of classes and the variation of speeds from our classes, an incident, and then for this year, for the reasons we're all too aware of, we've then got speed limited areas. And it's just such a challenge. It's a challenge not only from a driving aspect, but we've heard Paul with his little calculator there and his slide rule and everything, and his head exploding at times over the course of the night, working out strategies and fuel windows and stuff. That the challenge is all the way across the board, isn't it? It's from the pit wall to the driving seat.
Think about it this way. Instead of thinking about 6 hours to go, just in a quick sum, they keep on going at their current pace, 940 kilometres. That's like driving from probably
Inverness to Dover or something.
Well, I was going to say certainly from here to Paris. It's a good few miles.
Yes.
And there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. Anything can go wrong. I mean, we're seeing this Audi. It's gone very strongly up until now, but there's a long way to go, and there are just not enough. There's not enough of a cushion to protect them.
There's still no cushion.
They can't relax. They can't say, okay, we've got an advantage, let's just lift and take it easy. And, we don't know what the team knows about any funny noises that the car might be making. This is a brand new car. This is the 2015 Audi R8 LMS. It's first 24-hour race.
Yeah, we did talk about I mentioned there the speed limited areas, and we talked about how they're cutting the speed down and hitting a limiter. And
we don't know what that's going to do.
Yeah, we don't know what system they're using. We know the Aston because we spoke to Dave King in the small hours, and he told us that that actually modulates the throttle on and off. But there are other systems like pit lane speed limiters that actually cut the detonation process in certain cylinders, and that's got, for the length of that Dottinger Horse straight, that's got to be That can't be good. That cannot be good.
The Ponk Motorsports BMW, just number 312, just had a moment. Full four wheels off, already fully gaff taped.
I was going to say, looking at the front of it, Jim, you didn't get the impression that was the first time that happened, did you?
No, not at all. What was that phrase you turned about the cup and the lip and the?
There's many a slip twixt cup and lip.
Is that from Shakespeare?
I'm going to use that.
Ooh, I don't know where it's from. I think it's probably
between
even
cup and
pre-Shakespeare.
lip, and it'll end up on your shirt. I got to come up with a name for sure.
Betwixt is a kind of a...
Yeah,
betwixt. You don't really hear that in Shakespearean plays, don't you?
I don't know.
Or it may be common vocabulary in the Trustwell household.
He does live in sometimes. He does live.
When you come
does
round,
live in the shadow of McLaren.
When I come down,
when you come round for the contract signing,
and I'm also coming down to mentor and coach Robin as well with his karting.
That's right.
Oh yeah, May the 28th, Buttonwall Park.
I can't make May the 28th. I'm going to have to do it another time. Definitely going to do that one.
You two are something else.
What are we on? 116 laps now completed.
Yes, we are.
We're rattling on through,
oh,
aren't
good
we?
Lord, Joseph's taking his clothes off.
Eve,
look away.
116. We've got 3 more laps to go. Keeping eyes very firmly on the screen whilst...
You sound like Snagglepuss.
I've still got it. Sorry, Paul. Let's get some semblance of sensibility. Even the responsible adults joining in with the frivolity. What's going on here?
Oh, you can tell we're 18 hours into a 24-hour race. That's why we do this. It's fun.
Good job. Good job you don't let us drink, Eve.
Yeah, oh, good heavens. We'd have become blithering idiots a long time ago.
I've been taken off the air years ago.
Here's something to talk about. Very close battle, bottom of the top 10. I said it would all start kicking off at the bottom of the top 10. We've got the number 33 Mercedes, the Rob Huff Ken Hire car going through, the Team Premio Mercedes going through. Not far behind it is the Nismo, the number 21 Nissan GTR Nismo, and then not far behind that is the number 35 Nismo. The trouble is the number 21 car has to pay a 32-second penalty at its next pit stop because at its previous pit stop it didn't stay in the pit lane for as long as it should have done, according to the little table that everybody has on their computer telling them how long they're supposed to stay in the pit. So for whatever reason, this is the Schulze Nissan, which has the two Schulze brothers, Florian Strauss and Jordan Fressen, doing the driving. Didn't stay in the pits for long enough, and so they have to take that as a penalty on their next pit stop, 30 seconds extra. And that will give the advantage to the number 35 Nissan, and I don't know, I just fancy that the pair of them could actually challenge Rob Huff. So there's a kind of Alex Buncombe, Rob Huff, Jordan Tressen kind of interest in that little group of cars, which are currently fighting over 10th, 11th and 12th places.
Jordan Tressen, of course, a GT Academy graduate.
Well, as is Florian Strauss,
that's right.
The other driver of the 21 car. The 21 car is a combination of Schulze Motorsport and GT Academy, so there's a kind of a coming together there for that Nissan GTR Nismo. And if I'm right, that's the 2014 spec car, whereas the 35 car is a 2015 spec car.
Yes, you're absolutely right on that.
The gap between the leaders is extended by about 20 odd seconds. Now that's not because the Audi has gone 20 seconds plus faster. The BMW car 25, a little slow, has lost about 20 odd seconds there in that last time by. The gap is now 1 minute and 35 seconds. So
I think he may have gotten caught in a yellow flag.
Yeah, I didn't see any yellow flag. I didn't see any code 60.
Well, there were a couple intervention vehicles out there, and sometimes, depending on where you hit that intervention vehicle, it can.
We just need that to happen to the leader, just to bring them close together for us.
Yes, I mean, this is the lottery, if you will, of having the intervention zones, because you never quite know when they're going to happen, and of course then you may get held up, you may not, and if it's a quick one, you may get held up and your competitor may not get held up. So it often can just be the luck of the draw. All you can do is just maximise your chances on every throw of the dice, as it were.
Into the pits comes Paul Trustwell for his coffee.
I'm pleased to say we can do refueling on the fly here.
Okay.
The coffee angel. No, thank you. Just the coffee. Thank you.
The coffee arrives in Aston Martin branded coffee mugs, and very subtly done on the inside of the cup.
Could I have some sugar, please?
For right-handed people.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you very much. Yes,
so
gladly into the pits.
I think salubrious is the only word to describe this.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, quite where the BMW has lost that time, and it can only be through yellow flags, Joe. You're absolutely right, because unless that BMW is carrying a problem, and my mind goes back to the Spa 24-hour race last year when similar thing happened. The BMW suddenly had a problem towards the end of the race, and I can't remember what it was. It was some kind of engine problem which prevented it being run at full throttle, and they just couldn't get the best out of it. And the Audi was carrying a problem with refueling, and so we had these two rather fragile cars heading
Limping
towards the
home,
finish. Yeah.
I don't think it's a problem with the car. I think it's probably code 60 because the sector times are where they need to be, and he's already into Lucas is already into sector 3, and his sector times match the lead Audi, so they're roughly very, very similar pace through sectors 1 and 2. So it was probably being caught out. And you know what? That, like I said, that could go the way of the Audi as well. The Audi could easily be caught out by a code 62.
Yeah,
that will go the other way completely.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's why it's important to kind of keep watching all the time and keep your focus up, because otherwise you'll miss what happened, and that 2 minutes or whatever it is suddenly will vanish, and you'll say, well, how did that happen? So yeah, we do need to keep on top of this. The pit stop for the Audi is due not at the end of this lap, on the end of the next lap, the end of lap 119. He's currently on lap 117, so he's got 2 laps to do at the end of this one, and then the Audi will be coming in, and that will be Lawrence Van Toor bringing the car in, and we need to go back to see who he'll be handing it over to, and we might have to go down into the pit lane and just keep our eyes open, because it's been a good double stint this from Lawrence. I wouldn't say it sealed anything, but it certainly established the cushion which the Audi never really had until this stage. And in fact, at the previous set of pit stops, I was suggesting that, if anything, the stint by Maxime Martin had helped the BMW to a strong position. Lawrence Van Toor has certainly put in a few very, very quick laps indeed in this Audi.
Paul, he's really on it. I mean, what we're seeing in this particular stint, we're not seeing the kind of comparative performance that we saw in the previous stint between the 25 BMW and the leading 28 Audi. We've had the leading 28 Audi being faster in every single sector of every single lap consistently, and that completely goes against, in contrast to the previous stint where we had the BMW sharing a bit of the spoils and having the odd time where he put in quicker laps. That's not the case on this set of tyres.
Down the Donegal, the number 28 Audi goes by the number 17 BMW to put him a lap down, but then the 17 car is coming back as they are reaching the end of that long straightaway, and the 17 car will have the tactical advantage as they go under the Bilstein Bridge, but lets the 28 car go. It looked like the 17 definitely lifted there.
They were both in the speed limit zone, though. They're both supposed to be doing exactly 250 kilometres.
Yeah, well, one man's 250 might not be another man's 250.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just hope one of them was doing 248.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I would hate to see someone incur a penalty because of that.
The leader went through that section at 50.973, and that's not purple, so the only way he would be speeding would be if he went purple. Unless he sped before. You never know. The 28 car is still trying to chase down the 26 to put that BMW a lap down. In fact, he can see him. I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to get it done before he has to make his pit stop. So again, fast, but don't take any risks.
Yes.
I don't even think you try, unless it's just such an obviously easy spot, because you're just going to give the spot back in 15 miles.
Yeah.
It's another pit stop for the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes car. Your car, Joe, the green one. Abdulaziz Al Faisal is out of the car and strides away. Slightly disappointed, shoulders slightly down, shaking of the head a little bit as he comes up to his team manager. It was a shortish stint, wasn't it, from Abdulaziz? Only 7 laps, which is even one short for that car. So the tyre was going off. It's another disc change, is it? I just saw one of the mechanics walking away with the disc. He may have just had that disc as a precautionary measure to put on if the car needed it, but he's walked away, I think, with the whole disc pack.
There'll be a quick visual inspection, Paul, because what you need to look for on a brake disc, pretty much every pit stop, is whether or not the disc's cracking, and you get kind of apparent hairline cracks in the disc. And if you're just kind of monitoring that, and if you kind of judge it, and if you don't like the look of the cracks that are appearing in the disc, because what can happen is the disc can shatter. And it depends on how far into the race. Now, if you've pitted and changed discs, say halfway through this race, you've still got a lot of mileage and a lot of harsh environment for that disc to survive through. So at this stage of the race, you will be having a visual every time you take the wheel off, and that's probably what we saw there, just in case the guy who's removed the wheel says, disc looks a bit iffy, let's do a change.
He's on his way, and in the end it was just fuel and tyres and driver change for the 4th placed Mercedes, except as a result of that the number 26 will have gone past. And so, I mean, this is a battle that's been going on, the battle for 4th and 5th place, isn't it? That's been swapping all the time.
Again, swapping with the pit stop, so it's a ever-changing. The advantage is gained in little margins out on the racetrack.
What's fantastic as well is if you look at the top 4, Audi, BMW, Porsche, Mercedes.
I was just thinking that.
And then if we look at the top 10, let's add in another mark, because the Bentley's there in 8th. And then, all right, 11th, there's the Nissan, throw that one in.
So
look at how competitive that is.
6 makes in the top
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Name me another series in the world where
World Touring cars, have a look at this.
Yeah.
Because this is competitive motorsport, not domination, which is what we saw yesterday morning. Kind of took that hard, haven't I?
Ring.
Used to be a big fan of World Touring cars. This has just been ruined by that.
It's okay, Joe.
I know.
It's all right. You'll get over it.
Oh, I'm over it now.
I don't know.
No, I am.
You still sound a little bitter.
You're bitter. No. Not at all.
Do you want to go see the counselor?
No, I'm fine.
No, you're okay. A little time on the couch?
He's dragging this out, isn't he?
Fastest lap.
Well, you're making a meal of it. I know.
Spilling on me.
Go ahead, Paul.
Fastest
Talk
lap
about this race.
For the number 33, the Team Premio Mercedes, the Rob Huff Ken Hire from and Weiler car, 8:33.052 is the fastest that car has done. I wonder if Rob's just heard what you were saying about WTCC, Joe, and decided to wring the neck of that Mercedes as a result. I say that car has just gone round as fast now as it has done, or faster than it's gone throughout the race thus far. And of course it's involved in a bit of a battle because it's got the Nissan behind it, Alex Buncombe, Michael Crum and Hoshino chasing hard in the number 35 Nissan, which has had penalties of its own to serve. But of course the most recent penalty to be applied to a Nissan was to the other one, the 21 car, which just goes through now in 12th place. So still, just 30 seconds separate the Mercedes 33 from the Nissan 35, and then a little bit over 3 minutes separates the two Nissans. And again, you just consider what those cars have been through, and the 18.5 hours of running that they've been doing, and still marvel at how close it all is relatively. 4 cars remain on the lead lap. No, it is 5 cars still on the lead lap, because we still have the number 26 car on the lead lap, so behind the number 28 car. And the number 28 has been out there for just over an hour now, with Lawrence Van Tour at the wheel. And in fact, altogether, of course, it's getting on for 2 hours and something like 2 hours and 20 minutes that Lawrence Van Tour has been at the wheel of that leading Audi, having done 2 stints. First one of an hour and 12 minutes, and then the second one of something getting up to something like that as well. Hour and 5 he's been out so far.
That is pretty good work at this time of day.
Yep.
With the kind of fatigue that has got to be setting in.
Yes, I mean, they have had 4 drivers across that car. I mean, there have been some teams that choose to do the race with 3 drivers. And I think there was a quote from Christopher Brook, who is driving in the Bentley, the HTP Bentley, and he said he'd already driven 9 hours and still has a little bit to do. And he's actually physically tired from so much just physical, the physical effort of driving the car around the Nurburgring. I mean, we talk about the physical aspects of it, but to sit down in the car for 9 hours and have to concentrate and keep the brain working for that length of time, tremendous effort, and particularly with a car like the Bentley, still pretty new. And so great effort from Christopher Brook. I'm pretty sure it was him at the wheel of the number 11 HTP Bentley.
Yes. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, just the SCG back out onto the track again. Frank Maillot back at the wheel of that car. Frank seems to have done a good deal of driving of that car. I'm sure Marino Franchitti has done his share as well, but every time I kind of look up to see who's at the wheel, it seems to be Frank Maillot taking over at the wheel of the number 9 Glickenhaus SCG 003C.
Leader into the pits. 28 Audi peels off
her schedule on lap
circuit,
completing lap 118.
Well, I have to say it's a lap earlier than I expected it, but there we are. It's an 8-lap stint for the 28 car, but not something that we need to be overly concerned about, I don't think.
Interesting. They pull the car in on an angle. Then they...
Nose first.
Nose first. Thank you. Yep. That was much more descriptive. And then they, once the tires have been changed, they slip the dollies under it and twist it around.
Swivel it round.
So that he is pointed nose out. And while they finish the fueling's going on.
All the while, you've got the guy holding the churn and the guy holding the filler pump. And it's exactly the same thing that you get, that you fill your car up at home, and the car then swiveled round so that the nose is now pointing out in readiness for the car to leave the pit garage.
There was a driver change, because I saw Van Tour's helmet walking away from the car. What I didn't see was any driver walking into it, but I'm sure somebody did get in.
There was just a sea of people around the car. People changing tyres, people refueling, and people swivelling around.
TV people standing in the way.
Yeah. 25, the number 25 BMW with Lucas Law has just gone through to take up the lead, whilst that Audi remains on the pit apron, just finishing off its stop.
And he's got his mirrors full of the number 29 car, again, not for position, but here we go, harassing the opposition.
If you're Lucas Law, you don't want to let that sister car of the leader through, because then we're going to get into the ethical and moral situation of what do we do? Do we hold him up? And you can tell. I mean, I don't know who was at the wheel of that Audi at this point of the proceedings. It was Pierre Caffer who was left with that moral dilemma earlier on as to whether or not to hold up the Audi and allow the sister car to pull away. The sister car, the leader, hasn't really needed that. He's been doing a good job of all of his own volition. So whether or not you would be in a position to be telling your team car to just give a little bit of help there by delaying the 25 BMW a little bit, you know?
Well, we'll have philosophy class in a moment, class 301. That's 301 level philosophy we're talking about.
Is that here. Right?
Yeah, it's 10:30 here at the Nurburgring in the 43rd running of the Great Zurich. 24 hours of the Nurburgring, 5.5 hours to go. Time to give you our even hours update. SP3T continues to be the 114 Subaru WRX STI in 21st position overall. That car has led the entire race. In V6, it is the Black Falcon Team TDM Friction Porsche 911, number 162 in 28th position overall. In SP4T, the leader is still the Audi TT number 112, the Pro Handicap EV car, in 73rd position overall. Cup 5 is the Team Securitas Sword Rheinsport BMW 235i Racing, 27th position overall. In SP6, it's the number 81 Porsche 911 in 31st position overall. In SP10, it's the Team Mathol Racing EV. That's an Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT4 car, 33rd position overall. And in SP5, it is in 104th position. It is car number 106, the MSC Roan VI ADAC1 BMW M1 Coupe. That is leading the SP5 class. So we have 5.5 hours to go. That's your latest update for those classes. We have 21 classes running here today. We've been splitting them up. If you're just joining us, we split them up. We do 7 of them at the bottom of the hour and of the even hours, and then at the bottom of the odd hours we do the other classes. So in an hour we'll be able to give you an update on the SP3, AT, V5, Cup 1, V4, V2T, V3, and SP2T. Paul Truswell.
Just to correct myself, because I might have accused Marino Franchitti of slacking on the job, he is actually the driver at the moment of the number 9 Glickenhaus SCG 003C. It was Mayo getting out of the car and Marino getting into it, and it seems the car running pretty fault-free at the moment, so the Glickenhaus, having had its problems along the way, currently in 30th place overall, leading its class, as is hardly surprising. The number 9 car out there now with Marino at the wheel, and he took it over about, how long ago did he take it over? 10 minutes or so ago he went out at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, I think that the Glickenhauses, they've pretty much had all of their bad luck. They lost a car in practice, in qualifying, and so the 2-car team became a 1-car team. And then we've had the number 9 Glickenhaus going round and round, very stealth-like, and that car encountering a bit of damage, I believe, as well as other problems.
Had to replace an alternator, had to replace a power steering pump.
And brakes.
Thank you. I knew there was one other thing.
The number 26 car has been driving incognito for some time. Apologies, we've not been able to catch up with that, but it's Nicky Katzberg at the wheel of the 26. That's the 4th placed Mark VDS BMW. And so finally laid that one to rest, probably just before it comes in for its next stop, but at least we've got Katzberg in it at the moment.
His stint's only 40 minutes, Paul, so I suspect he'll be out there for another
little while yet.
Two laps at least, maybe 3.
And the other change we had recently was for the number 5 Black Falcon car, which was Abdelaziz Al Faisal getting out of the car, and on rotation that should be Hubert Haupt now behind the wheel of the Black Falcon car number 5, which is still running in 5th place. And still just on the lead lap, I think. Yes, it is just on the lead lap.
The SP7 leader continues to be the number 61 Porsche, Black Falcon Porsche, and that car going down the Donegahoe straightaway and under the Bilstein Bridge. That Donegahoe straightaway it seems like it goes on forever.
I walked it the other day, Jim.
Yeah, I know. I drove it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it seems
completely
like
different experience.
Is it?
I can assure you.
Is it longer walking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I kept going over the brow and thinking, the Kink's next. The Kink's next. The Kink's just over this way.
And you just get over the brow.
No, it isn't. It's like what, 2.5 kilometres long?
I honestly don't know how long it is. Let's have a look.
It's at least that.
Yeah, 2.5's about right.
Yeah. So I mean, I didn't walk down the track. I was
right. You were
the actual road for people listening at home. The actual road, the public road, runs exactly parallel with a matter of only 4, 5, maybe less than 10 metres gap in places. And as you're walking down the public road or driving down the public road, you can actually see the cars on the track down the Donegahoe. And so I walked. I popped out of the woods at the final turn. What's the final turn called onto the Donegahoe there?
Galgenkopf.
I popped out the woods there. There was the public road. Right, here I am. Civilization. Walked down and it just kept on going and going and going. It is a long, long way.
You fell for the oldest trick in the book.
What's that?
Well, we got you a ride out to Brunchen, and then you were on your own to walk back.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. No, I'm not complaining at all. It was fantastic.
That was like a rookie hazing trick. Sure, go on out there, Joe. We'll give you a ride out.
No. I always knew that I was going to walk back. But you know what? You look and you see the cars out on track. You drive it. We've driven that way all week, and you think, it's not far. It's not far.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
The 49 Aston Martin, the tribute to Rose paint scheme, continues to carry on and looking. Rose would be proud. 49's looking a lot like the 5. Very clean. We've got well turned out, as always, as you would expect from anything from Aston Martin factory or Aston Martin Racing.
Absolutely. Yeah, car looking very, very. And you know what? The car looks like it just started the race. It's hardly got any. It's hardly got any issues, any blemishes, any sort of streaks of carbon or dirt around the car. It looks as though it's just been validated. So it's in great shape. That 49 Aston.
Looking for it in just scoring, Paul. 49 car.
I'll just confirm who.
There he is. 64th position. First in the SP8 class. So that would be outstanding. That's Dr. Betts.
Yes.
Dr. Basinger, Liam House, and Mal Rose. First in class. Oh, wouldn't that be just terrific? Yeah, let's move on. No announcer jinx.
Just wondering who's in the car. I saw Dr. Betts. He was behind us earlier at breakfast, and he was getting into his race.
You meant right now, not who the driver lineup is.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
No. I mean.
Sorry, dear listener. We're laughing because we've been having quite the discussion about the gaff tape treatments that these cars are getting. And currently one of the BMWs is on pit road, and they've had to gaff tape over a gap where the headlights used to be. So they have very prudently written with Sharpie. they have drawn 2 lights on the gaff tape. So, and I've also put a drawing of a Bilstein shock on some gaff tape. Oh, my heavens.
That will get through an MOT in certain places, I know.
Oh, so they've not lost their sense of humor with 5 hours and 19 minutes remaining. Good for them.
You've got to have a sense of humor.
Just trying to check out the progress that... it's happened already, hasn't it? The number 29, the other WRT Audi, I was about to say is closing in on the HTP Bentley Continental. So WRT closing on HTP, but the Bentley coming into the pits. And didn't seem that long since that Bentley was last in somehow when they were checking the brakes, but that may just be my memory that's slacking, and that car is down at the bottom of the top 10. I must admit I haven't quite picked up when it was last in the pits, but I think that HTP car might be beginning to experience some problems. The number 11 Bentley, they remember had that brake check problem, and they were in 8th place. They've now lost that 8th place to the flying WRT Audi. They've got a lap of an advantage on the next car back, but the next car back is in a bit of a hurry. That's Rob Huff, remember, in the Mercedes, the Team Premio number 33, which not so long ago set its fastest lap of its race. And then the two Nissans still squabbling over a place in the top 10 as well. So, that little area at the bottom of the top 10 is still, there's still changes of places going on, and so it's there's a lot of pressure, not only at the front of the field, but for the lower placings as well, as people try and jockey for position and get their cars to not just stroke them to the finish, but to get extra positions as they head into the final 5 1/4 hours of the race.
That's looking a little second-hand. That's the 131 car that is leading the SP2T class, the Hyundai i30 Coupe Turbo. And if you're watching the video stream, you just got to see some really cool video feedback, which you don't often get to see. That's a technical director's nightmare.
You got all excited there, Jim.
Yes, I did.
Pictures and pictures and pictures and
pictures and pictures
and
pictures into infinity. Yes, and beyond.
Well, that's what you do for a living, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
that's your line of work.
Yep.
The 007 Aston Martin is in the pit
You
lane.
arrest people, I entertain.
I used to. Don't do much of that now. Well, goes on behind closed doors. Anyway, moving on, Paul.
The 007 Aston Martin is in the pit lane at the moment, having a routine pit stop. Real case of what might have been for that car, because I don't think that car's had any problems at all. It's been able to, well, it's way out of contention, so it's had its problem. I can't jinx it anymore. It hasn't had any proper problems. The only problem it had was when it came across oil. Couldn't avoid it. It was in the middle of the night. Stefan Mucker came across a whole slick of oil, which had already caught out the Phoenix number 4 Audi, which was had spun off into the barriers. And Mucker hit the oil, then hit the Phoenix Audi, and ended up resting on top of the barrier, or at least with part of the car on top of the barrier, that then needed to be extricated. And the car lost over an hour being repaired, and through all of that time that was then lost, it really pushed it right the way to the back of the field. But they've got themselves back into the top 20, so really great performance from the drivers there. And don't forget either that they've been doing that with just the 3 drivers. It's Pedro Lamy, Stefan Mucker and Darren Turner, the 3 drivers. Even though Richie Stanaway's name is on the entry list, it was never the intention that he drove that car. He was always down to drive the number 006 car, which, if you're wondering what happened to that car, having had drivetrain problems and had to retire in the early hours of the morning, I'll say 4 o'clock, but I might be out by about an hour on that. I can't quite remember when it was.
We've still got the 25 BMW with the 29 Audi, which is the sister car of the kind of the moral leader. The only reason it's not leading at the moment is because of where the pit stops have been cycling through at the moment. The 25 BMW is, in fact, we've got the 29 car. The 29 Audi has gone ahead, and it is now in a position. It's now in a position to create another moral dilemma. Is he going to hold up the BMW, or is he going to just leave it behind?
I think he's leaving it behind if he can. It's the only way he's going to get his lap back.
Look, it looks like the BMW's not. You know what, Jim? That could be the Audi just bringing it a little bit harder than he needs to, just a little bit less.
Well, he was pulling out and then came upon a slower car, and I think he might have overreacted to the slower car a little bit, but not if there is such a thing. We'll see.
If anything, it demonstrates how how close this is and how seriously people are taking it. You kind of tell how important things are when you put people under pressure, and it is interesting to watch this.
With 5 hours and 14 minutes to go, the cars that are in the top 10 cannot give up. They have to keep pressing on. They have to keep pressing on, and that's why I don't think there'll be any blocking. He can't afford to lose the time.
Yes.
If he can carry on, he's got to carry on if he's going to have any chance to podium.
And at the very least, that BMW will be into the pits at the end of this lap anyway. So even if it does get held up a little bit on its way in, then it's going to be pit bound at the end of this lap, as will the car that's currently in third place, the Porsche. And as a demonstration of the effectiveness of Laurens Vanthoor's stint at the wheel of the Audi, notice in passing that the Audi has only lost the lead of the race. It's not lost second place through the pit stop cycle. In previous cycles through, it's also lost second place to the Porsche. So a demonstration there of the effectiveness of Vanthoor when he's been driving. So,
which also means now that the Porsche really must pick up the pace, because that's trouble. Once you've gotten what I call the overlap,
yep,
you're in trouble.
Well, yep, but they may just be looking for the podium. It's so close. There is a long way to go. They're pushing as hard as they can. I'm quite sure of it. The car may be carrying some problems. We just don't know from this distance.
Or it may be just that it hasn't got the performance.
Yep, that too.
At this stage.
Into the pits then comes the 25 Mark VDS car. The TV crew ready to receive him.
Now, who's that getting in? It's certainly Lucas Law getting out.
It's Marcus Paltella.
It's Paltella getting in, we reckon.
And either Paltella or Westbrook.
Now, are we changing
I don't
brakes?
think it's Westbrook.
Are we changing brakes? Yes, we are. We're changing discs and pads.
Now, it'll be interesting to see if they do all four, or if they just do the fronts and then do the backs later, or maybe the backs won't
use pads. Don't look at all. Oh, look at that.
Look at that. It's a modular change. The pad, the disc, everything right caliper. There together. Caliper.
Everything
with the
came
disc
off.
Already in it.
Everything came off in one unit. Disc with the caliper attached to the mounting. So basically, you just dismount the caliper mount, clean brake, dry brake piping. So there'll be fluid there. It'll take minimal amount of bleeding, if at all. May even be self-bleed. And there they're just tightening up the mount. That's probably a two-bolt operation.
Yeah. Wow, that was something, Joe. I don't want to hear a day and a half from my dealership anymore.
No, well,
you wait till you see the bill, Jim.
I was going to say that's probably a 1,500 quid disc there.
Oh yeah. Very interesting. So they were able to get all four discs, calipers, and pads changed while the car was refueling. That is some pretty spectacular stuff.
And what you must never do when you see that brake disc come off that car is just go up to it and put your finger on it to see what it feels like.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll lose your finger.
Yeah. See how hot that is.
At least the end of it.
Yeah, and putting a little bit of spit on the end of your finger won't do anything.
Yeah, no.
It'll be through to the bone.
Mm-hmm. It'll smell really good.
Oh, yes.
So,
is that the first brake disc change we've seen on that?
I doubt it very much.
So we're looking at two changes of brakes, certainly on the front. I didn't see any.
They did the backs.
They did the backs as well, so we're all round.
Yeah, when you can change the whole unit, if it's modular, why wouldn't you? Yeah.
And we're not under pressure here. We've got an amount of time to soak up, so plenty of time. And the reason for that, of course, is to make things safe within the pit stops. We're not putting people under pressure. Remember where this started? This race started as kind of an amateurish kind of clubby event, didn't it? And or what we did is we welcomed the club race, the amateur racer to
pretty much run what you brung back in the 70s.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember guys from the BF Goodrich Challenge coming over here with little Mazda, what would be the equivalent of the Mazda 3 back then, coming over and competing.
Well, even in the first year that I came here, and don't ask me what year it was. I think it was 2008.
I think.
First time that I came here. I didn't come here the first time that Radio Le Mans was here. But I remember there was a Seat or a Lada or something that had been driven here from Milan. They drove it here, they raced it. They weren't going to drive it back again until Monday because they needed to do a bit of repair work on it. But that was the plan. Drive the car here, race it, and then drive it home again.
There was an SEL that raced that they actually changed the CD player in the back.
Yeah, that was Kurt
Arnold's
car. Yeah,
the driver as part. Usually, what we used to seeing in professional racing is a drinks bottle being replaced with a preference of drink. Usually, it's a
energy drink,
an energy drink or
some
a
sort of concoction.
Yes, but in the Mercedes taxi, it was the particular driver's choice of music.
That's correct.
Fantastic.
That's correct. And they would do most of the race on a set of tires. It was marvelous. Absolutely marvelous.
Spirit. That's the spirit.
Yeah. And and those are the roots of this event. It has become much more professional and much more flat out. And that's what we're looking at right now, as the 28 car has retaken the lead.
And you know what? You could debate whether or not, the level of the performance level of the GT3 spec now is kind of outgrowing this event.
That's a bigger debate, Joe. But I mean, that is a debate. But that is a long and complex discussion.
I think that's already being deliberated in certain quarters.
Indeed, and I think just the level of interest in the class, in the SP9 class, and in the entrants and in the spectator numbers gives you at least 3/4 of the answer there. I've just noticed that the number 44 Porsche has stayed out for an extra lap. Remember last time around when it came in, I kind of expressed some surprise and said, okay, they're going for the same number of pit stops as everybody else now, because they'd reduced their stint length to 8 laps. So they've pushed it out to 9 again, but they're still going to be saddled with doing another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stops.
Really?
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4 more stops. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. Another 4 more stops. 3 more stops for the Audi and for the BMW, and in effect 3 more stops for the Porsche as well. But it's got to make this one on top of that. So it owes as a pit stop in that sense. And shows how Nicky Katzberg isn't so very far behind either, but he will be due in on around about lap 121, possibly. So possibly at the end of, he's currently on his 120th lap, so Nicky Katzberg with 1 more lap to do, and then he'll be in for his equivalent pit stop. And
out on, I'm sorry, Paul.
No, I was just going to say, with the hour coming up to the top of the hour, you're going to see the cars generally kind of aiming for 1 hour stints from here on to the end of the race, thereabouts.
Oh, a new fastest lap of the race, just thrown down by the number 26, Mark VDS BMW, 8:18.690. He'd gone green in all of the sectors leading up to Sector 5. And then under the speed limit of that sector, he did not go green. No, he did not go green in that sector. But the other 4 sectors were personal bests, and that was good enough for him to lay down a best lap of the race overall at 8 minutes, 18.69 seconds. So again, the top 4, they're not hanging about, Paul.
No, absolutely. I'm just wondering where that lap has come from.
From deep down here, Paul.
I mean, we've just been giving Nicky Katzberg the credit now because we know he's in the car. He's been in the car for an hour. So the fuel load is therefore lightning. But if we look at the kind of laps that are being put in by the other Mark VDS car, the best lap that other car has managed is an 8:21.2. That's 3 seconds slower than the team car. So the argument that the BMW isn't quick enough has simply been blown into the weeds, unless they've found a particular setup, or because the temperature is coming up, the tyres are working better. There's all kinds of possible explanations, but I kind of
that kind of flustered it.
I think it's not going to be set up. It's going to be finger out. somebody's got their finger out.
Nicky
and put that
Katzberg.
lap in. Yeah, that's bit. You can't change the setup.
No, well, good for him.
You're not going to change. Your tyre pressure's not going to be that significant to change. So basically, that's more of a driver effort, I would say.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, English expression, I think you're using there. The vernacular is to, just get your head down and get on with it.
And at this point, you say, where's the 8 minute 8?
He might have got a bollocking over the radio too. Come on, pick it up. Well,
he might have been. That might have been his brief getting into the car. I need something special from you. I need something really special.
Or it could be, hey, this is an in-lap, or coming up to your in-lap. It's that old classic, fastest on the in-lap, as fast as you can go on the out-lap to make up as much time as you can.
And also, I would imagine, around this very, very busy racetrack, certain things may just come together for him. He's just, it's very, very hard to get a perfect lap here. It's very difficult to get a perfect lap, on a conventional track. No traffic, you just happen to hit upon it. Clear track, no traffic, no incident, and you get things right and finger out.
But a very impressive lap. All credit to Nicky Katzberg for doing it. But as I say, it just surprises me that it came at this stage and from that car.
And you know what, Paul? You may have hit upon something there when you said setup. I'm sure you're not talking about people tweaking cambers and casters, but you're talking about the track conditions, the heat of the track, because we've got
tire
the number
pressures.
5. Yeah, the number 5 Mercedes has put in a personal best there with an 8 minute 26, so they're going as fast as they've gone all race long.
Well, and we joked. John and I joked that we got to the halfway point. And I said, 7 more hours and then the race will begin. Well, we're 7 more hours, and maybe the race is now really beginning. Maybe people have realized, all right, it's if we're going to be a contender for a podium, we've got to start pushing now. We can't let it wait any longer. Or these 3 that are currently out there are just going to put us in the weeds, and we won't be able to recoup from it.
These guys have been pushing all the race, I'm quite sure of that. And the reasons why these fast laps are suddenly coming must be coming from somewhere. But I'm just sort of kind of slightly surprised. You know how much cars wear out, and yet here they are going as quickly now as they did at the start of the race. So there's not much wrong with the reliability and the longevity of these cars. Tremendous racing going on down the straight there, Jim.
Yeah, the 44 car is mixing it up with one of the Mark VDS cars. Is that the 25? Is he just
26?
It is the 26.
I'm
okay.
not sure, Jim. I'm just
Well, it's either the 25 or the 26. That's what I'm saying. And there, the 11 is leading the train. That's the Bentley. Then we've got the 44 car, whose number placement is where you can read it, as opposed to mixed in with the. Thank you, Mark. Mixed in with the bodywork. So. That is either the 26 or the 25. If it's the 25, it is the 25. That's really bad news for the 44. He's now a lap down. The 44 car is now a lap down as he comes into the pits to make his pit stop.
No, Jim, I think the 44 car was actually ahead of him on the road because the 25 car's just come out the pits. So
you're absolutely right. Thank you very much.
The 44 car was actually
way ahead of
second
myself.
On the road. He's now pulled into the pits. That's allowed the 25 car through back, and things have gone back.
As they
normal
should be.
service have been resumed.
First, second, and third. The 28, the 25, and then now the 44. The 44 will come out as we are coming up on 5 hours to go, and that means we're going to make a little pit stop here. You are listening to the 43rd running of the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring presented by Zurich. It's RadioLeMans.com, powered by Aston Martin. You'll hear it all live, the final 5 hours from the Aston Martin suite shortly.
So 11 o'clock in the morning at the Nurburgring, 19 hours into the Nurburgring 24 hours, and just 5 hours remain. 121 laps have been completed by the WRT Audi R8 LMS, and it's being driven at the moment by Lawrence Van Tour, at the wheel of that number 28 car. An amazing double stint by him with the second placed BMW in the hands of Marcus Paltala. I'm pretty sure that is now driving the 25 and still in the pits, having come in for a routine pit stop, but a slightly longer stint on that last lap, which meant that the car was briefly up into second place, but now falling back again. Martin Ragginger was in the car. I haven't seen if that car has had a driver change, but I'm sure that either Martin Haven or Jim Roller across to my right will be able to tell me whether Ragginger is still in it or not, and then that car will be able to resume very soon.
Martin, welcome back from your little pit stop.
I haven't been anywhere. I've been sitting in the back of the room watching the race. There was a driver change. Yellow helmet. I'm not going to guess who it was, I'm afraid.
Peter Dumbrek.
More gaffer going. Could have been. I don't know what Alexander Imperatori's helmet looks like.
He was in the car before Ragginger, so it's unlikely to be him. It'll either be Hensler or Dumbrek.
Well, Hensler has a Falcon paint scheme on his helmet. He's got the aqua and blue paint scheme.
It is Dumbo then. Car getting heavier by the moment. More gaffer going on. This car is turquoise at the front, fades into royal blue at the back, navy blue at the back. It is covered in blue and now bright lime green gaffer at the back, dark blue gaffer at the front on the turquoise bits, green gaffer, black. I mean, you know.
This is the car that made me want to have the concession.
Yeah, and I think you bagsed it first, so therefore you get first dibs. I think that's entirely fair. Mind you better bring some stock.
Much like a tire supplier.
They're getting through that, yeah. They might bring 2,000 tyres. You're going to have to bring a couple of thousand rolls of gaffer tape as well. Number 44 car heads back out on track, and although cosmetically it's not looking at its best, it's certainly going just as quickly as ever it did.
You've seen a lot of these 24-hour races. What do you think, and you've been listening to what we've been talking about, what do you think of the... we've been talking that these three for the podium are it's right now it's theirs to claim, but for 26, 5, 23, 17, 29, they're going to need some help.
The top three, the 28 Audi, the 25 BMW, the 44 Porsche, it's theirs to lose. And that's now where we're going, because we've said right from the beginning, take care in traffic. Stay on the grey bits, don't hit things, do not come into the pits unnecessarily. And as ever, as at Le Mans, as everywhere else, the car that spends least time in the pits will be the one that wins, because it spends most time on the track, where you tend to be moving faster than when you're stationary in the pit lane. So the guys outside, this 26 BMW, the Mark VDS BMW that had this little pit fire earlier on, that's in fourth place. He's just pitted. The number 5 Black Falcons Mercedes, the number 23 Roa Mercedes, those are in 5th and 6th position. They're still within striking distance. You hit something out there, you're going to lose 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes the rest of the weekend. So it's not necessarily in your hands to give it away, but you make the judgment calls in traffic. Doesn't always work your way. Sometimes traffic and accidents come to you no matter what you do, and those are just the breaks, and there's dozens of drivers already who found that out this weekend.
What do you think of, in the last half hour, some of these really fast laps we've been seeing? We've seen the 28 car put in an 8:19. We've seen the 26 car put in an 8:18, which is currently the fastest lap of the race. What do you think of these times with 5 hours to go?
Well, temperature coming up on the track, so if it continues to remain sunny, the temperature will continue to climb. You know, it's not 45, 50 degrees of track temperature, but once it starts to get into the 30s on a long run on these tyres, and with the wear that they get, with the constant demands on them, turning left and right and jumping and flying the whole time, they are going to start to feel fatigue. And so that ability to really get those quick laps at the end of a run, as Paul said about an hour ago, we're starting to drift out of happy hour. We're not quite out of it yet, because there's a little bit of cloud cover, and it was cold enough overnight that some of that cold remains in the tar. But you know, the oldest parts of this track were surfaced in 1925-26, so some of the tarmac is maybe beyond its best as well in terms of giving you grip.
A lot of it has been resurfaced, and recently.
Yeah.
But it's the base, as you say, is ancient.
Exactly right. And the layout is as venerable as it is fearsome. The Mark VDS team send the number 26 car on its way, and let's just recap again. That is the car that started on pole position, didn't lead a lap for very nearly 2 hours. He was jumped at the start by, well, pretty much everybody in the 64 strong pack, not quite, but certainly 3 of the 4 cars that started behind him were immediately in front of him into the braking area for turn 1. It took nearly 2 hours before that car cycled its way to the front on pace.
Joe Bradley called it a mugging.
It was, yeah, he was absolute, because he's the guy that's trying to pace everybody, that has to set the field off, but the guys behind aren't waiting for him. They're going on their own volition, and you know, they were close enough to the line. I don't think they actually passed him before the start-finish line. Another big star of the race is the Fox's Tail, which has been not only flying from the aerial on the Strycek family Opel Manta, this 1980s Manta, but also has had its own Twitter account created.
289 followers.
And yeah, we're still a long way shy of getting up to 1,000, but...
that's Manta_Foxtail.
Yeah.
Manta_Foxtail.
And that's that again, not just the car itself, you know, throwbacks to the 1980s history of this race with Volker Strycek, an even longer relative of this race, but just the fun element. You know, it's not just the fans that are out there having fun. The racing drivers, the teams all have that little element of fun to them as well. Slow-moving vehicles out on the circuit. Looks like more barrier repairs. This is 6 kilometres into the lap, which is going to be starting to...
Going down the Fuchsruhe.
Yeah, having talked about the Fox's Tail, heading down to the Fox's Hole, in fact.
Up towards Ardenau Forst.
Yeah, bendy barriers have been bent, and the rescue crew, those guys are definitely going to deserve a cup of tea and a bacon butty. They have been since before midnight, almost continually lapping the track, repairing metal barriers. There have been some fairly significant offs. Number 30 Porsche was leading the race, tore a hole through the barriers when it crashed. Number 1 Audi was leading the race, tore a hole through the barriers when it crashed. And there have been lots of other minor scuffles with the scenery, which is protected by 3 layers of metal rail all the way around this track. And of course, that's designed to ripple and bend and give to absorb some of the impact of the oncoming traffic. And once it has done that, it's done its job, it's expended, it's like a deflated balloon. You've now got to go and put a new piece back in and reset the posts, and that's what takes the time. Not unbolting a bit of metal and bolting a new one on, it's resetting the posts, because when they give, that's where the energy dissipates.
A couple years ago, we had that happen at Mosport. They had to red flag the race. You couldn't get it started again because the Armco was in an area where they couldn't get it. They had everything they needed to replace it, but they couldn't actually get to it because it was on a drop-off. So they just had to stop the race and fix the barrier, and they were never able to get it restarted.
Well, our race being led by the GT3 class. These are the biggest, fastest cars. Speed limited this year for the first time to 250 kilometres an hour in 3 areas on the track. There's a speed limit, 250 down to 200 as they go past Flugplatz, and then a 250 kilometre an hour limit down the final straight from Dottingerhöhe to the end of the lap. And the number 28 Audi is leading the race from the number 25 Mark VDS BMW and the number 44 Porsche of the Falcon, sponsored by Falcon Tyres. Number 26 Mark VDS BMW lies in 4th place, a lap adrift in 5th and 6th position. 2 Mercedes SLS AMGs, the number 5 car, which is a bright green and black Falcon car, and the number 23 car rounds out the top 6. And further down the order, let's take a look at some of our class leaders. 15th overall and still leading SP7, as I think it probably has almost since the first lap, is the number 61 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car.
He was battling with the 91. Since the 91 had its problems, then he has taken over. He's led for about the last 6 hours.
17th overall is another class leader. That's the SP Pro class leading factory Lexus LFA Code X, an astonishingly clean looking car that looks actually as if it's only been rolled out of the garage in the last 20 minutes and has done, maybe 2 laps as opposed to 12, 14 hours. In the SP3T category, the car that has been leading again since the off is the Works Subaru WRX STI. That again, the number 114 car has picked up a little bit of debris damage, I think, rather than any collision, but that has been leading its class. And also in the top 30, the Cup 5 leader, car number 301, a BMW 235i. And the V6 leader, which is the first of the production classes, is the number 162 Porsche 911 Carrera, and they are in 29th place. Into the garage is yet another class leader, also second in class, third in class, and last in class, because there is only one car, which is the number 9 clicker. So he can't be second or third. All right, first and last.
Podium,
yeah, it's going to be one anthem. We're not going to have to worry about too much more. That's the Glickenhaus SCG 003C, and that car has just returned to the pits. It's had a couple of long delaying stops, but they keep pushing it back out of the garage. You know, team manager could almost be Hugh Chamberlain. It's been that troublesome since the middle of the night, but they're determined to get this unique project to the end. And for those of you that haven't seen it, the one of 2 cars that started the week has survived, and this black Glickenhaus, a very mean-looking machine. It's full GT3 spec, so it's racing against the Audi R8s, the BMWs, the Porsches, but it looks like it should be in LMP1 at Le Mans. It has all the look of a full, think Maserati MC12. It's got that kind of a look to it, a real LMP1 car, but with a much more aggressive, modern aero LMP1 nose look to it. The back end, though, I thought had that feel of a Maserati MC12 around it. So
great description.
A unique and very, very adventurous race car, and it does look now, inside the final 5 hours, that they are determined to beat it back into submission and send it out and make it finish this race, whether it wants to or not.
That's Martin Haven. I'm Jim Roller, and on my left is Paul Truswell. We're coming to you from the salubrious Aston Martin suite, and you may hear the hubbub behind us as we are getting down to 4 hours and 45 minutes to go, and folks are going to be here as the Aston Martins are actually running pretty well in most of the classes. Really the only place where they've kind of fallen down a little bit, Martin, has been in the GT3 category. The number 7 car, which has like its namesake 007, is pretty hard to kill. 19th overall right now, and but in SP8 the Aston Martins are dominating.
Yeah, they were 1, 2, 3. The retirement after a fairly heavy accident to the number 50 car in the early hours, well, not the early hours of the morning, the early daylight hours between 5 and 6 a.m. Cost that car its lead, but 49 and 48 remain in command in the class. And just been pointed out to me, actually, this is the Hatzenbach, or just at the exit of the Hatzenbach where the barrier repairs are going. I think absolutely that's pretty right, bearing in mind it's 6 kilometres in, but there's 3 kilometres Grand Prix track before they turn left out onto the circuit. So it's just past the Hatzenbach, I think, probably. And there you see, those of you who are watching a stream, you'll find a number of them online. We've now got full camera coverage around about a third of the lap, which is as far as it ever gets, and the number 44 Porsche in third place. Peter Dumbreck is at the wheel of that car. It's his first flying lap he's starting now. The last one involved a pit stop, and that was an 11-minute 44 lap. Should see him down into the mid-8 minutes.
Martin, are you sure it's Peter Dumbreck? Are you basing that on what I said earlier on?
Well, I'm basing it on what you told me, Paul, which is entirely my raison d'etre in 24 hours.
Well, that's fair enough. I just wondered, because we've had a message on the screen saying that it was Dumbreck giving the car to Hensler. Now, I just wonder if it's the message here which is wrong, because we saw yellow on the helmet, and that makes me think Dumbreck. But certainly either Dumbreck or Hensler due in the car. As I say, we're told on the ticker that it was Dumbreck getting out of the car, and that was going to Hensler.
Well, yeah, and entirely possibly. As I said, I didn't really recognise the helmet at all.
Okay.
6 to 1, half dozen the other. I mean, you're swapping speed for speed there, aren't you? So, you know, pony up and let's ride. You're chasing down the leaders as quickly as they can.
Indeed. I mean, that car, I thought earlier on in the race it might be able to get to the flag on one fewer pit stop, partly because it did a shorter stint, and partly because
and that car, when we first had our first rain shower, was down towards the bottom of the top 20, and as the rain came and everybody was scrabbling around on slicks, that car, the number 17 BMW Z4, black and yellow, was zigzagging through everybody like he had four-wheel drive and wets. And there was something definitely in their Dunlop slick that worked in those greasy conditions better than anybody else's seemed to. It's a BMW Z4. It was the same as the other BMW Z4s mechanically, so it comes down to what the contact patch is doing, and it launched itself into contention for a top 6 then and there in that first little rain cloud foray. And it's been there ever since. And actually, as you say, we haven't talked about it because of incident or accident or pit stop dramas. Softly Catchy Monkey, they're doing a great job with that car.
Another team which has done a great job has been, that's a replay, isn't it?
Yes, don't panic. Those who are watching TV pictures. Replay of the leader looping around about 10 minutes ago.
What I was going to say is the number 007, the Aston Martin, which Stefan Mucker, Darren Turner and Pedro Lamy have been driving, lost over an hour due to an accident not of its own making, came across oil in the middle of the night, which wasn't being indicated by the marshals, who probably hadn't seen it either, to be honest, but caught out 5 cars altogether that went off on that oil. But apart from that one incident, that 007 car hasn't had any problems at all. It's been mechanically reliable. The drivers have been quick. It's up to 19th place now, and I don't know if it's actually going to get any further up the leaderboard. I think probably not, because there's a 2-lap gap between it and the next car further up. So I think 19th is as good as it can hope for. But even so, I think it's a great performance, and that Aston Martin team will be disappointed, but nevertheless can take strong heart from it.
4.5 hours remaining. It's 11:30 Central European time. It's an odd half hour, so that means it's time to give you an update on the SP3, AT, V5, Cup 1, V4, V2T, V3, and SP2T class leaders. We were just speaking moments ago about the number 146 Kissling Motorsport Opel Manta. That's the famous car with the foxtail. 53rd position overall and leading SP3. In AT, the alternate fuels category, 57th overall is the Audi Quattro number 207. In V5, 52nd place overall, car 175, the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW Z4 3-liter SI. The Cup 1 leader is 34th overall. That's the Team Schirmer car number 250. That's an Opel Astra OPC Cup car. In V4, the first of the production classes, is in 49th position overall. This is the Team Auto Arena Motorsport number 185 Mercedes-Benz C230. In the V2T class, it's the 203 Opel Astra, 101st position overall. In V3, at 113th position overall, it's the 196 Toyota GT86. And rounding out our update for the 1130 is the SP2 class. That continues to be the Hyundai Motors Deutschland Hyundai i30 Turbo Coupe in 78th position. So
TV cameras that is our update indeed, Jim. TV cameras are showing how close the battle is between the number 11 Bentley in 9th place and the number 33 Mercedes in 10th. The gap between them can be measured literally in inches and not very many feet at all. Probably something like 3 or 4 feet between them as they swerve around the Nordschleife. So the race for that position inside the top 10 is very much alive. Not sure who's driving the number 11 Bentley at the moment, but the 33 Mercedes is giving him a very hard time. And they seem to be shaking off a little bit the challenge of the 35 and the 21 Nissan, who are currently 11th and 12th, just outside that magic top 10 spot.
And the 33, much like the 17, has just quietly climbed back up and is now in contention for the top 10. Yeah. And there you see it as they go through the Kleine Carousel. The 33 car dives under the 11. It almost looks like the 11's got an issue.
Well, now that's not the first time we've seen the 11 just go, yep, I'm not getting involved in this. You know what we've had? We've had the 84 car retired, the 85 car badly delayed but running still so that M Sport will get lots of testing miles. So they've got one car that's healthy and in the top 10, and they're not going to risk it, I would suggest now, by dicing for pursuing with somebody who absolutely accidentally might just tag you into a spin and into the barriers and out of the race.
The car isn't without its problems, Martin. It's got Harold Prima behind the wheel at the moment, just coming into the pits, in fact. They've had vibrations during the race, which they thought were caused by tyres or maybe underinflated tyres, possibly pickup, but they've kind of struggled a little bit with that car. They've changed the brakes twice on that car already, so it is struggling a little bit, and so I think that is one of the cars that's kind of been stroked gently in order to get it to the finish.
Yeah,
and he knew he was coming into the pits, so why fight if you know at the end of the lap you're just going to have to give it up anyway?
Exactly so. Pragmatism is everything now when you're trying to finish. In front of them coming down pit road was our SP3 T leader, which is the Subaru WRX STI, the number 114 car.
It's been sniffing around the top 20 for the last 2 or 3 hours.
They
you just can't get over the hump.
So far in front of any of their class rivals that this full works STI entry, Carlo Van Dam, Hideki Yamauchi, Tim Schrick and Marcel Lasse, they are, again, like the Lexus, the car has got a couple of marks on it, but that's only from debris from other cars. It's had no incidents of its own. They've had an impeccable race so far. And those two Japanese entries, the Lexus, which is 17th, and the Subaru, which is 20th, are just been absolutely rigid about avoiding drama, avoiding contact. And so far, they've had luck with them as they try to do that.
Another problem for an Aston Martin, I'm afraid, whisper it so that people don't hear us. The SP8 second place car, this being the number 48 car, which Leon Talbot is on the driving strength of, apparently it has ground to a halt out on the circuit. It's currently, as I say, lying second in SP8. SP8 was being dominated by Aston Martins, first, second and third earlier on. And as far as I know, it is near the carousel. And as I say, the cameras aren't showing us that, but between the carousel and her act, as far as I understand, not with accident damage, but with some kind of technical problem, it's ground to a halt.
Well, now that we lost one of our lead Aston Martins in 006 with what were described as drivetrain problems, the other one were more barrier problems, the number 50 car. So yes, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that another of those SP8 class cars has run into a mechanical issue. Well, everybody fueling cars and fueling drivers and fueling team members as well, because for the mechanics who've been up since 6 o'clock yesterday morning, just like the rest of us, you know, they're grimy, they're dirty, they're hot and sweaty now, having shivered all night long. And you might want them in the last 20 minutes, and you don't want them to be stumbling around like zombies going, I don't know what I'm going to do here. You know, you've got to keep feed the body, feed the man. You've got to keep them alive and keep them ready to jump into action at a moment's notice.
And I think it's harder for the crew guys than it is for the drivers in one aspect. The drivers have a schedule. They know roughly when they're going to drive. They can go off and get some kip. They can get a nap. They can at least lay their head down and rest. The crew guys have to be at least present. Now, sure, we always see the wonderful shots of them sleeping in their chaise loungers and stuff like that, trying to catch a nap where they can. But they can't leave. They can't go get any sort of good rest whatsoever. So they've got to be ready to go for on a moment's notice call, 24 hours. That's tough duty.
Exactly right. But, you know, when they're tired, particularly in the witching hours, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, sitting in those chairs, they will nod off, and you know, a 15-minute cat nap will keep them going for another hour or two, and in that time they'll probably have performed another couple of routine pit stops as well. So even on this track, you know, with the longer laps, there's no indication that the car's not going to arrive unexpectedly, a lap early, 2 laps early, or just after it's left the pit lane. They can come around the Grand Prix track and cut back into the pits again if they go out with a problem, which is, you know, something you don't have at Le Mans. If you're out, you're out until you get back. Here, there is that get-out-of-jail card where you double back through the top of the Grand Prix circuit, so the most you'd have to make is just about 3 kilometres to get back to your pit box.
I was going to say, but that's a 3 kilometre. It's a get-out card, but it's still a thump on the noggin.
It's 3, not 26. So
Yeah, good point.
In Nordschleifer terms, it's definitely
it's a get out of free.
New York Empire State Plates on the Glickenhaus car, which is now dropped out of the top 30. That's in 31st place, the SPX leader, and they have rear body covers off. They're working inside this twin-turbo V6 powered car. It's a full prototype layout with, stress member, engine, gearbox and everything else. Looks like they are worrying about what's making the noise rather than what's slowing it down.
Yeah, like some kind of suspension breakage or something.
It does have a subframe under the engine.
Okay.
What I want to just say is that we put Wolf Hensler into the third placed Falcon Tyres Porsche. That's just set its fastest lap of the race. So
that makes sense.
What possibly is happening is you said a little while ago, Martin, the track temperatures are coming up, and that's helping the tyres to give us a bit more grip. And of course, you've got 24 hours worth of rubber having been laid down on the racing line. With fewer cars still running, of course, you get more chance of getting a faster lap. So Wolf Hensler pushing as hard as he can. He's not necessarily going to be happy with third place. Falcon Tyres are still pushing on for an even better result than that.
And there you go. Again, that might be part of the balance, that this particular Falcon tyre is starting now really to come into a sweet spot with the temperature, which it might not have been in before, as maybe the particular Michelin that they've got on the Audi and the BMW in front is just drifting away and then going to need to go to something harder. That's all part of the intrigue of endurance racing, with different cars in different tyres, different engines. Every element of those three packages pretty much is unique to those cars, and so we see all these different transitions happening, weather related, speed related and everything else,
and traffic related.
Exactly so. Well, again, the traffic's, there's nothing much you can do about it till the checkered flag falls. It's all going to be out there. From lap 1, the guys at the front of the GT3 field had one lap of this track in clear air. By the time they were getting onto the Nordschleife for the second time off the Grand Prix circuit, they were already in the tail end of the field.
2 laps to go, I reckon, before we see the race leader, number 28, into the pits. And I just need to go offline a second because I need to concentrate on some numbers, because there might be something else that I need to talk about in a second. But,
excellent.
Let me do the sums first and I'll come back to you.
We are looking at the fastest car on the track, the number 44 Porsche in third place, starting to close little by little. It was 6 seconds on the last lap over the number 25 BMW in second place, and the number 28 Audi in the race lead. René Rast from the Audi team being interviewed in the garage. He was part of the number 1 Team Phoenix Audi sport car that was leading in the middle of the night when it had a fairly major accident. The car was destroyed. The driver, Christian Mamarau, had a multiple role in the car. He radioed the team to say he was okay. He was taken to hospital as a precaution. We have heard no other news, so we're assuming that he's had a relatively quiet night and probably either in the hospital or back in the hotel, sleeping off the after effects of what must have been a fairly stressful moment or two for him. But the number 1 car looked like the number 30 Porsche did for quite a while, as though it might well be there come the flag fall. But neither of those cars are still with us. So we're looking at a 3-way battle essentially now. The 28 Audi, the 25 BMW and the number 44 Porsche.
Now, on that basis, the reason I just wanted to do a few sums is because there is no question at all in my mind that either that both the 28 Audi and the number 44 Porsche can get to the flag with 3 more stops. And as I say, the number 28's first of those 3 stops will be in 2 laps' time. The problem that I foresee is that the BMW number 25 is either going to have to stretch to a 9-lap stint, which it's only ever managed to do when the yellow flags are out, or it's going to have to reduce its pace as if there was a yellow flag out in order to avoid having an extra stop.
And the problem with that is, even as it stands, when it's running flat out at 8 laps, it's not making any ground on the 28 car.
Now, the only way they can get around that as a strategic decision which they might make, which won't really help, but it'll just mitigate the disaster, mitigate the problem, is to actually just say, okay, we're going to have to do an extra stop, let's do all of them shorter, that we can get the car onto newer tyres for each of the stops, we can get the car refueled more quickly because we're doing shorter stops, and so actually to come in and do shorter stops. So if we see the number 25 coming in and I kind of raise my eyebrows, or you think, oh, that was a short stint, it might not be a problem for the 25 car, it might just be them trying to play the numbers games.
The issue with that, Paul, is with the mandatory length of the pit stops, it's getting that balance right between the time you're out and the time you're standing still.
But the time that you spend standing still is directly related to how many laps you've done. So your shorter stint at higher speed on fresher tyres means a shorter stop, and back out quicker on fresher tyres for another faster but shorter stint. So
question is it a linear scale, or is there somewhere
18 seconds?
Right.
It's pretty much, it doesn't start at 18 seconds, but for every extra lap you stay out, you have to spend another 18 seconds in the pits. So more or less, it's what's the word when it's linear, but it doesn't start from zero. It's linear, but it's linear. It's shifted up.
It's a linear progression,
but it doesn't start from zero. It starts from up there.
Right.
Okay, absolutely. So you can't beat them on endurance. So that's not a game. BMW can't play that game. They have to sprint.
They have to sprint. They have to roll the dice and hope that by sprinting they can force Audi into a mistake, or just to add a little bit of variety into it. There's not a lot they can do, but as I say, I do think they're going to run out of fuel towards the very end of this race if they're not careful.
The interesting thing is that the 26 car is the faster of the two cars. It's put the fastest lap of the race in recently, and it was 6.5 minutes behind the leader. It's certainly closing down on the 44 car, although the Porsche has just responded with an 8.26. Is it Hensler in the car, right? We've asked the guys down at Falcon, and Nick Bailey's going to come back with the numbers for us, if they can do it with just the requisite number of stops and no splash. But I think they can. That Porsche's been pretty good, and they've turned the wick up, and they've still been getting their stints, haven't they? Their stint lengths.
On the
Porsche.
On the Porsche, yes. They can. They don't always, but they nearly always do. So the Porsche can do nine laps, and it can certainly get to the flag on 3 more stops. Of course, it doesn't have to do 9 laps when you're going towards the end of the race. Because what you want to do to the end of the race is just make sure that you've got enough fuel on board to get you to the end of the race, and do the shorter stints before that. Because if you do a short stint at the end of the race, you're gaining no benefit at all from doing that shorter stint, because you get the benefit from getting the pit stop after your stint. So your last stint you want to make as long as you possibly can to be efficient.
Let's hope they're listening. 4 hours and 12 minutes. If the number 25 BMW, if the number 44 Porsche, and indeed if the number 26 BMW are listening, Audi is going to have to go long. It's going to have to go on being in front and staying out of the pit lane. So the pursuers must speed up. And now's the time to roll those dice.
But I still come back to the fact that every time anybody's picked up the pace, the Audi's gone faster.
Well, make it go faster.
It's been
the issue.
It's been a remarkable run by this 28 car, because it has clearly got pace to spare, and they have been able to outpace particularly the BMW and the number 25 anytime they needed to.
Except the first 2 or 3 hours, when the BMW's 1, 2, 3 rolled away from everybody.
True. What's changed since then? The track?
Higher temperature, endurance.
More rubber on the track? Different tyre compounds? The other thing that we haven't factored in here, guys, is remember what we were told at the start of the race. There are only so many soft tyres for each of the competitors. Might this come down to whoever's been mean on the soft tyres and has 2 or 3 sets to put on the car at the end of the race?
I think there are enough soft tyres going around, provided those cars that have crashed out are willing to sell them.
Good call.
Or part with them, because there are a lot of cars that have crashed out before they'll have used all their soft tyres out.
Lots of Audis for a start.
It's a matter of just finding them. So I don't think that is actually going to be an issue, and I know that Aston Martin sorted out their tyre supply issue fairly early on in the race, because they came and told me so. No, the only point I'd make, John, to what you were saying about Audi's always having something in hand is there are laps in the BMW that come out from nowhere.
Yes.
Nicky Katzberg's lap, which is the fastest lap of the race, proved that the VDS BMW team can do it. They just can't do it often enough.
Tends to be at the end of the stint, interestingly as well, when the car's light. The other thing to remember, last hour and a half of the race, there's no mandatory pit stop times.
Yes, so that's why you have your long pit stop, your long stints at the end, because that's where you need to have made the advantage. So you don't want to be going in the last lap and
doing
then having
a splash
fresh
does not help you.
No, you want to avoid that because you can't use your fresher tyres. Now,
and remember, that's what the 28 car did. Yeah. It did a short stint, some 30 minutes shorter than it needed to be, 3 laps, plus shorter than it needed to be, much earlier on in the piece, and we wondered what the issue was there, and Paul started to do some calculations, and it appeared from that point, which I think, Paul, was before half distance, if I remember rightly.
It was after half distance, but it was around about 5 o'clock in the morning.
It seems an awfully long time ago that they rolled that dice then, and that may have been the strategy move of the race right there.
Okay, brake change for the race leader on pit road. Discs are ready. Well, again, everybody has changed brakes already, but and maybe that's why they had their earlier stop. Maybe they were a little worried about something at the back of the car. Maybe the vibration did turn out to be a cracked brake rotor. Number 28 car is on pit road, and the race changes leader. Across the stripe goes the number 25 Mark VDS BMW. Now we still have 4 hours to go. A full European Le Mans Series race. I don't know what, 2,500 NHRA drag races, something ridiculous like that. It's a phenomenal amount for these cars still to put up with. Bear in mind, nobody is cruising around in top gear here. It might look relatively sedate on the Grand Prix circuit, but when you see the onboard stuff around the track, you know that there is not an inch of track to spare. There's not an inch of space to spare either in the pit lane, as mechanics are leaning over the top of other mechanics to do jobs on this former race leading Audi.
As well as reminding us about the no mandatory pit stop time in the last 1.5 hours, our listeners and viewers are tweeting at Radio Le Mans with the hashtag N24HR that it might not be just to the top of the hour, remember. You might have to do another lap at the end of that if you don't get across, if the leader doesn't get across the line at the right time, if you're the leader.
No, because the checkered flag comes out at 4 o'clock.
Right.
Everybody then crosses the line at 4 o'clock. So you don't have to worry about where the leader is, because no matter where the leader is, if 4 o'clock chimes, then you'll get the checkered flag.
Fire at the 28 car. This will be the third refuelling fire, the second for an Audi. It was the 29 car that caught light yesterday afternoon, and the fire is still under the bodywork.
No, it's twice for this car.
No, it was 29. It was the red and black car. That had the fire earlier on. 26 BMW had a very major fire around the outside of the car, but they have sent him off.
Very cool from the TV presenter. Yeah,
well, you know, that's the way it is.
I'm wearing nylon, and we've just had a fire.
I'm wearing lots of flammable materials, and I'm trying to find my camera, which is what you do. So out comes the Audi, and actually the safest thing for him to do was to stay in the cockpit in his fire suit, fire up the engine, and try and get going, and hope that the wind...
Scorch mark now on the outside rear.
And a little bit of melted rear polycarbonate there on whatever the material is that is on the rear window deck.
That was the fuel filler coming out.
That was the dry brake not breaking dry. Exactly right.
That's already been put away. The other two fires were distinctively different, is that they happened whilst the fueling was still going on, and the fuel nozzle, the dry brake and the pistol grip was still attached to the car.
Yeah, it takes a few moments though for a leak to trickle down within the bodywork and find pull maybe on the flat floor and find somebody hot to run up against, and that's why you get that little flash up. And actually, it may not even be the liquid. All it needs to be is the vapor.
Vapor's far more flammable. Yeah,
exactly. It's the vapor that burns.
Nico Müller, by the way, in the car.
So Nico Müller having a little moment of worry there. He leaves with extinguishant all over the windscreen. So let's hope his wash wipe is. It's an Audi, of course. His wash wipe is working well, but
and it works at 250k as well. It's been designed that way.
But fresh brakes. and fresh underwear probably after that little moment for him, because I don't think anybody particularly likes being in a car that's just set itself on fire. However, as he comes around the Grand Prix loop, all the extinguishment is gone and he's got a clear screen in front of him. He's not worried what's behind him. He's probably going to just pull the rear view mirror off anyway, because if somebody's behind, you don't have to worry about them. All he now has to do is go to plan A stroke 12, which is where we're at now, and back into maximum attack mode, because at the moment they are behind on the track.
They were trying to close.
Yes, there was a leak. They knew there was a leak.
They were trying to close the dry brake.
And they're going stand back, and then as the engine is fired, whoomp, off it goes, because that was the moment the car came down, engine's fired,
go,
whoomp,
send
the
him.
whole thing goes off.
Send him, just get out of the way and send him. You can see the crew
They're
chief.
trying to wave at him, but he can't see out through the snow all over the windscreen.
Well, also the lollipop man was standing with the lollipop, and his crew chief is saying, take that away, get him out the pit lane.
Well, fortunately,
they can't send him on his way, because they're going to wait until the
time stop.
Until the time.
You would have to claim force majeure there. I think he's in a fireball, and maybe getting him out of the pits is the safest thing, bearing in mind how fairly rudimentary the refueling systems here are. So
I bet they still have to watch the time, though.
No, absolutely they will.
A penalty for it.
Yeah, there will be a penalty added to their next stop there. But less of a penalty than if he has to bail out of the car and the car then goes up in flames properly.
5 to midday, and there's still plenty of action to come in the next 4 hours. A little bit too much excitement down there in the pits, Martin. And what a race this has been. It has kept us in rapt attention from 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. There's barely been 10 or 15 minutes when something wasn't happening out on the circuit. Just a couple of people that we've been watching. The SP7 leader. This is a Porsche Cup car, remember, in 14th position. So better than half of the GT3 cars behind it are already out of the motor race. And if we're talking about great runs by minor classes, what about the 114 Subaru? Sat in the top 20 for a very, very long time, courtesy, in fairness, of some of the inclement weather and all-wheel drive. It's going to drop down a little bit in the run to the flag if no one has any more problems, because its best lap is around about a 9 minutes 10, where the guys around them are lapping sometimes half a minute quicker than that. But sitting in 21st position at the moment is by no means a bad result. And what about the M235 Racing, the Cup 5 cars in the top 30, 27th position for the 301 car leading that category? What a great way to go motor racing.
Now, if I could only find my grid sheets, I could tell you whether he started in Group 2 or Group 3 in that car.
Group 2.
Group 2.
Probably.
The thing with the Subaru, John, is that I think that it's quite comfortable to stay in that 21st position, and might actually improve on its position should somebody ahead of him have problems. He's got a lap of an advantage of the next car up in the field overall, never mind in the class. So he's got a lap of an advantage. So he may actually be able to improve on 21st.
Be great if he could get into the top 20. Subaru have used this race's development for many a long year, and whilst the Impreza might not be your first choice as a Grand Touring endurance racer, it's earned its stripe again here this weekend.
Well, let's say that a lap for that Subaru is going to be, let's say on average, a 9-minute lap. They're going a little slower at the moment, 9:24, they've backed their pace off, but I can divide things by 9 vaguely. If he gave away a minute a lap, it would take getting on for an hour and a bit for the next closest car even to unlap itself on him. So 2 hours for them to catch him again, giving away a minute a lap. Those guys, as Paul says, can stick it in top and put the cruise control on. They've just got to stay on the grey stuff and avoid hitting things.
Coming into the last 4 hours, we've been looking at the guys at the head of the field and wondering about their fuel and pit strategy. I did ask the question directly of the Falcon team, and fair play to Nick Bailey, who is looking after their PR as ever, doing a grand job, and the guys down there. No splashes needed. It should be full stints all the way to the end. So they're quite confident that is the situation, Paul, which underlines your calculation, but it's always nice to hear it from the team.
Absolutely right, because the trouble with me is I try and keep tabs on more than I should, and the team can just focus on themselves. So very often they don't overlook something that I do overlook. it's not the number 44 that worries me, it's the BMW number 25 that worries me, because I don't think that has a choice to make. As I said, if they keep going at full pace, then they're going to need an extra stop. They can shave certain things in order to get around it.
Here's the question then, as we come up to midday, and your answers after it, gentlemen. Does the BMW settle for second, or does it push to go for first? Because that will affect that decision that has to be made. You're listening to the 43rd running of the ADAC Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring. We're live from the Aston Martin Lounge. It's sunny, little bit of cloud, but the weather should not intervene in the last 4 hours of the 2015 running of this event. It's been a barnstormer so far, more action to come, and it's all live here on RadioLeMans.com. So Martin then, settle for second position for the
hours on RadioLeMans.com.
RadioLeMans.com, Jim Roller, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley bringing you the final 2 hours of the Nürburgring 24 hours. And right now we've got the number 28 Audi, the WRT team from Belgium, are leading this race, and we're just standing by to see just what performance advantage that car has over our current second place BMW of the Mark VDS, also a Belgian team, bringing that BMW through into second place at the moment, car 25. Last lap through, 48 seconds was the gap, and we were speculating that that gap should increase if that battle for the lead goes and continues the pattern that it has for the last, at least the last few hours, isn't it, really? It's not just a case of the last couple of stints, it's been the last 3 or 4 hours. So we're just waiting now, the number 28 leader, the
Van Thor behind the wheel of that car,
just going through Colestetal and towards the right-hander, which will lead that car up the hill towards the Caracciolo carousel. Car just going through the right-hander now and then climbing, continuing to climb to what is the highest point altitude-wise on the Nordschleife, as the car just going through the carousel now. It'll then come out of the bank turn, the concrete banking, which started life as a drainage ditch, and it was Caracciolo who hooked his car into the ditch, and the banking element of the car was enabled him to go a lot faster through that what is a 180 degree hairpin. And since that date, everyone's done the same, even Formula One cars when they raced here up until 1976. From there then,
it's almost more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's a beautiful turn. It's the signature turn for the Nürburgring, isn't it, really?
That and the Flugplatz are the two.
Yes.
The two signature. Yeah. The signature photos, if you will.
Hans stuck in a BMW going over Flugplatz with the car about 3 foot in the air was a massive, massive poster, huge thing that I had on my bedroom wall when I was a kid.
Jürgen Barth going over Flugplatz in a course car with three fat guys going flat through here, flat, flat. Charles Dressing, Joe Bradley, and I being the three fat guys. So with an hour and 57 minutes to go, it is really crunch time. A mistake now is going to cost you any chance at victory. It might not cost you a podium, but it's going to cost you any chance at victory.
And things like what we're seeing now with the 28 car coming up upon back markers, we've been talking about the tactic of push without risk, and if that's not the way that we should be going about things from now on in, there hasn't been a better time to employ that kind of tactic, because this is where it can all turn very nasty. So close but yet so far is the term, and we need to see quick laps. We need to see the drivers pushing the cars ever on, but when it comes to lapping back markers, and remember we've got a massive differentiation with speeds and performance levels in all of our classes here for the Nürburgring 24 hours. That's brings that home even more so at a race like this, when you've got a clear Cup car with 200 brake horsepower, and then you've got a GT3 spec Audi or BMW just closing in on that car.
There is no need to take a risk, because by making that pit stop when they did, the WRT guys have given themselves the opportunity to now mirror whatever the 25 car does. So if the 25 car, all they have to do is keep going as fast as the 25 car. They can't let the 25 car cut into this lead. As long as they're matching that speed, they can wait out the 25 car to make its final pit stop, then cover that final pit stop and keep the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's I'd say it's all over bar the shouting, because it's not. There's still 2 hours of things that can go wrong, Jim. But you're right. But I think it's going to take something going wrong to change the outcome of this result now. It can't change as a result of someone being clever or driving faster than they have done thus far, just because of the way things have happened. Into the pits comes the Glickenhaus, which has managed to sneak up onto the top 30 screen again. It kind of does that, but once it's finished the refueling and tyre changing, then I've got a feeling that the Glickenhaus will be out of the top 30 again. Had a troubled race. They've learnt a lot. They've been quickish. The best lap that the car has turned, an 8 minutes 26, which is faster than the cars are averaging at the moment. But as I say, I think overall they'll be a bit disappointed. Joe?
We've got the gap between our leaders that's extended, Paul. It's gone from 48 seconds up to 53. So like we have surmised, we have got a very, very fast Audi R8 at the front of this field. And while I was waiting for that to click by, we had a bit of a yellow flag incident and a code 60 up at Metzgersfeld. However, that seems to have disappeared. So it appeared and then was sorted out very, very quickly. So that's not going to slow things down at all, thankfully.
So waiting for the 44 car to come through now. He is going to be the better part of probably, what, Paul, 4 minutes behind at this point? 3:45 maybe?
Yeah, three and a half, I think.
Well, he was 3.5 behind the 25 car last lap, so he's going to be 4:15, 4:20 behind the leader.
Oh, behind the leader, yes, yeah. Absolutely, yeah, 4 minutes behind the leader. Sorry, I'm trying to work out if he had any chance of catching cars in front of it.
That's the other thing I'm watching, is to see what the difference is. He's just gone through Sector 3 now, and he's doing about 2 minutes.
Yeah, and as far as I know, it's still Alexander Imperatori driving the 44. So we've got Van Tour in the leading car, 28, Richard Westbrook in the BMW number 25, and the in Alexander Imperatori at the wheel of the Porsche. And I think in the 26 BMW, we've still got Augusto Farfus. Need to check on that one.
Down pit road comes the number 9 car. Again, a frequent visitor to the pit lane. This is now its 19th time in, and again, it's coming in under.
Well, it came
manpower.
It came in. It's been in, and I think it tried to go out. It was in, and it probably isn't starting or something, because they were going through the fueling process. And I think, yep, here we go. We got a group of guys. They've walked it down to the end of the pit lane, and now they're going to try and bump start it and send it back on its way.
Paul, into the final 2 hours, is our 3 lead cars plus 1 actually becoming 2 lead cars plus 2 battling for third? That's the way it's shaping up, isn't it? 44 is sagging away from the lead duo.
I don't want
25 sagging away from the leader.
I don't want to put a dampener on it, but I think all 4 cars in the first 4 places are set in their positions, and there are no battles anymore. The only thing which will cause a change of position is going to be some kind of mechanical problem, some kind of accident, some kind of mistake at the final pit stop, or something like that. The other worry for the BMW is that the pace is being pushed so hard by the WRT car that if it's going to keep up, then what we're going to do is stretch the fuel on the BMW, so it has to make an extra pit stop. So it's kind of advantage Audi every which way you look. which, as I say, spoils the excitement a little bit, but it does put the Audi in a very strong position.
And that potential plan for BMW to throw fuel economy worries out of the window and just stick on fast driver, soft tyres and short stints, it never transpired. They didn't gamble that way.
They didn't gamble that way. I don't think they could gamble that way. I don't think it would have worked anyway, because the pace just isn't there somehow. Whatever Nicky Katzberg found when he did that 8 minutes, whatever it was, the other car never was able to find that same kind of pace, and as a result, what was it? It was
8 minutes 18. 8:18.690
That's
the
it,
fastest lap.
Fastest lap of the race. Nicky Katzberg found that with the other BMW, but the 25 BMW's fastest lap has been an 8:21.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think you were sitting there at the time, Martin. You know, you kind of think, well, what is it that Katzberg did to make that possible? But the BMW hasn't been able to repeat it with any consistency at all.
I mean, you almost wonder whether he, you know, shot a chicane somewhere or a shortcut,
or went speeding in one of the speed limit zones.
And somehow got away without getting caught. Yeah, I suppose that's possible.
Wow, are you that cynical?
Well, no, it's just.
Where did that? Because
so
it was only
much
one lap.
faster than any laps that the car has produced, and you know it's not got pedestrian drivers.
You know what my theory was, though?
What?
Well, we've
aliens.
No, not aliens. No.
It's always your theory.
Well, most things it is. My theory was we've had a busy. This whole circuit was encircled with cars from lap 2, and it's like an act of God if you get a relatively clear run on the whole of the lap. And I think that's probably what's been the case. He's had a relatively, pretty much all clear run. Everything's come together, as well as his driving, and he's driven, 99% on the majority of the track, and it's just all come to him.
I take the theory.
Can Lawrence go to the finish?
Yeah. No, he needs one more stop.
No, I mean, can he go to the finish, or is he going to run out of drive time?
No, he's going to run out of drive time.
Okay, so someone else will have to get in and take it to the finish.
Take it to the finish.
Dominic Window asked that question. So.
Right.
Thanks.
I like the theory, Joe, but there's no reason why Richard Westbrook shouldn't do the same thing now, or Maxime Martin couldn't have done the same thing at the same time.
No, it's pure luck, Paul. This is what I mean. Yeah. I think it's more of a realistic theory than him missing a chicane or speeding. We've been very, very good with the stewards have been very, very good with how they've policed this. And yes, Richard Westbrook could easily do that if he has the luck to carry it through.
The 12 car
with a clear run.
Trouble for the 12 car. He's driver's left, going slowly.
He's minutes overdue out of this sector, and left rear puncture.
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Yeah. And with all the accidents that there were during the night, and there were, and all the debris fields that there were during the night, and there were.
I'm surprised we haven't,
Yeah, exactly. We're both out there, and I'm sure Paul would agree. The ridiculously low number of punctures is perhaps one of the major points here, is that somehow very few people have run over debris, and yet early on in the race we were talking about somebody who had an incident and left a bit of debris, and even as the cameras were zooming in on it, the next car past went right over the top of it and shattered it into a million different pieces, and yet not a major issue.
This is the 17th place overall Porsche, as Jim was just saying, the number 12 car. Otto Kloos, Robert Renauer, Harold Schlotter and Jens Richter, the drivers, and say that car has a half a lap advantage on the chasing second fastest Wolkenhorst BMW, so there's a place to be made there, and well, if it's out of the race, depends what the problem is, but some lap and a bit behind is the Aston Martin, which I think now has Darren Turner behind the wheel of it, and that car must be incredibly frustrating having to drive it, because it's run beautifully. Apart from a small moment of oil, it's run very well indeed. Jim?
The 25 car has just made up 11 seconds. Last lap for the 28 was a 4:84.7. The 25 car 8:30.7. So 11 seconds. He's now just 42 seconds behind.
Yellow flag zone.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we've said, there was a 2-minute impact that was had in the middle of the night when the number 28 car fell back by more than 2 minutes in a single lap because of just getting caught behind a slow car in a slow zone. And so we'll see what happens as the race progresses. And I mean, I've said I've predicted what's going to happen. I'm not walking away from it.
Oh, no.
You've got to stand and watch this, because something, this is the Agatha Christie moment. Something is going to happen.
As we were talking about earlier, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, the people who write the scripts for these Nurburgring 24-hour races always think of something to wake us up in the last couple of hours. And we're into the last 2 hours of this race. Now, an hour and 45 minutes is all that remain. 143 laps have been completed of the 25.378 kilometre Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke, the Grand Prix Strecke, plus the Nordschleife. And
I like it when he does that.
Looking towards a race distance of, around about 155 laps, just as Jim said a moment ago, 4 laps short of the record distance which was set last year on a track with no speed limits.
Hopefully Martin Haven's going to come back, and there'll be quite a panel to take us through to the finish, because I was wanting to... Actually, Martin, before you are staying, aren't you? Come and sit down, because I want to ask you a question, because you are sitting, or standing actually, a lot taller than where I would be standing. Hang on a minute. Your first Nürburgring 24 hours was my first Nürburgring 24 hours last year, and I've got to say, I was completely and utterly overwhelmed. I'd been advised by these guys, cleanse your mind of all things pro motorsport, let's say. Because I've been around a lot of low-level motorsport and grassroots motorsport, but cleanse your mind of all things motorsport. And I kind of understood that when I got here, with regards to the sharing of garages, etc., etc. What's your thoughts on your first visit?
Like the track, it's totally different from anything else. It's totally different from any other endurance race, although obviously the challenges are the same. But the way that you have to go about it is the way that you have to go about this racetrack. It's so different from anything else that nothing that you do elsewhere really parlays. I mean, for instance, there's a fuel tanker parked outside the back of some of these garages, topping up the tanks with fuel. You top the cars up with a regular gas station pump handle, the same as you top your own car up on the way back to the airport when you're filling it up to go back to Hertz. I mean, and then you've got the track, and it is a racetrack, but actually in modern terms it's nothing like any other racetrack. What it is a throwback to the 1930s, 40s, 50s, where you raced on barely closed public roads with the road that I drive on from Adenau to come to the track from my hotel is the same width and the same nature as the Nordschleife. The tarmac's newer, and it doesn't have Armco lining it. It's got little villages and hamlets and stuff, but it's twisty and turny and up and down, and it's a road in these mountains exactly as the Nordschleife is.
As did this place, right up until the late 60s. There was no Armco. There was that run down from
hedges and bushes
to Orenburg after the Hatzenbach. That was lined with hedges. Yeah. High edges, and if you went off, you bounced off the hedges.
Never mind the 60s. Watched Eric Bell's lap in InCar 956. It's hedges and trees all the way, and that was my first real view of the Nordschleife, and again, even compared to tracks that I knew then, like Brands Hatch or Alton Park or anything, it's so completely different. It's not just the nature of it, it's the length of it, and it's the brutality of it at night. We go to Le Mans, we have lit areas. You go to Daytona, there are lit areas. You go to Sebring, there are lit areas. Here, you are in a mountainous valley deep in the forest. But honestly, if you heard an Audi Quattro barking through the trees, you wouldn't be surprised at night, because it is more like a rally venue than a racing venue, because it's just pitch black. And with the weather that you get in this area and around the Ardennes and the Eifel Mountains, it's going to be always a challenge with the conditions as well. It has actually lived up to everything I sort of hoped it would be when I got the chance to come here and watch it. It's a fantastic event.
And about that, the actual ambience and atmosphere generated by those crazy beer drinking, beer swilling, bare-chested, tattooed Germans out in those forests, lining the track, literally lining virtually the whole of the track.
You see, my sports car racing career started in 1983, sleeping under a car in a field at Le Mans when it started to rain in the middle of the night. I went on a coach in my clothes, came home on Monday morning in the same clothes, and I was one of those fans. I just drank beer and ate and fun. I've camped, I've slept in hotels, I've slept in tents, I've slept in motorhomes, I've seen Sebring, I've seen Bathurst, and all of those renowned fan zones, and this has all of the same kind of elements. You've got the barbecues, you've got the beer, you've got the fanciful constructions. It has a little element of everything, but actually everything else has a little element of this, I think, because they are so different.
You were pretty wide-eyed the first time you came back from Green Park when I sent you there at Sebring. It's pretty wild.
We were there together.
I was impressed as opposed to worried or nervous. I mean,
and those guys can't hold a candle to these guys.
I know.
Those guys look like amateurs.
I know whose my money would be on in a fight.
Well, now listen, just in that shot there, they are now deconstructing their two-story timber thing to take it back home, and they'll bring it next year in the same van. I mean, I guess the difference with Sebring is that although the food's the same and the beer's the same, I know more of the tunes. I'd say that's the major difference in it. A bit less krautrock at Sebring and a bit more Leonard Skinner than 70s, 80s music. That's all my generation.
It's not the Goodwood members meeting, is it?
It's a very different kind of members meeting, but it is a club.
Yeah. Or a club or a tribe.
Whichever way you like, and you could say the exactly same about Goodwood or about
or Indy or Sebring
and that's the one thing about this bizarre job that we've ended up sort of falling into, is the overriding thing is you come to somewhere miles from anywhere or in the centre of somewhere else, you meet people you've never met before, and yet you have more in common with them than probably with members of your own family, because you have this overriding passion for one thing, and that's what unites everybody here. Grim weather and all the other stuff, everyone puts up with that, but they've got a passion for this stuff. They've got a passion for racing cars, old, new, fast, slow, quirky, normal. They love all of this stuff, and they're no different from us, just they didn't have a shower.
It's a meeting of kindred spirits.
It is. We have one overriding thing in common. You can go and talk to anybody from whatever nation, and their overriding thing will be they like the racing.
Well, I do know that the responsible adult, having seen my video from the other day, is thinking about us camping out there next year. We're right to say. So that'll just add to the colour, won't it?
Yeah, you boys go enjoy yourself.
And the smell.
Yeah. I'll bring the beers.
Yeah, enjoy that.
Paul.
The number 12 Porsche back out again. Remember we commented on that car coming in with the puncture. This is the Close Renault Schlotter Manthey Porsche, and it's got going again and is back out on the track, and in fact hasn't even lost its it has lost its 17th place, hasn't it? I think it will lose that place actually to the Valkenhorst car. To just reset that screen again to check on that, as it's out of the pits, and it's either going to be in 17th or 18th places following that unscheduled stop with the puncture.
Yeah, you would think 18th, because they were just under a minute in front as they crossed the line of the BMW, so that gap will have sort of vanished, won't it, totally? And behind them, the 007 in 19th place, so back up into the top 20 after spending period of the race on top of other cars and barriers. That car is restored to very good health, it would seem. Last lap round 8:26.9, so clearly not hanging around in the traffic. Behind them in 20th place, the SP7 second place car, the GT Cup America Porsche, is in the pit lane, as is the fourth car in the SP7 class. So what are we now? Look at the part of the screen, hour and a half. They're going to have to make another stop anyway, aren't they? So that's definitely not their final stops. Porsches in the SP7 class. They're not going to make an hour and a half around here on the tank.
No, but the stop that they next make will be their last stop.
Yeah. Well, they're in now, so they're going to have to make another one to survive an hour and 36. I would have thought.
Possibly not. Possibly not. The
Depends
SP7s.
what their margins of error are in terms of who's behind and who's in front, I suppose.
Yes, I think SP7s have. They certainly will go further than a GT3 car, and a GT3 car would go an hour and a quarter. So I think they'll be looking at around about an hour 30. I wouldn't have gone an hour and 35. So it may well be that we do see two more stops then from both.
Come back in next lap and then fuel it to go. You see, there's two ways of slicing, isn't it? Come in now and take the pain, or take the pain on the last.
That's what the 28 did, and that's why they've got the advantage.
But slightly different reasoning behind that, because once you get in, if you go for another 5 minutes, then you don't have to obey the little timing table at all. You can make your pit stop as short as you possibly can, or as short as you want to, just to get the fuel in. You don't have to have the extra little bit of messing around. Depends a little bit how quick you think your refueling hose is, because at that point, if you think you've got a quick one, you can make a quick stop. If you think you've got a slow one, then you might as well wait.
Now, when it's your last stop, you just apply the dry brake churn and dump it in, don't you? You don't have to refill it, and that's what's taken them quite a lot of the time, is the pumping it in at the top to make sure that they get their full quota in.
Yeah, so the final stop can be as quick as you make it. Yeah.
Watching again the Lexus LFA Code X. Now, tell me that car doesn't look like it's only been on track for 5 minutes. It's ridiculously clean and untouched. I mean, it doesn't even have all the the black marks from rubber smears or anything on the nose of the car, because they wash it when it comes in. Pride in their appearance.
Steel discs as well. Steel discs. So that's why we haven't really got
an LFA with steel discs.
Yeah, that wasn't the Codex. That was one of the lower class.
I thought that was the grey one. I thought that was
almost the same paint scheme, just not as bulky.
Talking of bulky, the 85 Bentley has all the heft and yet none of the weight of its road-going cousin. I was talking to the guys as they were walking out after qualifying a couple of days ago and said, really, how much like a big car does it feel? And you go, no. You get out of it and you look at it and you think, that can't be driving the way it drives and look that large.
You can see from the in-car camera, there's, they're not really working hard to make that car work. It's very refined style of driving, that Bentley. And it's a bit like a single-seater, hardly any steering input, everything's smooth, no sort of raggedness. On saying that, it's just really squirted the throttle in coming out of the shell hairpin.
That's because he's giving it the full beat.
He is, yes.
A little bit predictive text on the back of the Nordschleifer Taxi BMW. It already says winner 2016 on, and this is the car that has had its lights replaced by white gaffer tape with twin lights drawn on.
Well, what we're watching there is probably its final pit stop.
Yeah.
So that's why they're giving it a bit of a wash and polish as well, aren't they? They're cleaning the windscreen and for the final time and sending it off its way. Winner 2016 is what they've described on the back.
So they've not actually given up for this year, but they don't quite recognise their chances. You can tell that these pit stops are timed pit stops because they have this time to kill at the end of the pit stop, so they have things to do, whether it's to draw on the front of the car with felt tip pen or scrawl in the rear windscreen.
See, in days gone by, I'm sure the driver would have popped out and had a fag while he's waiting for time to run down. Nowadays, frowned on a little more.
Update from Indianapolis, Ed Carpenter has now joined the flight crew and ended up on his side, was able to get out of the car under his own power, but we'll try to keep you updated on that. They still have not begun qualifying. That was in the last practice session.
So he's earned his Indy wings.
He's an Indy specialist as well, isn't he? He's an oval.
Yeah.
guys.
And it's all into these aerodynamic
science.
packages. Yeah,
it's
weird
science.
Weird
science that's doing that.
They're good as they're going frontwards. They're not so good as they're going backwards. I'm trying hard not to overmodulate. So.
Well, I can adjust you.
Yeah, not unless you're riding the fader every time I talk.
That's true. The leader is about coming towards the end of his lap. He's out onto the Dottinger straight and coming towards us. The gap last time through was a 40, let's call that 44 seconds. The gap between the leader in the 28 Audi and the number 25 BMW. Lap time there was about 2 seconds slower for the BMW, so the Audi is in a position of strength, and just falling out of the game somewhat is the number 44 Porsche. That we were speculating earlier on in the small hours was maybe in with a shout, but that's just falling away completely now.
As Martin kind of predicted when he sat down, he asked Paul, is that car kind of falling away and maybe falling into the grips of the number 26 car? The thing that I find interesting is we were talking earlier, and I said all this 28 car has to do is mark the 25. Then the 25 car went out and took 11 seconds off of him. But since then, it's held sway. He's only lost, if you look at it from when things normaled up after the pit stop, he had a 45-second advantage. He now has a 43-second advantage. So in all of those intervening laps, he's only lost 2 seconds. So he is indeed marking what the BMW is doing. In fact, last lap he beat him by 9 seconds, at 8:23.6 to an 8:32.7.
Yeah, so it came back to Jim, we're at the bottom of the even hour.
Oh, yep.
I'm
ready.
Are you ready? Right, so knows, mate. We're going to go through some of our slower classes, let's call it. And we'll
start with SP3T. That's our Foxtail car. No, it's not either. That's the Subaru. In 21st place overall, the SP3T leader, the number 114 Subaru Technica International Subaru WRX STI. In the V6 category, 29th position overall is still the 162 Black Falcon Team TDM Friction Porsche 911. A new leader in the SP4T class. Earlier, the 110 car held sway for a long time into the night, then had some problems. That's the AC 1927 Mayan EV IM ADAC entry. It's the VW Golf 5 R line. That car has climbed back to the lead in the class and is now 69th overall. In Cup 5, 27th overall, continues to be the BMW M235i Racing Team's Securito Sword Rheinsport entry. That's the car number 301. In SP6, it's the 81 Porsche 911 in 32nd place overall. In SP10, it continues to be the Aston Martin number 87. That's the Team Manthal Racing EV entry. And rounding out our bottom of the hour for the even hour updates is SP5. That continues to be the BMW M Coupe car number 106. The MC Roan VI ADAC1 entry, 104th overall. So that's the class was run down for the even bottom of the hour. In our next hour, we'll be able to give you a rundown of the SP3, AT, V5, Cup 1, V4, V2T, V3, and SP2T cars. As we have now an hour and 27 minutes remaining, Joe.
Just to, in case you weren't aware, just caught up with the guys from the SP8 number 48 Aston Martin. That was a driveline fail. I think the box full of neutrals slightly beat the engine empty of oil to the draw on that one. So they still had a little engine that would, but a box full of neutrals and
that couldn't or wouldn't.
Couldn't. Yeah, just couldn't. Yeah.
Jim, the next time you bring us that class update will be the final class update of this race.
That's right. Then after that, it will be a full rundown after the finish of the race to give us all the class winners. I'll need some help with that. That'll be a team effort, boys.
This is you giving us advance notice there, Jim.
Yeah. We're giving him advance notice. James, you're on your own.
Oh, Paul, help me.
We can't.
You have a flight to catch. I understand.
We can't run off to the pub then as soon as the checkered flag falls.
No, but we do have a schnitzel appointment. I saw the responsible adult making our schnitzel appointment earlier.
Just going back to the, I don't know if you call it strategy or the plot line here, because I can't quite decide what the plot is in a way, because the leading Audi seems to be able to pull out not necessarily at will, but it seems to be the quicker car. And I would have thought that if you could, then you would. If the car will just draw away slowly from the BMW, then why shouldn't you do it? But, Jim's suggestion, and I'm not disagreeing with it, but let me finish the point, is that he's kind of marking the BMW. Those were Jim's very words. If you were doing that, it would be because you were worried about something. It would be because you don't want to stress the car too much, because it doesn't feel right, because there's a gear that you can't get, or there's something that's not quite right.
I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I'm saying that's all they have to do.
As I say, I'm not. I'm actually taking what you've said, Jim, and kind of saying, well, what's the kind of next layer underneath that? Is there a layer underneath that? Is there
what's
a Russian
the downside? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
And the downside is something goes wrong and you don't have the biggest margin possible. That's the counter side to you've got to win at the slowest speed possible.
You're trying to avoid something going wrong.
Right.
And if the car was as super as it was at the start of the race, then you wouldn't worry. You'd just pop in the fast laps and just extend the margin, because otherwise it would just happen that way. But no, I mean, there's still a football match to go or something, an hour and a half to go, and so we're into the phase of the race where the pit stop times don't count. So as soon as the fuel goes off, away goes the car.
Classic little vignettes, just getting a giggle from Jim. The fully
Go ahead, describe it.
Fully fire-suited, helmeted, goggled crew swarming around one of our class leaders, making what is probably its final pit stop, wash, brush up, making sure everything's perfect. 3 girls in high heels and short skirts doing a little jig just on the edge of the fast lane. Not the most fireproof where I've ever seen.
Looking like they were getting ready to do a big send-off for the car when it goes out, and the crew chief comes out and goes, "Get out of here!"
Yeah, that's a 5-minute 32 penalty right there. 3 members not in fire suits,
and they were promotion girls. They weren't just casual onlookers. They were team promotion girls. And the funny thing was, in the screenshot that we saw, it was a close-up of the girls kind of going down to do a little dance to see their car off for the final time. And in the background came a car leaving the pits. They were almost standing in the fast lane.
Well, luckily it wasn't a David Hobbs Sebring BMW crash moment, James, so none of that going on. Fastest race lap for the number 7 Aston Martin. That's just happened. 8 minutes 26.8.
I told you there was
honking on.
I told you there was
Can't kill 007.
I told you there was nothing wrong with that car. That is so frustrating. That car could be winning this race.
Yeah.
And
do you think so?
Slightly
I agree with him.
That car could be winning this race.
Not with all the problems it's had, obviously.
No, but I mean on its pace, you mean?
It had one problem. It had one problem, and that was oil in the middle of the night, just before the carousel, and no oil flags. Stefan Mucker went off the track, had the misfortune to collect an Audi that had already gone off the track, otherwise who knows what would have happened.
In fairness to the marshals, the reason for no oil flags is probably because they couldn't see it.
It's
black out there.
I did already suggest that the marshals didn't see it, and it wasn't meant in any way to be to be their fault. Oil was reported further round, but apart from that problem and getting the car back and then getting it fixed, that car has run without a fault, and my money's on Stefan Mucker being in the car at the moment.
And they lost about 90 minutes. They didn't lose 90 minutes, but it was close, because they lost 42 minutes.
Certainly over an hour.
It was between an hour and 15 and an hour and a half.
You're saying his fastest lap of the race so far, he's just posted an 8-minute 26.8. The fastest lap the last time through for the leading Audi was an 8:23.6. So that Audi's been putting in 8:23s. Its best lap of the race is an 8:19. That the Aston, God bless its cotton socks.
The Audi hasn't been shunted hard.
But if Joe, just apply that logic, in that case, the car that's in second place, the BMW, is 2 seconds a lap slower.
Okay, if he's 10 laps down, that's 8 minutes. That's 80 minutes. He lost 90 minutes. That would put him in all theoretical. He should be on the lead lap.
Yeah.
He might not be leading, but he'd be in the top 3.
Guys, we can't all agree with each other. It would be so boring, the conversation. It's plus it would be a very rare occurrence.
No, it wouldn't.
Of course it would. If we all sat there and went, yeah, okay, you're right.
Oh, wow, you're so smart.
I agree with that.
This is the number 29 Audi.
Then we'd sound like American television announcers.
Do you know, Jim? You're absolutely right on that one. I gotta agree with you.
I can do that.
You're very, very right, Brock.
Pierre Keffer, I think, out of the 29 Audi. Paul nods. He's come in from 8th place, remains in 8th place. That car still with the little scorch marks and the black paintwork at the back from its early pit fire.
And the number 21 Nissan also in the pits, although that car apparently has been pushed back into the garage. This is the Schulze Nissan in the squabble for 10th place. It's beginning to lose out a little bit, that car. It's now a lap off the little squabble for 10th place. So the squabble for 10th has turned into a real fist fight now between the Nissan and the Mercedes-Benz. 35 currently holding that position, but by only 17.5 seconds from the number 33 Team Premio Mercedes of Haya, Fronweiler, Huff and the other one, Christian Krongs.
Yeah, and they released the Krum in the number 35 car on the last pit stop, didn't they? Did they drop
so.
Michael Krum in?
Yes,
I think they've changed.
Krummer time.
Yeah, I think Krum will now be, having had that pit stop,
He has time in hand to go to the end, does he? With an hour 19. Let's see. It's an hour 19 remaining, and he has been in for. Let me follow the right line across.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. So yes, he's got time. That's under the 2 hour. Okay, so that's fine. So Ricardo de Villa was wandering back home, or in fact he's not actually back home. He's of course working. What the deal was with that. So they're in 10th place at the moment.
And Bob Neville saying that 10th place is the target for that car. Had a bit of a problem with tyre pressures in that car, and they had to come in for an unscheduled stop, having just put new tyres on the car, to put some different new tyres on the car.
Ones with air in.
Or something, yes.
Or less. Yeah, one or the other. Ones that weren't made of concrete or made of jello. So.
I think it's more to do with the pressure type of problem.
So that they will have felt either like they were squishing underneath him or just unresponsive to any sort of steering input. Number 29 heads out on track though, so that leaves in 8th position ahead of the Bentley, the number 11 car, which is in 9th place, number 35 Nissan in 10th place, that being the lead Japanese manufactured car behind the lead British manufactured car.
The Aston Martin 007 comes into the pit. Stefan Booker gets out. Pedro Lamy scurries round and puts his seat insert in and slides himself carefully into the seat while Stefan helps him with his seatbelts to get that car in.
Just as well you can see that out of the window, because we're seeing what is probably the final pit stop for the Manta Foxtail car.
And probably the final pit stop for 007.
Yeah.
Just caught a snippet of the video of Ed Carpenter's crash. He did get out of the car on his own power. He was very upset. So I'm sure they'll take him to the infield care center to check him out. It was an exact duplicate of the 2 previous ones. Lost it in the turn, went around backwards. As soon as he touched the wall, right over backwards, and slid. So the bad news is they got to figure that out. The good news is, at least so far, these guys have all been walking away.
But again, it's like heavy landings when you're learning to fly. There's got to be a limit to them somewhere. The Manta gets pushed off the pit apron in approved clutch saving style with an hour and 17 minutes to go. You don't want to be rowing this thing around with no clutch and trying to find gears all the time.
That's bulletproof, that car, isn't it, really, when you think about it?
Which one, this one?
Yeah, the Manta.
That's the curse of death.
Apparently it's running an Astra engine.
Speaking of not agreeing, what are you doing?
Yeah,
poor guy's been leading the whole day.
The old Manta was a bulletproof car and it's dear.
Foxtail was saying on Twitter early on it wasn't being fixed to the aerial.
I can't even do it with a straight
face. That's the awkward bit. So final pit stops continue for some of the cars that would have got a longer range, but when are we going to see, Paul's pointed to the number 25 car, their stint's already an hour and 12 minutes long. It must be due 44 on pit road.
I was trying to draw your attention to the Falcon Porsche.
Just arrived.
Falcon tyres being changed on that Porsche.
Oh, driver didn't look like he was ready there, did he?
Well,
he
it is a
hasn't
bit...
got his hands device. He hasn't got his seat insert. Is what he hasn't
Looks
got.
like just a rubber mat.
Yeah.
Stop his bum sliding forward in the seat, probably.
It was,
he should have one of those beaded ones, shouldn't he?
it was...
Who is it getting in there, by the way?
It's the yellow helmet we couldn't identify.
Hensler.
We thought it was Wolf Hensler, didn't we? I think
That's
the last time.
Yeah,
it's for the number 44 car coming in after a...
Wolf Hensler.
It says Wolf on the side.
Yep.
Go ahead, Paul.
146. Yes, it's a 7-lap stint for the Porsche, and that's now going to have to run 9 laps to get it to the flag, or thereabouts. Certainly 8 or 9 laps to get it to the flag. So he's come in right at the beginning of his possible fuel window in order to get the fuel stop out of the way. I suppose in one sense they can just fill it up and not have to worry about timing the fuel going into it, because they know that it'll take all the fuel that it'll take.
Although after I surmised that, I now notice that if this is their final pit stop, they are still filling the churn.
Yeah, we never quite cleared those rules out, so it may be that they can't get enough into one of those churns.
Yeah, the churn's too small to fill up.
For a full
the
run,
churn is just a delivery device.
But they never empty it. It always goes back on the rack like
Right.
that one. It's
Yep.
3/4 full.
Stop. Do you know what you do? You're watching the level go down, and when the level stops going down, that's when you know it's full.
Yeah, but you could do it when it was only 1/4 full. Maybe you just need the extra weight of the fuel to help rush it
that
in.
helps. Yep.
Yeah,
That'll
there
speed it
It's
in.
it's the air pressure that pushes it in.
Mark VDS pit stop for the number. This will be 26 car.
It is
Out gets
26
Augusto
car.
Farfus.
I think
Our
that
caption says it's the 11 Bentley, not unless it's had a bit of an accident on the way in.
you're Muller getting into it.
I was trying to recognise the helmet. Nicky Katzberg got out before Augusto, didn't he?
Yes.
I wasn't.
No, it was Muller.
Come on, camera guy, get round.
Muller did start the car, so it's quite apt that he brings the car home.
No, it's not apt, it's Muller. I think you're thinking of an entirely different race team.
Stop it.
It's not stop it, it's Muller.
Boys.
Yeah.
And it is
you don't want to get the look.
Same thing.
Oh, you just got the look.
Same thing with the churn.
I didn't get the look. You got the look.
Same thing with churn. The fuel filler.
Using the mass of the fuel to help it in, because it's still got the vent, but you don't have a vent on the far side of the car, which is what you would normally use. Now the car has been pushed back a little because the petrol pump hose is not one of those long ones that reaches the far side of the car if you park on the opposite side of the pump, is it?
Those churns are self-venting. You've got an air vent going back into the churn.
And it's that vent at the top, the vent cap that you use to put the pump in, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's just the filler. That's where you would put the fuel and then seal it and then
but that also is the
throw it
vent. It's got a Monza cap on, and normally when you're filling it just from that, you'd have the vent open to allow air to rush in behind the fuel.
Possible problem for the number 23. We'll see when it comes around. Being reported out on the circuit as travelling slowly on the way up to Ardenauer Forest. So we'll keep an eye on that car. The number 23, which is in 6th place, second of the Mercedes, and they were last passed here, relatively close together, but on different laps, so a lap apart. And so we'll see whether they come through in close order once again.
Well, if he's been reported going slowly, the gap will not get any closer, will it? We just saw Dirk Adolf being chatted to, which means that it was Jörg Muller in the 26 car. 25 arrives, exactly right, and another BMW follows in behind from one of the other classes. So the 25 in for its final stop, an hour and 12 minutes, Paul, that's doable.
It certainly is.
Their last stint was about that length.
And so, of course, whilst this is done, so the gap to the leading Audi will just increase.
The leading Audi has made 18 stops. The third place Porsche has made 18 stops, and this is the 19th stop for the second place Z4. Its sister car has also just made its 19 stops. So, Paul, as you were saying at midnight,
the way that the fuel laps were working was that the BMWs would each need an extra stop to make it to the end, and that at the very least has proved to be the case. We now see the 33 Mercedes not exactly motoring on it. That is not a 250 km/h limiter.
No, the white
blown by a 135 or a 235.
The white flag was being shown at the marshal's post as the car travels, showing that there's a slow car making its way back to the pits. Now that car looks like it's been in the wars.
Yes, it's a bit grubby. The left front corner is pretty much missing. It has got air in all its tyres, which then leads you either to drivetrain or motive power unit, or the bugbear of all modern cars, leaking electrics.
It's making its way to the pit lane as expected, and hopefully we'll stay with it, get an idea of just whereabouts on the car the team address first. No doubt the driver will have been on the radio to report the issue as to why that car is slowing.
Yeah, we're starting now to line up our ducks, aren't we, for the podium?
Yeah.
And this is again a salient reminder for everybody, from the lead 28 Audi down to the very last car on the running order. Don't take it for granted, because things happen.
It's out of 7th place, this 23 Mercedes, as the 25 car resumes
pushed away
and gets pushed away from the pit apron and down pit road.
Pushed out into the race rather than pushed away from back
pushed
into
out
the garage, which
so
is the fate of the Rowe Mercedes. That 23 car is going back into the garage, so it's going to need remedial work to something or other.
2 minutes and 39 seconds was how long the number 25 car was on pit road.
Yeah.
So he was down by about 45 seconds, so that's going to give the 28 car about a 3 minute, give or take, 3:15 lead. So that's
was that the 26 car we saw being?
No, I think
that's
this
a
is
replay.
replay.
So that with an hour and 9 minutes, it was about an hour and 10 minutes remaining when they pushed that car off. That's comfortable, isn't it, Paul? That's comfortable to the finish now.
Yeah.
Would you fuel it for an hour and 10, or would you put just the amount of fuel you need?
I'd foot it to the top.
I wouldn't. I'd work it out. Fuel is weight. Fuel's weight. Yes.
It's 15 miles.
Fuel is
Joe,
weight.
Yeah, but it's 15 miles.
You're probably right.
You're
Joe,
off,
there's an hour
you're
and 9
off
minutes.
by...
Of course you'd fuel it for an hour and 9 minutes. The race isn't going to be any shorter.
No, what I mean is exactly that.
Well, and it's also,
but
Joe, you have to think, it isn't like regular racing where the checkered flag will come out when the leader comes out.
You're right.
The checkered flag comes out at 4 o'clock. If you've just gone past the checkered flag and you've got to do another 15 miles to come around to get that checkered flag.
You're right. And you know what? At this state, where we are in the proceedings, I don't think my little mind could have worked it out. I'd have just brimmed it.
Yep.
Well, you'd have had him on the wall with you.
Yeah, that's right. Paul's going to be my strategist.
The way to work these things out, I prefer to do it by laps rather than by time, because you know what your fuel consumption, how many laps your fuel will take you, and you assume that there's not going to be a safety car, so or a slow zone, so you assume you're going to be at full racing speed, and you do the number of laps that you're going to do at racing speed between now and 4 o'clock. You can work that out. You know that's going to be 8 laps, 9 laps, 7 laps, and so you put the fuel in for 7 laps, 8 laps, or 9 laps.
And what you absolutely know is it's not going to be a fraction of a lap.
That's right, we've already discussed that at length.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no good having...
So in fact, you don't even need to use all of your fingers to count to work this out.
No good having 6.9 laps of fuel when you need to do 7.
You can count up to 9, you can work out a fuel stint on this race course.
Which is part of the reason why having minutes in your head is no use either. If you know that you're using so many litres per minute, and you say, we'll put in that many litres because it's that many minutes to the end of the race. 4 o'clock.
Your driver will phone
You're
you
at the carousel.
Your driver will phone you from what act and say, is it 4 o'clock now? Yes, it is. Why are you asking? Well, the engine just died.
I got it wrong, Dad. I got it wrong again, Dad.
Genius. Now then, interesting little scenario playing out in the 23 garage rather, is that there was a big hug from the team manager, a very emotional looking hug for Klaus Graf after he finished talking to the TV guys. Graf is looking very red-faced, so clearly not having fun driving a very hot furnace back very slowly. But the 23 car didn't seem to be in the garage anymore. However, Paul, it is still shown us in the pit lane. So did that mean they pushed it back out onto the apron, or was the cameraman just further into the garage and so we couldn't see the car? I'm not sure.
Either that or it's serving a penalty, which is a possibility. I haven't necessarily been served all of the penalties, but the ticker tells me that the car is in the garage.
Yeah. So maybe the camera had just moved deeper in and the car was behind the camera rather than in its shot. Certainly they pushed it in, and I can't imagine it was in there such a short period of time, because we only spent a couple of minutes waffling about why Joe's car has run out of fuel on the last lap. I'm not sure that gave them enough time to fix anything that needed pushing backery.
Official spectator attendance has been published over the whole weekend, 200,000.
Okay,
doesn't surprise me.
How they count them, I've got no idea.
I was going to say, I know the Germans are good at counting, but
I
really?
think
total number of showers used, 12.
I think there's a man goes round and actually counts.
Yeah.
You'd have to go into the tents and under the holdings.
So we're waiting for the race leader's final pit stop. Christopher Mees, who started the car, will do the last stint in the number 28 Audi, and the TV cameras and everybody else being shuffled off the pit apron in front of the Team WRT garage, because he is coming in this time round. It would seem 148 laps will have been completed, so 7 more to go, 8 more to go. He's completed 147. This is his 148th lap. According to the timing screen, yes, your next pit stop was predicted for him at 148, and laps complete for the end of the race 155, so it'll be a 7-lap stint. So,
you've had it right all this race.
So not only are they in front, not only are they faster, but their final stop is actually going to be shorter as well.
You're as good as him. Right on the ball, Martin.
Well, you tell me it often enough, and eventually, you punch the information in often enough and hard enough. Christopher Mees.
If you throw enough,
Christopher
it
Mees
sticks.
getting in.
Look, Christopher Lee?
Christopher Mees. Christopher Lee is hiding in the shadows.
Can't come out in the sunlight.
That'll,
oh boy, walked right into that.
That'll get down to Eve as the internet delay gets to in a minute.
Yes, we're just watching now.
Yeah, we're waiting for the delay, the time lag. It is not raining here also. So 28 car receiving full service, fuel goes in, and it will be for them a short fuel, a 7-lap stint rather than 9. And Paul, you can go back and tell me, have they done a stint as short as that in the race? I think they had one inexplicably short.
Yeah,
stint,
they had 2-lap stint when they were on the wrong tyres because of the weather, and then they had a 6-lap stint, which was
stints, didn't they?
They had a 6. Well, the other 6-lap stint was because of the weather. And then
the
they had a second
6-lap
stint, which was a bit inexplicable, which we kind of asked the question, and we were told there was nothing wrong with the car, and assumed that perhaps a driver had become tired or frightened himself, or even something like, maybe there was a screen full of oil or something, couldn't see. But apart from that, the car has had some very reliable, fast stints, and it's been gone just like what Audis do, isn't it?
Maybe they just brought it in to set light to it. I don't know.
We've also got the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes in the pits.
Okay.
And also the number 77 winner of the Stealth Award, the 17 winner of the Stealth Award, the Valkenhorst Motorsports, powered by Dunlop BMW Z4, which I'm going to guess that
runner-up in our
Felipe
gaffer
Larsen.
tape construction award.
Yes, quite.
I think just slightly ahead of that BMW with the headlights, and way behind the Falcon Porsche for contributions to the gaffer in motorsport industry. So final pit stop for Team WRT, lots of high fives, lots of big hugs going on. The team very happy with their performance in the garage and on the pit apron. And Paul, the strategy has been flawless as well. They reacted to weather when they needed to, and probably as well as anybody else in the field did, and they now feel they've seen the car off with an hour and a minute to go, that they have done as much as they can do, and it's down to one man now to complete the job.
And they are, I think they've had more in their pocket, up their sleeve, than we've been privileged to see. Remember, they lost 2 and a bit minutes at one point when they got caught in a slow zone behind a slower car. That wasn't anything of their doing, of course. It was just the way that the luck fell against them. And apart from that, they've just, as John was saying at one point, always just been able to stretch the car as far as they've needed to, whenever they've needed to. So one does get the feeling that there's still a little bit of dry tinder in the back of the garage somewhere.
Yeah, really.
Well, I wouldn't be doing that with the petrol tanker out the back there.
No, the 23 car, I think, Paul, has retired now. I think that's what the hugs were about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anything on the ticker?
It did have that emotional look to it, I have to say.
The suggestion from Klaus Graf is that it's
still
radiator damage.
Still in the pits.
Overheating.
I've got a Twitter report that it has retired. So.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we're just coming up to 3 p.m. on Sunday afternoon at the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. That means we are about to go into our final hour of 24 here on RadioLeMans.com. Jim Rowland, Paul Truswell, Martin Haven and Joe Bradley will be taking you through to the finish of the 2015 Nurburgring 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
So, with exactly 1 hour remaining in the 43rd running of the Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring, welcome back to Radio Le Mans coverage of this classic, and it has been another classic. Gentlemen, Jim Roller along with Joe Bradley, Paul Truswell, and Martin Haven, as we are watching the final laps unfold here. We have had the final 2 pit stops by the 2 leading cars. In fact, the 3 cars that are the podium cars have all made their final pit stops. So now it is a straight fight to the finish, and it looks at this point like the 28 car may indeed have about a 3.5 minute lead. We're going to have to wait another lap to get the exact figure as scoring catches up. But with 59 minutes to go, it's a big hurdle now for the 25 car. The strategy for the 28 has played out perfectly.
Well, listen, if you're a Formula One team boss, you've got 59 minutes of the Grand Prix left. You're not thinking about who's going to be on the top step of the podium, okay, unless you happen to have a 3-pointed star on your shirt. And there's nothing like the danger and the traffic there is for our leaders to face. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We've still got a lot of tarmac to cover, Paul.
Yes, I think it's going to round out at about a minute and 50, maybe up as much as 2 minutes, but probably around about a minute and 40, a minute and 50 seconds. The gap between the leading Audi, which Christopher Mies is at the wheel of, and the BMW number 25, which was, who did we put in the number 25?
Do we think Lucas Luhr? He started it. He may well have ended up coming round to finish it.
Yeah, we put Jörg Müller in the other one, but I'm not
Wasn't
quite
it
sure who
Martin?
Not sure. Wolf Hensler is in the 3rd place car, the number 44 Falcon Tires Porsche. 4th place car was Jörg Müller, we believe, in the number 26 Mark VDS BMW. In 5th place, the number 5 Black Falcon Racing Mercedes, the green and black car. And in 6th position, the Dunlop livery, number 17 BMW Z4, Paul.
Maxime Martin, we well remembered whoever it was who just said that in my ear. So it's Mies, Martin, Hensler and Müller in the top 4 cars. Those 4 cars still on the lead lap, and on the next lap back, 1 lap back, is the Black Falcon Mercedes number 5, the Valkenhorst BMW number 17, and then this possibly fatally damaged Mercedes, or terminally damaged, probably a more appropriate word, Mercedes number 23, the Rowe racing car. A damaged radiator is the diagnosis from Klaus Graf. His quote is, "I don't know if we can repair it." So it's I suspect it might be one of those where the engine has overheated enough that they'll just call it a day.
The emotion of the hug for Klaus Graf, I think, said everything you need to know. If you just looked at the body language without reading the screen, you'd be going, yeah, they're done. Yeah. That's it. An hour to go. How hard is that? And that was one of those body language moments. And that has gifted a top 6 finish at the moment to the number 17 Dunlop livery, Dunlop tired BMW Z4. That will then move the number 29 Audi R8 up into 7th place, up into 8th place. Putatively, the number 11 Bentley up to 9th should go the number 35 Nissan, and up to 10th place should go the number 33 Mercedes-Benz. So we'll lose one of our Mercedes and we will gain another one in the top 10.
6 different manufacturers in the top 10, Mark.
And
that's pretty cool.
4 different, is there a Pirelli tired car in there? 3 different tyre manufacturers, certainly, possibly 4 in the top 10. We're looking now at some of our class leaders in the SP3T class, and we have said this 22 times, probably, a dozen times, we're doing it every other hour, aren't we, is the number 114 Subaru WRX STI. It looks as though it drove here for a taxi fire and track day and has had, as far as I'm aware, no incidents, yes, just wait for him to get round those 2 corners, no dramas and no mistakes. And you've said this several times, the crew and the driving strength of that car and the crew and the driving strength of the Lexus Codex that is in 16th place, just in front of it, a couple of cars in front of it, leads in the SP Pro class, have done exactly what you would possibly want of a factory effort, keeping out of trouble, staying out of notes back home, and just producing the result with exemplary control and self-discipline. And on this track, that's perhaps the strongest card you have in your hand.
That is an element of luck is thrown in there. You only have to ask the number 7 Aston team.
I absolutely take that. However, if you're not forced into a position where you're looking to make passes all the time, luck tends to ride a little more easily on your shoulders.
You know what Roger Penske says?
The luckier I get, the more we win.
Luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Yeah, there you go. And doesn't kick you in the unmentionables.
In the thems.
Yeah. That Subaru has just been rocking. And actually, somebody suggested, we were saying, what would be the best car in the field to come and race here? And he did. So somebody suggested on Twitter, I forget now who, said, well, this has cost them 4p in spares. So that's a great car, that Subaru. Basically, they've got through more shampoo than they have of anything else. 65 Porsche facing the wrong way, 997 Cup car, and that seems to be dead stick at the moment. It's like lap 1, contact in the hairpin, and he's punctured his radiator and lost his lights. He's got 53 minutes to go, and it's spewing fluid out of a radiator, and that is the end of the race as far as that Porsche is concerned.
When you're driving a Porsche like that, with the radiator right there at the very front of the car in the left-hand front corner, you do not make a move like that down the inside of a BMW.
Not unless you're having a brain cramp.
His get out of jail card is when he fires it back up, he can drive slowly around the Grand Prix loop and straight back into the pits and get them to try and patch up that liquid cooler. Otherwise, he's got a rescue vehicle behind him trying to bump start him.
He stalled it, Mark.
I thought they only did that in sprints. He has stalled it, but he needs to get back before it loses all its water.
And this brings up a point, guys. With 52 minutes to go, one of these top 3 cars cannot afford to get caught in somebody else's brain cramp.
Yeah.
Right now the 28 car has a 1-minute lead. It's a 1-minute.47 second lead.
And we're just seeing more contact. An Opel OPC Cup car and a Porsche 911 getting together, one of the Carrera Cup cars again. And you're absolutely right. The drivers at the front of the field, Paul, are, they spend their entire life physically training and very little time actually driving. The guys that they're trying to pass spend very little time actually driving, and all the rest of the time predominantly sitting in an office. So they're not fit now at the end of this race. They are hanging.
That's probably true, and another factor is possibly that there are cars that are coming out of the pit garages that haven't been out on the track for quite a long time. Not saying that there's a lot, but there will be a few who are saying, let's just save it for the end of the race, and we'll come out at the end of the race, they'll probably do the last 20 minutes, half an hour, rather than 50 minutes as we still have to go. But isn't it odd how teams arrange for their team cars to be nose to tail? The two WRT cars already managing to line up nose to tail, with the number 29 really tramping on, and is on a bit of a charge. Did we get Pierre Caffer out of that car right at the end?
Yeah, we did, I think.
I think we did.
Didn't see anyone get back. I didn't see who it was.
I didn't see, no, I'm afraid. I don't think it was Nicotine. I think if it was going to be anybody after Caffey, you would imagine that it would be Lawrence Montour who would finish it off. The number 5 Mercedes, car 5, P5, Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who got helped, Jelmer Burman, Jaap van Lagen. So Van Lagen, one of 2 Lada drivers who has done considerably more laps in the 24-hour race than he did in the World Touring Car Championship over the weekend. Rob Huff's car in his Mercedes is still going as well.
Jelmer Burman in the Mercedes for the final stint, taking over from Jaap van Lagen.
Very good. And behind him is the Mark VDS BMW. Behind him on the road, ahead of him on the scoring. Mark VDS BMW's 2nd and 4th. In fact, BMW placed 2, 4 and 6 at the moment. So we've got Audi BMW, Porsche BMW, Mercedes BMW. That's a good grid. So this is the qualifying race, right?
Yeah.
We made them do it all again Monday
tomorrow
afternoon.
Great American baseball player Ernie Banks. Let's play 2.
We did last year. This race followed the
1 week on
to Le Mans. Yeah.
We could barely say our names at this point last year. The 25 car now has got to, as quickly as possible, work his way through traffic. He was 6 seconds slower through the first segment than the leading car, and now he is a 10th quicker in the second sector. So he's going to have to pick up the pace if they're going to get it done.
Well, it's still only a minute though, and that's just bumping into a slower car.
That's what I said. Somebody else's brain cramp. Yep.
And so you've still got to remain so incredibly sharp in order to stay on this. I mean, a minute is a minute, but there's no way it can be caught up without some kind of mistake being made. It can't just be done by driving brilliance. But it's still close after 24 hours. 360 minutes to be separated by just one of them.
We've just seen the Glickenhaus number 9 car in the pits. Now that car
29th.
Yeah.
It's had a few delays, hasn't it?
What's your thoughts on that one, then, gentlemen?
It's a fantastically, over-vaultingly ambitious programme, which had no right, realistically, to survive 24 hours because of this fantastically short lead time.
One of the cars didn't even get in the race, Mark.
Yeah, but to bring 2 unraced, untested, brand new, non-factory designed cars to a grinding trial like this, and to have one of them survive to daylight would have been probably that we did a great job.
Yeah.
For it to be within 45 minutes of making a checkered flag, I think they've just done an outstanding job. Not only does it look otherworldly in a field of what are otherwise road-going supercars that look like cars, that thing looks like a Le Mans prototype that was sort of beamed in. I think they've done a fantastic job.
I said it looks like one of those Hot Wheels cars that you see and you think that would never work. Paul, what do you think, there's a place for that kind of car here at the Nurburgring 24 Hours?
Very much so, yes. I think one of the attractions of this race is its ability to bring specials out of the woodwork and to make people's dreams come true. Whatever dream you happen to have, then I think you can bring them out. I think the basis should be GT3 or whatever form that takes, but I don't see anything wrong with having, wouldn't want to say a grid full of them, but heaven forbid it would become successful and all of a sudden there'd be 20 of them on the grid next year. That's not the purpose, but I think as a prototype, as a dream fulfiller, experimental car, works very well.
Jim Glickenhaus, the man behind that car that we're talking about, is an American, a compatriot of yours. He's clearly mad as a box of frogs, and I mean that in the best possible way.
He's our kind of guy, is what you mean.
Yeah, he should be English, because he's eccentric enough to be.
Well, with a name like Glickenhaus, he probably is a lot closer to here than to England in terms of origin, I would have thought.
Yeah,
so.
that's true. That's true.
What I found spooky were the images that we've seen of him this weekend on the pit wall. How much with that hat on and the sunglasses, he looks like Jim Hall, considering that Jim Hall is his hero in life. Mm-hmm. And that, to me, it was like, oh, that's...
It's probably not an accident.
Nope.
No.
He likes the style of the man.
And that's the way Jim Hall operated, too. Jim Hall operated the same way. He went his own road. He did his own thing. He was typical of a Texas American who had his own thoughts on things and was extremely successful taking the road less traveled.
Yeah, and maybe that's a great blueprint, actually. That sort of inspiration to go out and be a maverick. There's not many places in motorsport you can go and be a maverick, and God love them for finding a way of driving that thing through.
I think that's the thing that I like. I think that's the thing that I like most about not only this event, but the current state of the WEC. Yes, there's rules, but the rules are written in such a way that they aren't as constricting. At Le Mans, we've got 4 different manufacturers, all trying to compete and using 4 different methods to achieve the same goal.
Exactly.
There isn't any other place in motorsports except maybe here where you have that, and it's the GT3 regulations and the WEC regulations that are allowing the designers and the free thinkers the opportunity to try and go as fast as they can.
Class leaders due in the pits within the next 5 or 10 minutes, I reckon. The number 53, the Lexus Codex, the Lexus LFA Codex, leading its class course in SP Pro, although I think it's the only SP Pro car here, but that car due a pit stop either this lap or time next around. Also the number 114, the Subaru WRX due in again either on this lap or the next time round, I reckon. So we'll see whether those come in.
Good prediction, it's in.
Oh, which one? The Subaru?
No. Oh no, the 114. No, it immediately jumped up as the car in front of it came in. Sorry.
It does that.
Yeah.
It's a little idiosyncrasy. How about a call for the 301, guys? 27th overall. This is the little car that could. The BMW M235i Racing. That's the...
Think how quick that car is. Its best lap, a 9:33. In only slightly damp conditions, those are the laps that the GT3 cars are turning. And that's a 2 Series BMW.
Yeah.
That thing must feel like you're being fired out of a cannon.
That's the Team Securital Sorg Rheinsport entry. 27th overall. They've done it. They just kept pounding. And they have climbed into the top 30, which is kind of a badge of honor here. Actually, ahead of the SCG 003C Glickenhaus entry. So, that's a little much. Sending the BMW, one of the BMWs heading out with flags stuck to the windows, like you might see at an American football match of fans with their team's logo on it. Streaming around the racetrack. That's fine until one of those things comes loose and ends up in somebody's grill.
This is what we see here, though, in this race, isn't it? It's all a bit of a festival towards the end. It's the Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW Z4 is the car that Jim's describing, and there's going to be a lot more of that.
Leading the V5 class. He's leading the V5 class.
He's leading the class. They are celebrating, and they're going to celebrate the last 42 minutes of this race by by waving flags out of the car.
They mustn't count the chickens, because there are still disasters happening out there. The number 21 Schultz Nissan stopped out on the circuit. It's got a gearbox problem. They've given up. Can you imagine that? 45 minutes, less than 45 minutes to go. No. The number 21 is going nowhere with a gearbox problem out on the circuit. And so I'm not quite sure which of the Schultzes was last in that car.
Drama behind us for the 49 Aston Martin as well. Now, are we expecting that class-leading car to come in SP8?
49. To go down and check that one.
Yeah, he's in the pits.
Yep.
He is
the Glickenhaus car is pushed back into the garage, and more work going on that to try and persuade the darn thing to get to the end.
The car is up on its jacks, and there are mechanics underneath the middle area of the car, which is where the engine and gearbox is, and it looks like he's taking the floor tree off.
49 car is on pit road, 58th place, and still leading SP8. I think, Jim, you can probably see that better than me.
Yep, he is still leading.
So hopefully it is a final stop that they were expecting to make with still 40 minutes remaining. Because they lost the leader, the number 50 car, they lost the leader, the number 49 car in that class, and they have one more Aston Martin at the top of that group.
The Subaru still out there, and as I say, still one pit stop to come from that Subaru, as far as I can ascertain. It's into the top 20 now. This is the number 114 SP3T leading car. But it could get up to 19th place. I think it might.
If I'm reading the scoring right, the 49 car has a 2-lap lead over the second place car.
Yeah,
which
40
is
minutes.
The,
that's 4
88.
laps.
Yeah.
So that's not enough.
No, it's not enough.
And they need to be rolling.
Yep.
So they have a little bit of margin. 65 stopped out on track. That's Uwe Kolb's Porsche 997 Cup that he shares with Didier Denat, Thomas Koenig, and Lorenzo Rocco. CHE is apparently now Gross Britannia. Okay, so aware of that. We're looking at our third place car on the monitors. Those of you that are watching the feed, the 44. Now I'm going to stop saying turquoise and blue, because it's every sort of colour of bluey green and greeny blue under the sun dotted all over it. And the Falcon Tyres Porsche.
You can see where they've tried to get the tank tape to match as well.
Yeah.
Not quite the right shade though, is it?
That's Krone Racing gaffer tape they're using now, isn't it? All the way from Imola.
Leftovers from Tracy.
Well, that car 3 minutes 40 behind the second place BMW. And again, Paul, you know, in any normal race into the closing, if we're saying there's 4 minutes left and you're 3 minutes 40 behind, you're never going to catch. You know, 4 laps left, rather. If there's 4 laps left here and you're 3 minutes 40 behind, that can go in one corner.
Exactly. And, you know, you've got to be aware that, you know, how tired you are as a driver, how tired the guy in front of you is. Make sure that he's seen you. Make sure that, I mean, there may even be some sleepy marshals out there who aren't reacting with flags as quickly as you'd like them to. So, you know, you have to take account of everything that could go wrong, because Murphy is alive and well and living out at the carousel, I think.
Living at every racetrack. And if you gave a back marker an inch in the first lap and a foot through the night, you want to give him a good couple of yards at this time of day, because, again, as we touched on earlier, the guys in the slower cars are feeling very, very slow themselves now as well. They are just clinging on with their last threads of energy to get their car round. And for the pros in the fast cars, who are fit enough to take the abuse that this track is thrown at them, and especially now in the heat of the afternoon, they're still sharp as a tack. But you have to beware of the loose cannons rolling around the deck in front of you. You don't want your toes to get run over.
Exactly right. We've got 150 laps on the board. Certainly there's 4 laps left in this race yet. We'll see if there's 5.
5, 8, 45. It depends where the leader. So 45 minutes maybe for 5 laps, but exactly, it depends, as you've been saying all the way through, where the leader is when it gets to 4 o'clock. If he's just crossed the line, then we will get further 5.
Do you slow down a little bit if you've got enough of a margin on the last lap?
Yeah, if you're, it doesn't really matter, because, as I say, the checkered flag will come out at 4 o'clock. It doesn't wait until the leader comes round.
I know.
So, you know, if if it's coming up to 4 o'clock and you don't feel like doing another lap, then you might as well slow down. It depends how far the bloke behind you is.
Yeah.
What you don't want to have is a situation that we had here 4, possibly even 5 years ago, where we had some cars waiting just over the crest of the hill, and we had comings together. We had collisions happening as a Porsche was unsighted and crashed into the back of a Renault Clio as they came across the start-finish line at the end of the race.
You mean cars are kind of going so slowly, virtually parking up, waiting for that 4 o'clock call?
I won't say it was a mistake, but the scenario was that the cars were pulled over on the left-hand side of the track, and a Porsche was coming up in the middle of the track, and we think he was probably looking for his pit crew on the right-hand side and didn't see the Renault Clio that was up on the inside of him.
Wow.
And it was one of those incidents that you just wanted to just rewind that and play it forward again, because it didn't work that time.
I've seen that, yeah, exactly right.
Did I really see what I thought I just saw?
8th place, the number 11 Bentley Continental GT3. This car, the first non-German manufactured car in the field. The number 11 car, the remaining healthy Bentley, the 85 car, or the well-placed healthy Bentley, 85 car, which had major accident damage early in the evening. In the darkness hours, has been comprehensively rebuilt and is absolutely flying. Apparently a crash seems to have done it good. We heard earlier on, didn't we, that Guy Smith was saying that the frustration of being so far behind in a car that just felt so unbelievably good around here. And all the drivers that I've spoken to about the Bentley say how good and how nimble and how agile it feels around this track.
Yeah, and we've seen the in-car footage of these drivers. We mentioned it before, how the very little input needed to get the best out of the cars. They're certainly not ragging the car around.
Just because you're a big man doesn't mean you can't dance, baby.
I've seen you dance, man.
Well, I'm not talking about me.
I'm not talking about you. All right. Another car to mention, and they're right on schedule with what their objective was at the start of this race, is the number 35 Nissan GTR. Currently 9th, and I think we said that their objective was 10th.
Well, yes, exactly so. And I mean, they've lucked in, if you will, because of the problems that the number 23 Row Racing Mercedes has had. But they've won through pure stubbornness, I suspect.
Yes.
The battle which was going on for 10th place against the number 33 Team Premio Mercedes-Benz.
I think you call it determination, Paul, not stubbornness.
Yes.
Determination.
Yeah,
Grit.
I was thinking of Bob Neville, and the only thing I could think of was Bob Neville being stubborn and saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do this.
Yeah, I would say he was a gritty northerner. Possibly. It's a top 10 result for them, 9th place. Okay. Alex Buncombe, Kazuki Hoshino, Michael Crum and Lucas Ordonez, experienced, fast driver lineup. I mean,
desperately disappointing though for Florian Strauss and Jordan Tresson though in the Schulze Motorsport car.
Like that.
Having been in the battle, not being able to convert it into, it wouldn't have been a top 10 result, but it would have been a top 12 result for sure.
Being a student of history, just a quick recap, Audi looking for its second straight and third win since 2012 when it took its first ever win here in the 24 hours. And for BMW, this will be a disappointing day if the situation stays the way it is. It will have been since 2010, so it will have been 5 years since they won. And with the changes that are coming to BMW Motorsport and the platform and the end of the Z4, this car will have lived its racing life and not won the race at the mother church.
Didn't win Spa last year either. That came down to a real nail-biting finish, but again they just didn't have the pace to catch the older Audi. So the Z4 is going to be replaced by this beast M6 GT that I've seen unveiled this week. Is it?
It's like an M6 coupe, isn't it?
Has all the hallmarks of being a real monster. I mean, it's long and low and wide and gnarly looking.
I think it's a stopgap until they launch the P1 program.
Can you? That was pretty good. Can you remember the 635 CSL of the mid-80s touring car?
Oh yeah.
European Touring Car Championship and stuff. That's what that car reminds me of, and that's what hopefully BMW are going to hark back to that and maybe emulate that with liveries and stuff like
definitely. Yes,
like
absolutely.
that would be brilliant.
Original Zubehör all over the side of it with all the underpinnings of the car exposed.
I can remember that any handbags won at Donington Park in 1983. You were there, Paul. You commented.
Hans Heyer and who?
Any
handbag.
That was a Bugatti car.
Yeah.
Yes.
It wasn't a Coach handbag or
no.
Louis Vuitton handbag?
It was sponsored by
Any Swiss handbag company.
Oh, okay.
Still in motorsport, in fact. 32 minutes remaining. We're sort of just waiting for the bomb to go off now,
yes,
aren't we?
It really is. Yeah.
Either the fireworks at the end or the fireworks before the end, and something. I can almost hear a fuse burning. I'm just waiting to see under whose car it's going to go off. It's a horrible feeling.
Much like the Roadrunner and the Wile E. Coyote, you're waiting for.
Well, we're off the front runners are off their pace, off their earlier pace, lapping in 8 minute 30 and 8 minute 37. That's the 28 Audi and the 25 BMW.
Wolf Hensler is still wrestling this 44 Porsche around. I mean, really wrestling it around.
His last lap across the line, which has just happened because he's on the Grand Prix circuit part of the track, is an 8 minute 35. So I think they've kind of wound it down a bit. They're not on the pace that we saw 2 or 3 hours ago.
It's certainly been wound down a bit, you're absolutely right, Joe, but it is interesting to see how Wolf Hensler is still driving this car with a great deal of vim and vigour. He's bouncing it over the curbs, he's I've got to believe that he's enjoying himself out there. We've often said there's not a lot of chances you get around the Nurburgring to drive a clear lap, and these laps here are as clear as you're going to get them.
It's sometimes harder to back off the pace than it is to actually drive near to the limit.
Well, that's exactly the thought that I was having when I said about an hour ago, why should the lead Audi match its times if everything else is running well? Because otherwise, just let them run. If the car's strong and you're confident in it, let the drivers.
It's kind of a rhythm. You get into a rhythm, and nowhere more so than around here. Well, you get into a rhythm, and that's how you learn the circuit, isn't it?
It's the same 2 words that everybody would think of in that situation. The first one is Senna, and the second one is Monaco. That's what happens when you let your concentration go.
Time for a bottom of the hour class update, the final one of the 2015 Nürburgring 24 Hours. Jim?
Yeah, let's catch you up on what's going on in the SP3 class, as he has most of the day. The Flying the Foxtail, Kissling Motorsport, Opel Manta, number 146, 53rd position overall. In the AT class, it's 76th position overall, the 207 Audi A4 Quattro. In the V5 class, the number 175 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport BMW Z4 3-liter SI. That's the car that left the pits with the flags flying. Don't know if they are still flying because we haven't seen him lately, but hopefully they still are. 51st position overall. In Cup 1, it's at 36th position overall. Car 250, Team Schirmer, the Opel Astra OPC Cup car. In V4, 47th position overall. The Team Auto Arena Motorsport number 185, Mercedes-Benz C230. And then in the V2T category, 96th position overall, the Opel Astra number 203. In V3, it's the number 196 Toyota GT86, 108th place overall. And wrapping up our bottom of the odd hours update, the SP2T entry, 73rd place overall. The car number 131, the Hyundai Motors Deutschland Hyundai i30 Turbo Coupe. So that's your the final kind of class update. Once this 43rd running of the Zurich 24 Hours of the Nürburgring comes to a close, powered by Aston Martin, we'll be able to give you a full rundown of all the class winners. And it's coming down to it, Martin. We've got 28 minutes left.
28 minutes and counting in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And the Porsche that we saw clattering into arrival, I think the Porsche may just have left the pits, going down into the first turn on the inside of a BMW, clumped into him, damaged the left front side of the car. They are changing the water radiator. It has taken him probably 20 minutes to get back to the pits. but by the time they change that, he may just have enough time and enough water to make it all the way round the Nordschleife for the final time. Christopher Mies is driving the number 28 WRT Audi that leads the race into the final half hour. Chasing him is Marke. Who did we say was in the number 25 car?
Maxime Martin.
Maxime Martin, that's right, yes. In the number 25 BMW Z4. That is run by the Mark VDS Racing Team. And he is just about to go by the number 5 Black Falcon Mercedes, which lies in 5th place, putting that another lap behind him. It's already 2 laps behind the leader. 3rd place is the number 44 Wolf Hensler pedalled 911, which is the Falcon Tyres car, the 997 GT3. 4th place is the 2nd BMW Z4 from the Mark VDS team, their number 26 car, and that has got Jörg Müller at the wheel. And in 5th place, as we said, the number 5 Mercedes, the best Mercedes in the race, the Black Falcon car, ahead of the 3rd BMW, which is in 6th position, the number 17 Dunlop tyred car. So 3 different tyre manufacturers in the top half dozen and 4 different chassis manufacturers.
Gentlemen, as is tradition here at RadioLeMans.com, time for us to take nominations for our Spirit of the Race Award, the I Respect Spirit of the Race Award. So I'll start with you, Joe Bradley.
Adam Christodoulou. The antics he described to us last night in the early hours of him trying to resurrect that number 2 Mercedes and rebuild the rear axle and get the wheel to stay on the hub, and using bits of metal that he was finding in the forest and the roadside and the shrubbery. That is true. That reminded me of pictures I saw from the 60s of sports cars at Le Mans being off into the sandbanks and them getting a shovel out and digging the car out. That was tantamount to that. So for me, that truly is the spirit of the race. Backed up by a friend of mine, Chris Diamond, as well. He's already tweeted
so many
that.
heroics, I'm sure, in the minor classes that we've not got to see because they're not the front-running cars. So for everybody who has funded and grafted for 12 months to get back here after grinding disappointment in almost exclusively every case, apart from those that actually ended up winning something, the independents, the guys that do it all themselves with a bunch of friends, that is the spirit of this race. And encapsulating all of that, perhaps, is the Glickenhaus, because that's a wacky left field project, a group of friends that has just grown and grown into this weird and wonderful GT3 LMP1 project. So on behalf of the small fry, here's the big fish that I think that represents them. So I'll go with the number 9 car on behalf of all the tiddlers.
Paul, you can only do one.
Oh, okay.
No, you can do 2.
I was going to say I'll do 2, and they'll be very quick. One is, and not just because we're in the Aston Martin lounge, but the 007. Phenomenal. That car has had its best ever run as far as I'm concerned. A superb demonstration. Extremely disappointing for the team that they fell off on somebody else's oil. Nothing that Stefan Mucker could do about it, but apart from that, it's been a flawless run. And the second one is for Bob Neville and the crowd at Nissan. Again, I know they're sort of RadioLeMans.com favourites, but I think what they've done here this weekend has been magnificent, and also the disappointment that must be being felt by Jordan Tresson and Florian Strauss and the rest of the Schulze Motorsport crew to have that gearbox break right at the end. And especially to draw attention to the fact that we've got a battle on the racetrack at the moment. The gap which is being shown on the screen is nowhere near what it is. We're going to have to see what it is at the end of the lap. But the Nissan is maybe 10 seconds ahead of the Mercedes, number 33.
And maybe not, if Huff's got the bit between his teeth in that Mercedes.
Well, exactly. There is nothing to choose between those two. So there is going to be a race going on. And we also have a Porsche in the pit.
Yeah.
Sorry to diverge off onto the race.
Diverge away.
So send your nominees for Spirit of the Race to @RadioLeMans.com with the hashtag SOTR. So @RadioLeMans.com, hashtag SOTR. And I'll throw this one in as well. How about the folks at the Test Center, Aston Martin Test Center, headed up by Dr. Ule Betts, 10 years here. and this is the first time that all the cars haven't made it to the finish. And to me, what Aston Martin has done at this event to prove its machinery and everything else, that is also, to me, the spirit of what sports car racing is. Sports car racing was born in 1923 to prove the automobile, and that's what Aston Martin comes here every year to do, is to prove its automobiles. So that would be my nomination. Again, at radiolamod.com and hashtag SOTR.
Last race pit stop for the number 44 Falcon Tires Porsche that lies in third place, passed without incident. They have headed back out onto track, and from our GPS tracker, I would estimate around a 15-second margin between the number 35 Nissan in 9th place and the number 33 Mercedes in 10th place. The Nissan, as we said, driven by Alex Buncombe, Kazuki Hoshino, Mikael Krum and Lucas Ordonez, and in the Team Premier Mercedes chasing them, Kenneth High, Philip Frommenvilla, Rob Huff and Christian Cronjes, and that is going to be a very close battle. How are they going at the moment? Well, second sector 107.8 to 109.2 advantage Nissan. Third sector 203.4 to 206.3, a further 2-second advantage Nissan. Sector 4 208.0 to 208.5, still a slender advantage to the Nissan, but it looks as though they may be pulling that gap out on the first part of this 26-kilometre lap. Let's see what the run down to the line gives us. I can't imagine it's going to be an awful lot more than 20 seconds, Joe Bradley, and could be quite a lot less.
At the Glickenhaus pit, the car is still in its garage. It's got no servo steering again, and no power coming from the battery either. So some electrical problems. It's still in the garage.
Sounds like power steering and alternator take two.
Well, yes, it had an alternator belt thrown off earlier in the race, so there's a lot of spirit of the race type work going on there as well.
The gap between the 9th place 35 Nissan and the 10th place 33 Mercedes is 17 seconds. So let's have a look at the lap times. Their lap times were the Nissan put in a 10 minute and 2 seconds, and the Mercedes put in a 9 minute 38. So a massive chunk of time taken out of that gap between 9th and 10th, which is developing into quite a race. We'll monitor that.
One last World Touring Car Championship race to go. 3 laps of the Nordschleife remain. I'm ready to start again. I'm going at 4:30. We're going to start this again. I don't care.
Okay, you go ahead. We'll catch up.
I'll lead you follow.
They should have put the World Touring Cars out for the last 3 laps, shouldn't they? Just sort of let them join in.
Yeah, there's room to join the Halton Lane. The number 44 Porsche being driven with as much flamboyance as we have seen throughout the whole race. I think you're absolutely right. Wolf Hensler, he's 2 laps shy of a bit of grandstanding, but I pretty much want to bet that there's going to be some grandstanding from Hensler in front of some of those big crowds.
Yes, I mean, it's been a great effort. I'm not quite sure what that final pit stop was about. I suspect they just were a little bit short of fuel.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew exactly how long the race was going to last, obviously, but because the track has become so empty, we must have a count at some point of how many cars are still running.
Yeah.
But because the track is so empty, the pace has just been that little bit faster, I think, than anybody was expecting. And so that's why we've had to go this extra distance.
I rather fear they've taken team manager Joe Bradley's advice there and counted minutes rather than laps.
Well, you're going to count. But you're going to count. When I say minutes, you are going to take into account how many minutes it is on your final lap. That's what I mean. It's going to be over the.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to calculate up to the 24 hours end. When the flag comes out, where you're going to try and calculate where you're going to be on the track, and you're going to just put the amount of fuel in. Fuel is weight is time. That was the concept behind me thinking. I'm not saying I'm clever enough to have worked it out.
I'm just saying 2.5
That's why I'm hiring Paul.
2.5 extra kilos versus the embarrassment of stopping on the last lap.
Well, I've done that before.
Yeah. Battle scarred, dirty, smelly.
That's just
on their last legs, and that's just your announced team. The car's now starting to really look like they've worked hard for their living, and it's.
I noticed they have opened the door to the suite. Just saying.
Oh yeah. Actually, that's been open since the small hours of the morning. It's been The windows at the front are very panoramic, but they don't allow for any
They are
airflow.
hermetically sealed.
Yeah, they are hermetically sealed indeed, which is why we can actually hear ourselves think here above the pit lane. Our race leader, maybe 2 laps now, with 153 in the books. This and one more.
Another pit stop that has sneaked in right at the end of the race there for the other WRT Audi, which remember was right up behind the leading car, the number 28 car. But the 29 has also been in for a final top up with fuel.
Yeah, very short stop for them then, and that has not lost them a position. They still remain in 7th place behind the number 17 Dunlop BMW and ahead of the number 11 Bentley. And there's a lap gap, isn't there? So it needs to go fairly catastrophically wrong for the Bentley to pick up one more spot.
It does indeed. And the gap between the Nissan and the Mercedes, I haven't got it on another lap, have we? Because there's still a couple of corners to go before they get round. The number 44 Falcon Tyres Porsche, part of the reason for their extra pit stop was not just the fuel, but they also put a new tyre on. And I just wonder if Wolf's curb hopping and jumping around alerted them to something on the telemetry, and they said, well, just to be on the safe side, we'll bring Hensler in to give him a new left rear tyre. So possibly, again, purely as a safety measure, let Wolf have his fun in the sun around the Nordschleife, but let's just keep it safe as well.
Yeah, and Wolfie baby, a little less with the curbs. Do you mind? You know, there's 8 minutes to go. Let's not go mad. Or
he's driving around hoping that there's something befalls the 2 cars in front of him, and he wants to be close enough to take advantage of that. That's the only thing he can do, really.
That's what he'll tell you, but he's just having fun.
Yeah,
he's enjoying driving racing cars. Let's face it, the reason most of these guys got into driving in the first place was because there is a curious gene that some of us humans have that just enjoys going fast. Whether they do it on skis, whether they do it in a car, whether they're fleet of foot and can run fast.
Yeah,
there is this gene that some of us have. And Wolf Hensler's got it and is enjoying every minute.
And everybody in the field has it as well. They are doing this for fun. You know, nobody's been forced at gunpoint to drive these cars. They are doing this hell for fun. And
it's exhilarating, though, isn't it? It's a rush.
And that's why I get horse riding, though I don't ride horses, because I get cars, and driving cars is overcoming the machine, overcoming the beast, and that's the delight of horse racing as well, and ski racing and bike racing and everything.
I can understand you're not getting into horse riding, Martin. Your legs would trail the ground. You'd have to keep them up all the time.
Tell you what.
But yes, I mean, it's a rush. Yeah. It's a drug. It's the adrenaline that courses through our veins when we drive a car on the edge of its limit and its capabilities on a course, on a forest stage, on whatever that is. And that rush of adrenaline and whatever that chemical is, I sometimes wish I'd gotten into narcotics, because I would have been on a program and been off it by now.
No, not at all. No, of course you would. You've got it for life. You just can't use
what I mean.
it. I mean, now we're no longer being chased by saber-toothed tigers. You've got to get that buzz somewhere, and that's what made humanity grow and develop, and it's that makes us what we are. It's all part of what we are, whether we like racing cars or hate it. It doesn't matter. Everybody gets that excitement, that adrenaline rush. Nobody alive doesn't know what that feels like, and these guys can go and, you know, in fact we can go and pay our 26 euros and turn it on at will.
13 minutes and 30 seconds roughly remaining in the race, and this is going to be the longest 13 minutes of the life for the WRT boys.
2 cars have gained a spot on the last lap. The 007 car has moved up to 17th place as the Schulze Nissan has moved down to 19th place, and also the number 15 Audi has moved up to 12th as the garaged number 23 Mercedes continues to just sag slowly down the order, and disappointingly for them down the order. But at the front of the field, the 28 car, as it has done since the beginning of the race and will continue to do to the end, flashing its headlights just to alert the slower cars to its presence, to try and make sure that there are no shoelaces tied together last-minute slip-ups.
The Aston Martin, I reckon, can gain another place, Martin, because the number 23 Mercedes, unless it comes out of the pits, is going to lose a place to about 5 cars on the last couple of laps. We've still got, I mean, the time takes so long to tick down. We've still got over 10 minutes, 12 and a half minutes of the race to remain. And that's going to be enough for certainly 1 lap for everybody, and 1 and a bit laps for the rest.
So it's this plus 1, so he will get that lap that he needs, or the number 7 car will get that lap that that he needs to move up, as you say, because the Mercedes will move down 1. So trouble. And again for the number 12 car. Didn't we see that with the left rear puncture coming in an hour or so ago?
I think with this right front puncture, it is now punctured for the cycle.
Yeah,
I think it's gone all the way around the car.
The full set of rims with bits of rubber hanging off. Okay, and that's coming down from Hart, I think.
This is the number 12 Porsche, again the Manthey Porsche, the closed Renault Schlotter car, and it's in 18th place. Has already lost the place to the Aston Martin.
Yep.
And
yes, the Aston's gone by that, and that's why it picked up that spot, I guess, is because that car was already slow and the Aston Martin has gone by. And how far behind is the Subaru in 20th place? It's
2 laps.
2 laps behind it, isn't it? Yeah.
So it could do that as well, can't it?
If it doesn't go any further, it doesn't get to the pits or doesn't leave the pits, then yes, the Subaru could move up a spot as well.
The leader's going to be doing 2 laps because he's just coming across the line now, and he's 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Now, if he slows down,
he's only a minute in front of the number 25 car.
Yes, he can't do that, can he?
Let's hope they misjudge that, and he does, and then suddenly we've got a last lap dash for cash.
Yeah.
Come on, 125 kilometre run. In fact, we should introduce a new rule. We'll pull them up side by side on the start-finish line, flag them off, have at it.
We could have done that yesterday afternoon and not have to.
Yeah, we wouldn't have known which 2 to pick.
That's a massive preliminary event, isn't it?
Well, yes, up until now it's been the qualifying race.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a 2-car,
drag race.
side, Scalextric race for cash. Yeah. I can't see anybody that would object to that at all, other than everybody.
You're quite lightheaded at the moment here.
Yeah. You can tell, can't you?
Yes.
I think this is the fertile imagination from which came speed pool. And the world female beach pool.
Really haven't got time to talk about speed pool.
I've got 8 minutes.
As much as I love to talk about speed pool.
Yeah, really.
I mean,
thank you, Paul.
I don't quite know how to express this, but the Maxime Martin's at the wheel of the number 25 Mark VDS BMW Z4 GT3, and he's just turned in a lap of 8 minutes 26.573. That's just over 5 seconds slower than the best lap that car has done in the last 24 hours. Let's think about it. If you can do a lap within 5 seconds of your best this late in the race, when there's nothing even to play for, I mean, the only reason he's pushing is because he's pushing and because he's a racing driver and because of all the things we've been talking about.
No, he's pushing, Paul, because he's only got less than a minute to the lead.
Exactly.
And if something befalls that leader, he's going to be there to pounce. That's why he's pushing like that.
Exactly.
What was your point about being able to put a lap time in at this stage?
Because it shows what a brilliant event this is.
Yeah.
That BMW has been thrashed within an inch of its life for the last 24 hours.
I'm completely...
and it's still being thrashed.
Yes.
It's amazing how what used to happen is that the engines would be a little bit sick and a little bit off and a little bit lacking in power towards the end of a 24-hour race.
Raspy and maybe missing a cylinder.
It's just a little bit worn and a little bit worn out.
Gearbox
you don't
missing,
see, making a
cogs.
noise.
Suspension leaking all the fluid out of them.
And
bit of vibration.
And so how much do these modern race cars exactly reflect what the manufacturers do with our road cars? You know, they're all but unbreakable. You have to smash them into trees to stop them.
Sundays, Martin, when we were kids, would be spent repairing your car for the week ahead.
Number 9 Glickenhaus is being pushed down pit road. Hans Hollewega from Audi Quattro GmbH, which is a separate offshoot, of course, of Audi, in the same way that AMG has been brought into the fold. Quattro has been spun off, and they're trying to get the Glickenhaus to start. It obviously does not have self-starting power. Come on, let's get a few more team members behind. Hooray!
That's pretty much spirit of the race right there, huh?
Now think about that. Those guys have worked absolutely. They have grafted.
What they needed in full race wear in the heat of the afternoon was a 100-metre sprint pushing a 900-kilo car.
Right, guys.
That's really what they need.
7.5 minutes to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to push this car 200 metres.
And if it doesn't fire before the end of the pit lane, we're pushing it down into turn 1, and we're keeping
400
going.
metres. Yeah.
So big applause from the Audi WRT team.
You can still get your votes in. Spirit of the race. We'll announce it after the checkered flag.
It
should be noted that the Foxtail and Team Bentley have voted this year.
Yeah,
the Foxtail actually must have a Wi-Fi hotspot in that car.
See, I'm going again the 9 car, and exactly that. It was exactly reflected what any of the tiny little teams of first timers or multiple timers would be doing. 12 car finally comes down pit road, and everybody has to be careful as they flood to the pit wall because the pit lane is still live, boys and girls.
I think we're going to see a checkered flag being shown for our leader here because the crews are coming out of the garages, and if you look to your left, guys, out there, the crews are climbing onto the pit fence.
The
are we going to see a flag?
The flag will drop in 6 minutes and 33 seconds, no matter where the leader is.
Yeah.
All right, of course. And then the leader, if he's around the lap, will come round.
Yeah.
Right.
He may come by to cheers from the WRT team beforehand. 12 car goes back down on the ground. Air in all 4 tyres and fuel in the tank. That seems to me to be rather cursory, given that he's going to have to do one more lap, and they surely can't have been planning to do a final lap splash and dash and had a coincidental puncture, but you never know how much extra fuel the car might have burnt trying to drag it back on freewheels, so it's always worth it just to make sure he gets to the end. What's it going to cost you? 10 seconds to put another few litres in?
The lead is at Calais-Total, which is just before the run-up towards the carousel. So it's going to be less than five, nearly 6 minutes to get from there round to here.
His expected ETA is in 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Right, there you go.
So he's going to do one more lap. So Paul's prediction of 155 will be correct.
No, it won't. He's done
156
because he'll have done 156.
155. Only 3 off the record.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing.
155 to the finish, though, Paul.
No, he'll do 155. The checkered flag will go out, and then he'll finish the lap that he's on, and he will do 156. Anybody who takes the checkered flag after the 4 o'clock, after the checkered flag is shown, stops there and then.
Right. So will he effectively go a lap ahead then?
Top 2?
Yes.
No, the second place car, the second place car will be probably the first front runner to take the...
Again, forget everything you know.
No, I think he's going to go through. He's going to go through.
This number here to that number there.
Yeah.
Two first and second will go through, and of the leading group, it'll be the BMW the Porsche that will take the checkered flag, or will be the first of the leading group to receive the checkered flag of those on the lead lap. So it'll be 156 laps for the first 2 cars home, unless we have a sudden slowdown by Christopher Mies we put in the Audi, wasn't it? Maxime Martin still pushing on as hard as he possibly can.
Exactly, and the only way Mies dare slow down is if something dramatic happens to Martin and he receives word on the radio, and even then it's only one more lap. He will slow down, I'm sure, but under the pressure he's under now, no chance you could dare.
He's not going. He can't lose 2 minutes.
And all of this is reason why we had those pit stops a while ago, and I was saying they won't need to do them because I was working at that point. I was working on 154 laps, and here we are. We're going to do 156. So those extra 2 laps need the fuel that they're now needing to put in. So a lot of very tense faces inevitably down in the Audi pits, and just off a cap to the efforts of whoever is in that Nissan number 35, because he's dealt with the challenge of Rob Huff in the Mercedes-Benz, and 35 then has now got 24 second of an advantage over the Mercedes. That the battle for 9th and 10th places, and so that's been a good job. Not completed, but certainly taken right the way down to the wire between those 2 cars. Just stop and think for a moment about that. After 24 hours racing, the gap between those 2 cars less than 30 seconds. The gap between the first 2 cars is less than a minute, only just over 45 seconds.
As he makes the run down the Donegal, you could see the some of the cars on driver's right were poking along very slowly, trying to arrive after the checkered flag falls, which will happen in another 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Well, also, the gap between the second place car and the leader came down last lap by 8 seconds. If it comes down this lap by 8 seconds with 1 lap to go, that'll bring the lead margin down closer to 30 than 50 seconds. So,
a question. If he crosses the line as he's doing now, and behind him the checkered flag's going to be shown, bringing a halt to everyone else's race, what happens if he breaks down on this lap?
He completes 155 laps.
And anybody who completes
anybody else who completes 156 laps, as the BMW could do, will win the race.
Both of them.
Pardon?
What if we're going to? What if both of those lead cars break down?
Back a lap.
No, you work out how many laps you've completed.
Right, so 155.
Yeah,
but they would have completed
it only works on the total number. Right, it only works on the total number of laps completed.
It's the first two, the quickest to complete that amount of laps.
It's like a race, really. You know.
No, it's not. See?
Well, no, the reason they do
the
this,
checkered flag is shown to the leader.
The reason they do that is because of the staggered starts. Because everybody's clock starts when they take the start-finish. They don't penalize the teams that are starting 4 minutes late.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing.
At least that's the way Paul explained it to me the first time I was here and I bought it. So.
It's a distance race. It's the first to finish 100 metres, no matter how fast the others go.
I'm just trying to clear this up for people who are listening as well. Because, you know.
It's the collective. They get it.
Well, I think they need to clear it up for us, generally. We're reading the collective more often than not. That's
answers on a postcard.
Yeah.
But you have to stay up for 24 hours and get no sleep before you write your postcard.
Yes.
There you go. That's right.
Inside the final minute of the 24 hours for 2015. Fantastic views from this helicopter down around the Eifel Mountains region, around the Nurburgring Grand Prix circuit, and out into the distance through the hills and valleys. This legendary racetrack, the Nordschleife, which has produced, as ever, so much incident and accident and loads of entertainment. To watch it is fun. To watch it from the trackside is epically fun. To be in one of these race cars, win, lose or draw, must be just quite the most fantastic experience. And to be in the position that we're looking at, the number 28 Audi now, when you're on the final lap of the race and you have a lead, how much is exhilaration, how much is just concentration, and how much of it is raw terror that you're going to come across a brow and find somebody spinning around and coming back towards you.
Final time through the hats and back, final time across the Flugplatz there for our leading Audi.
Checkered flag is being shown at start finish, and the fans are saluting the 28 car as he circulates. There's starting to be less tenseness and more smiles. And
the co-driving team are starting to think that they might be able to breathe in a couple of minutes, but they're going to have to wait 5 or 6 more.
Last time through Arenberg.
I don't think blue goes well with the white and grey of Audi race suits. They're going to have to inhale a couple of times before the end of this lap.
Big bunch of gold confetti being released by one of the BMW squads as they go through to take the checkered flag in one of the smaller classes, but out on the racetrack it continues to be just for interest. The BMW is now only 43.3 seconds behind the when they came by the start-finish line, and then in segment 1 he was half a second faster, and then in segment 2 he was again about half a second faster. So it's going to be there's the checkered flag waving as cars are coming through.
Caution for debris, Jim, at this late stage.
Only in America, baby. Only in America.
Gold glitter all over the racetrack as everybody who now crosses the line of course, Paul, is whistled round the back and straight into the biggest parc fermé in Christendom somewhere.
That's right. I think they take them around the Grand Prix loop and then take them off at the service road that takes them back around at the end of the Grand Prix loop into a huge car park there, which is kind of between the service roads that join the Nordschleife with the Grand Prix loop.
We're already last time through the Ardenau Forest. We've been through Kallenhard. We've just passed Verseifen. We're going to just be entering the Exmüller section of the track for the final time and heading up towards Bergwerk for the last time in 2015.
Either, is he? Look, the Mark VDS guys are in exactly the same position, because if you stop now, you don't finish. You don't get onto the podium. It doesn't count.
I know. This is my point.
It's tough, isn't it?
It is. It's very, very tense.
You don't.
Well,
you don't have
but
to.
Joe, it is no different than if we were doing an American Le Mans Series race, and the checkered flag would come out after the completion of the lap that the leader has taken.
It is different.
So he went by. There was a minute left. Gets to 0. When he comes back around again, the checkered flag would have fallen.
Yeah.
So the difference is there are now cars taking the checkered flag that won't finish. But for the leaders, it's no different. It really is no different.
The race isn't finished.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
No, but for the people who have taken the checkered flag, it has finished. That's right. The Glickenhaus is on the Dottinger Hohe and is going almost certainly to be able to get to the checkered flag.
Yes, and that is going to be a fantastic relief for the guys that pushed it out of the pits, almost beating it with a big stick to get it to go across the line.
Here
and
it
there
comes.
it comes
There
to
it comes.
take the checkered flag right below the team. Swerves up towards the pit wall. Don't know who's in it for the final stint, but whoever, I think, saluting a team that has worked very hard to make this ambitious, brand new, unique project not just ready to race, not just show up for the world's toughest racetrack, but to conquer it as well.
The WRT guys have made it out to the pit wall. The co-drivers waiting for Christopher Mies to make it through the last two sectors of the racetrack. He's made it through. There comes the number 44 car, so he will take the checkered flag. He is the first of the podium finishers to take the checkered flag and secure his spot as the third place finisher in this 43rd running of the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Waiting to see where our leader is. Paul?
No, just to say the Porsche there finishing 155 laps, and only the first two cars will make the full 156 laps, therefore.
And the Falcon Tyre Porsche, of course, in a podium position for Falcon Tyres. Again, we talked about what a test it is for the cars, for the drivers, for the tyre manufacturers as well. This is a very big stamp of approval that you can produce a tyre that can compete with the biggest manufacturers on the planet on one of the toughest test tracks that there is.
It's been a bit of a queue there as the rest of the field come through.
Slight bottleneck there down the Dottinger Hohe of everybody else.
Looks like the M25.
In amongst them there was the fourth place VDS BMW, number 26, that has just gone through, and that was Jörg Muller taking the checkered flag in fourth place, and ending up less than a minute behind the third placed Porsche in the end.
Our leader has made it through the Kleine Carousel and will now make the final couple turns before he comes down that long straightaway before taking the checkered flag and victory in the 43rd running of the Zurich 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Radio Le Mans coverage brought to you by Aston Martin this year, and it has been another fantastic race as the 28 car continues to hold about a between 40 and 45 second lead as he comes down the final time. He'll go down the hill and then up under the Bilstein Bridge. There he goes, and down into Tiergarten for the final time. The number 48 car, the Audi Sport Team WRT. Christopher Mies behind the wheel. Co-drivers Edward Sandstrom and Nico Muller and Lorenz Vantor going to be celebrating when he comes by. In the last year it was Team Phoenix. This year it's going to be Team WRT winning at the Nürburgring.
So victory for the Audi team, and chasing them all the way to the line, the Mark VDS Racing BMW will finish just a little over half a minute behind. The last lap for the Audi, an 8-minute 40 gentle cruise down the final straight, and up towards Dottinger Hohe for the final time comes the car that will take the second spot on the podium. And the Mark ZDF team, VDS team rather, have had a few dramas to deal with both cars, but have kept plugging on to attack the leaders, whoever they were, and a well-deserved second place. Second and fourth for Bas Leinders and the Mark VDS BMW team is a very strong result indeed here at the Nurburgring.
24 hours of racing, and the gap between first and second is down to 40 seconds at the line. I mean, that is class racing, isn't it? GT3, balance of performance. Look at that as well. That's very impressive. First three cars, three different makes.
And
Audi, BMW, Porsche.
Between third and fourth, just 53 seconds as well. So it wasn't just the gap first to second, but between third and fourth, under a minute. So it's a marvellous advertisement for motorsport. And I always talk about how to characterise this event. There's an element of fun about this race, but it's very, very, very serious fun, and I think that it is a very serious but fun motorsporting event.
Everything about the event, Paul, is very serious, from the amount of beer being drank, the seriousness of that engineering that goes into those structures, using the trees and what have you, to the amount of the engineering that goes into the campfires. And to make them sit, how anyone isn't killed every year out there of something, being burnt to death, I never know. Alcohol and open fires, never a good mix. And, so very serious indeed.
And for our host, good news that the 007 Aston Martin picked up that final spot to finish 16th at the end of the race. That should have promised so much more on pace. They could well have been in swinging with all the front runners, bar being caught out on somebody else's all in the darkness. And the 48 car, Jim, over on your right, has that come in to claim victory in the SP8 class? It should have done, hopefully.
49.
The 49 car, rather, yes.
And that's the Rose memory
class victory for the 49 car, and that will be an emotional moment for the rest of the Aston Martin crew. They've lost a number of their cars along the way, but they have fought hard to make sure that they didn't all go down.
Before we give you a rundown and a full wrap-up of today's events, time to name our I Respect Spirit of the Race award winner. And, guys, this is pretty cool how this has come out. The runners-up were the Bentley and Aston Martin teams. Honorable mention went to Glickenhaus and that little Subaru, which was very competitive. The Foxtail was very popular, but he even voted for the ultimate winner, and that's Adam Christodoulou, who gets the I Respect Spirit of the Race Award for the 2015 Zurich 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, powered by Aston Martin.
And his award will be a set of Mercedes SLS rear drive pegs.
That's right.
Which is all that separated him from maybe a chance to take the checkered flag in a top six position. Yeah.
Biggest surprise of this whole event for me is how well those speed zones have worked. I came here with a very, very skeptical is the right word. I was thinking, you know what, that's just everything about
in the car on the way down. You and I were whinging like two kids that weren't going to get to ride the roller coaster.
Not sure that was going to work, Jim. I wasn't sure how it was going to work. I wasn't sure if it was going to work at all. But it was hardly noticeable, wasn't it?
Well, you know, the success in Dubai of the Code 60 concept that was introduced there to neutralise an entire race without changing the gaps between any of the battles on the racetrack, that has been established and worked on long enough to show that it is the way to go forward. Now that's being introduced in the World Endurance, in Le Mans as well. Virtual safety cars are absolutely the way not to ruin races for drivers, for teams, for sponsors, for fans. And here, again, I mean, it's a virtual speed zone and you have to obey it, and they've been very punitive for those who transgressed, in almost all cases probably entirely innocently or unwittingly, but it has really worked a treat, absolutely.
And you know the saying, yellows breed yellows? Yep. Well, what you can't see is Code 60s breed Code 60s, because they do not. No. It works fantastically.
No, the series of barrier-damaging clangs that we had during the night were because of dark, rain, traffic, Nordschleife. Had nothing to do with speed zone enforcement at all. But clearing them up was aided greatly by being able to establish a local Code 60 zone to allow the track workers to have the feeling they can actually get on with the job in safety.
That's always been one of the cool things about this event, how the course intervention vehicles would go out and they would slow the cars down in that part of the racetrack, but then on the rest of the 15-mile circuit, you're allowed to go hammer and tong.
And we raced, and all we noticed was a drop off in lap time,
and not that big of a drop,
and not that massive a drop. No.
In fact, the fastest lap of the race was faster than last year, so you could say that there wasn't any drop off in race lap times. There was obviously
that's down to the improvement in
better
which you
tires,
can see
paved racetrack,
clearly in the design of that new Audi R8 is a prime example of how much the GT3 concept
we've got a huge field here, guys. Let's go ahead and kind of divvy up this. Let's do the top 30. That'll cover a lot of the class winners, and then any other class winners that aren't covered in that top 30. I'll prepare while you guys go through the rundown. So, Paul, why don't you lead us off?
Okay, from the top then, on 156 laps, car number 28, the Audi R8 of the WRT racing team, Christopher Mies, Edward Sandstrom, Nico Muller and Lawrence Van Tour. Second, number 25, also on 156 laps, 40 seconds behind the number 25 BMW of the Mark VDS racing team of Maxime Martin, Lucas Lure, Marcus Paltala and Richard Westbrook. Third was the number 44 Porsche of the Falcon Tyres team, Peter Dunn, Brett Wolf Hensler, Martin Ragginger and Alexandre Imperatori on 155 laps. In fourth place, number 26, the second of the Mark VDS racing team, BMW Z4s, Augusto Farfus, Jörg Muller, Nicky Katzberg and Dirk Adolf in a time just 53 seconds slower than the third place car. Fifth, number 5, the Black Falcon Mercedes. That completed 155 laps as well, 3 minutes behind the car in front of it. In sixth place was car number 77, the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW Z4, that completing 153 laps. In seventh place, car number 29 was the second of the two WRT team Audi Sport Audi R8 LMS GTs, and that had completed 153 laps as well. In eighth place, car number 11, the HTP Motorsport Bentley Continental on 151 laps. In ninth place, the number 35 Nissan GTR GT3, 4 minutes behind, also on 151 laps. In 10th place, number 33, the Team Premio Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, also on 151 laps. In 11th place, car number 16, the Busch Twins, along with Christian Frankenhaut's Audi 2014 car on 149 laps. In 12th place, car number 15, the Audi Race Experience Team R8 LMS Ultra, also on 148 laps. In 13th place, the leader of the SP7 class, car number 61, the Porsche 911 GT Cup car on 148 laps. In 14th place, car number 53, the Lexus LFA Code X on 147 laps at the SP Pro winner. In 15th place, car number 18, the second of the Valkenhorst BMW Z4s on 146 laps. In 16th place, car number 007, the Aston Martin Vantage of Stefan Mucker, Darren Turner and Pedro Lamy on 146 laps as well. In 17th place, they'll be classified in 17th place, although they didn't take the checkered flag, the number 23 Row Racing Mercedes with 145 laps on its books. In 18th place, car number 12, the Porsche from the Manthey Racing Team on 145 laps. In 19th place, the winner of the SP3T team class, the Subaru WRX STI on 143 laps. And in 20th place, the car number 68, the second place car in SP7, and that was the Porsche of the 68 was the Fricadelli Racing Team Porsche in SP7. That's the top 20. How am I doing? Shall I keep going? Yeah, we'll keep going.
Buy me a little more time, will you?
Okay. 21st fastest. And again, it will be classified in 21st place, even though it's stopped out on the circuit. And this is the privateer Nissan, the Schultz Motorsport entered car with Florian Strauss and Jordan Fresson co-driving. 142 laps completed for him. 22nd place, number 70 from the SP7 class. That's the Race Union Teichmann Racing Porsche GT Cup car on 142 laps. In 23rd place, car number 75 is the Get Speed Performance Porsche GT Cup car on 142 laps. In 24th place, car number 57, and I do believe that was the Willie Moore, Bill Cameron and Peter Bonk Porsche 991 Carrera Cup car, and that finished number 57 on 141 laps. In 25th place, car number 91 is another of the SP7 cars, the Manthey Racing SP7 car on 140 laps. In 26th place, number 64, the privately entered Porsche 997 car, and that completed 138 laps. In 27th place was the first of the Cup 5 cars, the BMW M235 Racing Team on 136 laps. In 28th place, car number 162, that's the winner of the V6 class. I'm doing half your class winners here as well, Jim. Number 162 was the class winner of V6, Black Falcon Team TMD Friction car. And that in V6 was number 162, completed 136 laps as well. In 29th place was car number 74 on 135 laps. And in 30th place, just to round off the next 10 cars, in 30th place, car number 81 was the Marcus Horn privately entered Porsche 991. And that car had completed 135 laps at the checkered flag. Looking across to Jim, are we okay for the rest of the class positions? We've got quite a few of the class positions because we've got quite a few of them coming in the top 30 there.
That's right, but there were 21 classes, and